Luke, an enthusiast of DNF, found himself reborn in the Marvel Universe, transformed into a 7-year-old elementary student, and endowed with the DNF system. Chapter 1. Rebirth in Marvel. It was a tempestuous night, the skies rumbling with thunder. A young man sat before his computer, his fingers dancing relentlessly across the keyboard. On the screen was DNF, where he skillfully commanded his character to execute a swift blade strike, dispatching the BSS in an instant. He then closed his eyes and clasped his hands together in the air. Illusory breath, O mighty Madada, grant me a fragment of your essence. The young man's name was Luke, bearing the surname Liu. Alas, such a formidable name could not alter the fact that he was, regrettably, an unfortunate soul in a world of luck. After countless attempts through the temporal fissures, he still awaited that final crucial piece of equipment. After fervently praying, Luke opened his eyes, his heart nearly ceasing. Surely, he did not misinterpret what lay beneath his character's feet. Illusory breath, it had finally appeared. Ecstatic, he maneuvered his character to collect the item, only to find he could not grasp it. Was he disconnected? Or had he been penalized? Clutching the monitor in frustration, Luke exclaimed, "No way. I waited 3 years for a chance to join a raid. And this is how you repay me. Oh, heavens." Outside, the thunder rolled ominously, and a bolt of lightning streaked past the window. Suddenly, the computer screen went black. The room plunged into darkness, and a charred scent began to permeate the air. Yet, Luke was oblivious to it all. Where am I? Instinctively surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a modest room, sparsely furnished with merely a bed. Glancing down at himself, he found it difficult to comprehend. How had he become so diminutive? Was this body merely 5 years old? Or perhaps even younger? Was this an orphanage? Gradually, the memories belonging to this boat's original owner surfaced in his mind. Luke gleaned more information. The original owner also bore his name, Luke, and was a mere child of 6 years, an American of Chinese descent. Residing in a children's welfare institution or an orphanage, this was his room. And he was in New York, USA. As astonishment washed over him, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged African-American woman. Searching through his memories, Luke recognized her as the director of the welfare institution. The woman approached him with a gentle smile, saying, "Luke, come meet your adoptive parents. We've made arrangements." She spoke in English, yet he understood every word, evidently inheriting the linguistic abilities of the original owner. Quickly contemplating, Luke decided to let events unfold naturally. Being adopted and living in a home was preferable to remaining in the orphanage as a newcomer. Navigating this unfamiliar body was challenging, so being taken in by a family could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Of course, this was contingent upon his adoptive parents being kind-hearted individuals. Following the director through the corridor, Luke entered her office. There, he encountered a couple, both appearing to be in their 30s. The man, clad in a suit with a tie, bore a slightly portly physique and a kind demeanor. The woman, dressed in a simple floral dress, exuded a modest charm. "Are these the ones who wish to adopt me?" Luke scrutinized the couple, who in turn were praising him. Their expressions suggested satisfaction with their prospective son. It was no surprise. The Luke before them appeared remarkably pristine, with bright, keen eyes that conveyed a sense of intelligence. After all, within this youthful form resided the soul of a 20-year-old. To an outsider, such a gaze in a 7-year-old suggested extraordinary wisdom. The couple approached, kneeling down, their smiles radiating warmth and kindness as they regarded Luke. "Hello, Luke. I am Fudge," the man introduced himself. The woman, visibly moved, added, "I am Karen." However, Luke's attention lingered on the television behind them. The screen was broadcasting a live press conference, featuring a man in his 30s addressing a throng of reporters. "I am Iron Man." Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. Simultaneously, a deep, sinister voice echoed in his mind. "The invasion of this world by the apostles has officially commenced. Luke, as an apostle, it is time for you to spread the glory of the apostles across this realm." A year later, Luke was now 7 years of age, to be precise. This body had reached its 7th year. Having grown to a height of 1 meter, his development remained somewhat stunted due to malnutrition, though it was significantly improved since his days in the orphanage. At this moment, Luke lay in a small bed, his arms behind his head, his youthful brow furrowed in contemplation, yet his expression bore the weight of an adult's thoughts. Over the past year, he gradually accepted the reality of his reincarnation. Through keen observation, he confirmed that he was indeed within the Marvel Universe. As per his knowledge, Iron Man had emerged, while the Hulk was yet to make his debut. S.H.I.E.L.D. was at the height of its power, with mutants, Inhumans, and numerous civilian heroes beginning to surface, the overall atmosphere leaning toward an early, relatively stable period. Yet, this reality weighed heavily upon Luke. Why? Because in the Marvel Universe, the lives of ordinary people were the least valued. Whenever a superhero was born or an alien descended, chaos would inevitably ensue. Regardless of who triumphed in the ensuing turmoil, countless ordinary lives would be lost. In the grand narrative of the Marvel world, common folk were mere backdrops for the superheroes' displays of valor. Unbeknownst to many, there were those lurking in the shadows, manipulating the puppets of Earth. Various transcendent entities were eyeing the planet, such as the Five Gods, Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, and Chitauri of the Crimson Cosmos. And Luke was but an ordinary person. Before his rebirth, he had been a quintessentially mundane recluse. Faced with such overwhelming, extraordinary forces, he found it near impossible to ensure his own survival, let alone the day when the cosmic overlord Thanos would casually snap his fingers. Even if he were to survive until that moment, Luke did not hold any illusions of being among the fortunate 50%. A man of misfortune must be prepared for his fate. Thus, ensuring his survival in this world had been Luke's foremost concern. His conclusion was clear. The only viable path was to grow stronger, to continually enhance his abilities. Only by transcending the realm of the ordinary and acquiring extraordinary powers could he hope to join the ranks of the extraordinary, ultimately surpassing all others in this world and becoming the strongest. In doing so, he would seize control of his own destiny. Fortunately, he was not devoid of opportunities. It seemed he was not the only one who had transcended a system had accompanied him. Luke referred to it as the DNF system. Much like the protagonists he had encountered in the numerous novels he had read, this system was laden with potential, harboring infinite possibilities. He could obtain a myriad of treasures from it. The heroes in those tales thrived due to the existence of such systems. Over the course of the past year, he had gleaned some insights into how to harness power from this system. This he owed in part to another character. This individual was named Rooster, whom Luke affectionately referred to as Short-Legged Rooster. Rotas is quite the chatterbox, and over time, Luke has discovered his somewhat sinister side. That a frequent saying of his is, "I am here to guide you onto the righteous path." Young one, that were it not for this fellow's occasional urging for him to eliminate certain passersby, Luke might have actually believed him. Undeniably, Rotas possesses a profound understanding of the system, and he answers nearly every one of Luke's inquiries with ease. This has undoubtedly contributed to Luke's rapid learning over the past year. I believe your progress in strength has been alarmingly slow in the entire year. You have only mastered 3 skills. At this rate, I fear I may forget my purpose. My duty is to guide you toward the righteous path. You bear a far more significant mission, to spread the glory of our apostles in this realm known as Marvel. Nestled comfortably on Luke's shoulder, Rotas incessantly complained and chastised him. His voice, though laced with a hint of malice, was remarkably buoyant. Luke had long since grown accustomed to such incessant banter. Rest assured, my objective is to survive here, not merely to exist. This does not contradict the so-called glory that the system requires me to disseminate. Luke felt that as long as he ensured his own safety, fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system was only reasonably a mutual benefit. He had debated this point with Rotas on numerous occasions. Shoo! Someone is eavesdropping outside. Eliminate her! Eliminate her! Rotas suddenly became animated, whispering fervently, his 8 tiny legs clinging tightly to Luke's neck, bobbing up and down in excitement. Irritated, Luke yanked him down and tucked him beneath a pile of belongings. I could see that moment. There were 3 knocks on the door, and a middle-aged woman with golden hair and blue eyes entered his adoptive mother. She smiled gently at Luke and softly said, "It's time for dinner, honey." "All right, Karen." Luke sprang off the bed, embodying the lively spirit expected of a 7-year-old. Karen glanced around the room, curiously asking, "Who were you talking to just now?" Karen affectionately patted Luke's head, and together they descended the stairs to enjoy their meal. In urgent need of investment, the arrival of Thursday at midnight has always been a day of great anticipation for Luke. As the clock strikes 12, the system reliably bestows upon him a complimentary magical box, akin to those found in games that yield wondrous treasures, as articulated by Lotus. This is a reward for having survived yet another week in this realm. Historically, the magical boxes have revealed a plethora of items, with skill books being the most coveted, serving as a direct pathway to his empowerment. The potential for acquiring any skill from all professions within DNF lies within these boxes, the outcome dictated solely by fortune. In addition, various items of diverse utility may also be unveiled, spanning a vast array. The first skill book he acquired was during the summer of last year, shortly after he had traversed into this world and been adopted into his new home, still acclimatizing to his surroundings. The appearance of this skill book brought him immense joy, solidifying his belief in his ability to grow stronger within the Marvel Universe. This skill, known as the Blade Draw, hails from the Sword Saint of DNF and is one of their signature techniques. In moments of solitude, Luke discreetly put it to the test. He fashioned a wooden sword over the course of 2 days, utilizing a piece of wood he had found, and conducted his experiment in the backyard of his adoptive parents' home. However, the following day, the neighbors reported to the authorities that a wild boar had ravaged their fence in the dead of night. The wooden sword, painstakingly crafted over 2 days, was rendered useless after a single use, unable to withstand the might of the blade draw. Yet, it allowed Luke to witness the formidable power of DNF skills firsthand. Regardless of the skill acquired from the magical box, he could effortlessly master it with but a thought, unleashing its full combat potential instinctively. Consequently, Luke began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of each Thursday, gradually growing dissatisfied with the confines of a single magical box per week. Regrettably, should he desire more, he could only procure them through tokens in a modified system marketplace. The marketplace is adorned with a dazzling array of items, akin to cakes displayed in a bakery, visible yet unattainable without tokens, which are exchanged for real currency at a rate of 0.1, meaning $0 for tokens. In other words, it necessitates financial investment. Initially, Luke struggled to comprehend the system's demand for dollars. Was it for profit? If so, his suggestion would be to rob a bank. However, being merely 7 years old, he found himself rather impoverished. Where could he possibly acquire funds to exchange for tokens? Reluctantly, he continued to rely on the gifts bestowed upon him. Fortunately, there exists a rule governing the magical boxes. A 10 consecutive draw guarantees a minimum reward, with a high probability of yielding a skill book. Thus, over the past 2 months, Luke diligently saved until he amassed 10 magical boxes. Since discovering the potential for skill books through 10 consecutive draws, he has successfully obtained 3 skill books in the last 6 months. The Inch Punch, the Thought Barrier, and the Blade Draw, the latter being a hallmark attack skill of the martial god following the fighter's advancement. The Energy Shield, originating from the martial artist class, is a skill exclusive to the Chi Master occupation, capable of conjuring a protective barrier to withstand external attacks, representing a formidable area of effect defensive ability. This initial outcome can certainly be deemed auspicious. As the saying goes, a single draw may yield miracles, while a tenfold draw could ruin one's fortune. How unfortunate. Luke mused at the edge of his bed, contemplating the notion that a tenfold draw is akin to a belief, a faith held by the great nonchalant ones among us. Might this time grant me a colorless skill? What have you resolved? Rotas remarked, his tone laced with a familiar sardonic undertone. With a mere thought, Luke summoned 10 identical peculiar boxes, which arranged themselves neatly upon his bed. The boxes were neither metallic nor wooden, adorned with an array of enigmatic and arcane patterns that evoked a sense of awe and intrigue. Let's commence the draw, Luke declared. Rotas, unusually focused, turned his attention to the unfolding results. As Luke's words fell, the boxes began to illuminate sequentially, opening in accordance with their arrangement. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within his mind. Demon Crystal, Celia's handmade cake, Resurrection Coin, Celia's special beverage, 25 colorless crystals, data chip, skill book, electromagnetic grenade, 9 colorless crystals. Celia's handmade cake, Demon Crystal. To his surprise, he had acquired the electromagnetic grenade. Quite satisfactory, considering he had anticipated this outcome for 2 months. Though the absence of a colorless skill was somewhat disappointing. The electromagnetic grenade is a skill utilized by both male and female ammunition experts within the game, capable of launching a grenade that, upon detonation, ensnares enemies in an electrified state. Grasping the skill book, Luke concentrated, and in an instant, he assimilated this newfound ability. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, and a wealth of industrial assembly knowledge unfurled within his mind. He comprehended the intricacies of crafting an electromagnetic grenade, achieving a level of craftsmanship that could be deemed masterful. Given the simplest of raw materials, he could effortlessly produce such a device in mere moments. Thus, in the span of 2 minutes, he refined the explosive components, and after an additional 30 seconds disassembled a remote-controlled toy car, ultimately assembling it into an electromagnetic grenade. In his youthful grasp, he held a small vial containing a luminescent substance, the very embodiment of his hastily crafted experimental grenade. Its appearance left much to be desired. Luke self-assessed. The game's electrified state inflicts additional damage upon enemies with each attack. How would such an effect translate into the Marvel Universe? His curiosity piqued. Why not toss it toward the door for a test run? Rotas eagerly urged from the sidelines. Luke rolled his eyes in exasperation. After all, this was a grenade. And even as a prototype, its power was undeniably substantial, enough to send this bedroom skyward. He had no intention of sleeping in the basement. With a casual flick, Luke stored the rudimentary electromagnetic grenade within his inventory. Much like his other skills, the ability to craft the grenade had seamlessly integrated into his instinctual repertoire. As for the potency of this creation, it remained untested, awaiting a suitable opportunity for evaluation. Indeed, to grow stronger, one must venture forth and open boxes, Luke reflected. Now, he possesses 4 distinct DNF skills, each of which proves to be immensely beneficial. Although the aspiration of becoming a formidable force in the Marvel Universe remains a distant goal, it marks a commendable beginning. Luke also contemplated the necessity of nourishing this frail physique. As for the ever-hungry vagabond, there must be at least one thing to sustain him. This body is far too diminutive and cumbersome. Alas, I yearn to grow up swiftly, but regrettably, such matters are beyond my control. Nutritional needs must be met. Fortunately, my adoptive parents treat me well, though it appears to be insufficient. Just after finishing dinner, Luke found himself feeling hungry once more. This seemed to be correlated with the increasing number of DNF skills he had acquired. The more skills he learned, the greater his body's daily energy expenditure became. Measuring himself at just over 1 meter tall, Luke found himself longing to grow taller more than ever before. Opening boxes, expanding storage space, and providing himself with additional meals all require funds. In essence, every aspect necessitates financial investment. What to do? Work to earn money? Luke murmured to himself. Work? Such a pedestrian thought. How could you even conceive of that? I would rather suggest robbing a bank. Quick cash is paramount, and above all, it promises ample excitement. Rotas, with his 8 short legs, leaped in encouragement. Luke, let us rob a bank. What do you say? Luke dismissed it with indifference. He pondered that. According to the laws of New York State, one must be at least 4 years old to be permitted to work, and even then, the maximum weekly hours allowed is 0. With his appearance resembling that of a 7-year-old child, which establishment would dare employ him? The New York police would swiftly educate the manager otherwise. Alas, how long must he wait to earn the funds necessary for opening a magic box? Luke sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. Presently, Iron Man has already made his entrance, and it won't be long before Hulk, Thor, and Captain America follow suit. Subsequently, the formation of the Avengers will ensue. Next, the much-anticipated New York battle, the turning point in Marvel's narrative, will commence as humanity faces the extraterrestrial Chitauri for the first time, along with the malevolent god, Loki, lurking behind them. In this tumultuous land known as New York, one must possess sufficient self-defense capabilities to survive. Moreover, there is a nuclear bomb that nearly fell upon New York. This is unacceptable. I must devise a way to earn some dollars quickly. Rubbing his head and exhaling a sigh, Luke's youthful visage belied the actions of an adult, exuding a seriousness tinged with a touch of innocence. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would find him endearing, resembling a miniature grown-up. Yet, who could possibly fathom that within this body resides an adult? Chapter 3. Peter Parker in Queens, New York, at Doss Elementary School. Classes dismissed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. To conceal his identity, the beleaguered Luke had no choice but to comply with his adoptive parents' arrangements, rejoining the ranks of elementary school students after many years. At this moment, he carried a small backpack with Rotas nestled inside. As he navigated the bustling corridors, he trailed behind a young boy from the adjacent class. This boy, of similar height to Luke, appeared quite slender and somewhat fragile. It is worth noting that at 7 years old, standing at merely 1 meter tall is considered short among peers, especially in a country where children tend to mature early. The young boy, possessing a head of brown hair and of Caucasian descent, bears the name Peter Benjamin Parker. This revelation came to Luke after some probing, a task rather simple for someone with the soul of a 20-year-old. According to the accounts from Parker's classmates, Peter resides with relatives. His uncle is named Ben Parker, and his aunt is named May Parker. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the future Spider-Man, albeit still a mere child, who can only be referred to as Little Spider. Discovering Peter Parker was a delightful surprise for Luke. Upon confirming that this was the future Spider-Man, he began to watch over young Peter, seeking an opportunity to approach him. As he passed the broom closet adjacent to the corridor, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from within, pulling Peter Parker inside. Luke paused, momentarily taken aback. The other children around him continued to exit, oblivious to the unfolding scene, while the school bus awaited at the gate. Inside the broom closet stood 4 boys, 2 African-American and 2 Caucasian. Among them were 2 notably stout children. The 4 boys, posturing with clenched fists, cornered the slender Peter Parker against the wall. "Parker, do you recall what I told you? Don't leave after school. Have you forgotten?" One of the African-American boys sneered, pointing at Peter's chest. Towering over Peter, he cast a menacing shadow. "I didn't mean to bump into you earlier," Peter stammered, shrinking against the wall in trepidation. "But you did," the boy retorted with a scoff. "Apologize, Peter Parker. Is that sufficient?" Peter murmured, but the bully was relentless. advancing with his companions, their fingers cracking ominously. You need to learn to respect me, don't you? Who is the boss here? As the situation escalated towards a potential beating, a sigh echoed from the doorway of the broom closet. Luke appeared, observing the scene unfold before him, contemplating how such young children had already resorted to bullying their peers. Or perhaps, it was more accurate to say that Peter Parker had been subjected to bullying at such a tender age. He recalled the narrative of Peter enduring harassment during his high school years. Who are you? The African-American boy turned, sneering at Luke, yellow skin. Hey, that is quite impolite, Luke replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yellow skin, the boy repeated, laughing heartily alongside his companions. You know, there are two types of people I despise. Those who harbor racial prejudice, Luke stated, shrugging casually, and the other type, well. The boyish expression darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Luke and commanded his three companions. Let us get him. With a cacophony of shouts, the four boys lunged at Luke. Smirking, Luke saw the opportunity presented to him and stepped forward, channeling his energy and prepared to unleash a swift strike. The Tun-Chin, or inch punch, is a renowned martial arts technique. Popularized by Bruce Lee, and in the realm of DNF, it is a signature move of the martial artist, embracing the essence of simplicity, agility, authority, and ferocity. Luke harnessed the power of inch strength, unleashing tremendous force within the shortest distance. Thanks to the system, once Luke mastered the inch punch, his proficiency reached an extraordinary level. In terms of technique, he could be deemed a master, far surpassing the average adult who has trained for years. However, in actual combat, he could not rival Bruce Lee. The limitation to his inch punch's power lay within his own physical strength, as his body was merely 7 years old. If he were to reach adulthood, it was believed he could surpass Bruce Lee. Nonetheless, even at this tender age, he was more than capable of dealing with a few unruly children. Peter Parker, cowering in the corner, barely grasped the situation before Luke had dispatched four rascals with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them sprawled on the ground, lamenting their defeat. Chinese Kung Fu, exclaimed a wide-eyed African-American child in astonishment. If you know it, then why not scram? Luke feigned readiness to strike again. At that moment, Rotas shouted from his backpack, Take them down, Luke. Run. Terrified by the commotion, the unruly children hastily scrambled to their feet and fled in disarray. Luke gently dusted off his hands, devoid of any inclination to pursue them. He had barely exerted a fraction of his strength, wary of injuring the children. Such matters only required driving them away. He was not a madman like Rothas. Reflecting on the day's events, Luke felt a sense of accomplishment. He had achieved a significant feat, having struck the South Mountain Nursing Home and kicked the North Sea Kindergarten. Indeed, he had done it. Hi, I'm Luke Nelson. And you? Luke approached the corner where bewildered Peter Parker stood, inquiring knowingly. Nelson was his adoptive father's surname, the name registered in his school records. The dazed young Peter quickly regained his composure and replied, I'm Peter Parker. Thank you for helping me get rid of those guys. It's nothing, Luke responded with a smile. Really, thank you. Those guys were insufferable. Peter expressed his gratitude fervently. In the past, he had often been bullied by those four, who would threaten him to stay after school at the slightest provocation. Unable to fight back, he could only avoid them. In American culture, reporting to a teacher was not an option. It would only bring more shame. Luke's swift and decisive takedown of the four had deeply inspired and uplifted the future Spider-Man. Peter, familiar with Chinese martial arts, was visibly excited and urged Luke to demonstrate a few more moves. Luke, feigning a sense of gravity, replied, Martial arts are meant for combat, not for display. Peter found this reasoning compelling, elevating Luke's stature in his eyes. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Luke's mind. Peter Parker's favorability rating, 0. A subtle smile graced Luke's lips. This was precisely his aim in getting closer to Peter Parker. The significance of favorability was immense. Achieving a full rating would enable him to learn the skills of these individuals. For instance, he was quite envious of Spider-Man's web-slinging, climbing, and healing abilities. Currently, his favorability rating with Peter Parker stood at a mere 0, requiring an arduous climb to reach a full score. As an adult, he found little difficulty in the matter. Having rendered significant assistance to Peter Parker, Luke naturally formed a friendship with him. The two subsequently exited the school, boarded the bus, and sat side by side. True to the narrative, Peter Parker was quite gregarious and loquacious. Luke soon found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, beginning to question the wisdom of his newfound connection with the young Spider-Man. One loudmouth was already more than sufficient. As the school bus passed a roadside billboard, a large screen displayed news footage of Iron Man soaring through the skies. Peter Parker immediately pressed his face against the window, his mouth agape in admiration, exclaiming, "Cool." At that moment, the young Spider-Man had already become a devoted fan of Iron Man Chapter 4. Bonina's delectable burgers on this day, Peter Parker visited Luke's home to play. The two had recently discovered that their residences were quite close to one another. "Hey Peter, how are you?" Luke's foster mother, Karen, greeted Peter with delight upon seeing him standing at the door. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Nelson." "I'm well, thank you." "I'm looking for Luke," Peter replied politely. "Go on up, dear. Luke is waiting for you upstairs." Karen invited Peter inside. "All right, Mrs. Nelson. See you later," Peter said with a smile. Upon entering, he encountered Luke's foster father, Fog Nelson, and greeted him just as courteously. "Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson." Karen, linking her arm with Fog's, gazed at Peter as he dashed up the stairs, saying, "I'm so pleased that Luke made a friend at school so quickly. I was worried he might struggle to adapt to this new environment." The psychologist mentioned that adopted children often become reclusive. "Rest assured, dear," Fog replied with a smile, "Luke is the brightest child I have ever met. He knows how to integrate into his new life. When he grows up, he will undoubtedly make us proud." "I believe that to be true," Karen said, her smile radiant. "In a little while, Matt will be coming over," Fog continued cheerfully. "Will he be staying for dinner?" "I don't think so. We're just discussing some work matters. It shouldn't take long." "Of course, no problem." When Peter Parker entered Luke's room, he discovered Luke busying himself with a myriad of peculiar items. Curiosity piqued. Peter observed for a moment before asking, "Hey, buddy, what are you planning to do?" Luke looked up and smiled, replying, "I'm preparing to raise funds." "Raise funds?" Peter furrowed his youthful brow, inquiring, "What are you planning to buy?" "Well, that's a secret for now. You'll find out in a few days," Luke said mysteriously. Filled with intrigue, Peter's gaze remained fixed on Luke's every movement. Before Luke lay an array of assorted items, predominantly a collection of trinkets, including remote control cars, models, and trading cards. Among these treasures, the most valuable were a PSP gaming console and a limited edition Disney commemorative coin. All of these belonged to him, gifted by his foster parents as Christmas, New Year, or birthday presents. Luke resolved to sell all of these items to amass a sum of money as the initial capital for his forthcoming money-making venture. He had no genuine need for these possessions, and selling them to be utilized where they were truly needed could be considered a form of recycling. Luke estimated that these items could fetch between $300 to $350, particularly noting that the PSP game was nearly new, having hardly been touched. "Oh, a man?" Without needing to guess, Luke instinctively knew who it was. Only a select few would visit his foster parents' home, and the male visitor could only be one person. "No problem," Peter Parker nodded in affirmation. Descending the stairs into the living room, Luke found that his assumption was indeed correct. The anticipated guest was none other than the blind lawyer, Matt Murdock. "Hey, is that you, Luke?" called out a young man in dark sunglasses, turning to greet him with a warm smile upon hearing his footsteps. Opposite him on the sofa sat Luke's foster father, Foggy, who smiled affectionately at Luke. Casting a glance at the so-called blind man, Luke inwardly scoffed, "Keep pretending." Out loud, he said, "Good evening, Mr. Murdock. Just call me Matt." The blind gentleman replied with a grin. "All right, Matt. Would you like something to drink? I can get some water for you from Karen." Luke offered as he stepped into the kitchen, eager to serve Matt Murdock. Initially, Luke had been quite astonished to learn that his foster father was actually a colleague of the renowned Daredevil. Was it merely a coincidence? Regardless, Daredevil was a commendable Marvel hero dedicated to punishing wrongdoing and protecting the vulnerable. Although he lacked the ability to soar like Iron Man or Thor, he was, in colloquial terms, down to earth, a tangible hero among the populace. Daredevil had lost his sight in childhood due to an accident involving radioactive chemical waste, which, paradoxically, enhanced his other senses to extraordinary levels. He could perceive his surroundings through sound waves, akin to a bat, with an extensive range that rendered him almost a human radar. His heightened touch allowed him to achieve remarkable balance and agility, honing exceptional skills. After his father was killed by criminals in a street attack during his youth, Daredevil vowed to stand up for innocent victims and combat the criminal underworld of New York, becoming one of the guardians of the notorious Hell's Kitchen. The formidable villain Kingpin viewed Daredevil as a thorn in his side. Nevertheless, Daredevil skillfully concealed his identity as a blind lawyer within society. At that moment, in Matt Murdock's eyes, Luke appeared to be a well-mannered and respectful young boy. From Luke's foster parents, he had gleaned certain details about Luke, and he found himself quite fond of him. This fondness, of course, was aided by Luke's deliberate efforts. A system prompt echoed in Luke's mind. Matt Murdock's favorability rating, 3. A smile crept onto his lips. Luke's foster father, Foggy, extended a large hand and affectionately ruffled Luke's hair, saying, "All right, Luke. Matt and I have some work-related matters to discuss. You can go play." "Okay, Foggy." Luke had achieved his objective, so he obediently ascended the stairs. Back in his bedroom, he continued to devise his lucrative scheme. He was in dire need of funds to open boxes. Recently, he had amassed enough for a 10-draw pull and had procured something from the magical box. Not a skill book, but a recipe for something called Bonina's Delicious Burger, which taught him how to create the most delectable burgers. This sparked the thought. Could he monetize this newfound knowledge? Gathering the initial capital was merely the first step. Next, he required the assistance of young Peter Parker. After all, his 7-year-old body rendered him incapable of undertaking many tasks alone. The duo would surely be more efficient. Observing Peter Parker engrossed in his PSP, Luke queried, "Hey, buddy, I recall you mentioning that your uncle had a camper van. The color is inconsequential." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Luke added, "Could you help me bring it out?" Chapter 5. Tony Stark 1 must commend young Spider-Man for his loyalty. He indeed helped Luke stealthily retrieve his uncle's camper van. On the roads of New York, a white camper van wobbled and crawled along. Luke sat in the driver's seat, manipulating the steering wheel. In his previous life, he possessed a driver's license, but now he was undeniably driving without one. As he maneuvered the wheel, he continuously barked commands, "Depress the clutch." "No, not that one. That's the accelerator." Goodness. Due to his height, Luke's 7-year-old body dangled above the driver's seat, his feet dangling in the air, unable to touch the ground. Peter Parker crouched beneath his seat, listening intently to his directions. "Is it this one on the left?" "Exactly. Buddy, press it. Run them over. Run them over." "Who is speaking?" "Nothing." "All right, now press the brake." "Roger that." With a screech, the camper van came to a sudden halt by the roadside. Luke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that their journey had been uneventful and that the New York traffic police appeared to be on holiday. The two 7-year-olds had successfully navigated the vehicle to the city center. "All right, we've arrived. Get out." Luke vacated the driver's seat and pressed a button, extending the camper's side awning. The camper unfolded like a tent, creating a sheltered space. More importantly, they were about to sell burgers right there. "This is utterly insane, buddy," Peter Parker exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Stay calm," Luke replied with a smile, though he too felt a flutter of exhilaration. Maintaining a composed facade befitting an adult, he held a plastic shelf, positioning it at the camper's entrance, then handed a promotional poster to Peter Parker, instructing him to affix it to the door. The poster featured a large burger with the words "Bonina's Delicious Burger," starting at 7 emblazoned below. Inside the camper, a simple burger preparation station was set up, compact yet fully equipped. Neatly arranged nearby were paper wrappers, transparent sanitary gloves, an oversized cheese dispenser, and, of course, baskets of lettuce, pre-sliced tomatoes, and the essential burger patties. All of these expenses were covered by the money Luke had earned from selling his toys. The patties required prior preparation, as they were the essence and soul of the burger. To create this delectable patty, Luke experimented over a weekend, ultimately succeeding in crafting the exquisite Bonina burger patty after numerous failures. Upon tasting their homemade burgers, both Luke and Peter Parker unanimously declared it the most delicious burger they had ever savored, outshining all competitors. Thus, the Bonina gourmet burgers were officially launched. The burger cart swiftly attracted the attention of passersby. Luke assigned a challenging task to the young Spider-Man, urging him to vociferously draw in the crowd. This was no daunting feat for Peter Parker, who relished the opportunity to shine. Standing atop the cart, he enthusiastically shouted, "Burgers! Burgers! Delightful Bonina burgers! Only 7. A mere 7. You 1T regret it. You 1T be disappointed." The bustling street was alive with activity. Situated in a vibrant commercial district surrounded by several towering office buildings, Luke had chosen the timing impeccably, as it coincided with lunchtime. Many professionals were emerging from the skyscrapers, eager for a midday meal. Luke intentionally parked the cart in this prime location for a reason. Who is the most renowned hamburger enthusiast in the Marvel Universe? It goes without saying. Directly across from the cart stood the illustrious Stark Industries office building. The comings and goings of people within the building had already drawn their attention to the unusual sight of a food cart today, seemingly selling hamburgers, manned by 2 young lads. Initially intrigued, some individuals approached, smiling as they inquired about the whereabouts of the adults. As the first customer purchased a burger and took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, this is the most delicious burger I have ever tasted." "Really? Then I'll have one too." Others nearby were piqued with interest. "Of course, sir. Would you prefer a classic burger or one with toppings?" Luke beamed with delight, finally witnessing the fruits of his labor. "Add tomatoes and lettuce. I want it all." "Certainly. Please hold on." Luke skillfully assembled the burger, layering lettuce, tomatoes, and the patty, drizzling it with cheese, and finally placing the top bun to complete the creation, all while packaging it in a paper bag before handing it to the customer. Peter Parker joyfully collected the payments alongside. The crowd around them continued to swell. Two 7-year-old boys selling burgers had quickly become a captivating sight. The sales were thriving, and every individual who sampled the burger unabashedly proclaimed it the best they had ever tasted, often purchasing two to take away. A sleek black, armored limousine halted in front of the Stark Industries building. A portly driver and bodyguard stepped out to open the door, allowing a 30-something man clad in a suit and tinted glasses to emerge, his gaze shifting toward the food cart. Why are so many people gathered there? Bonina Burgers? Spotting the promotional poster, the man appeared intrigued and led his bodyguard over. Hey kids, who's in charge here? The man scanned the area, puzzled by the absence of any adults selling the food. I am. Along with him, Luke replied, pointing to himself and Peter Parker. The man's hazel eyes widened in astonishment behind his glasses, incredulously asking, just the two of you? Is this your food truck? He gestured towards the camper. Yes, Mr. Stark. Luke replied with a smile, instantly recognizing the figure before him. It was none other than the illustrious Iron Man, billionaire Tony Stark, a true connoisseur of hamburgers. Peter Parker also recognized him, his face paling as he was rendered speechless with excitement. I'll have one, the top configuration. Tony Stark casually pointed to the burger table behind Luke, then added, actually, make it two. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Luke turned to begin crafting the burgers. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Poisonous guy. He's really getting on my nerves. Rotas peeked out from Luke's backpack, urging him on. Shut up. Luke kicked the bag lightly. Upon entering the building, Tony Stark unwrapped the steaming burger, took a bite, and immediately uttered a pleased sound. Nodding in mild surprise as he exclaimed, this actually tastes quite good. He turned to his driver and bodyguard. Happy, from now on, I'll be getting my lunch here. Are you serious? Happy replied, astonished. Of course, it genuinely tastes great. Want to have one? He offered one to Happy. Chewing on the burger, Tony nonchalantly remarked, I've changed my mind. You go by your own. Happy was momentarily speechless, shaking his head in resignation. His boss possessed a multitude of flaws, including but not limited to capriciousness, arrogance, a penchant for jesting, and at times behaving like a child. Yet, without a doubt, Tony was among the most brilliant minds of the contemporary world. Happy cherished his job and resolved not to let Tony's antics ruffle him. Luke affectionately kissed Franklin, exclaiming, I finally made some money. My delightful magic box await my return. Chapter 6. Celia's lucky potion. He descended the stairs to investigate and immediately spotted the injured Matt Murdock, being supported by Foggy and Karen as they settled him in the living room. The daredevil was covered in blood, clearly in serious distress. Luke stood by the staircase, overhearing a heated argument between Foggy and Karen. No, we can't take him to the hospital. That's absolutely out of the question. Those people will put a hit on him. The entire neighborhood is under their control. Foggy's voice was tinged with anxiety. But he has lost so much blood. If he doesn't receive treatment, he will die. Karen contested. I know. Let me think. Foggy paced a few steps, then declared, It has to be this way. Karen, go get the first aid kit. We must remove the bullets from his body first. Oh my God, Karen gasped, covering her mouth in shock before hurriedly fetching the medical supplies. Meanwhile, Matt Murdock, still clad in his daredevil suit, had succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless on the sofa like a corpse. From Luke's vantage point, he could see at least 3 gunshot wounds on Daredevil, bleeding profusely. Luke heard Foggy muttering to himself, It's my fault he got into this mess that day. I shouldn't have gone with him to that underground casino. The roulette joint is the darkest, filthiest place in Hell's Kitchen. Foggy hung his head in despair, feeling utterly useless and remorseful towards Matt. At that moment, Karen spotted Luke standing on the staircase, unaware of how long he had been there. She hurried over, forcing a smile and encouraging, It's all right, honey, go get some rest. Luke said nothing, cast a glance towards the sofa, and then ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room and shutting the door, Luke let out a sigh. He had anticipated that such an event would inevitably occur. It was merely a matter of time. From the brief exchange between his foster parents, he deduced that Daredevil must have sustained gunfire during tonight's mission. Among the countless characters in the Marvel Universe, Daredevil's abilities are, in truth, rather average, placing him in the mid-tier of power. Aside from his superhuman acute hearing and heightened tactile senses, his physical capabilities remain within the realm of ordinary humanity. Unlike certain superheroes, such as Spider-Man, who possess enhanced physical attributes, resilience, and recovery capabilities, Daredevil remains a mortal man, which can be considered his greatest weakness. As a vigilante combating crime, he is sufficiently equipped to handle ordinary thugs, criminals, and street gangs. However, when faced with members of New York's underground mafia, who regularly wield weapons, Particularly in situations where he is outnumbered, his shortcomings become glaringly apparent. This was precisely the scenario unfolding this evening. In Hell's Kitchen, danger transcends mere description. Hell's Kitchen, located on the west side of Manhattan, was once a notorious slum primarily inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrant population, known for its poor living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Today, it has become a haven for various gangs. The Russian mob, Japanese yakuza, triads, and Mexican cartels all operate here, engaging in numerous illicit activities. The area is a chaotic mix, with virtually non-existent law enforcement, aptly earning its ominous name. Furthermore, it has come to be dominated by the notorious crime lord, Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, who once controlled nearly 70% of the criminal enterprises across America. His operations included drug trafficking, smuggling, arms dealing, running casinos, extortion, human trafficking, and murder, embodying every vice imaginable. Kingpin's influence extends into both the criminal underworld and legitimate politics, making him a formidable adversary. Given such circumstances, one can only imagine the immense challenges Daredevil faces as he fights alone. It wasn't until later that heroes like Spider-Man, the Punisher, Iron Fist, and Jessica Jones joined forces against Kingpin's criminal syndicate, alleviating some of the pressure. Currently, Daredevil finds himself in the most precarious period of his life. With only a handful of friends, mostly ordinary people, aware of his true identity and willing to assist him, including Luke's foster father, Foggy Nelson. To help or not to help? After a moment of hesitation, Luke sighed. All right, I suppose I should lend a hand. He held a certain respect for Daredevil. After all, setting aside Matt Murdock's identity as a vigilante who champions the weak, he exhibits a remarkable kindness towards this child. He harbors no peculiar sentiments simply because the boy is adopted by Foggy and Karen. Moreover, from the earlier conversation of his adoptive parents, it becomes evident that his father, Foggy, seems to be entangled in this matter. Consequently, the household may be in jeopardy. It is crucial to acknowledge that the members of those criminal organizations possess no understanding of respect for the elderly or love for the young. In this realm, vendettas and the extermination of entire families by gangs are not uncommon. Luke resolves to address this predicament personally. He does not dare claim that his abilities surpass those of Daredevil, yet he possesses certain inherent advantages. Are you finally ready to take action? I feel my blood surging with excitement. The glory of the apostles shall spread tonight. Hallelujah. Rotas has awaited this moment for an eternity. You are a cold-blooded creature. It is impossible for you to have fervent blood. That is merely a metaphor, young one. Are you not thrilled, not exhilarated? Rotas exclaimed with delight. The exchange rate for tokens is exorbitantly high. It costs $50 just to open a magic box. This is nothing short of extortion. Luke disregarded the comment, intending to use his earnings from selling hamburgers to see if he could draw something like a healing potion from the magic box. At the very least, he aimed to secure the life of Uncle Matt, who lay downstairs. Even without his intervention, Daredevil should not perish. However, he was uncertain whether his presence might trigger certain unforeseen consequences. If Daredevil were to perish right under his nose, it would be quite the spectacle. The system's prompts for extraction echoed incessantly in his mind. Nevertheless, the outcome left him somewhat disheartened. He did not obtain the healing potion he desired. The guaranteed reward from his 10 draws was not a skill book, but rather something entirely different. Gazing at the small vial that had materialized in his hand, Luke's expression fluctuated. Celestial luck elixir? What purpose does this serve? It can temporarily double your luck for an hour, Rotas explained. Is that true? Does it have such remarkable effects? Luke inquired, astonished. You could give it a try. Jump out of the window. If you don't break any bones, it should be effective. Rotas' suggestion was characteristically dark and unreliable. Perhaps not, Luke replied with a slight grimace. Luck is a mysterious force, and Luke has never had faith in his own fortune. This is the consciousness of a non-lucky individual. Suddenly, Luke chuckled. As you said, the true effect remains to be seen. After all, it is a product of the system. I have a bold idea. Do you agree to blow up Stark Tower? Rotas responded with glee. No, what I mean is, since I have decided to resolve this trouble myself, determining the point of entry is crucial. According to Luke's estimation, this matter will not be easily resolved. After all, he is up against the formidable villain, Kingpin, not to mention that Kingpin has allies as well. Figures like the super assassin Bullseye and Lady Bullseye are not adversaries he can contend with at present. Luke plans to first gauge the capabilities of his opponent, to ascertain the nature of the challenge he is about to face. He resolved to take action tonight. Perhaps fortune might smile upon him, and he could seize an opportunity for gain. From the words of his adoptive father, he had gleaned a vital clue, a roulette casino. As for the likelihood of the bloodied vigilante perishing without a healing potion, Luke mused that, after all, he was a protagonist, and surely fate would not be so cruel. Or would it? He gazed into the mirror, slightly furrowing his brow. The reflection before him revealed a boy of modest height, with a youthful visage and slender arms. Unmistakably a child. With such an appearance, entering a casino would be impossible, let alone a bar. What to do? It seemed he needed to disguise himself effectively. He planned to visit the roulette casino, both to test the efficacy of Celia's luck potion and to explore potential solutions to his financial predicament while gathering intelligence. A classic case of killing two birds with one stone. Truly, a brilliant idea. Luke's method of disguise was both straightforward and audacious. He donned a children's mask depicting Iron Man's face and concealed a voice modulator beneath it. Such gadgets were readily available in New York, inexpensive and practically standard equipment for vigilantes. After trying out a few phrases, he found his voice transformed into a deep timbre, unrecognizable as that of a child. He then discarded his childish attire for a checkered shirt and casually slipped into a pair of relaxed pants. Rotas climbed onto his shoulder, and Luke instructed him to pose as a plastic ornament, refraining from speech. Thus, Luke's overall demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding a newfound maturity. Engaging in activities within a gangster-dominated underground casino required considerable audacity. Such establishments were rife with unsavory characters, and those willing to gamble there were not to be trifled with. For an ordinary person, such a place was perilously dangerous, a realm from which they would instinctively flee. Luke was gradually distancing himself from the realm of the ordinary. A year into his rebirth, he had become a master of close combat, and, armed with a sword, could execute a swift draw. In recent days, he had taken the time to craft numerous electrifying grenades, stowed away in his storage space. If all else failed, he possessed the means to escape with his energy shield. As the saying goes, great skill breeds great courage. This was the foundation of his confidence in navigating such treacherous waters. Locating the underground casino known as the Roulette Casino was not a daunting task. Operating a casino was one of the significant sources of income for the mob. This particular establishment boasted a substantial presence in Hell's Kitchen, thriving amidst a bustling atmosphere favored by various nefarious individuals. Due to certain well-known reasons, the New York police could only turn a blind eye to its activities, allowing Luke to easily find two shadowy youths peddling illicit substances on the street, who readily divulged the casino's location. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for you." A surly black doorman brusquely halted Luke at the entrance of the casino. "Open your eyes and see clearly. If you dare to address me like that again, I swear I will shove your tongue down your filthy throat." The low, gravelly voice emanating from beneath the Iron Man mask was laced with anger. "Apologies, sir. I didn't know. Please do come in." The doorman immediately stepped aside, granting him access. Humph. Luke let out a cold snort and confidently strode into the casino. This was the privilege of his innate advantage. He could disguise himself as a dwarf. In this regard, even Mystique seemed to fall short, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Gambling God to the Outside World. This establishment appeared to be a factory manufacturing children's stuffed toys, complete with all necessary licenses and staffed by seamstresses hired through legitimate means. However, the underground casino brazenly concealed itself within, and the New York police were certainly aware of it. Yet, even if they knew, they would not dare to intrude and search. According to the American Constitution, private property is sacred and inviolable. Any perceived infringement could warrant a gunshot. Did the New York police wish to conduct a search? They could. But first, they would need to apply for search warrants from two unrelated agencies before being granted entry. Yet, even if they managed to get inside, the real activities would likely have been tipped off and evacuated long before their arrival. Moreover, no one dared to disrupt the enterprises of Kingpin. With connections that spanned both the underworld and legitimate society, Kingpin's reputation shielded these illicit dealings from any interference. Upon entering the casino, Luke immediately sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The surroundings were dimly lit, a melting pot of society's outcasts. There were tattooed behemoths with their shirts off, menacing casino bouncers and inebriated professional gamblers mingling together. Even among them were middle-aged men clad in sharp suits, masquerading as successful individuals, most notably bald. Accompanying these men were one or two voluptuous women adorned in revealing attire, exuding a provocative charm, including some enchanting Eastern beauties with almond-shaped eyes and full lips. The entire casino was thick with smoke, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily heated. Patrons of various skin tones and sizes congregated around the gaming tables, some displaying anxious expressions while others feigned nonchalance, all fixated on a singular objective. This was Luke's first experience in such an establishment. In his previous life, he had been largely insulated from such environments. He roamed the hall in search of a dice game. Soon, he discovered a table for playing dice at the edge of the casino. It wasn't that he wished to play anything else. Rather, he simply lacked the skills. Luke had seldom engaged with gambling-related activities. Aside from occasionally indulging in a lottery ticket for leisure, he had forgotten even how to play mahjong, a game he once knew as a child. As for games like poker, blackjack, or baccarat, he was utterly clueless. The only card game he could play was do de jeu. Luke was uncertain whether do de jeu was played in New York, but even if it were, he would abstain. This time, he relied solely on Celia's luck potion to provide him with double the fortune. Most card games, aside from luck, also required skill, which was not suited for him. On his way here, he had already resolved that the game best suited for him was throwing dice, a game purely dependent on luck. Throwing dice, commonly known as high or low, could be considered one of the oldest gambling games on Earth, and it could be found in any casino. Before entering, he had already consumed that bottle of Celia's luck potion, which had a sweet and tangy orange flavor. Luke was confident that he could wreak havoc tonight. He had faith in the system. As the saying goes, a product of the system must be of exquisite quality. Luke, these individuals are utterly unprepared. I strongly advise you to toss a few grenades here. Rotas incessantly urged Luke to make a move, for it was his duty to ensure that the world was aware of the existence of the apostles. Ah, here we are. Luke nonchalantly approached a gaming table, deliberately ignoring Rotas' words. Perhaps it was not yet the prime time for the nightlife in Hell's Kitchen, or perhaps the game of dice did not hold much allure. When Luke arrived at the table, there were only 3 gamblers seated, engaged in a duel against the dealer. As Luke took his seat, the 3 gamblers cast a glance in his direction. Upon noticing Luke's Iron Man mask and his diminutive stature, they revealed expressions of disdain and mockery, with one even exclaiming, "Freak!" Luke was aware of their contempt, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Soon enough, he would make these fellows lose their shirts. Upon entering, Luke had exchanged 10 chips at the door, each worth $0. This was his capital for the evening, his sole investment. Tonight, he intended to leverage these 10 chips to his heart's content. Luke firmly believed that his methods were far more sophisticated than merely causing destruction, as Rotas did. With Luke's arrival, the gaming table now had 4 players, along with 1 dealer. The rules of the game were exceedingly simple, almost a continuation of the ancient practice of rolling dice. 3 dice were placed in a transparent glass bowl, operated by the dealer. Players would first choose to bet on either high or low. Once their bets were placed, the dealer would press an electronic button to set the dice in motion. After the rolling ceased, the sum of the numbers displayed on the 3 dice would determine the outcome. A total of 4 to 0 signified a low, while 7 indicated a high. As for totals of 3 and 8, those would result in a win for the dealer. Additionally, if all 3 dice displayed the same number, the dealer would sweep the pot. The rules were that straightforward. Of course, the specifics of betting styles and odds were considerably more complex, but that need not be elaborated here. However, Luke did not rush to participate. Instead, he observed the other 3 players for several rounds until he had grasped the essence of the game. Thus, when the dealer once again announced that it was time to place bets, Luke picked up a chip, pondered briefly, and placed his wager on the small. Aside from Luke's bet on small, the other 3 players placed their wagers. 2 opted for high, while another chose to bet on triple, meaning all 3 dice would show the same number, which offered the highest odds, usually at a payout of 50. The ordinary high or low bets only offered modest returns. This particular gambler evidently sought to play for high stakes. Seeing that the players had completed their bets, the dealer casually declared, "Bets are locked in." He then pressed the electronic switch. The 3 dice began to tumble rapidly within the transparent glass bowl. All eyes, including Luke's, were fixated intently on the trio of dice. Not blinking, after a few seconds of lively bouncing within the glass bowl, the 3 dice gradually came to a halt. The faces revealed a total of 2 points, yielding a result of big. Luke, having bet on small, thus incurred a loss. He frowned slightly, his gaze contemplative. Nearby, 2 players who had wagered on big exchanged subtle smiles as the dealer pushed chips towards them, revealing their satisfaction. The next round commenced swiftly. Once again, Luke placed his bet on small, while the other 3 players confidently staked their chips on big, one of whom, a previous player of the surrounding dice, piled a substantial stack. After the 3 had completed their bets, they regarded Luke's solitary chip with disdain. "Bets are locked in," announced the dealer. The dice sprang to life again, and moments later, they settled to reveal 2, 2, and 4 points, totaling 8, resulting in small victory. Luke felt a wave of relief wash over him. The earlier loss seemed merely a statistical anomaly. Surely, Celia's lucky potion was beginning to take effect. With a professional smile, the dealer slid 2 chips toward Luke, restoring his original 10 chips. The expressions of the 3 losers varied. The most aggrieved was a muscular Caucasian man, whose arms bore an array of incomprehensible tattoos and whose eyelids sported a menacing scar that extended to his ear, making his smile appear terrifying. He frowned deeply, having lost twice in succession, and his lips curled into a cold smirk. The other 2 players, witnessing Luke's win, scoffed disdainfully, seemingly unimpressed. In a casino, winning and losing are commonplace. These seasoned gamblers understood this well. Though they had lost this round, it did not imply they would falter in the next. In the 3rd round, Luke again bet on small, this time wagering 3 chips. The other 3 players had 2 betting on big, while the muscular man continued to recklessly bet on the surrounding dice. Only Luke remained steadfast in his wager on small. His fellow players appeared dismissive of betting alongside a dwarf. The dealer then smiled and proclaimed, "Bets are locked in." Chapter 8. The frantic dice within the transparent glass bowl. The 3 dice danced like mischievous sprites, their outcome unpredictable. Moments later, they settled, revealing 5, 3, and 2 points, totaling 0, and once again resulting in small. Luke triumphed once more. What a lucky little dwarf. He overheard the 2 players across the table mutter in irritation. They lamented that they were so close to a big, but fell short, once again landing on small. They considered Luke's success mere fortune. Before the new round began, the muscular man, baring his teeth in a menacing grin, sneered at Luke. "Lady Luck won't favor you again, dwarf." Clearly, he doubted that Luke could win once more. Luke remained silent. Beneath Iron Man's mask lay an extraordinarily youthful visage, and he merely pursed his lips. The muscular Caucasian male placed an impressive bet, laying down 5 golden chips, each representing a sum of 1,000. The muscular man had evidently gone all in, given the previous rounds had yielded small results. He believed the likelihood of a larger outcome this time was significantly heightened. Luke, however, persisted in betting on small. 2 others, sharing the same sentiment as the Caucasian, also placed their chips on large. Observing Luke's obstinate choice to bet small, the trio displayed expressions of scorn, convinced that Luke was exhibiting classic amateur behavior. Eagerly awaiting his downfall, the dealer announced, "Bets are closed," and the dice began to tumble once more. Mere seconds later, the 3 individuals who had bet large, including the Caucasian, stared in disbelief, their faces contorted as if they had swallowed a fly. The outcome was once again small, a mere 2 pips, absurdly insignificant. The dealer pushed a multitude of chips toward Luke, who graciously accepted them. Casting a faint glance at the muscular man, a cold smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "My apologies. It seems I'm indeed fortunate tonight." The muscular man's teeth ground together in frustration. "Damn dwarf," he muttered. Meanwhile, Rotas, who had been feigning decorum on Luke's shoulder, chimed in with an exclamation. The muscular man fixated his cold gaze on Luke, attributing the comment to him, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. In the subsequent rounds, Luke exemplified what it meant to be exceptionally lucky. He successfully bet on small 3 times and once on large, hitting the mark on all 4 occasions. Gradually, even the dealer's face displayed incredulity. Instances of continuous success like Luke's were exceedingly rare. Yet, neither the dealer nor the other gamblers comprehended that this was merely the beginning. As Luke continued to accumulate winnings, spectators gradually congregated around the sickbo table, with each of Luke's successful wagers on large or small. The onlookers erupted in awe and astonishment. Once again, Luke bet on small. Having already achieved 7 consecutive small outcomes, the statistical probability of another small result was exceedingly low. Consequently, several other players, in unison, opted to wager on large. At this point, the table was no longer limited to 3 players. A dozen participants had gathered around the sickbo table. Their focus, however, was not on their own bets. Winning or losing seemed trivial. They were solely invested in witnessing whether Luke could maintain his undefeated streak. "Everyone, bets are closed," the dealer said, a strained smile tugging at his lips. The dice began to roll. All eyes were fixated on the 3 dice, and some held their breaths in anticipation. As the dice gradually came to rest, the atmosphere around the table felt almost frozen. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Remarkably, it was once again small, and Luke had succeeded yet again. Reimagined. A mix of Caucasians and African Americans shook their heads in disbelief. The outcome, from a probabilistic standpoint, should have been nearly impossible. Yet, it happened consecutively 8 times. A feat perhaps more challenging than winning the lottery's grand prize. Some individuals began to question the dealer, speculating whether the machine was malfunctioning. After a thorough inspection, the dealer confirmed that the machine was functioning properly. However, at the insistence of several patrons, the dealer, after consulting with the casino management, arranged for a new dice cup to be brought in. This was not merely for formality. The unprecedented streak of 8 small outcomes, coupled with Luke's consistent success, deeply unsettled the onlookers. As time progressed, the crowd gathered around the gaming table swelled, creating a bottleneck in the vicinity. Even with the introduction of the new dice cup, Luke continued his undefeated streak. The astonished gasps from the crowd gradually morphed into cheers. Waves of applause surged, drawing in more curious gamblers eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle and join in the revelry. Luke, with a significant stack of chips in hand, boldly wagered it all on a large outcome. After a moment's contemplation, he released his grip, having just witnessed 5 consecutive small results. Luke believed the probability of another small outcome was exceedingly low, prompting his switch to a bet on large. The results emerged swiftly. 5 points, a substantial figure. Just shy of a perfect score, the house would have swept the pot. Yet, by a mere margin, Luke triumphed once again. Observers, witnessing Luke's continuous winnings with scarcely any losses, were nearly enraptured, exclaiming in awe, "My God! My God!" The atmosphere surrounding the table was electrified with the shouts of men and the shrieks of women. In less than half an hour, a mountain of chips in various colors had amassed before Luke. Behind him, a throng of admirers had gathered, tattooed giants and inebriated gamblers, who had become fervent fans of Luke. That night, the gambling deity had descended upon Hell's Kitchen, destined to ignite the place into a fervor. It was unclear when the other players at the table began to follow Luke's lead in betting. These patrons, now wise to the unfolding events, wished to partake in the fortune. When Luke bet on large, they too wagered on large. When he opted for small, they followed suit without hesitation. Soon, the dealer across the table began to sweat profusely, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. In the game of sick bow, the rules typically favor the house. Points of 2 and 8 signal a victory for the dealer, and when all 3 dice match, the house claims the entire pot. Theoretically, the dealer enjoys a steady profit. However, tonight was an anomaly. This dealer, seasoned through years in various casinos, had never encountered such a scenario. With each of Luke's wagers, the dealer's heart raced with trepidation as he observed the collective enthusiasm surrounding Luke's betting. Unsure of how to proceed, he wiped his brow and discreetly pressed a button beneath the table, seeking assistance from the casino's higher-ups. The game continued, and this time, Luke directly bet on a triple. If he wins, it would yield a payout of 50. This time, he boldly wagered 100 chips. With a 50-fold return, the casino would be liable for $5,000. The dealer's expression was one of despair. Chapter 9. Death to the Russian. As he pressed the button to roll the dice, the dealer's hand trembled, with the 3 dice beginning to leap rapidly within the glass dome. The surrounding crowd held their breath, fixated on the glass, their eyes unblinking, as if fearing they might miss the moment the answer was revealed. Some gamblers were sweating profusely. Witnessing Luke's rare bold play, they too, after a moment's contemplation, decided to follow suit with their own substantial bets. One must understand that the odds for the surrounding dice are so high, at 50 to 1, precisely because the likelihood of all 3 dice showing the same number is exceedingly rare. Typically, those who bet on surrounding dice are either pure gamblers, seeking overnight riches and often ending up with nothing to their name, or casual players, who might just strike it lucky. Gambling has no guarantees. However, tonight, these individuals seem to have discovered a newfound faith. Almost without hesitation, they followed Luke's lead in placing their bets. Some even staked their entire fortunes in a frenzy on the table, following Luke's audacious wager on the surrounding dice. This was the most frenzied climax of the night. Luke, too, was fixated on the 3 dice, feeling a surge of excitement and restlessness within him. His blood, as if boiling like hot water, surged with adrenaline. 100 chips lost would mean $10,000 down the drain. Yet, should he win, the casino would owe him $5,000. Undoubtedly, this was his most significant gamble of the evening. Winning would mean he could call it a night. If by misfortune he lost, it mattered little. He had already won approximately $50,000 throughout the night. One of the objectives he had come for was already achieved. For a moment, the table fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's ears were perked, focusing solely on the sound of the 3 dice clattering within the glass dome. In this tense atmosphere, the 3 dice finally lost their momentum, gradually coming to a halt. The first die stopped, revealing a 3. All eyes remained fixed, unblinking. The second die also settled, showing another 3. At this moment, a collective gasp echoed through the casino, eyes widening in unison. All that remained was to see the number on the 3rd die. It felt as though a century passed, yet it was but a fleeting instant. The 3rd die came to rest. 3. It was indeed the surrounding dice. Without warning, the crowd erupted. Men and women alike went wild. An unbelievable chorus of gasps, frenzied screams, and thundering cheers surged to a crescendo, echoing as if they might lift the very roof off the casino. This time, these individuals have truly lost their minds. The dice are rolled. The gambler proclaimed a bet on the dice, and indeed, the outcome was as foretold. Who else could this be if not the gambler himself? All present bore witness, experiencing the entire spectacle firsthand, an undeniable reality. Gambler, gambler, gambler. Luke found himself enveloped in a wave of jubilant cheers. Languages and accents intertwined in a cacophony that resembled madness. At this moment, no words could adequately convey the fervor of the crowd. Many were rendered speechless, fervently shouting long live the gambler. Witnessing Luke's triumphant victory felt akin to a personal triumph for them all. Amidst the roaring adulation, Luke gathered the substantial pile of chips before him, nodding to the dealer to settle his winnings. The dealer, overwhelmed, was nearly in tears, a staggering 50-fold payout. This dealer, seasoned by the tumult of the casino, realized that tonight the losses extended beyond just Luke. All those who had bet on the dice would share in the burden. The figures were monumental. The dealer envisioned himself at the mercy of an enraged boss, likely to have his limbs broken and discarded into a foul gutter. This bizarre gamble at the table was beyond explanation, even if he had 10 mouths to speak. As Luke rose to depart, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. At this moment, regardless of skin color or status, all were paying their utmost respects to Luke, the undeniable gambler of the night. In this casino, at this time, he had ascended to divinity. Despite his stature, he felt immense. The applause thundered around him. It would be untrue to claim that Luke felt unchanged. He now sensed a burgeoning sense of invincibility, akin to being the gambler in an unparalleled realm. He silently reveled. One must concede, the system is remarkably effective. Just as he was about to take his leave, an incongruous voice pierced the air, somewhat strident. Just one, and already leaving? Damn dwarf. Are you brave enough to gamble a few more rounds with me? Instantly, all eyes turned toward the speaker, revealing a heavily tattooed, muscular man. It seemed the spectacle was far from over, igniting renewed interest in the crowd. Luke furrowed his brow slightly, turning to face the challenger. He recognized this man, the only one who had consistently bet against him, unwaveringly opposing him at every turn. Thus, he had been perpetually losing. Yet, this individual seemed unfazed, determined to confront him. They had played high-stakes games all night, and Luke couldn't fathom this man's mindset. There was no enmity between them. At that moment, Luke overheard whispers behind him. Isn't that Anatoly, the twin of the Russian mob? A regular here. You arrived too late to see. Anatoly has been at the table all night. Unfortunately, the Lady of Fortune has not favored him. He has been losing consistently. Foolish to gamble against the gambler. Yet, it appears Anatoly is daring to challenge him. He won't let him leave. At this moment, a spectacle is surely underway. The speaker's voice brimmed with excitement, revealing that there are always those who relish chaos, unperturbed by the ensuing turmoil. In this establishment, none are innocuous. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Anatoly, seemingly in tune with the public sentiment, wore a triumphant grin, his scarred eyelids rendering his smile somewhat grotesque. He gestured for Luke to take a seat and taunted, "Come, dwarf, let's wager once more. Or are you lacking in courage? I wonder, does the dwarf possess any? Perhaps akin to a eunuch? Prove it to me, will you?" The crowd burst into raucous laughter. Luke, concealed beneath his mask, remained silent, his cold smile betraying nothing. The commotion he had stirred tonight had already garnered the attention of those behind the casino. He awaited their emergence. "What, are you afraid?" Anatoly sneered dismissively. Beside him sat a striking blonde, clad in alluring attire, her voluptuous figure captivating. He brazenly embraced her, shamelessly caressing her form, prompting an uproar of laughter and whistles from the crowd. Anatoly, with a sinister grin, proclaimed, "Let us raise the stakes. You shall wager 10 more times. Regardless of the outcome, she shall be yours for the night. Have you ever tasted a woman's delights?" This elicited another wave of laughter from the crowd. Anatoly tilted his head back in arrogance, his gaze laced with mockery. The blonde, unfazed by his words, regarded Luke with keen interest, even licking her lips provocatively. Just then, a voice erupted from his shoulder. "Die, you foolish Russian." It was Rotas, causing Luke to be momentarily taken aback. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The atmosphere in the casino grew increasingly electric, filled with whistles and shouts. Chapter 10. Russian Roulette. Fuck off, dwarf. Anatoly spat in a thick Russian accent, his tone dripping with disdain, leaving no room for ambiguity. Rothas, incensed, retorted, "Fuck you, white pig." The uproar intensified, a clear assault on Anatoly. "Fuck your bloody mother, dwarf." Anatoly countered. "How would you like to wager?" Luke, fixing his gaze upon Anatoly, asked coolly. He mused that if this Russian yearned for a thorough defeat, then he would oblige. After all, he was here to stir trouble, so why not escalate it? From the onset, he had prepared himself for an irrevocable outcome tonight. Let's not forget the nature of this place. It would likely lead to violence. He lit a robust cigar, one hand wrapped around the slender waist of the blonde at his side. Anatoly, tilting his chin upwards, disdainfully suggested, "I'm tired of dice. Let us play blackjack." "Shall we?" Luke promptly shook his head. "I do not know how." "What? You don't know how?" Anatoly's expression turned scornful. "You come to a casino and don't know blackjack? Very well, then tell me, what can you play, dwarf? I refuse to lose to you." Anatoly flicked the ash from his cigar, raising an eyebrow as he added, "Except for dice." At the end, he added, "I am utterly weary of this wretched affair." Though these words were elegantly spoken, deep down, Anatoly was genuinely taken aback by Luke's recent display of fortune at the gaming table. It was true that he no longer wished to engage in dice games with Luke. The onlookers, who had previously gathered, remained enthralled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, someone suggested, "How about a game of roulette? Let us not forget, we are in a roulette casino." This proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement from the crowd. "Roulette?" Luke and Anatoly exchanged glances. "I have no objections," Anatoly remarked with a grin, showcasing the tattoos on his arm. Luke furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us play roulette." Roulette is indeed a prevalent game of chance in casinos. Typically, it features 37 betting slots, with the wheel spinning clockwise, while the dealer, serving as the banker, releases a ball onto the rotating wheel. The number where the ball lands determines the winning number, and players may place bets on multiple numbers in advance. Generally, betting options include odd, even, red, black, high, low, as well as various combinations across different sections of the wheel, each with distinct odds. Overall, the rules of roulette are considerably more intricate than those of dice games. However, the essence of the game still hinges on luck. As long as luck plays a significant role, Luke was confident in his ability to prevail. He sat back comfortably in his seat, though his stature was modest. His presence was commanding. "You seem quite confident," Anatoly remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Luke. "Not bad," Luke replied, his voice, altered by a voice changer, sounded peculiar, both deep and raspy. "I believe everyone present here tonight must realize that I've won quite a bit." Following his words, a chorus of cheers erupted from the surrounding gamblers. "Gambling God! Gambling God!" With their determination to continue wagering on roulette, the gamblers appeared exceptionally exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Some even urged the casino to commence betting on who would ultimately triumph between Luke and Anatoly. Anatoly let out a scoff through his nose, his gaze fixed on Luke as he coldly remarked, "Do you know what roulette is called?" "Russian roulette." "What makes you think you can defeat me?" His accent bore a thick Russian inflection, and it was evident from his name that he was of Russian descent. Previously, others had introduced him as a notorious member of the Russian mafia from Hell's Kitchen. Before long, a group of casino staff transformed the gaming table before them into a roulette table, featuring a standard Russian roulette setup. The casino also replaced the dealer with a new one to oversee their wager. Such confrontations, where both parties refuse to back down, are evidently not uncommon in this establishment. The casino displayed remarkable adeptness in managing such disputes. However, given the extraordinary circumstances of the evening, particularly Luke's astonishing performance in the dice game, the newly appointed dealer seemed to possess an unusual aura. Luke noticed that the dealer had thick calluses on specific parts of his fingers. Unless one played cards to the point of developing calluses, Luke surmised that this individual was no ordinary player. The slight bulge beneath the dealer's waistline further corroborated this suspicion. The dealer smiled, proudly claiming to be a professional with a legitimate casino certification from Las Vegas, urging both parties to trust in his exceptional skills. "I trust your marksmanship is equally impressive," Luke mused inwardly. Amidst a throng of excited onlookers, the wager commenced. Upon witnessing the Russian roulette apparatus firsthand, Luke became increasingly convinced that the roulette wheel was not manipulated in secret by the dealer, as depicted in films. The notion of precisely directing a small ball to settle in such a minuscule slot was sheer folly. Unless the dealer were a mutant endowed with telekinetic abilities, such precise control over the outcome was implausible. The interwoven layout of the roulette slots was astutely designed. A mere fraction off could result in a vastly different outcome. Thus, it could be said that this was predominantly a game of chance, and Luke felt entirely reassured. Those who operated casinos were certainly not fools. The presence of roulette in casinos around the world indicated that the game was indeed profitable. Most casino games, while similar, were structured to favor the house. Just as in Sick Bow, where rolling an 8 favored the banker, and in Craps, where the house always wins, roulette followed a similar pattern. This was the very reason for the adage that one would lose 9 times out of 10. As a player, the window for betting was exceedingly narrow. Only by landing within that window could one hope to win. Compared to the odds of losing, the chances of winning were dismally slim. However, tonight, those rules did not apply to Luke. His fortune had doubled. It was impossible for him not to win tonight. The outcome of this gamble was predictable. In the first round, Luke wagered on an odd number. Anatoly immediately countered with a bet on an even number. Ultimately, the ball came to rest in the slot marked 7, an odd number. Luke continued his streak of invincibility from Sick Bow, igniting the enthusiasm of the surrounding spectators. In an instant, the cheers for the gambling god resonated throughout the casino, drawing even more people to witness the unfolding drama. Anatoly snorted, his face darkened with displeasure. Again, he barked, unable to fathom that someone could possess such extraordinary luck. He was convinced that Luke could not possibly maintain this streak. In his experience, luck was always cyclical, and it was high time for Anatoly to win. Yet, the result left Anatoly sorely disappointed. Tonight, the goddess of fortune had evidently chosen not to favor him, for Luke had already claimed her as his own. In the second round, Luke again bet on an odd number, while Anatoly stubbornly continued to wager on an even number. Regardless of the outcome, he was resolute in his opposition to Luke. Once more, the ball landed in an odd slot, this time 3. Anatoly suppressed a surge of fury, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, and slammed his hand on the table, forcing through clenched teeth the words, again. Luke remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. Beneath the mask, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of calm confidence that suggested mastery over the unfolding events. Alas, none bore witness to this moment. In the third round, Anatoly swiftly placed his bet on an odd number. Luke found it amusing. Without a word, he wagered a few chips on an even number. The roulette began to spin. The dealer activated the electronic switch, propelling the small ball into motion, which whirled around the wheel at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. All held their breath, including Anatoly and the surrounding onlookers. Ultimately, as the ball came to a halt, it settled into a slot. Everyone leaned in for a closer look. 2 points, a substantial even number. Anatoly was nearly apoplectic, his face dark as the sole of a shoe, skin twitching in a manner that appeared quite grotesque. The crowd erupted in cheers, the object of their adulation all too clear. This only served to provoke Anatoly further. The blonde woman beside him attempted to offer a word of solace, only to be brusquely dismissed by Anatoly's impatient hand. Once more, Anatoly's gaze remained fixed on Luke, revealing a twisted and frenzied grin reminiscent of a ravenous wolf from Siberia. Luke, wordlessly, placed another bet. Beneath the Iron Man mask, his smile gradually faded. Casting a glance around, he mused. This evening, he had brought along 3 stun grenades. They should suffice. Chapter 11. The energy shield armed with a system-enhanced potion for cheating. The outcome of this wager was already predetermined. Consequently, after 10 rounds, Anatoly had failed to secure a single victory. Prior to the commencement of the game, the two had established a set of rules. As agreed, Anatoly lost 100 chips to Luke, translating to $10,000. At this moment, Anatoly sat there dazed, his complexion ashen, eyes devoid of life, seemingly questioning his existence. The alluring woman beside him had long since vanished, fearful of becoming the outlet for Anatoly's frustrations. Being an RBQ was already unfortunate enough. Amid the reverent cheers, Luke rose slowly, akin to a king withdrawing after a successful reign. The crowd parted to create a pathway. Luke requested that the casino settle his chips. Meanwhile, in a concealed monitoring room within the casino, the events of the night were being scrutinized. Ambitious casinos often enlisted the expertise of gambling masters to oversee operations, and this particular establishment was fortunate enough to have a former gambling king from Las Vegas in attendance. At that moment, in the monitoring room, the casino manager summoned this gambling king to assess the night's proceedings. Just as Luke had anticipated, the bizarre occurrences at his table had already piqued the casino's interest. "Mr. Paul, could you take a look and see if this fellow is cheating?" The casino manager wiped the sweat from his brow, weary and concerned. A recent report indicated that the dwarf had won a total of $75,000 from the casino that night. $75,000 is no small sum. It nearly equates to an average American household's annual income. Of course, for casino operations, such amounts were relatively insignificant. Under normal circumstances, such a win might be dismissed. However, this evening's events exude an unsettling aura, compelling the manager to ascertain the truth. Paul, a meticulous middle-aged man, enjoys a lucrative salary here and has heard whispers of the enigmatic figure who oversees this casino. It is time for him to prove his worth. Yet, after scrutinizing the footage multiple times, he shook his head in dismay, exclaiming, "Cheating at the dice game? That seems implausible." After a moment's reflection, he hesitantly added, "Unless this individual possesses skills surpassing mine, it shouldn't appear as though cheating is involved." In other words, he believed the gambling that transpired tonight to be entirely legitimate. What nonsense! The casino manager felt an urge to vent his frustration. Is this truly normal? He was not blind. The presence of that dwarf unmistakably signaled something amiss. Veins pulsing on his forehead, the manager exclaimed, "Do not tell me that this damned dwarf has won all night purely by chance." At this, Paul's expression twitched. Deep down, he struggled to accept that one person's luck could be so extraordinary. It was simply too bizarre. Nevertheless, he had not observed any signs of cheating from the other party. Throughout the entire ordeal, Luke's hands remained within the camera's view. Unless this individual had reached a level of skill where he could cheat with his feet. The more knowledgeable Paul became, the more perplexed he felt. After a prolonged silence, the casino manager sighed heavily, stepped aside, and dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke in a tone of utmost respect and humility, inquiring, "Are you aware of the situation?" Following a moment of silence, a calm, deep voice replied, "No one can take the money in such a manner." Yes, I understand." The casino manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and ended the call. He exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby African-American security guard, who promptly exited. Holding the seemingly weighty bank card, Luke found himself momentarily dazed. This was arranged by the casino, with all procedures in order and no need for an account holder. After all, this was an illicit establishment well-versed in such transactions. The card contained a total of 750,000, a sum Luke had never possessed before. How many boxes could this open? Luke felt a sense of satisfaction. "Hey, are we just leaving like this?" Rotas, perched on his shoulder, seemed dissatisfied with the outcome and urged, "What if we blew this place to smithereens?" "Patience," Luke replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After exiting the casino, he deliberately lingered in a dimly lit alley for a few minutes. Before long, the alley was surrounded. Had they lost their composure so quickly? Luke had anticipated this, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remained motionless. "Eliminate them. Wipe them out," Rotas exclaimed with enthusiasm. Four muscular men, two from each end of the alley, approached Luke, attempting to corner him within its confines. As the faint light illuminated the scene, Luke recognized two of them. He had seen them mingling among the gamblers at the casino. Luke surmised that these individuals were either sent by the casino or affiliated with the Russian mafia, in league with Anatoly. "Who are you? What do you want?" Luke feigned a semblance of panic, retreating a few steps as he inquired. In the shadows, one of the men smirked coldly, speaking in an English accent tinged with a Russian lilt. "Anatoly sends his regards." Without further ado, the four men brandished their weapons, revealing sharp knives glinting in the faint light, and lunged toward Luke. Energy shield. Luke dared not withstand the blades with his body. He lacked the capability for such a feat. A brilliant orange barrier swiftly unfurled, forming an energy shield that enveloped him within a 30-degree radius. This translucent orange shield, approximately 1 meter in radius, illuminated the faces of the four attackers, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected glow. Two of them collided with the shield, being propelled back several feet. The quartet attempted to stab with their knives, only to find their efforts futile. The blades could not penetrate the barrier and were instead deflected away. What on earth is this? The four men were utterly flabbergasted, their understanding of reality shattered by this bizarre spectacle. However, Luke had anticipated such an encounter. He held unwavering confidence in the protective capabilities of the energy shield, having previously conducted experiments that confirmed it could withstand at least 3 successive strikes from his own blade techniques before yielding. With a cold smirk, Luke stepped forward and delivered a precise punch to the chest of one of the Russian men. The sickening crack of breaking ribs echoed, and the man was sent flying at least 3 meters away. The other 3 stood in astonished silence, witnessing the display. Luke had no intention of holding back against these assailants, who surely harbored lethal intentions towards him. None among them were benevolent souls. In a dimly lit alley, the sounds of muffled groans, snapping bones, and heavy thuds filled the air as Luke remained within the confines of the energy shield. With each strike, another adversary fell. In a mere handful of breaths, Luke effortlessly dispatched the 4 knife wielders. Though they yearned to retaliate, they were rendered powerless as Luke remained steadfast within the protective barrier, allowing him to strike without fear of reprisal, leaving them utterly defeated and unconscious. Moments later, 5 more figures emerged at the alley's entrance. Luke's gaze sharpened as he discerned that they were armed with firearms. Suddenly, they opened fire, the sharp crack of gunfire shattering the silence of the Hell's Kitchen night. Without uttering a single word, they unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Luke. Are these perhaps the subordinates of the mob boss? Luke pondered as he sheltered behind the energy shield. The shield rippled with droplets as bullets struck its surface, each round being effectively halted. Yet, the energy barrier dulled slightly with each impact. The 5 assailants continued their relentless barrage, swiftly exhausting a magazine. When they ceased fire, they were met with the shocking sight of Luke standing unharmed. The individuals were utterly astonished, quickly realizing that it must be the energy shield enveloping Luke that was causing the commotion. Continue firing. The 5 men swiftly reloaded their magazines and resumed their assault on Luke. The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the street, reverberating far into the stillness of the night. These gunmen exhibited an extraordinary decisiveness, far more ruthless than the 4 Russian mobsters. Their intent was unmistakably clear. They aimed to eliminate the dwarf that Luke was impersonating. It must be said that Luke had successfully provoked a number of individuals this evening, as the luminous shield before him began to dim at a visibly alarming rate. Flickering precariously, Luke recognized that this could not continue. It was time to retaliate. With a deft flick of his wrist, he produced an object from seemingly nowhere. It was a small vial containing a shimmering, glowing substance. Indeed, it was a substantial batch of electric grenades he had crafted after learning the art of their creation. Luke hurled the grenade towards the 5 men before swiftly erecting a new energy shield. The vial tumbled at their feet, momentarily startling them, for they had never encountered anything of its kind before. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the shockwave reverberated, causing the walls of the narrow alley to tremble. Simultaneously, a chorus of brief, anguished cries erupted from the group, abruptly silencing their gunfire. Through the energy shield, Luke distinctly observed that they were engulfed in a layer of blue-white electric light. 2 of them, who had not been instantly killed by the blast, collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently before becoming still. This must be the state of electric shock, he mused. He then beheld the mangled, unrecognizable remains of those who had been caught in the explosion, which churned his stomach violently. He quickly averted his gaze, but could not resist leaning against the wall to vomit. What a magnificent explosion! Exquisite! Annihilate them all. Let the glory of the apostle illuminate this world. Rotas exclaimed with exuberance, perched upon Luke's shoulder. Since their crossing into this realm, he had awaited this moment eagerly. Upon noticing Luke's discomfort, he immediately began to mock him. Pathetic. You can't handle such a trivial amount of blood? It's merely severed limbs and visceral organs. You'll get used to it. Luke, upon hearing this, retched once more. Afterward, he expressed his discontent. Don't forget, I was just an ordinary person before this. Not only have I just taken a life, but I had never even witnessed such bloody scenes before. Movies don't count. I was merely a recluse. Do you understand what that means? What does it matter? Rotas replied nonchalantly, crossing his short, stubby appendages over his chest and humming indifferently. He seemed to have learned some twisted wisdom. People are shaped by their circumstances. One must first learn to survive in the cracks of existence. Luke was momentarily speechless. How profoundly insightful. I find myself unable to refute it. Chapter 12. The thunderous grenade as Luke stepped out of the alley. He was confronted by another group of individuals charging towards him, each brandishing a P7 submachine gun with palpable hostility. These individuals had also spotted Luke. It's him. Eliminate that dwarf. One shouted fervently. A group of individuals abruptly raised their submachine guns and, without uttering a word, opened fire on Luke. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Reacting swiftly, Luke conjured a protective energy shield and frantically sought nearby cover, darting forward to take refuge behind a sturdy barricade. Luke, eliminate these audacious scoundrels who dare to offend the great apostle. Rotas bellowed with enthusiasm. Under the relentless onslaught of numerous submachine guns, the energy shield held for nearly 10 seconds before its brilliance dimmed and shattered. Bullets continued to pummel the large metal dumpster behind Luke, producing a cacophony akin to crackling popcorn in his ears. For precaution, Luke erected another energy shield around himself before retrieving an electric grenade from his storage space. Activating the grenade, he hurled it outward without a glance. In the darkness, the electric grenade rolled ominously to the feet of the gunman. Clearly, these assailants possessed superior combat skills compared to their earlier counterparts. Although they could not discern what lay beneath them in the shadows, instinctively they sensed impending danger. They erupted into frantic cries. Grenade! Hit the ground. With a resounding boom, the electric grenade detonated. The flash of light illuminated all nearby structures for a fleeting moment. The explosion's violent reverberation shattered the windows of a nearby, dilapidated apartment building, sending glass cascading to the ground. The vehicle alarms parked nearby blared in a sudden frenzy. Amidst the smoke and debris, anguished screams escaped the lips of several gunmen who had failed to take cover, while those unfortunate enough to be at the epicenter of the explosion had vanished without a trace. The street descended into chaos in the aftermath of the blast. Fire! Fire! The smoke from the explosion had yet to dissipate when the gunmen resumed their attack on Luke. The staccato of gunfire echoed like a relentless drum, rousing the slumbering inhabitants of the entire block. Awakened from their nightmarish dreams, the residents of Hell's Kitchen trembled in their homes, bewildered by the tumult outside. Bathed in a hail of bullets, Luke unhesitatingly tossed another grenade from behind his cover. Grenade! Take cover! A mere 10 seconds after the initial explosion, nearly half of Hell's Kitchen's residents were startled by a second detonation. The true first explosion had occurred in the alley, where that grenade had dispatched the few gunmen armed with handguns, yet it paled in comparison to the uproar generated in this open expanse. A blinding flash illuminated the night, and the deafening blast shattered the windows of a neighboring building from the 1st to the 5th floor. The vehicle alarms continued their frantic wailing. The gunmen, now covered in dust and debris, scrambled to their feet. Those still alive hastily sought refuge behind any available cover. Some crouched behind dumpsters, gasping for breath while trembling hands fumbled to reload their magazines. Others took shelter behind a sedan, clutching their bleeding arms, disoriented from the shock of the explosion. More individuals have already met their demise in the chaotic explosions, while those who remain alive are unmistakably marked by fear in their eyes. They never anticipated that their adversary would be so deranged as to carry grenades, such instruments of mass destruction. Is this the conduct of a rational being? In contrast, those among them wielding submachine guns appear almost benevolent. At least, they do not attempt to obliterate an entire neighborhood. The cacophony of gunfire and curses melds into a singular tumult. Several gunmen exchange furtive gestures, 2 of them, crouching low and cloaked by the shroud of night, stealthily maneuver with their weapons, attempting to flank from the side. Concealed behind a dumpster, these 2 marauders seek an opportunity to take Luke by surprise. Unbeknownst to them, their sneaky approach has already been detected by Rotas. In this dim environment, there is no difference for Rotas compared to daylight. There are 2 over there. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. Rotas exclaims excitedly on Luke's shoulder. In truth, Luke, fully focused, has been anticipating an ambush from the shadows without the need for such reminders. Thus, without hesitation, he hurls an electrified grenade towards the pair. Little did he know, a sardonic smile crept upon Luke's lips. A brilliant flash ignited the surroundings, accompanied by a deafening roar as the electrified grenade detonated. The dumpster remained unscathed, yet the unfortunate gunman writhed violently, succumbing to the ground motionless moments later. Doesn't anyone know that dumpsters are conductive? Luke scoffed, observing this scene from a distance. The remaining gunmen appeared momentarily stunned. What brand of grenade is that? It's electrified? Could be a new model from Stark Industries? No one dared to approach any closer. Within a mere 3 minutes of gunfire, 10 out of more than a dozen who had arrived on their side had already fallen, leaving fewer than 5 remaining. One gunman, trembling, fumbled for his phone, dialing a number and shouting into it. Send reinforcements immediately. They have heavy firepower. Repeat. Request for reinforcements. The voice on the other end inquired. How many are there? Oh no, oh shit. Another electrified grenade exploded not far from him, sending 2 of his comrades, who had taken cover behind a car, flying along with the vehicle, which was reduced to wreckage. Covered in dirt and debris, the gunman retrieved his phone from the ground, shouting, fuck. They have heavy firepower. Repeat, they have heavy firepower. We are under heavy fire suppression. Hurry, send reinforcements. The voice on the line, having heard the resounding explosion, promptly responded, fuck, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. While awaiting backup, the remaining 2 gunmen cowered behind their cover, too apprehensive to emerge, only occasionally daring to poke their weapons out for blind fire, ineffectually releasing shots into the distance. With the opposing firepower significantly diminished, Luke, now fortified by his energy shield, moved with ease. He stood up to survey the situation and, with 1 grenade in his left hand and another in his right, he hurled them directly towards the hiding place of the 2 gunmen. After all, grenades cost him nothing. He had crafted them himself, and if he missed, he would not mourn their loss. The gunmen, however, were in for a rude awakening. Faced with such unreasonable and reckless adversaries, these two gunmen, who typically bully the weak and act as enforcers, found themselves genuinely frightened. In their usual gang confrontations, submachine guns were the standard, but heavy firepower was seldom witnessed. After all, it was merely a gang skirmish, not a battle in Afghanistan. Yet now, they were distinctly under the illusion of being embroiled in warfare akin to that in Afghanistan, positioned as the beleaguered militia under the relentless assault of heavily armed American soldiers. The moment they dared to show their heads, grenades rained down upon them. If they remained hidden, 2 more would follow. This battle had become untenable. When reinforcements finally arrived, Luke was busily lobbing grenades left and right with gleeful abandon. The windows of every building along the street had long since been shattered. 2 vans screeched to a halt, and a large group of armed gang members stormed in with great ferocity, only to discover that their comrades, who had previously called for assistance, had already been obliterated. None survived. Before they could even locate their enemy, a crackling electric grenade rolled ominously to their feet. The same scene unfolded once more. Grenade! A chorus of voices yelled as they hit the ground. Open fire! Open fire! Eliminate these bastards! The gunmen cursed. An even fiercer barrage of firepower erupted towards Luke. With a protective aura enveloping him, Luke carelessly extracted grenades from his storage space, launching them into the darkness, each tracing a parabolic arc before landing among the throng. The explosion of the electric grenades echoed like thunder, illuminating the street in flashes and causing the ground to tremble. Those nearest to the 2 vans bore the brunt of the devastation. In an instant, the vans were reduced to scrap metal, igniting their fuel tanks and triggering 2 violent secondary explosions, sending flames soaring into the night sky, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams. The gang members scattered in terror, frantically calling for help, requesting backup. They are armed with heavy firepower. There are at least 10 of them. Damn it, we can barely hold on. Hurry. Send reinforcements. Oh fuck. 10? Impossible, Luke retorted as he hurled 2 more grenades. The opposing side erupted in cries of disbelief, chaos ensuing once again. The entire street had transformed into a hellish symphony of thunderous violence. Chapter 13. A wonderful night in Hell's Kitchen. The street grew increasingly lively with the sound of gunfire. Another wave of reinforcements arrived for the gang. Luke engaged them fiercely, single-handedly suppressing the overwhelming numbers of thugs who dared not show their faces. It would be hard for anyone to believe such a tale. The residents of Hell's Kitchen trembled in their homes, the continuous explosions echoing across several blocks. Gang confrontations were not uncommon here, yet seldom had the firepower been so ferocious. It seemed that something significant was unfolding tonight. The gang members exchanging fire with Luke remained oblivious to the true number of their assailants. The intensity of the fire they faced led each of them to speculate that at least 10 unidentified opponents were arrayed against them. Little did they realize that there was but one man standing against them. Little did he expect that the person he had been battling with for half the day was, in fact, a mere child. Luke observed reinforcements arriving from across the way. However, this time, it seemed that 2 factions had arrived simultaneously. The atmosphere grew even more chaotic. For reasons unknown, upon disembarking from their vehicles, the 2 groups immediately opened fire. Bullets ricocheted off cars, walls, and struck individuals, plunging the scene into utter disarray. With Luke now involved, the conflict had evolved into a 3-way skirmish. A deafening explosion erupted as a large dumpster was sent flying, scattering burning debris in all directions. The relentless gunfire resonated continuously, and the thunderous blasts reverberated painfully in one's ears. Luke maintained an orange energy shield around him, effectively deflecting the barrage of bullets that flew about. The thrill of battle ignited a fervor within, stirring adrenaline to surge through Luke's veins as he joyfully hurled grenades. The initial group of assailants exchanged gunfire with the Russians, and grenades frequently plummeted between them, sending bodies soaring. Both factions were utterly perplexed as to which side Luke belonged. Kill, kill, annihilate everyone. Rotas, even more exhilarated than Luke, felt the glory of the apostles illuminating the battlefield, every cell in its being yearning to escalate the chaos. Rotas's wish was soon to be fulfilled. As the 2 factions clashed fervently, yet another group arrived on the scene. A large contingent disembarked from 4 vans, each armed with submachine guns, rushing forward while chattering in their native tongue. Members of the Japanese Yakuza had also arrived. Thus, the 3-way conflict morphed into a 4-way free-for-all. The Yakuza, outnumbering the Russians and the initial group, encircled them, resulting in countless casualties. The desperate Russians, ignited by fury, recklessly returned fire. taking down a multitude of Yakuza members. The Yakuza swiftly sought cover, engaging in a fierce exchange with the remaining Russians. Bullets interwove across the battlefield, creating a gruesome tableau of carnage. Luke, sheltered behind his shield, surveyed the chaotic scene, momentarily rendered speechless. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, this is exhilarating. It seems the night is perfect for stroll." As the situation threatened to unfold like a script where the mantis stalks the cicada. With the Yakuza poised to seize the moment, an SUV sped into view, its headlights flickering. It skidded to a halt, and 5 or 6 individuals emerged, 2 of whom hoisted a pair of long, formidable weapons onto their shoulders. Is it an RPG launcher? Are they aiming for the heavens? Luke's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Unbeknownst to which faction possessed such ferocity, the 2 individuals fired their rocket launchers in unison, sending missiles streaking through the night sky, striking right into the heart of the Yakuza. With a resounding explosion that marked the zenith of the night's chaos, the ensuing silence was almost eerie. The Yakuza members were left stunned by the devastating power of the RPG, with half of their ranks obliterated in an instant. The initial group of individuals emerged, their spirits rekindled. Though few in number, they had recently endured relentless assault from the Russians and the Japanese Yakuza, but now they surged forth, launching an offensive against the remaining Russian and Yakuza members. Luke observed for a moment, confirming that these newly arrived combatants, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity, were likely affiliated with Jinbing. It appeared they were genuinely incensed. Otherwise, one would not casually deploy such devastating weaponry as an RPG. Contemplating this, Luke remained active, continuing to hurl grenades. A stun grenade landed near the individuals bearing shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, prompting several of them to abandon their weapons and take cover. With a thunderous explosion, the SUV behind them was rendered inoperable. Luke had focused his attention on the Russians, while the newcomers primarily targeted the Yakuza members. At that moment, Luke reached for his stash, only to find it empty. He had expended all 3 stun grenades he had brought that night. Reflecting on their effectiveness, he resolved to craft more in the future. In the distance, the wail of police sirens pierced the night. The New York police could no longer remain passive. They had received an overwhelming number of emergency calls throughout the evening, nearly overwhelming their communication lines. Reluctantly, they decided to respond. The late arriving combatants, exhibiting exceptional aggression, were the first to retreat, seemingly eager to avoid any encounter with the police. Upon hearing the sirens, the Yakuza began to chatter among themselves and initiated their withdrawal. In stark contrast, the remaining Russians remained undeterred. Upon the arrival of the New York police, they turned their weapons toward the police vehicles and opened fire. As the police exited their cars, they were met with a fierce barrage, resulting in several officers falling instantly. The survivors, shaken, hastily took cover behind their vehicles, returning fire in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Witnessing this scene, Luke could not help but marvel. Truly, they were the fighting nation, displaying commendable ferocity. "Kill, kill, kill." Rotas continued to shout in his ear. Luke rolled his eyes, removed the Iron Man mask, and stowed it away. Unlike Rotas, he was not inclined toward madness. He understood it was time to retreat. Before he departed, he noticed a large contingent of New York police officers being overwhelmed by a mere handful of Russians, cowering behind their cars in fear. Luke thought to himself that the NYPD in the Marvel Universe was rather inept, a collection of ineffectual individuals. However, one could hardly blame them. These officers had anticipated a mere formality, only to encounter a frenzied assault from the Russians, who were armed uniformly with submachine guns, while the NYPD were equipped only with sidearms. The disparity in firepower was glaringly evident. As Luke withdrew from the battlefield, he rounded a corner of a building and unexpectedly encountered a daunting group of Russians, clearly arriving as reinforcements. Both sides halted in their tracks, the Russians armed with submachine guns and even AK-47s. One burly Russian approached Luke, asking, "Hey kid, did you see which direction a group ran off to?" Luke bit his finger, somewhat bewildered, and pointed in a random direction, replying in a high-pitched voice, "That way." "Hurrah!" As Luke gazed at the furious Russians departing, a peculiar smile crept across his youthful face. "You wish to capture me? Dream on," he mused, dismissing their threats. The various factions had gradually vacated the battlefield, leaving only the enraged Russians engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with the New York police. This night was destined to become an insomniac ordeal for the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 14. Aftermath. Luke stealthily climbed through his window into his room, cautiously peering through the crack of his door. It seemed his foster parents had retired for the night, and the living room below was enveloped in silence. Upon closing the door, Luke lay back on his bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, he repeatedly conjured a protective aura, realizing it was quite taxing. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his eyelids refusing to remain open. He slept soundly, and before dawn, it appeared he had indulged in a delightful dream. He envisioned himself as a fortunate monarch, effortlessly graduating with distinction, dominating in raids, while a throng of admirers cheered him on. When he awoke, it was well past 9 in the morning. Given the commotion from the previous night, it was likely that the outside world was in an uproar. Rising from his bed, he washed his face and brushed his teeth before heading downstairs for breakfast. Entering the living room, he noticed that the injured vigilante, Matt, was no longer present, though faint traces of blood lingered on the sofa, which he chose to ignore. "Good morning, Karen," he greeted. "Morning, honey," Karen responded, embracing Luke and bestowing a tender kiss upon his cheek. Luke feigned indifference as he wiped his face. He was still unaccustomed to such displays of affection. Despite his adult mindset, Karen, who was only in her early 30s and lacked any true familial connection to him, kissing him each morning was a sensation he found hard to articulate. The table was set with a quintessential American breakfast of toast, milk, bacon, and eggs. Noticing only 2 sets of cutlery, Luke inquired, "Did Fudge skip breakfast again?" Karen paused for a moment before smiling and replying, "Darling, Fudge has work to attend to. He already had his breakfast this morning." "Oh," Luke replied, choosing not to press further. He understood that Fudge was dealing with the aftermath of Matt's injury. The television was broadcasting the morning news, where an animated anchor reported on the previous night's gang skirmish that had awakened half of New York. The footage displayed the aftermath of the gunfire in Hell's Kitchen, which had been cordoned off by numerous police officers, with patrol cars scattered about and flashing lights illuminating the scene. Reports indicated that 5 New York police officers had lost their lives during the exchange. The scene was depicted as chaotic, with shattered glass littering the ground, mingling with fresh, crimson blood. The bodies had been removed, but charred remnants of explosions were evident across the street. The entire block resembled a hellish landscape. As the anchor eloquently stated, "As you can see, the devastation in this neighborhood appears as if it has been ravaged by abyssal demons." "Oh my God!" As Karen sat at breakfast, covering her mouth in disbelief, she gazed at the horrific scene unfolding before her. The scene shifted to a live interview, revealing the residents of the surrounding buildings frantically packing their belongings. An elderly woman, addressing the camera, lamented, "This place was once hell, but this time, the devil has just passed through." The report unveiled the participants of the gang conflict: the Russian mafia, local New York gangs, and the Japanese Yakuza. Ultimately, a blurry photograph appeared on the screen, captured under the cover of night, depicting a mysterious figure of diminutive stature, faintly visible behind an Iron Man mask. A large question mark adorned the image, accompanied by the caption, "He is not Iron Man. So who is he?" Gazing at the television, Luke watched in horror as a piece of his fried egg fell from his fork. Wasn't that him? He had been secretly photographed. The audacity! Judging by the blurriness and angle of the photo, it was likely taken by a nearby resident with a mobile phone. These individuals were truly fearless, daring to risk their lives amidst gunfire to capture a snapshot. Luke thought to himself. Thankfully, he had worn the Iron Man mask at that time. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. The disciples of Zone Rue were indeed omnipresent. Retrieving the fallen egg, Luke devoured it in one bite. He didn't believe anyone would come looking for him. He had been sufficiently discreet last night, employing the guise of a dwarf, a voice changer, and the Iron Man mask, which had provided him with impeccable camouflage. Surely, the aftermath of this chaotic skirmish would continue to reverberate for some time. Even if the gangs scoured the earth to uncover the events of last night, they would be in pursuit of that dwarf. Meanwhile, he was merely a 7-year-old boy sitting at the table, quietly enjoying his breakfast. No one would suspect him. At that moment, in the opulent office atop Star Tower, Tony stared, somewhat bewildered, at the news footage presented by Jarvis. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I had no idea I was so popular. Even the gang conflict features my mask. Sir, would you like me to investigate the identity of this individual?" A voice devoid of emotion resonated within the room. "Not necessary," Tony replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. "This matter does not concern me. Now, Jarvis, inform me of the status of the Mark V's portability." "Everything is ready, sir." "Then let the testing commence." In Hell's Kitchen, at a roulette casino, a young, handsome Caucasian man, clad in a sharp suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, strode confidently into the establishment. Upon hearing of his arrival, the casino manager hurried out to greet him. "Mr. Wesley, I did not expect you to come in person. It is an honor to meet you." The manager spoke with a tone filled with reverence, bowing his head to the young man. "What have you discovered?" Wesley's voice was low, echoing the tone from their phone conversation the previous night. There's still no concrete leads on that dwarf. It's as if he has vanished in a thin air. Neither our people nor the Russians can locate him, the manager stammered. In fact, the amount of money he won is not substantial. That is not the issue at hand. Wesley interrupted the conversation, casting a nonchalant glance at the manager, and maintained his tone as he said, I have stated before that no one can take Gene Bing's money like this. Are you certain you want him to know what has transpired here? The manager shook his head vigorously, beads of cold sweat dripping down his brow. He was acutely aware that the man before him was not merely an assistant to the formidable Gene Bing, but rather someone akin to a high official, deeply favored by the boss. Wesley's words carried weight, representing Gene Bing to a significant extent. With a graceful gesture, Wesley adjusted his suit and tie, commanding, resolve this matter. Having spoken, he turned and exited the casino. Yes, I shall continue to send people to investigate. The casino manager finally lifted his gaze as Wesley's figure disappeared through the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. He promptly summoned several subordinates to arrange for the ongoing pursuit of last night's instigator. Damn the dwarf. The manager seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Luke rubbed his nose. Having confirmed one thing after last night's gang skirmish, the current Gene Bing was not yet the underground emperor who once controlled 70% of the crime in America. Hell's Kitchen was still embroiled in gang warfare, with various factions vying for territory. From what he observed last night, 3 factions were present, with the Russian mob and the Japanese Yakuza being equally matched. Gene Bing's men exhibited a distinct fortitude, making it only a matter of time before they claimed Hell's Kitchen. Luke temporarily set these thoughts aside. It was the weekend, and he was spared from attending school. He mused that it was quite unfortunate to be an adult, yet still confined to a classroom with a bunch of children, a rather humiliating predicament. Locking his room door, Luke retrieved the bank card, pondering how to spend the $75,000. After a night of hard work, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 15, The Harvest. Standing before his bed, Luke felt an overwhelming urge to raise his arms in triumph and proclaim, the days of scraping by with the gift boxes are over. Over the past year, he had saved the free magic boxes distributed weekly by the system, enduring 2.5 arduous months just to accumulate enough for 10 consecutive draws. The memory brought a bittersweet pang to his heart. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Luke resolved to set aside $15,000 for a small indulgence, a solid heart's delight. At $50 per box, $15,000 would procure a total of 300 magic boxes. In other words, that equated to 30 draws. The exhilaration was palpable, and Luke could barely contain his excitement. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as Luke's eyes widened in astonishment. 300 magic boxes materialized out of thin air, instantly filling his room, cascading down in a heap and pinning him beneath. Dust-covered and disheveled, Luke lay on the floor as hurried footsteps ascended the stairs. Bursting forth from the pile of magic boxes, Rotas exclaimed, someone is eavesdropping outside. It's that woman. Kill her. Kill her. At the door, his adoptive mother Karen urgently inquired, what is happening, honey? Nothing. I'm Fine. Luke replied. Luke swiftly rose from the ground, exclaiming, I'm fine, Karen. I'm just working out. Huh. How embarrassing. Before him, the magical box towered over 2 meters high, reaching the ceiling. An impressive sight indeed. Be careful not to hurt yourself, Karen admonished from the doorway. Understood. Luke replied. Once he heard Karen descend the stairs, he settled down, suppressing his excitement, and commenced his first series of 10 draws. The results were as follows. Data chip. Skill book. Diving punch. 20 colorless crystals, revival coins, Celia's handcrafted cake, magic shards, 8 colorless crystals, skill book, suplex, data chip, double gold. 2 skill books emerged. Quite splendid. A remarkable start. To have acquired 2 skill books at once was an unprecedented occurrence for Luke. His face lit up with joy. The diving punch was a skill of the Blue Fist Saint in DNF, delivering a swift, powerful punch to the enemy's abdomen while executing a diving motion. This move could not only render the enemy in a prolonged state of immobility, but also had a chance to induce dizziness. Through previous battles, Luke had discerned a flaw in the inch punch. It was ill-suited for frontal assaults. The inch punch relied on speed, precision, and ferocity, making it optimal for close-range confrontations. The diving punch would aptly compensate for this shortcoming, granting him the ability to execute mid-range ambushes. With a clap of his hands, he absorbed the skill book, feeling a warm current surge within him. His proficiency instantly reached mastery level. Like his other skills, the diving punch became instinctual. He recalled that the suplex was a grappling technique and picked up the second skill book. Suplex referred to the nickname of a judoka, skilled in various grappling techniques and close-quarters combat. In reality, Judo is a unique Japanese martial art derived from jujitsu, embodying the principle of gently overcoming an opponent. This skill could lead to accusations of harassment when used against women. And against men, a shiver ran through Luke at the thought. Nevertheless, he clapped his hands again to learn it, considering it might prove useful in particular situations. He proceeded with a second round of 10 draws, Celia's special cool drink, 2 magic shards, revival coins, skill book, rondo staff. Luke decided to exhaust the remaining magical boxes in one breath. The system notifications began to flood in, dazzling him. As he beheld the skill books being unveiled, he could barely contain his saliva. Ultimately, he unveiled a total of 19 skill books. In addition, a plethora of other assorted items piled onto his bed, including the recipe for Bonina's burger and Celia's luck potion, valuable guarantees. Luke was most concerned about the skills he had drawn, as they dictated his path to strength. As he perused his rewards, Luke's eyes sparkled brighter. Finally, unable to contain his exhilaration, he leaped from the head of the bed to the foot, executing a celebratory pose with one hand raised to the heavens. In a deep voice, he declared, "Indeed, all of this is the choice of the stone of destiny. Ha ha ha. Oh, how delightful. This is truly a bountiful harvest." These newfound skills are sufficient to elevate his overall prowess to an entirely new echelon. If one were to liken his prior abilities to those of a pedestrian hero, akin to Daredevil or Iron Fist, then after acquiring these 19 skill tomes, he shall transcend that tier, reaching at least the caliber of a Marvel third-tier hero, comparable to Black Widow and Hawkeye. Moreover, among these 19 volumes lies one particularly exceptional tome. Should he master it, he would likely attain a second-tier status. At the very least, he would not be outclassed by Tony Stark in his Mark V suit. Luke's heart burned with fervor. The prospect of becoming stronger was tantalizingly close. He could hardly contain his eagerness to conquer this unique skill. Patience, take it step by step, Luke reminded himself, inhaling deeply. Among the 19 skill tomes, 9 pertained to combat. He executed a kick into the air, producing a resounding whoosh. With a clap of his hands, Luke assimilated the steel skin technique, a form of impact resistance akin to the martial arts known as hard qigong or iron shirt. Eager to test his newfound ability, he was met with mild disappointment. Contrary to his expectations of being impervious to blades and bullets, steel skin did not provide protection against firearms or swords. However, it did allow him to endure the pain inflicted by his adversary's strikes, making them feel as though they were hitting a solid steel plate. Clearly, he would need to learn from the likes of Spider-Man and Hulk, if only he could secretly acquire their resilience. In the realm of DNF, it seemed that defensive skills were rather scarce. Yet, it was precisely these types of abilities that Luke yearned for most. Why, you may ask? Because he harbored an intense fear of death. Fundamentally, Luke remained the same reclusive individual. Having taken lives and gained extraordinary powers did not abolish his fear of mortality. With another clap, he absorbed the skill of the Psychic's clone. This skill brought him an unexpected delight. In DNF, the Psychic's clone remained stationary after being summoned. Yet upon mastering it, Luke discovered that his clone could move and bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Aside from its inability to speak and its somewhat vacant expression, distinguishing it from the real Luke was a challenging endeavor. This was indeed a remarkable development. Luke's mind raced with bold tactical possibilities. He was enamored with these strategic skills. Although such abilities may not directly harm foes, they were essential for survival. As the adage goes, if one can survive, one should. There's a time to play it safe, and that time is now. To endure is both a tactical strategy and a philosophy of life, a necessary pathway to victory. As the saying goes, no survival, no victory. Without first mastering the art of survival, how could one ever hope to achieve success? Last night served as a testament to this principle. With the clone skill combined with the energy shield, Luke felt confident that he could reach new heights of survival in situations akin to those he faced last night. Chapter 16. The improvement of grenades. In addition to a few remaining combat skills, Luke discovered the Dragon Tooth of the Battle Mage and the Whirling Staff. Both of these skills require the use of a staff, and upon mastering the Dragon Tooth, a remarkably detailed chart of human acupoints appeared in Luke's mind. The purpose of the Dragon Tooth technique is to strike specific acupoints on an opponent's body with the staff, resulting in numbness and rigidity, leaving the adversary defenseless and subject to blows. Luke couldn't help but recall the dog-whacking stick technique of Chief Huang, though that was merely the beginning of his astonishment. With a clap of his hands, the method of employing the whirling staff also manifested in Luke's consciousness. He was momentarily taken aback. This technique astonishingly replicated the skill form from DNF without the modifications seen in the previous abilities. The whirling staff. It allows one to lift an opponent entirely off the ground with a staff before slamming them back down. This blatantly defies the laws of physics. Could this truly be accomplished? Luke gestured experimentally, scratching his head in skepticism. Nevertheless, the technique sounded immensely powerful. Imagine, in the heat of battle, lifting a fully grown person with a mere staff, defying the principles of leverage, only to slam them down against the ground, contravening Newton's laws of motion. Who would restrain that coffin lid? It seemed that in the future, he would need to carry his staff with him at all times. Amused, Luke thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have drawn the blind man's skill. Otherwise, he would have become the staff elder. Did he think it was the end of it? No. Even more bewildering revelations lay ahead. Keywords: Street Fighter, Brick Assault. As a refreshing warmth coursed through Luke's mind, his spirits sank. This book instructed him on how to incapacitate someone with a brick, targeting specific areas to avoid fatal consequences. Luke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The key point was that employing this skill genuinely required a brick. Was he to carry one around with him henceforth? Would New York police say to him, "Citizen, please put down your brick"? What if, after mastering the Street Fighter's raging throw and street storm, he needed to carry a fishing net, a pipe, a stool, and a garbage can? Luke could hardly contain his exasperation. He immediately resolved that these skills must never be employed unless absolutely necessary. The humiliation would be unbearable. Just envision a scenario where he and Jean were engaged in a heated exchange, and he suddenly began hurling garbage cans in a frenzy. Luke simply could not afford such disgrace. On the bright side, after acquiring this extensive array of combat skills, he could at least consider himself a semi-skilled fighter. He could confidently claim to have mastered two weapons, the staff and the brick. Perhaps it was best to refrain from mentioning the brick. Additionally, he drew a book on the Chi Master's energy shield. It was a repeated skill, yet when the skill book was in hand, the system informed Luke that he could still learn from it. Curious, he inquired of the nearly slumbering Lotus on his bedside table. What happens if I learn a skill I've already mastered? It became clear. Luke promptly engaged in learning the energy shield. Remarkably, he sensed a newfound fluency in its operation, as though he had gained a deeper understanding of its intricacies. This may be regarded as the adage practice makes perfect. In practical application, Luke discovered that he could now conjure the energy shield with greater speed. Furthermore, his level 1 energy shield had transformed into a level 2, with its coverage area noticeably expanded, the radius shifting from 1 meter to 2. The shield appeared to be more spherical and fuller, and the defensive intensity had seemingly increased as well. Luke was quite pleased with this enhancement. Last night, amidst the chaotic hail of gunfire, his survival until the end was largely attributed to the impenetrable and superb defensive form of the energy shield. As long as the shield remained intact, he felt utterly secure within its confines, allowing him to boldly engage in various activities, such as hurling grenades. Rather than tossing trash, Luke preferred to present himself to the world as the formidable Grenade Mother. Among the skills he had drawn from the skill book, he had also acquired a freezing grenade. Coupled with the electric grenade, he now possessed 2 types of grenades at his disposal. The freezing grenade, upon detonation, instantly releases extreme low temperatures, encasing everything within its radius in a solid block of ice. In the game, this is a core skill for munitions experts. Luke firmly believed that, once realized in reality, its potency would satisfy him greatly. However, regrettably, despite having learned the crafting process, he currently lacks sufficient materials to create it. He required liquid nitrogen as the explosive component, a substance not readily available in everyday life. Perhaps liquid nitrogen could be purchased online? That should not pose a problem. Luke felt it was time for a substantial shopping spree to procure all the peculiar materials needed for his crafting endeavors in one go. His bank card still held $10,000, though he was uncertain if it would suffice. The items he needed extended beyond just liquid nitrogen. If his calculations were correct, the expenses for that special skill would exceed the $10,000. Money is a troublesome entity, yet it is something everyone covets. Following his recent upheaval in Hell's Kitchen, the atmosphere now resembled a state of heightened alert, akin to a scene of paranoia. Opportunities to suddenly amass tens of thousands of dollars like this would likely be scarce for the time being. Besides selling hamburgers to cover daily expenses, he thought it prudent to save wherever possible. As for upgrading the grenades, he would have to make do with some scrap for the time being. New skill, grenade modification. This skill, also acquired in the recent draw, was one of Luke's favorites. Apart from the special skill, which he anticipated would be quite costly, he estimated that the grenade modification would yield the most significant enhancement to his combat capabilities. As the name suggests, grenade modification involves the secondary alteration of the existing electric and freezing grenades to augment their power. The methodology is rather intricate. In simple terms, it entails the use of advanced materials to refurbish the two types of grenades, filling them with new contents, employing more formal metallic casings, and even utilizing certain special metals to amplify their effectiveness. The current power of the electric grenade has yet to reach its optimal potential, as the materials Luke had used to craft the grenades were scavenged from the discarded remnants of his adoptive parents' home. If we were to assert that the crude hand grenades of the past possessed a potency of 50, then the newly enhanced grenades, refined through the TP modifications, would undoubtedly achieve a minimum power exceeding 30, far surpassing the current standards. This value stands to increase further with the employment of superior materials. Luke, however, found himself increasingly entrenched in the perilous path of grenade manufacturing. Imagine utilizing materials of the caliber of adamantium or vibranium to fabricate electric and freezing grenades. The resultant power would be astonishing. Alas, for the moment, he could only indulge in such daydreams, as acquiring vibranium was beyond his current means. Chapter 17. Collecting scrap. The proprietor of the junkyard was a tall, slender, middle-aged Caucasian man, clad in a baseball cap. Upon noticing Luke, a mere child, wandering about the refuse-strewn yard, he approached with the intent to shoo him away. "I wish to purchase scrap metal," Luke declared bluntly, eschewing any unnecessary conversation. "Excuse me?" the junkyard owner questioned, doubtful of his hearing. "I have $100, Luke replied, producing a crumpled Franklin bill from his pocket. The funds in his card, for reasons of discretion, were not readily accessible. He planned to devise a method to launder the money before he could use it without concern. "Very well. Choose as you please. As long as you can carry it, take as much as you desire," the junkyard owner acquiesced, accepting the $100. He flicked the bill with his fingers, scoffing. $100? Surely this must be for some school project. He presumed that the child would not be able to haul away anything substantial. The yard was littered with heaps of refuse, a veritable mountain of discarded and obsolete metallic items, obscuring the sky above. The owner was too disinterested to even pay for security to monitor the premises, as no one had any interest in such detritus. After permitting Luke to rummage freely, with a warning to be cautious and refrain from climbing, the owner, humming a cheerful tune, decided to treat himself to a hearty meal that evening. Luke, relieved by the absence of onlookers, began to sift through the available metallic refuse. As for how much he could carry, the junkyard owner was woefully mistaken. His assumptions were grossly erroneous. In addition to the 19 skill books drawn yesterday, he must not forget the other guaranteed rewards, which included 2 bottles of beginner's strength potions with remarkable effects. Despite his youthful appearance, once he consumed the potion, his physical strength rivaled that of an adult. Not to mention, he possessed a storage space. The original storage capacity of 30 cubic meters had been expanded through microtransactions to an impressive 100 cubic meters. Luke had never intended to engage in a losing venture. The junkyard owner lounged comfortably in a nearby shelter, savoring his coffee beneath the warm Manhattan sun, humming popular melodies, convinced it was a day brimming with promise. Amidst a mountain of discarded televisions, Luke paused. He crouched down to examine an old cathode ray tube television that appeared to be in decent condition. This could prove useful, he murmured. With a mere touch, the television vanished into thin air, absorbed into his storage space. Surrounding the television graveyard, he discovered several salvageable old televisions, which he collected. Subsequently, he ventured towards another nearby mound of refuse, brimming with an assortment of integrated circuits. Luke crouched down, meticulously sifting through the debris, and soon found an array of delightful trinkets. Many items were not entirely beyond repair. With his current mechanical knowledge, a bit of tinkering would render them reusable. However, this was not his primary objective. He was in search of materials necessary for his upcoming project. After gathering some circuit boards, diodes, and copper wires, Luke turned his attention to another area, arriving in an expansive automotive junkyard. Here, various discarded vehicles were stacked precariously, forming mountains that appeared on the verge of collapse. In this chaotic landscape, Luke selected intact sheets of metal, gears of various specifications, and to his fortune, stumbled upon a car engine that showed no apparent defects. This engine alone was likely worth over $100. The junkyard proprietor, lounging in the distance with a cup of coffee, casually glanced in Luke's direction and chuckled upon seeing the few trivial items in his hands. It seemed a mere child could hardly collect anything of significance. Seizing the moment, Luke discreetly stowed away a discarded food truck that had caught his eye into his storage space. Once repaired, he would no longer need to furtively take Uncle Peter's RV for his escapades. When the junkyard owner returned and surveyed the area, he paused momentarily, sensing something amiss. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he could not ascertain what was lacking and merely shook his head in confusion. After an hour spent rummaging, Luke underestimated both the likelihood of finding valuable items in the junkyard and his own insatiable greed. His storage space was now brimming to capacity, leaving no room for even a single screw. At his feet lay various items he found difficult to part with. To an uninformed observer, these would appear as mere piles of worthless debris. However, in Luke's eyes, they were treasures awaiting a little repair, perfectly suited for his forthcoming plans. When Luke finally departed, he dragged behind him a makeshift sled crafted from discarded materials. Its foundation was the tailgate of a junked vehicle, beneath which he had affixed 3 wheels, pulling it along with a thick rope. As Luke pulled, the sled emitted a creaking sound, struggling to bear the weight of its contents. The load was indeed excessive, nearly overwhelming the sled's capacity. Layered atop one another, the sled bore several items. At the bottom, large metal sheets weighing at least several kilograms. A mix of iron and aluminum alloy. Above them rested a white air conditioning unit, from which he had salvaged an intact fan and its integrated circuits. Perched atop the air conditioning unit were 2 LCD monitors, both in decent condition, though somewhat aged. On the very top lay a compact microwave oven. On top of the microwave sat 2 speakers, one large and one small. The combined weight of all the items was nearly 100 kilograms, if not more. Even with a rudimentary trailer beneath, it required considerable effort from an adult to drag it. However, Luke effortlessly pulled it outside, the trailer's cargo towering above his stature. The junkyard owner, catching sight of this peculiar scene, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. Coffee spilled from his hands, yet he remained oblivious, staring in astonishment. He could not comprehend how such a diminutive figure could manage to haul such heavy items. This world is utterly insane, he thought with a wry smile. Surely, all this junk would exceed $100 in value? Never mind, it's all just rubbish. Let them take it. The junkyard owner mused that the worth of these items couldn't be too significant. He turned to survey his surroundings, scratching his head in confusion. For some reason, he felt as though something substantial was missing from the yard. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Chapter 18, Mechanical Assistant upon returning home. He moved the discarded appliances in batches into his bedroom. His foster mother, Karen, watched in bewilderment. Luke concocted an excuse. The science teacher at school instructed us to undertake extracurricular assignments. Karen, skeptical, wondered if the curriculum at Dawes Elementary had become so advanced. Had she not just seen an air conditioning unit? That was indeed an air conditioning unit, wasn't it? In his room, gazing at the clutter that filled every corner, Luke took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. First, he retrieved a pile of mana stones from his storage. After drawing from the mana box for so long, he had accumulated quite a few of these stones. In the Marvel Universe, such items were likely unnecessary for combating the Ontonies. Mana stones must serve another purpose. Recently, he discovered that these fiery red stones could be utilized to enhance explosive materials. The thermal energy contained within these stones was astonishingly high. With deft movements, Luke skillfully crushed several pieces of mana stones into fine powder. He then mixed this shimmering, fiery red powder into his existing explosive components. Throughout history, humanity has persistently explored the means of creating larger explosions. From the initial invention of black powder, its composition has been continuously refined over centuries. In modern times, TNT emerged, followed by Oppenheimer's incorporation of uranium-235 into bombs, leading to the creation of nuclear weapons. Technology advances relentlessly, and high-grade materials are perpetually discovered, enhancing the explosive power of bombs as if there were no limits. Through his study of mana stones, Luke concluded that this material held immense potential. To what extent he could push its capabilities remained uncertain, particularly given the limitations of his experimental conditions. His bedroom served as his laboratory, equipped with rudimentary tools. It is certain that by merely adding a few grams of demonic crystal dust, he can significantly enhance the overall calorific value of the explosive contents, thereby increasing the detonation yield of the grenade. When a small mound of the previous explosive materials is ignited on a piece of paper, it produces a modest flame reaching an inch in height. Now, with the incorporation of the demonic crystal powder into the explosive mixture, the same weight ignited on the paper erupts into a flame soaring half a meter high, nearly singeing Luke's eyebrows. Subsequently, Luke scavenges some scrap metal, hammering and shaping it into a grenade shell. In comparison to a beer bottle, the metal casing can augment the internal pressure of the grenade. During an explosion, a greater internal pressure leads to a rapid increase in temperature, resulting in a more violent detonation. This, in turn, generates a more substantial kinetic shrapnel effect. The improvement of the shell has directly amplified the lethality radius of the grenade exponentially. Thus, the second-generation electric grenade makes its dazzling debut. Overall, this enhanced electric grenade boasts a potency that has increased at least twofold. Luke is eager to find a moment to test its efficacy in practice. The second-generation grenade already resembles its intended form, appearing convincingly like an actual grenade. The craftsmanship remains relatively rough, as is a handmade endeavor. For now, he prioritizes practicality over aesthetics. As for beauty, what is that can be consumed? Once it detonates, does it not all end up the same? Currently, the limitations and materials hinder the upgrade of the explosive contents. For the time being, he can only utilize scrap metal. Once he acquires superior materials, such as refined iron, steel, or even carbon steel, there remains significant potential for further enhancing the grenade's power. As Luke contemplates this, Rotas, who has been observing Luke's labor for quite a while, speaks up. Luke, with this, can you defeat the strongest person in the world? The strongest? Are you referring to Dormammu or the Ancient One? What is that? You're far too weak. These pathetic grenades are utterly useless. Rhoda scoffs at the unimpressive results of Luke's extensive efforts. One cannot say that. Luke rolls his eyes. Let's not forget, we are in the Marvel Universe, where metals like adamantium and vibranium exist. Just imagine a grenade made of vibranium. It's exhilarating to contemplate. I firmly believe that my potential for growth is still vast. I must enhance my power quickly. I need to make a statement. This world must recognize the existence of us apostles. Rotas exclaims energetically. Understood, understood. As for making a statement, I do not oppose it, Luke replies. As long as it does not involve those he cares about. And as long as his own life is secure, he is open to any scale of endeavors. In the following days, Luke dedicates his spare time to crafting more grenades, stockpiling them, while also preparing to create another critical item. This item is pivotal as it pertains to whether his subsequent manufacturing plans can be executed efficiently. One might even say it is a prerequisite for the unfolding of his future plans. During these days, Peter Parker notices that Luke seems distracted and preoccupied. Aside from the weekends when Luke and Little Spider sell hamburgers together, Luke appears particularly diligent. Every day at school, Little Spider observes Luke occasionally lost in thought, sitting there as if in a trance. Sometimes, even while walking, Luke mutters to himself phrases like, "No, failure is not due to an erroneous algorithm," or "What is missing is a constant." This constant, he believes, is the key to the birth of AI and other peculiar statements. Little Spider, though perplexed, refrains from disturbing Luke, sensing he is engaged in something profoundly significant. Thus, a week later, Luke finally accomplished his monumental task. In his bedroom, he exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up tension of the past few days. Before him floated a mechanical entity shaped like an elongated football, and an overwhelming sense of achievement welled up within him. After an entire week of diligently absorbing knowledge from the skill book, he had crafted this creation from mere scraps and discarded materials. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be referred to as merely an object. It was AI. In other words, artificial intelligence. Indeed, artificial intelligence. This was his mechanical assistant. The mechanical assistant was an invaluable companion for the male and female engineers in DNF, adept at assembling various combat machines, turrets, and even armored robots for battle. In combat, the assistant could substitute for the engineer in constructing machinery, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. The process of mastering the skill book was exceedingly complex. Understanding the intricate engineering and mechanics within consumed more than half of Luke's time. The actual assembly took merely 2 days. Before Luke, the mechanical assistant hovered gracefully. It utilized turbine power for lift and could perform short-range, low-altitude flights. Its overall appearance resembled a robotic head, complete with a propeller atop. "Master, what is your command?" The mechanical assistant inquired, orbiting around Luke with agility. A pixelated smile adorned its exterior. Luke chuckled and remarked, "With that burgundy exterior, it's clearly female. Henceforth, I shall name you Christina." In truth, the burgundy hue was a result of material imperfections, rust. "Understood, master. Thank you for creating me," the mechanical assistant responded. Its AI intelligence evidently advanced. Just as Iron Man has Jarvis, my Christina is no less impressive. Luke nodded in satisfaction and issued his first command. "Help me launder the over $50,000 on this card." "Rest assured, leave it to me," replied Assistant Christina, as she glided to the computer desk and landed gracefully. She extended a USB data cable from her body, deftly connecting it to the computer, and promptly commenced her task. "Once we have the funds, I will upgrade you to Wi-Fi." "Very well, master." I eagerly await it. It must be said that AI is indeed remarkably powerful. Within less than 30 seconds, Christina reported, "Task completed." The remaining $54,000 has been transferred multiple times into a new account. It can no longer be traced. Well done, Luke praised. Luke finally dared to boldly spend this sum of money. Meanwhile, some subordinates at the roulette casino were tasked with monitoring the flow of this money. To their astonishment, they discovered that the funds in the card had suddenly dwindled to zero, as if they had evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. This was the only lead they had pursued in recent days, yet even this solitary clue had slipped away from them. Enraged, the casino owner shattered his most cherished liquor cabinet, utterly at a loss as to how he would explain this to Mr. Wesley. Luke felt confident that he could now apply to MIT without issue. With artificial intelligence already developed, what could possibly be beyond his reach? It was time to advance to the next phase. The special skill he had high hopes for was essentially a blueprint, one even more complex than Christina. Now, with an assistant to aid him, he could commence his work. Chapter 19, Aerial Combat Mecha. Tempest Skill Book, Aerial Combat Mecha. Tempest. As Luke delved into the skill book, an unprecedented sensation of pressure surged within his mind. Countless fragments of knowledge rushed in, overwhelming him. Consequently, Luke spent an additional 2 weeks digesting this information. First and foremost, he required a genuine workspace. Creating Christina in his bedroom had been a challenge, primarily because the intricate aspect lay in the programming of the AI. With minimal manual assembly involved, assembling a mech in his bedroom? Ridiculous. What would happen if his adoptive parents discovered it? It would be futile to use extracurricular activities as an excuse. Which elementary school teaches mech construction? Ah, you two hail from the Federation? I am Kiri Yamato. Ultimately, Luke rented an old warehouse not far from home. The most crucial aspect was that everything could be arranged online, with payments made seamlessly. With his own secret lair, Luke felt a surge of joy within. He could finally create all manner of strange and wonderful things without fear of discovery. In the space, he could even clandestinely construct a nuclear bomb without anyone being the wiser. With the issue of space resolved, the next challenge was to acquire the necessary equipment. As the saying goes, a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. However, possessing rice without a pot is equally unhelpful. Even a genius like Tony Stark, renowned for his exceptional practical skills, could create nothing in Afghanistan without tools. In the end, under extremely rudimentary conditions, he merely produced the Mark I, a contraption that fell apart at the slightest touch. Luke, unlike Tony, was not so arrogant. He possessed self-awareness. He recognized that the gap between himself and Tony was merely the width of a fingertip. To construct the aerial combat Mecha Tempest, he would undoubtedly require various specialized equipment for assistance. His starting point was already higher than Tony's in Afghanistan, as he had Christina as his aide. At that time, Tony had no Jarvis by his side, only Ethan, a doctor, and he had to make do with whatever materials were available. Luke believed he could surpass what Tony achieved back then. Once again, it was a Saturday. Luke concocted an excuse to go out and play basketball with Peter Parker. He glided on his skateboard to the exterior of his warehouse, ensuring that no one was paying him any mind. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, promptly securing it behind him. With a clatter, he unveiled a plethora of items from his storage space. Hammers, wrenches, pliers, all in abundance, an assortment of screwdrivers in various sizes. A brand new oxyacetylene welding torch, complete with an oxygen tank, a nearly new electric forge, a second-hand computer for CNC work, and, to top it off, a small lathe. Also pre-owned and in good condition, as Luke had verified. It was indeed an expensive venture, and these tools would have to suffice as second-hand for the time being. New ones were available online, but their prices were exorbitant. The over $50,000 he had laundered were swiftly dwindling after these purchases. These items had been acquired through online shopping, which Luke favored for the convenience it afforded him. On the internet, one could never ascertain whether the individual negotiating the price was an adult, a 7-year-old child, or perhaps even a dog. Such possibilities could not be dismissed. Quantum theory informs us that, prior to observation, all possibilities coexist simultaneously. Master, the liquid nitrogen you ordered has arrived, Christina reminded him as she flew over. All right, I understand. Christina, how far along are you with the data transfer to the mainframe? The data transmission is complete. Excellent. With everything in place, let us commence. The engineering task proved to be less daunting than Luke had anticipated. After absorbing the knowledge from his skill book, his comprehension of engineering had reached a masterful level. Much like the finesse of a precise strike or the mastery of energy control, it had become an instinctive part of him. With Christina, the artificial intelligence, assisting him, the manufacturing process was remarkably efficient. Luke dedicated 4 to 5 hours each day to work in the warehouse. During his absence, he entrusted Christina with the tedious and procedural tasks. As an AI, she often provided suggestions, relaying them to Luke's phone via text. 10 days later, on another weekend, Luke once again fabricated an excuse, claiming he was off to play basketball at Peter Parker's. Excitement coursed through him as he swiftly skateboarded to the warehouse. "Christina, how is it coming along?" he inquired eagerly upon entering. "The surface painting of the chassis is 95% complete and nearing finalization." Luke's gaze intensified. He approached the workbench, watching as two mechanical arms, under Christina's control, executed the finishing touches on the appearance of the chassis before him. The core structure of the combat exosuit was now complete. Before him stood a small robot, measuring 2 meters in height and width, resembling a chibi Gundam. Luke had fully showcased the beauty of mechanical engineering he had learned. The overall lines of the chassis were smooth, with sharp angles that exuded aggression. The color scheme emulated his favorite Gundam, the Strike Freedom, rendering the machine a lustrous silver white, adorned perfectly with accents of blue and red. The result was nothing short of spectacularly sci-fi. The exoskeleton of the mech is constructed from the finest materials available, allowing it to resist close-range fire from small-caliber firearms after multiple layers are superimposed. It employs jet propulsion, akin to Iron Man's suit, within the realm of DNF. The aerial combat mech, Gale, serves as an unmanned combat unit deployed by the mechanic, utilizing machine guns and missiles for both aerial and ground assaults. Luke has enhanced this unmanned system by incorporating an active piloting function, transforming the mech into a rideable vessel. The 2-meter-tall structure remains unchanged, yet the interior is hollowed out, with circuits slightly repositioned, accommodating only his 7-year-old frame. An adult would find it impossible to fit inside. It must be said that this 7-year-old physique has once again become his advantage. The benefits of a compact frame are numerous, including a smaller target profile, enhanced concealment, reduced likelihood of becoming a target while airborne, and difficulty in radar detection, all evident advantages. Notably, this aerial combat mech does not utilize any conventional energy source. Instead, it is powered by colorless small crystals provided by the system. Luke has extracted a considerable number of these colorless crystals from the magic box, currently amassing around 1,000 in his storage space. Surprisingly, these crystals serve not only for casting colorless skills in the future, but also as fuel for the aerial combat mech. According to calculations by Christina, a single colorless crystal can sustain the mech in long-distance flight for 5 hours, while in combat mode, it can provide approximately 2 hours of energy. This is quite convenient and speaks to the system's quality. Chapter 20. Why rely on others when you can create your own? However, there are certain drawbacks. At present, the weapon system mounted on this mech is still not fully developed, primarily due to Luke's ambitious ideas weighing on his mind. The current armament consists solely of 2 grenade launchers, a system Luke independently developed based on his combat style. The principle employed is the simplest form of vacuum propulsion. By extracting air from a vacuum tube, a negative pressure is created, propelling second-generation grenades from the chamber. The advantages include being clean and pollution-free, with a minimal preheating time. It requires only seconds to prepare, allowing for the launch of 4 grenades in the next moment, significantly faster than manual firing. Given that the aerial combat mech can take to the skies, launching from above, the 2 launchers can simultaneously fire 8 second-generation electric grenades and freezing grenades within a basketball court-sized area, achieving a carpet bombing effect. Rest assured, the commotion will be substantial. In comparison, that chaotic night with the gang members seems trivial, akin to child's play. Initially, Luke contemplated naming this carpet bombing technique Heavenly Maiden Scatterflowers, but upon reflection, he found it somewhat effeminate. Ultimately, he settled on the name Justice from the Skies. Aside from the 2 grenade launchers, the mech currently lacks any additional firepower. It is evident that a formidable aerial combat mech with only this singular method of engagement is insufficient. On the upper and rear sections of the 2-meter-tall structure, Luke has reserved 4 slots for machine gun installations and 8 bays for missile launchers, armed with meticulous and comprehensive plans for both machine guns and missiles. He harbored no intention of manufacturing them himself. Instead, he contemplated seizing what already existed. Why create from scratch when ready-made options were available? He had even identified his targets. As for the missiles, he had heard that the Hammer Industries ex-wife missile was quite commendable. Over the past few days, Luke had been attentively following the news, which had recently reported 2 significant events. The first was the emergence of a colossal green monster on the streets of New York, which had temporarily paralyzed traffic and wreaked havoc across a vast area. The military was even deployed, yet the monstrous creature managed to breach their blockade and vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this news, Luke immediately recognized the arrival of the Hulk. The Marvel Universe was progressing along the timeline he was familiar with. The second piece of news announced that Hammer Industries will be hosting a weapons expo next month. In other words, the plot of Iron Man 2 was set to unfold. If Luke recalled correctly, Justin Hammer would showcase cutting-edge weaponry, including the ex-wife missile, at the expo. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. What? You suggest this is theft? Indeed, it is theft. Violating the law? Apologies, but as Lotus would say, how can one spread the glory of the apostles without causing a stir? Besides, this is the Marvel Universe. Should one not create some grand spectacle worthy of the name Marvel? According to the narrative of Iron Man 2, Tony Stark should currently be grappling with severe palladium poisoning, and soon he would face an attack from the notorious villain Whiplash at the Monaco Grand Prix. Should he not seize the opportunity to join the fray? Luke pondered, weighing the pros and cons. Perhaps this was a golden chance to establish a connection with Iron Man. Initially, he intended to sell hamburgers beneath Stark Tower to find an opportunity to engage with Tony. However, apart from their brief initial encounter, it had only been Tony's portly driver and bodyguard who had come to purchase hamburgers on his behalf, leaving Tony's favor toward him at an abysmal zero. Although Luke had crafted his own mech suit, the more he accomplished, the more he found himself admiring Tony. He had relied on the knowledge provided by the system, nearly cheating his way to success. In contrast, Tony had achieved greatness through his genuine genius, unparalleled intellect, and exceptional craftsmanship. The two could hardly be compared. The system's favorability could be maxed out to allow him to learn one skill from another. Logically, the only thing he could learn from Tony would be his wisdom and knowledge. Regardless of the motivation, be it admiration or envy, Luke held high hopes of acquiring wisdom akin to Tony's. Should he venture to Monaco to bolster his presence? Luke mused that if it were Lotus, he would undoubtedly encourage him to go and insist he make quite a scene. Ultimately, Luke decided that he need not overthink the matter. Excessive concern would only hinder his spontaneity. He had been reborn into this world, and regardless of the cosmic forces that had orchestrated this event, he felt compelled to live boldly and unrestrained. For this time, he possessed the means to do so. Gazing upon the masterpiece he had meticulously crafted, Luke could not help but draw a comparison between his creation and Tony's Iron Man suit. Iron Man stood as a tangible reference, a temporary benchmark for his aspirations. Reflecting on Iron Man 2, where Tony donned the Mark V suit, Luke felt that his aerial combat mech, the Gale, was not inferior in several respects. Firstly, in terms of agility, the compact Gale possessed an unparalleled advantage. Its power was equally formidable. The Mark V utilized the second-generation arc reactor, a technology not yet as refined as its later counterparts. In contrast, the Gale was powered by colorless microcrystals, making a direct comparison difficult. In sheer power, Luke perceived no significant disparity. The intricate tactical maneuvers executed by the Mark V in the film were similarly achieved by the Gale during its previous tests. However, the true advantage of the Mark V lay in its construction, utilizing the finest materials available in the world, a fact that Luke was acutely aware he could not match. Most of the materials for the Gale were sourced from junkyards. Luke believed his greatest asset was his ability to draw upon a broader perspective. Unlike Tony, who was still navigating his path, Luke could even articulate the detailed functionalities of the later Mark L, which faced Thanos. In other words, Luke knew precisely which direction to pursue, avoiding aimless detours. In terms of firepower, the Gale currently lagged behind the Mark V. The weaponry mounted on the Mark V, as depicted in the film, included an energy cannon in the palm of the suit, missile launchers on its shoulders, and the occasional energy cannon fired from its arc reactor. Nevertheless, this disadvantage was merely temporary. Once equipped with machine guns and missiles, Luke was confident he could engage Tony S. Mark V in direct combat. Moreover, he should not forget that he had the support of a sophisticated system at his disposal. In the realm of DNF, the aerial combat mech Gale was merely a mid-tier skill for the mechanic class, lacking overwhelming power. The ultimate skill for the mechanic was truly extraordinary. The female mechanic SG-0 Warlord was formidable, its size rivaling Obadiah's Ironmonger and Iron Man, embodying a genuine war mech. Its firepower far exceeded that of the Ironmonger depicted in the film, capable of launching various missiles and unleashing hundreds of lasers to bombard foes. The male mechanic's awakening skill, Gi-Balg, summoned the mechanical deity Gi-Balg, a being of ultimate force sealed in an alternate dimension after a creation by celestial beings. Each summoning revealed only an arm of this colossal entity, yet even that arm stretched over 100 meters. One could only imagine the size of its true form. If Luke were to construct Gi-Balg, even Thanos would be reduced to mere crumbs beneath its might. Luke fervently yearned for that day. All he needed to do was continuously gather materials to upgrade the Gale, gradually acquiring skill books to transform it into a more formidable mech, ultimately creating Gi-Balg. He envisioned a future where he could stride through the Marvel Universe with unparalleled prowess. However, a sobering thought suddenly dampened his spirits. He lacked the funds. Unlike Tony, that insufferable billionaire with wealth beyond measure. Luke found himself in a dire financial predicament. Through his first-hand experience in crafting mechas, he has come to a profound realization of just how exorbitant such projects can be. This is, in fact, the underlying reason he intends to seize others' machine guns and missiles. His finances are dwindling. Whether it is spending lavishly on the elusive magic boxes with their minuscule odds of acquiring the coveted Gaboga skill book or the astronomical materials required for its creation. The mere thought of it gives Luke a headache. Alas, he must devise a way to earn more. Luke sighed in frustration, cursing the affluent elite. Chapter 21. The night demon who could not endure loneliness in the bustling commercial district of New York. A white RV adorned with a hamburger advertisement wobbled along the road. Inside the driver's seat, Luke, with his petite legs dangling, struggled to reach the pedals as he maneuvered the steering wheel, issuing commands to Peter Parker, who was crouched beneath the seat. The car radio played the lively tune of He's a Pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean. Step on the gas, Luke commanded. Aye, aye, Captain, Peter replied enthusiastically. Accelerate. Clutch in, shift to first gear. Clutch in, first gear. Turn the wheel left, Captain. Full left. Slow down ahead. There's an elderly lady crossing the street. Aye, aye, Captain. Next stop, slow to anchor. With a creaking sound, the RV came to a steady halt outside Stark Tower. It was time for their weekend hamburger venture. Peter Parker thoroughly enjoyed this side endeavor. For him, it was thrilling and entertaining. Even if the earnings were modest, every little bit counted, especially since he had a sizable metal contraption that consumed a fortune. After disembarking, Luke and Peter skillfully set up their hamburger stand. By now, Stark's employees began to emerge from the tower, heading straight for their RV. Good afternoon. Luke, Peter. The usual, please, 3 with extra tomatoes. Certainly, sir. Little one. I'd like one as well, but hold the cheese, please. Of course, ma'am. Anyone who had tasted their burgers would never hesitate to lavish praise upon them, for they were undoubtedly the most delectable hamburgers they had ever savored. The only lament was that the food truck only appeared on Saturdays and Sundays. Consequently, the nearby office workers were becoming less averse to working overtime on weekends. Human resource managers across various companies noticed a peculiar trend. The number of employees requesting weekend shifts had suddenly surged, leaving the managers perplexed. Peter Parker had 2 favorite tasks assigned by Luke. One was collecting payments. At this moment, he was merrily gathering money from several patrons, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After each sale, Luke generously split the profits with the young spider, under the pretense of shared labor, asserting that friendship is priceless. As a result, Peter became the second member of the bourgeoisie at school, right after Luke. The first thing he did was purchase a new PSP gaming console, a device he had long envied of Luke, though the latter had sold his own. Peter Parker's second favorite task was to call out to customers. Initially, Luke merely intended for him to shout a few phrases to attract customers, but unexpectedly, this struck a chord with the little spider's excitement. The loquacious nature of the little spider finally found an outlet. At that moment, Peter Parker began to call out on the street. Silver-scaled chest armor, hardware available, first come, first served. Luke, who was busy preparing hamburgers, turned around and exclaimed, "Are you serious? It seems something strange has slipped in." "Sorry, man. I stayed up all night gaming." Peter Parker chuckled, then inquired, "By the way, buddy, I always hear you say what's up. Is that Chinese?" "Indeed," Luke replied, continuing his work on the burgers. "Can you teach me a few phrases in Chinese?" "What does it mean?" Peter Parker's curiosity was insatiable. Perhaps this foreshadowed why he would eventually be bitten by a spider. Peter Parker eagerly waved at him, exclaiming, "Well, it's all, buddy." Luke opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Well, he had asked for it. After a brief pause, he managed to utter, "Well, Unlike his stagnant rapport with Tony Stark, the affinity with the little spider was rapidly ascending. A system prompt echoed in Luke's mind. Peter Parker's affinity level, 20. Accumulate 100 points to stealthily learn one of the little spider's abilities. Currently, Peter Parker's affinity had reached 0, marking remarkable progress. He believed it wouldn't be long before he acquired a Spider-Man skill. The dilapidated food truck that he had casually appropriated from the junkyard had already been repaired in his warehouse, now awaiting a fresh coat of paint. Luke planned to invite the little spider to the warehouse next week to work on the truck, hoping to enhance their camaraderie. Last week, they sold over 200 hamburgers, netting 500, which they split evenly. This week, considering the anticipated income for tomorrow, they were poised to earn another 500. Even with a total of 500. It seemed insufficient for anything substantial. It must be said, ever since the last bountiful harvest, Luke had begun to regard the modest earnings from hamburger sales with disdain. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged that gambling provided a swifter influx of cash. Alas, he felt himself descending into moral ambiguity. If this had been in the past, such thoughts would have surely led him to a path of ruin. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future in Marvel, Luke now embraced these lucrative avenues without hesitation. After all, it involved robbing from the mob, which left him without any moral qualms. However, recently, the various factions in Hell's Kitchen had become exceedingly tense. Reports indicated that ever since the bizarre melee that day, the security in Hell's Kitchen had markedly improved. Many clandestine establishments had abruptly shuttered their doors, and gang members had vanished from sight. Even the street vendors peddling tainted baby formula had significantly diminished. It seemed an invisible current was surging beneath the surface, gathering strength. Beneath this undercurrent lay the frayed nerves of the gang members, who, despite the current tranquility, were likely to ignite at the slightest spark, potentially setting Hell's Kitchen ablaze. Luke resolved to observe for a few days, opting for a period of quietude before engaging in any further activities. Now he leaps forth, boldly stepping into the gaze of all lurking observers. Luke opts to remain an observer himself, while others find it difficult to settle down. In the evening, Matt Murdock visits Luke's foster parents, the Foggy couple, who graciously invite him to dinner. Seizing the opportunity, Luke endeavors to enhance his rapport. Although the facade is well constructed, Luke can discern several concealed scars on the blind lawyer's face. It is evident that the wounds from his last encounter have yet to heal. Under such a short time frame, it is reasonable to assume that Matt, with his ordinary constitution, is enduring the pain. After dinner, Matt engages in conversation with Foggy, their voices lowered in the living room. Karen busies herself in the kitchen, while Luke occupies the corridor outside, fiddling with a remote-controlled toy car. Suddenly, the toy car races into the living room, meandering near Matt and Foggy. Their dialogue becomes distinctly audible to Luke in the corridor. With an earpiece in his left ear, he has installed a listening device in the remote car. I am certain that by following these blind leads, we can uncover the mastermind behind all. Last time, we were quite close, Matt states in a hushed tone. Don't you think this is perilous? They possess firearms and would not hesitate to use them. We should notify the authorities, Matt, Foggy replies quietly. No, the police are in their pocket. I cannot trust them. Then I must go as well. That is out of the question. Ultimately, this matter arose because of me. Matt, this time, no matter what, I must participate. The remote-controlled car then turns away from the living room. It is surprising that the blind gentleman, still nursing his wounds, cannot bear the silence for long. One might say it is indeed characteristic of Daredevil. Through eavesdropping, Luke learns that they have identified a group of blind individuals being exploited to transport tainted formula. Matt and his associates aim to trace this lead and uncover the puppet master behind the underground formula trade in New York. Furthermore, Luke gains insight into their operational plans and the specific timing of their actions. Blind individuals transporting tainted formula? This swiftly reminds Luke that Daredevil has stumbled upon the domain of Madame Gao. It is no wonder that this situation originated from her. Luke shakes his head inwardly. Matt remains oblivious to the true nature of his adversary. Madame Gao, having lived for over 4 centuries, is not someone that Daredevil can contend with alone. Yet, his foster father, Foggy, insists on accompanying him. Chapter 22. Please Call Me Kudo. Shinichi encounters between individuals are imbued with magic, and various bizarre cases abound with riddles. It is indeed a stroke of fate to meet you. The stage today is set in the city at night, where insidious evils lurk in the shadows. The sole witness to the truth is a seemingly youthful detective, Kolu Ku, whose wisdom surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Luke suddenly realizes that he shares several similarities with the renowned Conan. Both have transformed from adults into 7-year-old children. Both are adept at skateboarding. Wherever Conan goes, murder follows, earning him the moniker of the Shinigami Elementary student, adept at solving mysteries. Conversely, wherever Luke appears, explosions ensue, showcasing his talent for orchestrating mayhem. Please refer to me as Kudo Shinichi from now on. Should I modify the note? Christina's voice inquired. I was merely jesting, Luke chuckled. By the way, where are Matt and Foggy now? They are 100 meters ahead, concealed behind a tree. Well, they certainly know how to find a hiding spot, Luke thought, as he sat in the cockpit of the aerial combat mech, Gale soaring high above, trailing behind Daredevil and Foggy. Tonight, he had 2 missions. The first was to covertly protect Matt and Foggy, intervening when necessary. Below, on the ground, 2 burly figures were crouched behind a dense tree at a street corner, waiting patiently for the blind courier delivering baby formula to appear. 3 individuals approached from the west. None were blind. A vehicle rolled in. A person walked in from the south. Daredevil always possessed an uncanny ability to discern precise details. Like a bat in the enveloping darkness, he mentally mapped every sound into a world ablaze with vivid imagery. The footsteps, the honking of cars, the conversations from nearby residences, all registered clearly in his mind. Even from a distance, The entire world manifested as a cacophony within his consciousness. Through years of rigorous training, Daredevil had mastered the art of filtering out trivial information. This evening, his focus was solely on the movements of the gang and the imminent appearance of the blind courier. "Here they come," Daredevil suddenly proclaimed from his perch in the tree. After a moment, Foggy beside him spotted a figure slowly approaching from across the street. The individual carried a backpack and wielded a white cane, tapping it rhythmically in front of him. As the figure drew closer, it became apparent that he wore dark sunglasses, confirming his blindness. Exchanging a silent glance, Daredevil and Foggy stealthily followed the blind man from behind. Luke piloted the aerial mech, maintaining his altitude as he trailed their movements. At that moment, they remained unaware that yet another tumultuous night awaited them. Recently, as night fell, the idle denizens of Hell's Kitchen vanished, creating an eerie calm before the impending storm. Thus, the blind man stood out conspicuously on the desolate street. This blind individual bore an East Asian appearance, specifically Chinese. As Luke was aware, Madame Gao had many such blind workers, all of whom had been rendered sightless by her, forced to labor in her secret factory, processing toxic baby formula. Madame Gao was exceedingly cunning. She exploited the blind to transport the tainted goods, ensuring that if apprehended, they would remain oblivious to the factory's location. Furthermore, they would remain unaware of the nature of the products they were processing. Consequently, Madame Gao's underground baby formula operation in New York was remarkably discreet, known only to a scant few of her partners, such as Jean and others. Luke recalled Madame Gao's connections with Jean, as well as with Russians and Japanese. Madame Gao primarily oversaw the upstream transportation and processing of toxic formula, while the Russians handled the downstream distribution. Daredevil's intelligence stemmed from investigations into the Russians, and tonight's destination was a clandestine stronghold belonging to them. Daredevil and Foggy trailed behind the blind man, swiftly arriving at the stronghold of the Russians. Externally, it appeared to be a food processing plant. The factory had drawn down its large iron gate, leaving only a side door ajar. At the entrance stood a muscular man with tattoos vividly inked on his arms, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. The tattooed giant took no notice of the blind man's arrival and easily allowed him to enter. In the air, seated within his aerial mech, Luke suddenly received a report from the mech scanner. A glance at the scanning results left him momentarily perplexed. Curiously, it appeared that the blind man's bag contained not the expected poison baby formula. Meanwhile, at the street corner below, Foggy whispered, "He has entered. We should follow." "Wait." Daredevil suddenly grasped Foggy's arm. "What's wrong?" Foggy inquired. With a hint of confusion, Daredevil responded, "Something feels amiss." His heightened senses had finally detected an anomaly. The contents of the blind man's backpack were not what he had anticipated. Just then, a resounding explosion shook the ground, sending tremors through the earth and nearly toppling Daredevil and Foggy. To their utter astonishment, they witnessed the Russian-s drop-off point engulfed in flames. The factory's windows shattered, and fierce flames erupted, illuminating the street. "What on earth just happened?" Foggy exclaimed in shock. The blind man didn't deliver poison baby formula. It was a bomb. The bomb detonated inside. Daredevil, having witnessed the unfolding chaos, was equally astonished and bewildered. In an instant, Hell's Kitchen erupted into chaos. The dormant undercurrents of tension had finally erupted. The delivery blind man, who had been expected to bring poison, had instead carried an explosive, obliterating a group of Russians. This indicated that someone had declared war on the Russians. Who could be behind this attack? It was evident. Luke speculated that it was likely the work of Kingpin. Observing the scene from above, Luke remained momentarily speechless before finally uttering, "It seems tonight's events are destined for drama." This location was a crucial stronghold for the Russians, and having suffered such a significant blow, they would clearly not take it lightly. As if cold water had been poured into a pot of hot oil, Hell's Kitchen began to boil over. Numerous gang members surged from the shadows like ants, flooding the streets of Hell's Kitchen and opening fire on rival gang members. These individuals had been preparing for days, each armed with submachine guns and rifles, fully stocked with ammunition. As long as they were not allies, they would shoot on sight. The bright gunfire echoed throughout the streets, awakening countless sleepers. Ordinary citizens cowered in their homes, trembling in fear. What now? Can we even continue living like this? Damn gangs. Various factions hastily converged on the vicinity, clearly indicating that this factory would soon become the epicenter of conflict. Daredevil and Foggy soon found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation, neither having anticipated that events would spiral into such turmoil. As a group of furious Russians brandished AK-47s and descended from their vehicle, They opened fire without hesitation. Suddenly, a white mech descended from the heavens, shielding them from the barrage of bullets. "You all should leave. I will hold them off," came a voice from within a mech. "Who are you?" Fuji exclaimed, taken aback and staring at the robotic figure before him. Chapter 23. The heist with the Gundam. This was hardly the time for pleasantries. The night demon safeguarded Fuji as the two swiftly escaped through an alley behind a mech. Behind them, the mech engaged in battle with a fierce group of Russians wielding AK-47s. After running a considerable distance and ensuring they were safe, Matt and Fuji paused to exchange glances, both clearly eager to uncover the origins of their mysterious ally. Fuji gasped for breath. "It seems we've attracted the attention of someone we shouldn't have." "Describe the opponent," Matt prompted. Being blind, he could not see, but through his heightened senses, he sensed a familiarity in the presence of the figure. It was a robot. "A robot?" Matt replied, astonished. "Indeed, a flying robot," Fuji described. It stood about 4 feet tall, but it was too dark to discern its color. "Iron Man?" "No, it was clearly not Iron Man," Fuji asserted, recognizing that this mech was smaller in stature. For a moment, both men were at a loss for words. Was it that the world was changing too rapidly, or had they simply lingered in Hell's Kitchen for too long? Were robots not a staple of science fiction? Why were they suddenly appearing in reality? After listening intently to the distant sounds, Matt felt an unexpected sense of despondency. Compared to their newfound ally, his own abilities seemed woefully inadequate. He could hear that the Russians had been dealt with. The aerial combat mech swayed its rear, bent down, and picked up an AK-47 from the ground, inspecting it with satisfaction before stowing it away. The group of Russians had unwittingly provided him with 10 AK-47s. The Russians favored this firearm, renowned for its loud report, as it was perceived as a weapon for true men. At that moment, these so-called men lay sprawled on the ground, breathless, and evidently few would survive. Luke had dispatched these foes with his mech using bare hands. Just before the battle commenced, an idea struck him. Having mastered several DNF combat skills, which had become instinctual to his body, why could these skills not be applied to mech combat? Thus, the DNF fighting techniques were adapted into mech combat, amplifying their potency tenfold. The aerial combat mech now possessed a new form of combat, close-quarters brawling. Initially, Luke's movements were somewhat clumsy, but he quickly adapted, his actions becoming fluid. A swift punch. One Russian had a gaping hole punctured in his chest, dying instantly. A decisive mech suplex. Where did he go? Who could be so ruthless? Did he not see the bodies crushed beneath? Such behavior must not be repeated. A martial arts master would require considerable effort to contend with these thugs, and the possibility of falling victim to random gunfire looms large. However, when a mech is adept in martial arts, no one can stand in its way. The remaining assailants, armed with AK-47s, unleashed a torrent of bullets that ricocheted off the mech, leaving only shallow dents on its armored surface, posing no threat to Luke within. A single mech against 25 armed Russian mobsters. The clash concluded in mere 2 seconds, an utter rout. Indeed, who would have imagined martial prowess could be wielded in such a manner? "I'm truly a genius." Luke averted his gaze from the grotesque, bloodied corpses as he approached, collecting the AK-47s left behind, one after another. Subsequently, twin jets of searing flames erupted from the mech's feet, propelling it skyward, leaving a chaotic crime scene in its wake. Hell's Kitchen, a powder keg, had erupted this night. From his aerial vantage, Luke beheld the entirety of Hell's Kitchen. Nearly every street and alley was rife with gangsters engaged in fierce gunfights. Distant explosions occasionally reverberated, resonating through the New York night as fiery clouds ascended into the sky, their brilliance blinding. Meanwhile, Matt and Fudge had successfully evacuated the tumultuous area under his watchful eye, alleviating Luke's concerns. He then began to seek out his next targets. Through careful analysis, he deduced several locations that might serve as the strongholds of these individuals. Within the mech, a screen illuminated before Luke, displaying various coordinates, while his assistant, Christina's voice, echoed within the cockpit. After a brief examination, Luke nodded affirmatively. If these are indeed strongholds, there must be munitions stored within. Let us proceed. He had grasped the situation of the night. Observing the crossfire, it was apparent that local gangs, including the Irish and Mexican factions, were allied against the Russians. They appear to be in league with Gene Bin, who seemed to have orchestrated this endeavor to seize the Russian mob's territory. The Russians found themselves ensnared this evening, isolated and under siege. Meanwhile, the Japanese had formed a separate faction, opportunistically exploiting the chaos within Russian territories, eager to claim their share. Thus, the scenario unfolded. All were targeting the Russians. Facing the onslaught from the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, The Russians, beleaguered since their stronghold was obliterated, struggled to regain their footing. Luke had just decimated a group of them, exacerbating their predicament as they were already stretched thin. Nevertheless, the so-called fighting Russians were not to be underestimated. Cornered, they erupted into a frenzy, displaying a reckless abandon that even the New York police would hesitate to confront. From his aerial observation, Luke noted a group of Russians organizedly commencing a counterattack. Unyielding in the face of the relentless assault from the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, they unleashed the full force of their AK-47s. Suddenly, as Luke flew towards a Mexican stronghold, he halted the mech. A realization dawning upon him as he fixed his gaze on the screen, magnifying the visage before him. The striking visage, even under a facade of indifference, exuded allure and a hint of seduction. Luke was certain he had not mistaken her identity. Was she not supposed to be serving as a secretary for a wealthy, canine enthusiast at this moment? How could she possibly be here? In the scene, this slender figure was crouched in the heart of a gang confrontation, too fearful of the errant bullets flying around her to reveal herself. Two factions were fiercely exchanging fire in a vacant plaza. Suddenly, a white mech descended from the heavens, landing squarely between the two battling groups. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield instantaneously. The gang members stared blankly at the sci-fi design mech, their gazes shifting skyward, mouths agape in disbelief. Where on earth had this contraption come from? After a brief pause, a resounding voice emanated from the mech's loudspeaker. Testing, testing. Luke checked the sound quality inside the mech. It was robust and resonant. The gang members remained in a stupor, fixated on the mech at the center of the conflict. A burly, tattooed man, speaking with a Mexican accent, suddenly barked in frustration. Damn it. Whose robot is this? Get it out of the way. If you don't, I won't hold back. Due to the subpar quality of the speaker, salvaged from a junkyard, the voice crackled with distortion. Robbery. Lower your weapons. You may leave. Robbery? The gang members exchanged incredulous glances, quickly ignited with anger. Chapter 24. The Black Widow. Those who dared to engage in such a profession were invariably formidable characters. Luke's mech, standing at a diminutive height of 2 meters, was misleading. It suggested a lack of potency. Destroy it. Open fire. Both gang leaders commanded in unison, oblivious to the folly of their situation. Who did they think they were? Had they truly lost their minds to believe they could rob the likes of them? All the gunmen redirected their weapons, over 100 in total, collectively unleashing a barrage upon Luke. The bullets fell like rain, yet upon striking the mech, they merely produced a cacophony of clinks, devoid of any real impact. The mech sprang into action, taking several strides toward the nearest armed assailants, delivering a punch to each, sending them soaring through the air. Subsequently, Luke maneuvered the mech towards the location where the tattooed man had hidden. Along the way, he dispatched another 10 or so individuals and collected an array of firearms. Aha, a devadisat osumka. What a piece of junk. Luke lifted his foot and crushed it. What era are we in that people are still using a 98K? Even I, a scrap collector, cannot abide this. As Luke arrived at the designated spot, with bullets relentlessly peppering his back, he paid them no heed and activated the loudspeaker, addressing the slender figure concealed in the trench below. Good evening, Agent Romanoff. Such exquisite taste. Here to admire the moon? The Black Widow lamented her recent stroke of bad luck. Originally on vacation, she had been abruptly summoned for a mission to investigate an individual. Utilizing her professional acumen, she had successfully infiltrated the notorious Russian mob, leveraging her Russian identity to gain their initial trust. This evening, she intended to investigate her target. At the moment events unfolded, she was covertly interrogating a mafia member bound like a zongzi. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a nearby street, causing the ground beneath her to tremble. Accompanying this chaos was an unexpected and intense gunfire outside. The Black Widow feared her cover had been blown. Confused, she observed the fray around her, wondering how the situation had escalated so rapidly. Situated at the heart of the battlefield, she quickly assessed the circumstances. It appeared that the Russian mafia she had infiltrated was simultaneously under a planned assault from several rival gangs. Trapped in the midst of the tumult, she reluctantly resolved to rely on her exceptional skills to evade the most ferocious exchange of fire. What had begun as a straightforward espionage mission had swiftly devolved into a desperate fight for survival, leaving her utterly speechless. The mission had already failed. Preserving her life was now paramount. However, just as she managed to break free from the chaos, she found herself caught in the crossfire of 2 large groups of unidentified assailants. The Black Widow was left utterly speechless. Had everyone gone mad this night? She had no choice but to seek refuge in a concealed location to regroup. When Luke's mech descended from above, She was peering out to gauge the situation and immediately spotted it. Momentarily taken aback, she recalled an acquaintance. The moment a strange voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Calling her name, she understood trouble was brewing. This individual, whoever he was, recognized her. "Good evening, Agent Romanoff. Such refined taste? Here to enjoy the moonlight?" "You've mistaken the person," the Black Widow replied, crouching slightly to peer outside, intending to seize the opportunity to vacate this cursed place. Natalia Romanoff, former Soviet operative. Born in 1984, height 170 meters, weight 57 kilograms, measurements cough cough. Currently employed by S.H.A.D. These details were calculated by Christina on site. The Black Widow halted her steps. "Luke, non-committal, stated, where I am is irrelevant." He maneuvered the mech, extending a thumb towards the chaos behind him. "What matters is that it seems they VE spotted you." She wanted to retort that it was precisely because of him. She had been hiding perfectly well, planning to wait until the factions had finished their skirmish before seeking an escape. Who would have thought this unfamiliar figure would expose her? Now, she was thoroughly compromised. Bullets continued to rain upon Luke's mech, ricocheting off with a ping. Noticing their efforts were ineffective, a group of gangsters began to surround Luke, weapons drawn. The mech turned around, presenting its back to the Black Widow. Luke called out to her, "If you wish to survive, get on board. I'll fly you out of here." The Black Widow hesitated. A woman, late at night, entering the vehicle of a stranger was not a prudent decision. Yet, she sensed no malice in his tone. Given the current situation, she found herself with little choice. Even with her exceptional skills, extricating herself from such a predicament would be exceedingly challenging. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she deftly leaped out of the trench, wrapping her arms around the mech and positioning herself on its back. She secured her grip as the mech ascended. Jets of scorching fire erupting beneath it like a rocket soaring into the night sky. At an altitude of 30 meters, the mech ceased its ascent and hovered in place, propelled by its thrusters. Luke appeared to be waiting for something. The Black Widow glanced downward, unable to contain her anxiety as she exclaimed from the mech's back, "Damn it, what are you doing? This will make us targets." Below, several gangsters had astonishingly brandished their dark, bulky RPG launchers, aiming them at the sky where they hovered. The Black Widow, well versed in the capabilities of RPGs, recognized their effective range of over 250 meters, and their current altitude offered little comfort. Damn it! She regretted getting into this black vehicle and yearned to disembark. Just then, Luke declared justice from above. Suddenly, two hatches opened at the mech's sides, revealing ominous dark openings. From within these apertures, a series of black projectiles began to shoot forth, indistinguishable in the darkness. For 3 seconds, the mech unleashed a continuous barrage of 24 unidentified objects, accurately targeting a predetermined location. What followed was a scene that would remain etched in the Black Widow's memory forever. The plaza below, spanning at least 1,000 square meters, was illuminated as if it were daybreak. Blinding white light intermingled with an eerie blue glow, enveloping every corner where gangsters sought refuge. Those wielding RPGs were the first to fall victim, consumed instantaneously by the radiant brilliance. In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupted, echoing like thunder on a stormy night, shaking the entirety of New York. She stood agape, her mouth open in astonishment as she gazed downward. In the aftermath of the explosion, the plaza had vanished, leaving behind a bizarrely shaped crater, estimated to be at least 10 meters deep. Chapter 25. This woman is truly dangerous. My goodness, that power is rather formidable, Luke remarked, equally astonished as he peered into the depths of the pit, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. He had not anticipated the second-generation grenade's potency to be so immense. He suspected this was largely due to the addition of demon-suppressing stone powder. Within the crater, residual white sparks flickered amidst swirling blue gas that lingered ominously. It was evident to all that such an occurrence was far beyond the capabilities of conventional weaponry. The gas appeared luminous, resembling some form of chemical frost. Luke understood it to be the vaporization of liquid nitrogen mixed with remnants of demon-suppressing stone. As for the gangsters who had been clamoring just moments before, they had vanished, likely vaporized in an instant by the explosion. What have you done? The Black Widow gazed incredulously at the crater below, murmuring in disbelief. Her voice sounded muffled, her ears still ringing from the shockwaves. What kind of weapon is this? A biochemical weapon? A similarly muffled voice emanated from a mech beneath her. Do not worry. It merely appears exaggerated. Luke felt a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed underestimated the potency of his second-generation grenades. Had he foreseen this, he would have thrown fewer. With such explosive power, The total of 24 grenades launched in 3 rounds could potentially sink an aircraft carrier. However, in moments like these, admitting fault was out of the question. He hastily defended. My weapon is absolutely safe, eco-friendly, devoid of radiation, non-toxic, and without side effects. The Black Widow remained speechless for a while. Finally, she let out a slow sigh, deeming the matter a concern for the authorities, as it no longer pertained to her mission. Lower me down, she requested, tapping the mech's rear cover. Just a moment. The mech swiftly soared through the night to land atop a nearby building. Let's discuss this properly. Once on the ground, the Black Widow rubbed her uncomfortable ears, gazing at the mech towering over her with a complex expression. She pondered. Who would have imagined that such a compact combat robot could wield such fearsome weaponry? Who was the fool behind its creation? The deceased gangsters surely hadn't anticipated this. Otherwise, none would dare provoke this entity. Who exactly was this individual? And from whence had they emerged? She had never heard of such a design. As an intelligence operative, her memory was impeccable, and she was certain she had never encountered or heard of such a style of machinery. The fusion of DNF and Gundam aesthetics was indeed quite unique within the Marvel universe. It was no wonder no one had seen it before. What do you wish to discuss? Luke inquired. Who are you exactly? The Black Widow arched her brows, stating, I do not recall Tony Stark having a brother. Why not a sister? Because your voice sounds quite youthful. Although I cannot discern it clearly, it certainly bears the tone of a child. Luke remained speechless for a moment, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she was a top-tier agent. Her perceptiveness was extraordinary. The Black Widow, arms crossed and expression unyielding, asked, What do you wish to know? I want to understand how you came to be here. What is your mission? Luke voiced his curiosity. According to the plot of Iron Man 2, the Black Widow should have been sent by Nick Fury to infiltrate Stark Industries as Tony's secretary, with the intention of keeping tabs on him. Her presence here was decidedly unexpected. Well, it is acceptable. Luke cleared his throat and said, I know far more than you might imagine. Oh, the Black Widow raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment. Very well. I am in search of an individual purported to possess the ability to manipulate luck, suspected to be an enhanced being. That is my mission. A luck manipulator? Luke's mouth fell agape within the mech. This sounded vaguely familiar. Are you truly at ease divulging your mission objective to me? He asked, his tone curious. After all, the mission has already failed. The Black Widow shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, Now it is my turn to inquire. All right, go ahead. How old are you? The Black Widow flashed a charming smile. While I am uncertain of your exact age, your voice certainly suggests you are quite young. Please do not tell me you are older than a certain uncle clad in a full suit of armor. Luke silently mourned for Tony for a brief moment. The Black Widow pursed her lips, suppressing a laugh. Are you well acquainted with Tony Stark? She casually inquired. Not bad, he replied. I prepare his lunch myself every day. Luke felt no fault in his words. Oh, do you share the Stark surname as well? Impossible, Luke exclaimed. What makes you ask? I find your personalities quite similar. Both are rather arrogant and boastful. Well, goodbye. Luke felt a twinge of fear towards this woman. Zhang Wuji's mother had taught the menfolk, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be. To make matters worse, this woman had undergone formal training, making her all the more formidable. In just a few words, the Black Widow was probing for information. Luke feared that continuing the conversation would lead him into a trap, so he deemed it prudent to make a swift exit. Glancing around, he asked before departing, Are you sure you can leave here on your own? No problem, the Black Widow nodded. It was reasonable. They had already moved beyond the combat zone. With her skills, escaping would pose no challenge. Flames erupted beneath him as his mech ascended once more. After lingering for a moment, Natasha sighed. Although she hadn't encountered the orchestrator of fortune tonight, she had come across a younger Iron Man ultimately. This matter might fall squarely on her shoulders. Troubles were indeed accumulating. She retrieved her earpiece and said, This is Romanoff. I have new information to report. Chapter 26. The potential of the Demon Stone. Luke piloted his mech over Hell's Kitchen, deep in contemplation. He had unraveled the reason for the Black Widow's unexpected presence. Originally intended to infiltrate Stark Industries, it turned out to be due to him. The orchestrator of fortune, perhaps. It seemed that the commotion he had caused that day had drawn the attention of S.H.L.V., whose eyes and ears were spread throughout every corner. This was not difficult to explain. Indeed, he had been rather excessive that day. It wasn't that he wished to draw attention, but the potency of the system's elixir had endowed him with double luck, making discretion impossible. While ordinary onlookers might have perceived his rampage as mere luck, the keenly aware S.H.L.D. would have recognized the strange manipulation behind the gambling incident. Imagine a gambler entering a casino, losing only once at the beginning, yet winning continuously throughout the night. The odds of such an occurrence are likely slimmer than lightning striking the same spot twice. A certain god of hammers. I am this. With the protective guise of a Russian, the Black Widow was thus dispatched as an undercover agent. This must be what they call the butterfly effect, Luke pondered. His presence had already instigated a slight alteration in the original narrative. Although this change may seem trivial, as there was no shortage of secretaries around the wealthy. Whether this butterfly would continue to flutter its wings and create a chain reaction remained uncertain. For instance, had the Black Widow not reported the condition of the affluent dog to Egg, and had Egg not delivered Tony's father's relics, would the affluent dog have met his demise? Luke suddenly found himself intrigued by the unfolding developments. Perhaps it was due to his recent companionship with Rotas that he discovered a more cunning side to himself. Or perhaps it was the envy of the wealthy that stirred within him. As a beleaguered scholar who could only rely on scavenging to construct his mechs, he took a certain delight in witnessing the affluent dog's misfortunes. Of course, when the moment necessitated it, he would not hesitate to assist Tony in alleviating his palladium poisoning. The treasures that could be unveiled from the magic box were myriad, including versatile antidotes. When the time came, Luke would not shy away from extracting some funds for medicine from the affluent dog. After all, he had to ensure there was rice to cook at home and to create larger, more powerful mechs. With such thoughts, Luke soared over a Mexican stronghold, estimating that it contained the ammunition he required. The process of seizing the ammunition was remarkably smooth, despite a group of Mexicans attempting to thwart him. However, when Luke demonstrated what divine justice entailed, there was no further resistance. After his departure, Hell's Kitchen remained lively and tumultuous. The resilient Russians showcased the tenacity of their fighting spirit, managing to engage their opponents in a back-and-forth exchange despite being outnumbered. Both sides gradually escalated their firepower, with explosions lighting up the night sky of Hell's Kitchen intermittently. This was far from over. After Luke had caused 2 significant disturbances, the oblivious gang leaders mistakenly believed it to be the work of their rivals, thereby escalating tensions once more. In the secrecy of his hideout, Luke remained indifferent to it all, embodying the phrase, "not my concern." Upon his return, he equipped his aerial combat mech, Gale, with 4 machine guns, utilizing modified versions of the AK-47 and P7. Without the need to consider ammunition constraints, he significantly increased the firing rate of both weapons. During testing, a sandbag was reduced to a sieve in mere seconds. The 4 machine guns could unleash the firepower equivalent to 8 individuals firing simultaneously. Luke was quite pleased with this outcome, as it addressed the conventional firepower deficiency of the aerial combat mech. Currently, the Gale mech had 3 combat strategies. First, close quarters combat, employing a unique mech fighting technique derived from his DNF combat skills, primarily designed for engaging lighter targets. The material strength of the Gale mech limited its combat prowess, as it was constructed from scrap metal, only marginally superior to the first-generation Mark. Should he face the 5th-generation high-strength armor, Luke believed he must rely more on technique than brute strength to compensate for the material disparity. The second combat strategy involved machine gun suppression fire. The combined firepower of the 4 machine guns was, for the time being, sufficient for most scenarios. In truth, Luke could fill the mech with machine guns, but such an endeavor would be futile and aesthetically unpleasing. The third combat strategy entailed aerial bombardment. Tonight has unequivocally demonstrated the formidable power of divine justice, exceeding all his expectations. The upgraded 2nd-generation grenade is not merely twice as potent as the 1st-generation homemade variant. It surpasses it by several magnitudes. Luke mused that rather than underestimating the effects of grenade modifications, he had underestimated the potential inherent in the demonic crystal, a unique material of his own invention. Upon reflection, he found solace in this realization. Within the lore of DNF, the organization known as the 7 Divine Wings was the first to delve into the mysteries of the demonic crystal. Comprised of 7 genius mechanists, dubbed the Mechanical 7 War Gods, their collaborative efforts yielded the humanoid ultimate combat machine, the mechanical god of war, Gaboga, designed to vanquish the 9th apostle, the Dragon King Bakel, who dominated the celestial realm. 5 centuries later, the 7 Divine Wings inherited the legacy of the Mechanical 7 War Gods, evolving into the preeminent scientific institution in the heavens, attracting the most brilliant minds of the celestial world. Among its core members are Melvin, who delights in bestowing high-tech rings upon all, and the eccentric scientist Giselle, both integral to the organization. Other notable figures include Palavian, Nanksage, and Melifanir, many of whom are quite familiar to the populace. One can only imagine the immense scientific prowess housed within this organization, akin to Stark Industries in DNF, where intellect converges at the pinnacle of celestial scientific advancement. When the seventh apostle, the flame devourer Antoine, arrived in the celestial realm, the demonic crystal material manifested alongside Antoine's demonic energy. Melvin was the first to embark on research concerning the demonic crystal. He discovered that the energy contained within this crystal is both peculiar and immensely potent, boldly asserting that it could catalyze unprecedented breakthroughs in existing science. The primary characteristic of the demonic crystal is its encapsulation of the seventh apostle's demonic energy. In Luke's perspective, this substance is akin to uranium, dangerous yet replete with vast energy. Should he find an appropriate method to harness it, he could exploit these latent, astonishing energies. Much like the development of uranium through nuclear fission, Luke acknowledges that his current approach is rather rudimentary. He has reduced the demonic crystal to a fine powder, employing it as an additive in gunpowder. The energy released from this method is likely but a mere fraction of its true potential. Nevertheless, even this minuscule fraction demonstrated astonishing efficacy in tonight's practical application. To fully comprehend the demonic crystal requires a profound knowledge of chemistry and physics, a level of expertise that he currently lacks. However, there exists someone with such knowledge. Reminiscent of a character in a film whose father as cryptic clues led him to discover a new element that replaced toxic palladium, Luke realizes that in order to deeply explore the potential of the demonic crystal, he cannot bypass the insights of this Tony. He estimates that at this juncture, Tony must have already arrived in Monaco. In the film, Tony encounters a mad Russian wielding dual electric whips, chasing him down during a racing event, Whiplash. The two engage in a dramatic confrontation broadcast live. Luke senses that it is time for him to embark on his journey to Monaco, to partake in this extraordinary melee of chaos and destruction. Chapter 27. The people of Monaco welcome you. Lotus was quite displeased with Luke for creating such a commotion the previous night without involving him. The Mecca had limited capacity. As Luke explained, "I don't care," Lotus protested. "You must find a way to accommodate me." Under Lotus's firm insistence, a reluctant Luke had no choice but to clear a small space within the Mecca and install a fish tank. The following morning, after breakfast, Luke set out early with his backpack and quietly made his way to the secret warehouse. Today, he intended to skip class. Inside the warehouse, he discarded his backpack, released the Mecca, and climbed in. Lotus voluntarily settled into the fish tank. The warehouse ceiling opened, and flames erupted beneath the Mecca, lifting it high into the sky. It swiftly flew out of New York, heading towards Europe across the Atlantic. Once in international waters, the Mecca entered supersonic cruise mode, traversing the ocean at an accelerated pace. Inside, Assistant Christina reported on the navigation status. Speed, 7 Mach, clear skies, favorable sailing conditions, no birds in sight. We expect to reach our destination in 1 hour and 53 minutes. A news headline on the screen caught Luke's attention. The commotion in Hell's Kitchen from the previous night had predictably made the headlines of various New York news outlets that day. The front page of the New York Times featured the bold headline, "Liquefied gas explosion or superbomb?" The writer, adopting a conspiracy theorist tone, elaborated on the shocking and bloody gang conflict that had erupted in New York the night before. From speculations about the masterminds behind the clash to whether unconventional weapons had been employed, numerous inferences were made. Remarkably, their guesses seemed quite accurate. Luke, the eyewitness, found no fault in their accounts. Quite intriguing, there was more related information. Christina quickly retrieved additional reports and displayed them for him. One article included a high-definition image of the large crater at the scene. The picture revealed that the area had already been taken over by the military. The military's involvement excited many conspiracy theorists, indirectly confirming that the so-called gas explosion was merely a smokescreen for the government's public announcement that morning. Thus arose the question, what kind of weapon could have caused such devastation? A writer quoted a military expert. "This is clearly a weapon unknown to the United States." It was not ruled out that the events of the previous night were the work of terrorists. Consequently, the underground gang organizations in Hell's Kitchen faced dire consequences. Associating with terrorists is a severe taboo in the American political landscape. The military's presence in Hell's Kitchen likely extended beyond mere scene control. Luke surmised that the gangs in Hell's Kitchen would have to lay low for a while. Indeed, as events unfolded, even Gene Bing seemed to have quieted down, hiding with his men as they awaited the storm to pass. Simultaneously, Gene Bing cursed the bastard responsible for such a ruckus 100 times in his mind. "Damn it. We were merely playing by the rules to seize territory, and you had to flip the table? This isn't how things are done." Merely harboring anger is futile. Jean Bing remains oblivious to the origins of the turmoil that transpired last night, which has abruptly derailed his meticulously crafted plans. The military's assertive intervention is bound to adversely affect his ventures. Yet, the military is an entity unto itself. This morning, numerous partners of Jean Bing reached out, advising him to lay low for a while. Reluctantly, he must acquiesce. Jean Bing's enterprises are vast. Even a single day's halt in the operations of his Hell's Kitchen dominion incurs losses he finds unbearable. However, under the roof of the military, one must bow in submission. To dare provoke the military is to invite swift retribution. Jean Bing could swiftly transform from a golden figure to a mere trifle. Moreover, the daredevil is also feeling the weight of last night's chaos in Hell's Kitchen, which has illuminated the gravity of the case he is pursuing. He understands that he must exercise greater caution in future endeavors. Indeed, he intends to return. The daredevil is not one to surrender easily. The mech soared through the skies for nearly 2 hours, and at last, Luke glimpsed the coastline of England. He had arrived in Europe to evade military radar detection. He lowered both altitude and speed. Upon entering British airspace, he continued his navigation towards Monaco. The Principality of Monaco, located in the southwestern part of Europe, is the second smallest country in the world, slightly larger than Vatican City. Covering an area of merely 2 square kilometers, it is even smaller than the Summer Palace. Yet, it stands as one of the wealthiest and most developed nations globally, boasting a per capita GDP of 200,000, 3 times that of the United States. Monaco's Monte Carlo circuit is a world-renowned racetrack. Each year, it hosts the Formula One Monaco Grand Prix, attracting spectators from around the globe. In the midst of this, Ivan Vanko learned that Tony would be attending the race, prompting him to procure a visa through illicit channels and travel to Monaco. He even infiltrated the race venue, disguising himself as a pit crew member. At this juncture, Tony was suffering immensely from palladium poisoning, having exhausted every remedy to no avail. Feeling that his time was short, he recklessly decided to participate in the perilous formula racing. Ivan Vanko is a genius in his own right, having inherited his father's technical prowess. In pursuit of vengeance for his father, he crafted an arc reactor to serve as the energy source for his machinations. During the race, Vanko shed his disguise, donned a vest, and brazenly attacked Tony with dual whips. As the mech approached Monaco, the robotic companion, Rotas, suddenly announced, "Beep, system task initiated." System task? Luke was momentarily taken aback. The reward for this task was a selection box for mechanic skills. Upon hearing this, Luke's mouth watered in anticipation. You can issue system tasks? Why was I unaware of this before? This is a privilege bestowed upon me by the system. When necessary, I will issue tasks to motivate you to exert yourself. Do not forget the purpose of our arrival in this world. Rotas replied, "Very well. The task assigned to him by the system is to spread the glory of the apostles and create a stir." Luke inquired, "What is the objective of this mission?" Rotas, flailing in the aquarium, bellowed, "Of course, it is to showcase the power of the apostles before the ignorant masses. Let's wreak havoc. Let the world know of our existence." Chapter 28. Tony versus Whiplash Toxicity of Blood. 53. Gazing at the readings displayed on the monitor, Tony furrowed his brow. He licked the blood from his fingertip, remaining silent. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh. The arc reactor continued to emit a steady glow from his chest. Tony looked up, observing his reflection in the bathroom mirror, and spoke to himself with a complex mix of emotions. Do you have an even worse idea? On the grandstands flanking the Monaco Grand Prix circuit, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The highly anticipated Formula One Monaco Grand Prix was on the verge of commencing. Suddenly, the crowd at the edge of the track erupted in excitement upon spotting Tony Stark, clad in racing gear, making his way onto the circuit. It appeared he was about to compete. Keen-eyed reporters swiftly surrounded Tony, clamoring for interviews with the moment's hottest celebrity, the one and only Iron Man, the billionaire known for his extravagant lifestyle. Facing the cameras, Tony resumed his typical nonchalant demeanor, declaring, "Owning a racing car is for the purpose of racing. Otherwise, what's the point?" His proclamation ignited the crowd's fervor, prompting enthusiastic cheers. Iron Man was set to compete as a driver. This astonishing revelation rapidly spread throughout the circuit, leaving many incredulous yet eager for the impending race. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts in the hotel was utterly unprepared for Tony's sudden stunt, which diverged significantly from their planned vacation. Watching the live broadcast, she saw Tony donning a racing helmet and settling into the car. Anxious, she hurriedly sought out Happy in the hotel lobby to inform him of Tony's participation in the race. At that moment, the race had commenced. Tony, piloting a car he had purchased merely a minute prior, surged from the starting line alongside the other competitors. The roar of the engines temporarily alleviated the turmoil within him, allowing him to unleash his frustrations in a frenzied dash down the track. Shortly after the competitors took to the track, an unusual scene unfolded on camera. A man in an orange racing maintenance suit brazenly entered the already sealed-off circuit, striding confidently towards the oncoming race cars. This unexpected development left onlookers in shock. The race commentator elaborated on the unfolding situation in real time. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man removed his work cap, revealing a rugged visage. He then tore open his work uniform, exposing a peculiar device glowing with a white light beneath. Two metallic whips emerged from his sleeves, and as he grasped them, they crackled with electric energy, intertwining in a dazzling display. In an instant, the man's upper garments were reduced to ashes, completely revealing the bizarre apparatus he wore. The arc reactor was affixed to a rudely crafted vest, with all the energy output being channeled into two elongated whips. The electric whips were rapidly preheated, emitting a brilliant blaze accompanied by searing temperatures as they were brandished. At that moment, a race car driver sped around a sharp turn. A man stood defiantly in the center of the track, a fierce expression etched on his face, suddenly raising the electric whip and unceremoniously slashing towards the oncoming race car. Like a knife slicing through tofu, the speeding vehicle was cleaved in two, instantly losing its balance. It somersaulted in midair before crashing violently onto the track. A plume of smoke billowing upwards. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the most oblivious bystander realized the gravity of the situation. The race had been marred by a terror attack. Simultaneously, Tony's race car approached swiftly behind. Ivan Vanko, employing the same ruthless method, swung his electric whip down heavily towards Tony's vehicle. Tony, wide-eyed, watched helplessly as his car was severed in half. He felt weightless as the front half of the car spun violently through the air, ultimately crashing against the track's barriers. The car flipped onto its side, dazed and disoriented. Tony felt blood trickling down his forehead, obscuring his vision. Upside down, he caught a glimpse of Ivan Vanko, wielding the electric whip, approaching him menacingly. Diesel leaked from the wrecked car. Tony realized he was trapped in his seat, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ivan struck with his whip, intent on ending Tony's life. However, in the next instant, he found Tony had vanished. In a moment of dire peril, Tony finally extricated himself from his seat, barely rolling and crawling away from the deadly strike. Ivan turned around, spotting Tony behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lashed out once more. Defenseless, Tony's combat prowess was nearly non-existent. He tumbled and scrambled, narrowly evading the lashes that could have sent him to meet his father. Those who cherish life, particularly the wealthy, fear death most acutely. If it weren't for necessity, Tony would not wish to meet his end so soon. Faced with death so close at hand, his will to survive surged, adrenaline spiking as he miraculously dodged strike after strike, the scene growing increasingly perilous. Their struggle unfolded before the eyes of the audience. Mere meters away from the spectator stands outside the track. The crowd gasped collectively, men gaping and women covering their mouths. Cries of astonishment echoing as they anxiously sympathized with Tony. Ivan relentlessly swung his whip at Tony, a cold smirk on his lips as if mocking him. Fortune, after all, is finite. Tony knew it was only a matter of time before he was struck. Just as he narrowly evaded another blow, he stumbled to the ground. Ivan, in turn, spat blood uncontrollably. At last, Pepper and Happy arrived, bringing with them what appeared to be a briefcase, but was, in fact, Tony's ingeniously designed portable Mark V suit. Before the astonished audience, Iron Man's transformation was spectacularly complete. Clad in the suit, Tony was no longer the underdog. He raised his palm and unleashed a blast towards Ivan. All eyes were fixated on the combat between the two adversaries, oblivious to the presence of a 2-meter-tall mech hovering above the arena. Luke had been observing for quite some time and discerned that the whiplock was simply no match for Iron Man. The disparity between the two stemmed not only from the generational difference in their arc reactors, but also from their combat prowess. Tony employed a second-generation arc reactor, refined by his own innovations, which offered superior energy output and stability compared to the first generation. The reactor crafted by Ivan Vanko could only be classified as a rudimentary version, emblematic of the rough-hewn craftsmanship characteristic of the battle-hardened nation. After all, not everyone had the luxury of meticulous selection in materials, opting for the finest available. In terms of combat skills, it was undeniable that once donned in the Mark suit, Tony transformed entirely. As he himself remarked, he and the armored suit had become inseparable. Luke recognized that if this continued, the defeat of Whiplock was merely a matter of time. He pondered the necessity of not allowing all the glory to fall to the affluent, as he had his own mission to consider. The selection box for mechanical skills was something he was determined to acquire. Directly obtaining the blueprints for the Gibalg was unlikely, and even if he were to receive the schematics, constructing such a monstrous entity would require a staggering sum of money, far exceeding reasonable expectations. In contrast, other skill books seemed far more attainable. What he truly yearned for was the G0 War Lord blueprint from the female mechanic. He could only wonder if such a treasure lay within the box. If it contained only basic skill selections, it would be a grave disappointment. The spectators lining the track were now anxiously riveted on the clash between Iron Man and the formidable villain. As their battle intensified, gasps of astonishment echoed as the crowd invoked the name of God. This F Grand Prix was being broadcast live, with signals reaching audiences across the globe. At that moment, countless viewers were glued to their screens, anxiously witnessing the unfolding drama. Just as the skirmish reached its zenith, the situation took an unexpected turn. In a flash, a thunderous roar erupted as a mech, unlike any seen before, plummeted from the sky. Chapter 29, for the tribe. Luke's entrance elevated the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. Cameras and smartphones were suddenly trained on this uninvited guest, sparking rampant speculation about the mech's identity. Standing 2 meters tall and equally wide, its design melded elements of DNF and Gundam aesthetics. The appearance of the aerial combat mech, Stormwind, was both novel and alien to all within the Marvel Universe. Undeniably, Luke showcased his utmost engineering expertise with this mech. Upon its debut, it captivated the majority of onlookers. It seemed that aside from the ARFRA, there was a consensus in the appreciation of mech aesthetics. Some immediately speculated that this must be a new model from Iron Man. Was Iron Man summoning reinforcements? A mini Iron Man? Excited fans cheered, "Iron Man, defeat your opponent." A man from Monaco shouted, "Oh my gosh, what an adorable model." A female spectator exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, "Tony, I love you. I want to bear your children." The sudden appearance of Luke caught both Tony and Ivan off guard amidst their fierce struggle. Ivan, filled with rage, thought, "Damn Stark, does he think he can win against me with sheer numbers? I will not concede." His purpose for being here today was to humiliate Tony Stark in front of the world, to render his words a mere farce. Tony had boldly assured everyone that the arc reactor would not be replicated within a decade and boasted that no one dared to challenge Iron Man in a duel. As Ivan sought to fulfill the legacy of his deceased father, he yearned to vindicate his father's failures. If he could slay Stark in front of such a multitude, it would be the ultimate victory. Even if he could not kill him, merely proving to the world that Stark was not invincible would suffice. With that thought, Ivan cast a glance at the newly appeared mech, his expression hardening as he raised his electric whip once more, ensnaring Tony's neck while he was momentarily distracted. With the arc reactor activated, the whip unleashed a powerful surge of electricity. Inside the armor, Tony's virtual display flickered violently as the intense current interfered with the suit systems, though fortunately, the impact was not catastrophic. The Mark V armor, having undergone 5 iterations of enhancement, possessed a degree of resistance to external voltage, frigid temperatures, and even harsh radiation. Thanks to Tony's ingenuity and Jarvis's assistance, he had anticipated various contingencies. Despite the slight compromise in armor thickness for the sake of portability, a fact that did not entirely please him, the Mark V was, by all accounts, remarkably flawless. Determined, Tony resolved to withstand the current and seize the whip, rendering Ivan unable to escape. He advanced step by step toward Ivan. Just then, a shadow darted forward, and Ivan was sent flying, the whip slipping from his grasp as he crashed heavily onto a wrecked racing car. The towering mech struck a punching pose. Luke had expertly controlled the force of his blow. Otherwise, Ivan might have ended up with a hole in his chest rather than merely being incapacitated. Nonetheless, that punch rendered Ivan unconscious, thwarting his plans for the evening. Luke had no intention of killing Ivan, as it would offer him no advantage. Furthermore, such an act would alter the trajectory of the Iron Man 2 storyline, and Luke was far too astute to invite unnecessary complications upon himself. Finally, the police arrived. In situations like this, the authorities always seem to appear at the last possible moment. A cadre of officers handcuffed the unconscious Ivan and dragged him away like a lifeless pig. As for Tony and Luke, the police seemed to disregard their presence, circumventing the 2 men entirely. Left in the arena were only Luke and Tony. The onlookers, still grappling with their disappointment over the abrupt conclusion of the spectacle, felt somewhat unsatisfied. With a swift motion, Iron Man's visor retracted, revealing Tony's face as he turned to Luke and inquired, "Who are you?" This line had become a well-known jest during a congressional hearing in the United States. Tony had refused to acknowledge Iron Man as a weapon, instead describing it as a high-tech prosthetic. Tony feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Please don't tell me you are my fervent admirer. I must concede, this machine of yours is quite unconventional, albeit somewhat diminutive in design. Were it up to me, I would have fashioned it to a more human height, allowing for manual operation as well as remote control." Luke curled his lip and replied, "Black Widow is right. You are nothing but a narcissist." "Black Widow? What is that?" Tony inquired, unaware of her existence due to the altered narrative. "It's nothing. Farewell," Luke said, ascending into the sky with his mech suit. True to form, Tony was relentless. He lowered his helmet, and flames erupted from the feet of his suit as he took flight. Soaring beside Luke, he scrutinized the mech with curiosity. "Surely, you shouldn't be here? Remote piloting?" While the concept is novel, it comes with numerous limitations, primarily concerning network disconnection and data anomalies. Luke ignored him, prompting Tony to continue. "How is it that such a small frame cannot accommodate a person? Unless you are but a child? That is utterly absurd. It cannot be." The notion was swiftly dismissed by Tony, not solely for its lack of logic, but rather because he was unwilling to accept that a mere child could craft such a machine. Jarvis had already analyzed a portion of the myriad data parameters pertaining to the aerial combat mech, and Tony had to admit that its design was impressively sophisticated. Likely the work of a seasoned expert, someone with genius comparable to his own. He awaited an opportunity to strike, having resolved to engage Tony in a skirmish that day, all for the sake of motivation. Poor Tony remained blissfully unaware, persistently trailing Luke and chattering away beside him. "You see, since you have appeared here and resolved one of my dilemmas, should I not express my gratitude? Of course, in your absence, I could have easily managed this matter myself, so perhaps a thank you is unwarranted. However, this situation cannot simply be overlooked. I believe we need to have a serious discussion privately. There is nothing to discuss," Luke declared, accelerating the mech sharply, preparing to take flight. Tony reached out, grasping the ankle of the mech. "Damn it," Luke retorted, his legs propelling him forward. He was secretly amused, finally having an excuse to engage. Luke pivoted and delivered a fierce punch to Tony's chest, sending the unsuspecting Tony hurtling through the air. This strike was executed without restraint. The immense force unleashed by Luke's blow caused Tony's suit to malfunction momentarily, and he tumbled to the ground, crashing onto a highway overpass. By this point, the two had already ventured beyond the competition zone, having crossed into French airspace during their high-speed flight. Tony's fall created a spiderweb-like crater in the highway. Unfortunately, they had not been at a great height. Otherwise, the impact might have rendered Tony unconscious. Suddenly, a living being plummeted from the sky, causing chaos among the vehicles on the highway. Cars behind slammed to a halt, resulting in a series of rear-end collisions, swiftly leading to a traffic jam. Some individuals have already begun to contact the authorities, while many others have taken out their phones to capture the moment. In this digital age, the dissemination of news occurs at lightning speed. The scene at the Monaco F1 Grand Prix is still fervently discussed online, and fresh updates regarding Iron Man have surfaced on various video platforms. In the footage, Iron Man plummets from the sky, struck down by a 2-meter-tall mech with a powerful punch. Those who witnessed the video are left in astonishment. How could this robot possibly engage in combat with Iron Man? Are they not allies? Lying on the pavement, the virtual display before Tony flickers violently with JARVIS, indicating that his suit has sustained 29 damage and advising him to retreat. Given Tony's proud disposition, he would never concede so easily. He shakily rises to his feet and glances up at the hovering mech, then propels himself skyward once more. With remarkable speed, he crashes directly into Luke, dragging him down from the air. Boom! The two land on a roadway beneath an overpass, creating 2 new craters in the ground. Luke, seated within the mech, sees stars, and the red warning lights around him flash incessantly. Cursing under his breath, he mutters about the reckless billionaire. The two rise and face one another, exchanging blows without a word. They brawl like 2 intoxicated ruffians, obstructing the traffic as they unleash their fury in front of countless onlookers. Perhaps Tony is reluctant to admit it, but in truth, he is the one being pummeled. Tony opts for close combat, which only serves to amuse Luke. The billionaire is no match for him. Luke, with precision and speed, adeptly counters Tony's every move, swiftly diminishing his spirit. Diving gut punch. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Luke commands a mech, forcefully pushing off the ground for a sprint and delivering a powerful punch. Compared to Tony, the air combat mech is significantly shorter, resulting in Luke's attack resembling a monkey plucking a peach, which terrifies Tony, who instinctively shields himself. The tremendous force sends Tony sprawling, and he tumbles several times before regaining his footing. Heart racing, He raises his palm, no longer holding back. A brilliant light emanates from his hand as he unleashes an energy blast towards Luke. Tony finally realizes that he should not engage in close combat with this opponent, who appears to excel in such scenarios. In the face of Iron Man's signature attack, Luke neither flinches nor retreats. A force field, an orange glow suddenly appears. An orange energy shield with a 2-meter radius envelopes Luke completely, providing airtight protection. A smug smile creeps across his face as he thinks. Who said one cannot utilize a force field while seated in a mech? Surely, this comes as a surprise. During the design of the mech, he had already considered its defensive capabilities. Acknowledging that material flaws are an undeniable weakness, he knew that no amount of reinforcement could withstand a powerful blow. Tony's palm cannon could easily obliterate his hastily assembled mech. Fortunately, he possesses the ability to deploy a force field at any moment, as long as the shield remains intact. Even a paper-thin mech poses no threat to defense. One can focus solely on the offense. Tony unleashed an energy projectile that struck the psychic barrier, creating merely a ripple akin to a splash of water, as the energy of the projectile was effortlessly nullified. Witnessing this, Tony widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired, "What is this? Some form of energy field?" Within his suit, he commanded, "Jarvis, analyze this." "Analyzing, sir," came the prompt response. Tony gazed with growing intrigue at this ambiguous opponent, acknowledging his escalating curiosity towards the unfamiliar mech. The two continued exchanging blows. Luke twisted his hand, dislodging a steel guardrail from the roadside, and swung it like a club, sending Tony flying. The steel pipe struck the psychic barrier without causing Luke any harm. Rather, the recoil sent Tony staggering backward. At that moment, Jarvis presented his analysis. "Sir, this defensive field employs an energy form unknown to my database, exhibiting a remarkably high energy density, reaching 0.000 kilopascals. Forcibly breaching it is not advisable, sir. Analyze for weak points," Tony instructed. Given his extensive knowledge of various energy forms, he believed that any curtain of energy would invariably possess an uneven distribution flaw. Although he was unsure of how the opponent had achieved this and applied the technology in combat, Tony had faith that science would provide an explanation. Soon, Jarvis displayed an energy flow diagram of Luke's psychic barrier before Tony, swiftly identifying two regions where the energy was comparatively sparse. Without hesitation, Tony activated the arc reactor, and a powerful beam of energy erupted from the chest of his suit, continuously bombarding the psychic barrier. The immense energy expenditure caused the shield to shimmer with radiant brilliance, its color rapidly dimming until it suddenly shattered and vanished. With the mech now exposed, four machine guns emerged from its shoulders, their barrels spinning rapidly as a torrent of fire was unleashed. A cacophony of clattering and explosions ensued as Tony's iron suit was engulfed in flames. The gunfire persisted for a full 30 seconds before finally ceasing, the barrels glowing red-hot like branding irons. The ground beneath Tony was littered with spent shells. Just as he exhaled in relief, a grenade was hurled directly at him. "Watch out, sir," Jarvis warned, just as the oddly shaped grenade detonated at Tony's feet. A deafening boom erupted as an eerie blue light flickered, and the surrounding air plummeted to freezing temperatures. Chapter 31. Downing the fighter jet, a wave of extreme cold swiftly enveloped Tony, freezing him in place, and when the frost dissipated, he stood as an ice sculpture. The blast had created a sizable crater in the road, with a fissure several inches wide extending for over 10 meters, strewn with debris and chaos. The occupants of the vehicles on the highway covered their ears, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld this spectacle. The emergency hotline of the French police was on the brink of being overwhelmed. Tony, astonished, gazed at the readings displayed before him within his suit. At that moment, the external temperature of his armor plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. Fortunately, he had enhanced the suit since the Mark II, enabling it to withstand such extreme cold. This minor inconvenience was hardly a challenge for him. The arc reactor on his chest illuminated rapidly, radiating a brilliant light. The hard ice shell enveloping him melted at a visibly swift pace. Simultaneously, the energy shield of the aerial battle mech was restored to its original state. Luke had reactivated the energy shield. How could it recover so swiftly? This left Tony both surprised and intrigued. He pondered the type of reactor Luke was employing. It seemed to rival his arc reactor in terms of energy output. The two combatants refrained from further engagement, maintaining a distance of over 20 meters as they faced each other. Gazing at the towering 2-meter mech opposite him, Tony felt at a loss for words. Its level of difficulty exceeded his initial expectations. The mech had just demonstrated several combat capabilities, including melee combat, machine gun fire, and grenade launches, which were to some extent comparable to the Mark V. On Luke's side, he had decided against using the electric grenades, as the whip lock had confirmed their ineffectiveness against Tony. Luke envied the advanced materials utilized in the Mark suits. Tony was a veritable aficionado of high-tech components, ensuring that each Mark suit was constructed with the finest materials available. After this skirmish, the Mark V bore only minor bullet marks and some charred areas from the grenade explosion. Its external armor remained largely unscathed and ready for continued combat. Conversely, Tony admired Luke's peculiar defensive field. Though he had researched such technology, it posed numerous challenges and unresolved technical difficulties. He was eager to discover how the creator of the opposing mech had achieved such a feat. Just then, a roaring sound echoed through the air. 2 fighter jets appeared on the horizon, dispatched by the French Air Force. Tony and Luke, having intruded upon French airspace without permission, had long been detected by radar. This might have been overlooked, but their choice to engage in combat in such a public manner, wreaking havoc on the highway, was unacceptable. The French government, initially inclined to turn a blind eye, could no longer ignore the situation. Consequently, 2 Dassault Rafale jets took off from a nearby airbase, calling out to the 2. Tony had already heard the call, but was too disinterested to respond, preoccupied with exchanging blows with Luke. As for Luke, he was unable to receive the communication. He had not equipped his aerial battle mech with a radio. As the situation escalated, with the 2 combatants employing even an unidentified explosive, the French could no longer tolerate their actions. Recognizing Tony as Iron Man, the French military targeted Luke. 1 Rafale jet swooped down from a low altitude, releasing a Mica missile from its wing, the missile trailing a fiery tail as it shot toward Luke. The cockpit of the mech resonated with urgent alarm signals as Luke deftly maneuvered the machine into the sky, soaring rapidly upward. Missiles relentlessly pursued him, finally catching up and exploding in a brilliant fireball behind him. Before the flames had dissipated and the French military could ascertain whether their target was destroyed, a silvery figure erupted from the blaze, none other than Luke himself. The combat mech remained unscathed, shielded from a missile by a protective energy barrier. Like a streak of white lightning, the silver mech darted through the air, pursuing the Rafale fighter jet that had launched the missile. What was he intending to do? On the ground, Tony gaped, uncertain of Luke's plans as he chased the aircraft. Could it be that he intended to shoot down the French fighter? Despite Tony's self-assuredness, he would not recklessly provoke the military, let alone shoot down their aircraft over a mere disagreement. Such an act would inevitably lead to significant complications. Yet, Luke was resolute in his intentions. He aimed to bring down the jet. The supersonic combat mech could reach a terrifying speed of 25 Mach, maintaining this velocity for extended periods. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the mech's exterior material, powered by colorless crystal blocks, it could sustain this extreme speed indefinitely. In contrast, the French Dassault Rafale typically cruised at around 4 Mach, a stark disparity between the 2. Luke rapidly closed the distance, catching up to 2 returning fighter jets. The pilots, upon seeing this spectacle on their onboard radar, were taken aback. Just as one pilot reported the situation to base, he turned to see the white mech waving at him through the window. With a powerful strike, Luke shattered the cockpit glass of one aircraft and effortlessly extracted the pilot, seat and all, from the cockpit. Get rid of him, Luke, Rotas urged excitedly from within the mech's cockpit, reveling in the thrill of the moment. However, Luke shook his head, activating the mech's loudspeaker to address the pilot. Remember to deploy your parachute when you land. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the pilot from the sky. Learn from me, and give them a heads up. That's what I call humanitarianism, he remarked earnestly to Rotas. Subsequently, Luke smashed the cockpit of the Rafale with a single punch, unleashing a barrage from 4 machine guns that reduced the aircraft to a dazzling fireball in midair. Tony on the ground watched in stunned silence. Seeing this, another Rafale took fright and accelerated to flee. Luke, however, had no interest in pursuing it. It was evident to all that conventional fighter jets stood no chance against such an advanced combat mech, which was precisely why the U.S. military coveted Tony's Iron Man suit so fiercely. Feeling that the situation had escalated sufficiently, Luke decided to withdraw. He had no desire to be pursued by a coalition of nations. In the wake of such a significant incident, media reporters, ever quick to catch the latest developments, arrived on the scene in live broadcast vehicles, ready to cover the unfolding drama before the French police could even respond. Iron Man has always been a darling of the media. A throng of journalists quickly gathered around Tony, clamoring to inquire about the series of battles that had just transpired. However, Tony's attention was solely fixated on Luke, casually brushing off the reporter's questions. I have no idea where he came from. You say who knows him? Me? Do I look like I know him? At this moment, Tony's appearance was, to be frank, somewhat disheveled. His suit was riddled with dents and marred by scorch marks. All thanks to Luke. The reporters, undeterred, immediately directed their eager gazes toward Luke, suspended in midair. Chapter 32. The interview as one of the protagonists of this conflict. The white armor that had originally appeared at the Monaco Grand Prix to assist Iron Man in subduing terrorists had, for reasons unknown, turned against him. The reporters, brimming with curiosity, were inundated with a multitude of questions they wished to pose to the individual involved. Yet, given the recent skirmish, it seemed that this individual, capable of tearing apart war machines, was not particularly amiable. Nevertheless, there are always those bold enough to approach danger. Indeed, a fearless reporter dared to step forward to interview Luke. "Excuse me, sir in the sky, may I have a moment of your time?" A naive female journalist called out, waving a microphone at Luke. Finding her beauty compelling, Luke decided to descend and grant her an interview. The aerial combat suit descended gracefully to the ground, swiftly attracting a multitude of reporters and cameras. The female journalist signaled to her partner behind her to prepare the camera, then approached Luke with a radiant smile. "Thank you for agreeing to this interview. My name is Laura, and I am a reporter for the French news station. First, I would like to express my personal opinion. I find your robot quite charming." "Hello, Laura. Thank you for the compliment. How should I address you?" Luke replied. The female journalist asked, "What should I call you?" Luke, addressing the camera with a serious demeanor, responded, "I have had many titles. Oh, they have called me the adventurer, the weak warrior, the king of can openers. Later, they referred to me as the hope of Kenina, the sacred guardian, the undying King Borodin. Eventually, all came to honor me, addressing me as the conqueror of Anton, the immortal king of Heberon, the guardian of orcs, the majestic dragon, the chosen one." The journalist wiped the sweat from her brow. "So, should I, however, these are merely past glories, of little significance. Now, you may call me the Apostle," Luke stated. "Very well, Mr. Apostle." The female journalist continued, "May I ask, am I speaking directly with you? I mean, are you within the suit like Iron Man? Or are you remotely controlling this robot?" "Of course," Luke replied. The journalist awaited further clarification, but Luke remained silent. She, perplexed, inquired, "Of course what?" "Of course." "Ask your next question," Luke responded. The journalist, slightly exasperated, pressed on, "All right, do you have any grievances or misunderstandings with Iron Man?" "None," Luke replied. "Then why did a conflict arise between you here? Recently, on the illustrious grounds of Monaco, it was your collaboration that subdued that terrorist. Could you enlighten me on the reasons behind your falling out?" This inquiry is of paramount significance, not only to the reporters present, but also to countless viewers across the globe. Online, there's been fervent discussion surrounding this topic, with a myriad of speculations emerging. Some assert that the white mech merely passed by, unfamiliar with Iron Man, while others propose that both Iron Man and the white mech belong to a clandestine organization, merely engaging in a friendly rivalry. There are even whispers that the white mech sought vengeance upon discovering that Tony had wronged its master, given Tony's penchant for such escapades. It is not entirely implausible. Indeed, a notable number of individuals support this theory. A female journalist sensed that a significant story was unfolding. Her eyes sparkled as she extended her microphone. "Oh? Could you elaborate?" Luke's subsequent revelation was astonishing. "He touched my foot." The journalist pressed on. "He even embraced me," Luke added. At this, Tony's complexion turned a sickly shade of green. Whether it was the palladium poisoning exacerbating his condition, he protested vehemently. "I object. He is defaming me." Iron Man's protest drew the attention of every camera in the vicinity. Luke, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Are you denying that you touched my foot? Or denying that you embraced me? Do you dare to swear to the heavens that you did not do either?" Tony's face darkened to an alarming hue. This was undoubtedly symptomatic of palladium poisoning. But why must Luke portray the incident in such an unsavory manner? Why use the word touched? "Look, ladies and gentlemen," Luke said, manipulating the mech. "He's practically admitted it." "I did not," Tony retorted. "What do you mean? Are you denying it or denying that you touched my foot? Please, refrain from using that word, K." "Which word?" "Foot." At that moment, Tony had never felt more inclined to resort to violence. "Do you wish to brawl? Huh? You think I fear you? Who was it that was left disoriented just now?" "Disoriented? Are you referring to yourself?" "I am indeed referring to you." The journalist placed her hand on her forehead, exasperated by their childish antics. "Gentlemen, if you must fight, kindly allow me to finish this interview first," she interjected. Tony addressed the camera. "I must clarify that my sexual orientation is entirely normal. The statements made by this individual are utterly unfounded. I feel compelled to provide proof." He earnestly turned to the journalist. "This beautiful lady, I sincerely invite you to join me for dinner tonight, followed by some engaging activities." The journalist was taken aback. Her mouth agape. Luke, nestled within the mech, nodded in approval, acknowledging the striking beauty of the French reporter, blonde, blue-eyed, with fair skin and impeccable fashion sense. Tony's discerning eye for such matters was indeed sharp. A bold international invitation, unashamedly presented, true to Tony's character. In this regard, Luke held a measure of admiration for him. The journalist's face flushed with a mix of crimson and violet. Internally, she mused, this is live television. Couldn't you choose a more appropriate setting for such an invitation? Yet, she secretly delighted at the prospect of spending a splendid evening with the illustrious Tony Stark. What woman would not wish for such an opportunity? Regrettably, I must express my apologies. Ahem, I believe I should first complete this interview. The female journalist felt a bit breathless and loosened her already relaxed collar, revealing a considerable expanse of pale skin. This was not her first encounter with troublesome interview subjects like Tony and Luke. She had confidence in her professional abilities to manage the situation. After calming herself, the journalist proceeded to question Luke. How do you explain your recent act of shooting down a French Air Force Rafale fighter jet? In self-defense, of course. The fighter jet fired upon me first, prompting my retaliation. I possess a dashcam as evidence, Luke passionately declared. Indeed, he was referring to a dashcam he had salvaged from a scrap vehicle. Can you provide that to us? I mean, your evidence, the journalist inquired. The journalist pondered. What on earth is a dashcam? Is that a grammatical error? No matter. I believe once everyone has reviewed the footage, they will surely concur with my statement. I am truly a victim, and my response was purely one of self-defense, Luke asserted. Moreover, I strongly denounce the unprofessional conduct of the French Air Force in this matter. Unprofessional conduct? What does that mean? The journalist was perplexed, having never encountered this term before. In the French news studio, the director commanded, quick, find out what unprofessional conduct means. I need an answer within minutes. Chapter 33. Added to 084, the television station's writers swiftly conducted online research and soon discovered the answer. Unprofessional conduct generally refers to opportunistic and extortionate behavior, such as intentionally colliding with a vehicle to solicit compensation. The journalist adjusted her earpiece, seemingly receiving instructions, and asked Luke, Mr. Apostle, are you Chinese? Luke, taken aback, responded, why do you ask? Because, as far as I know, the term unprofessional conduct originally stems from Chinese vocabulary. Are you Chinese? The journalist astutely identified the crux of the matter and pressed on. Luke thought to himself, one must guard against journalists, just as one does against fire and theft. American? The journalist probed. Luke shrugged, non-committal. He did not admit to being American. He merely acknowledged that he was from New York, residing in Queens. Naturally, he could not disclose the latter half of that statement. The journalist contemplated for a moment before inquiring, earlier, you mentioned unprofessional conduct. You characterized the French Air Force as unprofessional. How do you justify that assertion? Tony was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood, reflecting that he should not have touched this man's foot. No, it wasn't touching, it was pulling. At that moment, seated in his mech, Luke received a system notification. Mission objectives met, task complete. A wave of elation surged within him. Thus, he addressed the journalist. Miss, do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave. I will have my assistant email the video evidence to your station. I'm quite busy, dealing with sums in the realm of millions. Luke internally added, in Vietnamese dong. Very well, thank you for your time, the journalist responded, wiping the sweat from her brow. Amidst the myriad of lenses capturing the moment, the silver-hued mech ascended into the skies in a resplendent display, accelerating away with equal grandeur. This time, Tony did not impede Luke's departure. He stood there, a frown etched upon his face, lost in contemplation. Moments later, as a throng of reporters encircled him, Tony lowered his battlesuit's visor, his palms facing downward, and without uttering a word, took flight. At the headquarters of SHIELD, the location remained classified. Outside the director's office, Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, knocked gently before entering. The office was sparsely furnished, containing merely a desk and an office chair, devoid of any seating for visitors. The air conditioning was set to a low hum. Nick Fury, perpetually clad in a long black trench coat, sat behind the desk. This man, who now orchestrated operations from the shadows, had once enjoyed a storied past filled with accolades. King of Agents, One-Eyed Man, Director of SHIELD, Guardian of the Wall, and the Watcher, among others. Alas, fate had dealt him a different hand, and he was now commonly referred to as Egg. Black Widow cast a glance at Egg, but remained silent. He picked up a tablet, sliding it across the desk toward her. Take a look at this, he intoned in a deep voice. Black Widow grasped the tablet and activated the playback. On the screen was a video of a recent interview with Luke by a French television station. Additionally, there were several clips captured by various cameras, depicting Luke's confrontation with Tony on the French highways. Upon finishing the footage, Black Widow's scarlet lips parted slightly, revealing her surprise. Having been preoccupied with pressing matters, she had neglected the news and was now apprised of the unfolding events. "I recall you mentioning that they were acquainted," Egg inquired. After a brief pause, he scrutinized Natasha with his solitary eye, asking, "What is your assessment of this individual?" "Very dangerous," she replied, astonished that within mere days, this person had made his way to Monaco, inciting such a ruckus. In full view of the public, he had engaged in a battle with Iron Man, even managing to bring down a French Dassault, Rafale. Black Widow found herself at a loss for words to describe him. Audacious seemed insufficient. This individual appeared to operate beyond the bounds of the law. "I am eager to uncover the formidable background this person possesses," Egg stated solemnly. "I do not believe that such a war machine could be birthed from any trivial factions. Not everyone is Tony Stark. I am Iron Man." One Iron Man is ample. "Do you have any leads regarding his identity?" Black Widow furrowed her brows in thought, seemingly struck by a revelation. She turned to Egg, saying, "He mentioned something that might serve as a clue." "What did he say?" Egg asked, intrigued. Her expression turned peculiar as she replied. "He claimed that he prepared Tony Stark's lunch." Egg was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. "What does he mean by that?" "I do not know." She shook her head. "Perhaps it is meant to be taken literally." A silence enveloped them for a moment. After a while, Egg nodded, stating, "It seems our only recourse is to investigate Tony's circle. This task shall be entrusted to you. Delve into this matter alongside Tony." As he spoke, he tossed a stack of documents over. The Black Widow picked them up and perused them, her brow furrowing. "You want me to be Stark's secretary?" "Indeed. I have long harbored this intention. This time, it provides a perfect opportunity to investigate this individual." The Black Widow sighed, "Very well." She took the pile of documents and turned to exit the Egghead's office. The wheels of fate rolled onward. She was destined to become an undercover agent within Stark's domain. After her departure, Egghead stared at another document before him, frowning as he scrutinized it for a while. It contained a compilation of known information regarding the silver-hued mechanized armor. The Sovereign of Hibernia? The Chosen One? After a prolonged moment of confusion, Egghead closed the file. The cover clearly bore the designation 084. He rose and secured the document within a robust safe behind him. 084 was a code name, a classification. It represented the highest level of confidential files within SHIELD, accessible only to a select few, including the director. 084 denoted unidentified objects, some of which even SHIELD could not ascertain. It encompassed a myriad of entities, ranging from objects and energy to even individuals. Initially, 084 was merely a designation for an item, the Terrigen monolith of the Inhumans. Over time, its significance expanded. The first individual classified as 084 was named Sky. Subsequently, the Cosmic Cube and Thor's Hammer were also designated as 084. Luke was utterly unaware that he had been classified as 084 by SHIELD, having become an object of high danger requiring vigilance and monitoring. Even if he were to discover this, he would not be surprised. He was constantly stirring up trouble, inevitably drawing SHIELD's attention. As long as he continued to flirt with danger, a confrontation with SHIELD was inevitable. However, Luke was not the least bit concerned about their scrutiny. By the time they located him, he would likely have already crafted his G0 warlord. At this moment, he was in a clandestine warehouse, reveling in the rewards of his recent mission. A self-selection gift box for mechanic skills. No unfortunate surprises had occurred. The gift box contained a selection of advanced mechanic skills. Almost all the essential skills were included, catering to both male and female mechanics. Poor Lotus would never know how close it came to being placed in the oven. Chapter 34. Tony's lunch, a dazzling array of mechanic skills, unfolded before Luke. As he perused the available options, he found himself suffering from decision paralysis. He wanted them all. Ultimately, he adhered to his original plan and selected the G0 Warlord skill book for female mechanics. Upon learning it, an extraordinarily intricate design blueprint for a large-scale war mech immediately manifested in his mind. Another extravagant project was on the horizon. Luke briefly estimated the funds required for this endeavor, suspecting it would be several times that needed for the previous creation of the aerial combat mech, Stormwind. The G0 Warlord not only involved far more complex craftsmanship, but also demanded a longer manufacturing time, alongside several technical challenges requiring contemplation. Technical challenges posed no obstacle for Luke. Given a modicum of time, he is capable of thoroughly assimilating the profound knowledge contained within this skill manual, much like he did previously. The true conundrum for Luke, however, lies in the matter of finances. The G0 warlord he intends to construct will be several dozen times larger than the aerial combat mech, the Stormwind. According to the blueprints, this formidable machine, which can be likened to a genuine Gundam, boasts impressive dimensions, towering in height and broad in width. It is evidently a colossal creation, without several $1 million. He might struggle to erect even the skeleton of such a behemoth. Furthermore, Luke is determined not to compromise with inferior materials this time around. He aspires to employ aerospace-grade materials for the exterior, befitting of the G0 warlord's design. Thus, Luke concludes that his extortion scheme should be promptly set into motion. As another weekend approaches, it is once again time for Luke to venture out with Little Spider to sell hamburgers. Remarkably, Luke did not attend school yesterday. Yet his absence went unnoticed by the faculty, largely thanks to Peter Parker. Under Luke's guidance, Peter occasionally infiltrates their classroom during the day, feigning Luke's presence by slumping over a desk as if in slumber. The faculty has long grown accustomed to Luke dozing in class, and with Peter donning a hoodie and cap yesterday, the staff failed to discern that Luke was absent. This spared Luke considerable trouble. Otherwise, the faculty might have informed his guardians about his truancy, which would have necessitated a rather complicated explanation on his part. Peter Parker felt elated to assist Luke. The prodigious youth, who serendipitously acquired extraordinary abilities, resembles an ancient Eastern hero, soaring through the bustling cityscape, combating crime, and rescuing innocent civilians. The mere thought of it fills Peter with excitement. The business of Benina's delicious hamburger food truck remains as vibrant as ever. From initially selling dozens a day, they now find that by midday, the 200 hamburgers prepared are sold out. Latecomers can only lament their misfortune, awaiting the next week for another opportunity. Dressed in a suit, Happy continues his routine of purchasing hamburgers for his boss, Tony. A workaholic, Tony seldom indulges in weekends. Do not presume that a billionaire spends his days vacationing. For Tony, both vacationing and laboring in the laboratory wield equal lure. As for romantic escapades, they merely serve as a diversion in his life, fulfilling physiological needs. Consequently, the Benina's delicious hamburger truck, appearing punctually every weekend, has become a staple that Tony insists Happy procure, providing him with a rare respite from his lab-centric existence. Hey Luke, I'll take 2 of the top-tier ones. And add a double patty as well. Happy cheerfully calls out to Luke, his hands in his pockets, his rounded belly prominently displayed. Certainly, Mr. Hogan. Luke skillfully prepares 2 hamburgers with alacrity, but refrains from handing them over immediately. Instead, he addresses Happy. Mr. Hogan, please convey to Mr. Stark that we are now accepting delivery orders. Next time, you need not make the trip personally. I shall bring the hamburgers to you. Delivery? Of course, that sounds splendid. I shall certainly convey the message to him. Happy replied, his demeanor lightened. Seizing the moment, Luke complimented Mr. Hogan as Mr. Stark's chief driver and bodyguard. You must have far more pressing matters to attend to. A person of your stature, burdened daily with the safety of Mr. Stark, is truly a hero in comparison to Iron Man himself. I hold you in the highest regard. Thank you, thank you. Happy exclaimed, never having received such high praise before, his face beaming with joy. Perhaps it would be best if I took care of these trivial matters. I shall personally deliver the hamburgers to Mr. Stark. You undoubtedly have more significant concerns, do you not? Indeed, I am quite busy every day. Happy adjusted his suit and replied earnestly. Thus, in navigating life's complexities, one should never trust 2 types of people, women and children. Clearly, Happy had not been schooled in the ancient wisdom of the East, for he easily placed his trust in the seemingly innocuous Luke. Wait for me here, Luke instructed the young Spider-Man. No problem, buddy, Peter Parker responded. Luke, clutching the bag of hamburgers, entered Stark Tower. As he approached the security checkpoint, Happy personally walked over to signal the guard to grant Luke passage. If Happy possessed a favorability rating, at that moment, Luke would surely receive a system notification. Happy Hogan favorability level, 00. From Happy, Luke learned which floor Tony was on. Thus, he took the elevator, confidently infiltrating the premises. Christina, can you hear me? Luke whispered into his earpiece as the elevator ascended. Affirmative, Master. Awaiting your command. Came the response. Upon reaching the top floor of Stark Tower, the elevator doors opened, revealing a beautifully decorated and warmly styled living space. The uppermost portion of Stark Tower was designated as Tony's private residence, not open to the public. The opulent decor and furnishings spoke volumes of the wealth that transformed this area into a luxurious villa. As Luke stepped out of the elevator, he noticed 2 women seated on the sofa. They, too, observed him as he emerged. The elegantly dressed Pepper Potts regarded him with mild surprise, before rising from the sofa to gently ask, "Hi, who are you looking for?" Chapter 35. Buy two, get two. Luke discreetly assessed Pepper. He would rate her appearance and figure a solid 75, but in terms of poise, she undoubtedly earned a perfect score. It was clear that the well-versed Tony was drawn to her grace, character, and unwavering support. The other woman on the sofa was familiar to Luke. Prior to his arrival, Black Widow had been discussing company matters with Pepper. Dressed in a professional secretary outfit, Black Widow's white blouse clung tightly to her form, while her pencil skirt was complemented by nude stockings. She exuded the dignified charm of a corporate woman, intertwined with an undeniable allure. The delicate wings of this tiny butterfly have surprisingly altered the course of reality. Luke pondered this phenomenon, finding it truly remarkable. "Good day to you, ladies," he greeted. "I am here to deliver a meal for Mr. Stark." He held up the hamburger bag with an innocent and harmless expression. "Oh," Pepper said with a smile. "Tony is just downstairs. Please go ahead, dear." "Thank you, ma'am," Luke replied, and made his way toward the spiral staircase leading to the lower level. Unbeknownst to him and Pepper, Black Widow had been intently observing the hamburger bag, scrutinizing Luke with a few measured glances. Beneath her long lashes, her thoughtful eyes betrayed a flicker of intrigue. This space was designed in a split-level structure. The upper level served as a living area, while the lower level contained Tony's personal laboratory, accessible only with a keycard. Through the transparent glass curtain wall, Luke immediately spotted Tony, who was engrossed in some task. Luke knocked on the glass, waiting until Tony noticed him. Tony seemed momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the hamburger in Luke's hand, he grasped the purpose of the visit. He instructed Jarvis to open the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Stark. Here is your hamburger. 2 premium configurations," Luke announced, fulfilling his role as a diligent delivery person as he presented the warm burgers to his most loyal customer. Tony did not reach out to take the meal. Instead, he gestured for Luke to place the bag on the table. "Just set it there, kid. I'm not accustomed to having things handed to me. I've seen you before." "Of course. You bought a hamburger at my stand," Luke replied. "Indeed," Tony nodded, recalling the encounter. "Your hamburgers are quite commendable. Where did you learn to make them?" "Not too shabby," was a high compliment coming from Tony, given his character. "What is this? A buy two get one free offer?" Tony quipped. "I don't need any freebies," he added. "Sir, someone asked me to give you this upon entry," Luke stated. "A stone?" Tony inquired, glancing quizzically at the faintly glowing red rock on the table. Indeed, it was a small sample of a magical crystal. Tony refrained from touching it, but judging by Luke's ability to handle it, it seemed to pose no immediate danger. "Who gave this to you?" Tony asked, his gaze fixed on Luke. Luke shrugged. "I didn't catch a good look, but the person mentioned that you would find it intriguing." "Umph," Tony responded noncommittally. At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed in the laboratory. "Sir, I have scanned this unknown mineral and determined it possesses extraordinary energy levels. Isolation is recommended." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately shifted from his earlier nonchalance to grave seriousness. "Execute," he commanded. A mechanical arm approached and carefully retrieved the magical crystal, placing it into a sealed glass container. "You may leave now, kid," Tony instructed Luke. "Are you sure?" Luke arched an eyebrow slightly as he turned to exit Tony's laboratory. This was a diminutive device, no larger than a fingernail, known as a micro-signal transceiver. If one were not attentive, it would be nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Through it, long-distance data theft and transmission can be achieved. The offer of buy two, get two free made Luke feel exceptionally generous. Upon returning upstairs and bidding farewell to the 2 women, he innocently stepped into the elevator. Once the doors closed, Luke whispered into his ear, "The Trojan has entered the city. Christina, have you received it?" The connection was being established, and data transmission was proceeding smoothly. "It's done. It's easy," Luke snapped his fingers. Not only had he executed this act with utmost stealth, but even if, in the future, the transmitter were discovered, no one would suspect him. His youthful age of 7 provided him with the perfect disguise. No one would pay heed to the actions of a child. Surely even Stark, with his boundless imagination, would never conceive that an adult resided within Luke's 7-year-old form. As the elevator reached the first floor, Luke nonchalantly exited Stark Tower. Tony had originally planned to dine with Pepper that evening, but the arrival of a certain someone bearing the magic crystal forced him to postpone his plans. Pepper felt helpless in the face of Tony's workaholic tendencies. She understood him, yet couldn't shake off her disappointment. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tony was intently fixated on the data displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. At that moment, Jarvis suddenly interjected, "Someone wishes to contact you, sir." "I am busy," Tony replied. "I believe you would want to speak with this person." Tony lifted his head, momentarily taken aback, and said, "Put them through." The communication connected. But only audio was transmitted, devoid of any visual feed. A low, hoarse voice, clearly altered by a voice changer, resonated through the line. "Have you received my gift?" It inquired. "Gift? The year before you," Tony replied, frowning. "Did you send this? Who are you?" The other party chuckled lightly. "This is the second time you've asked me that recently." "It's you?" Tony's eyes widened in realization. He recalled that voice. It belonged to the silver-white armor. It was him. The caller was none other than Luke, who had connected with Tony directly through Christina, bypassing Jarvis. "State your intentions," Tony demanded with a stern expression, harboring a poor impression of the voice. It was no surprise. Tony thought to himself, recalling how he had been duped by this individual before. If possible, he never wished to encounter this person again. Yet here they were, seeking him out. Tony sensed that trouble was once again looming. Chapter 36. Indeed, this is extortion. I require your expertise to analyze this, or I need to understand its molecular structure, chemical and physical properties, and all pertinent and trivial data. Luke asserted without any pretense. "What makes you think I would assist you?" Tony retorted with a scoff. Luke replied, "We are not strangers. We are somewhat acquainted. After all, are you serious? Yet I find you to be among the most shameless individuals I have encountered, aside from a few. I now suspect you might be sent by my competitors," Tony remarked bluntly. "I have many enemies. Which one are you?" Luke shrugged indifferently, reclining comfortably in his bedroom while conversing on the phone. He had never anticipated that a wealthy benefactor would assist him without compensation. Setting aside the current tension in their relationship, based solely on his understanding of Tony's character, such gratuitous labor was simply improbable. It was essential to remember that Tony was a businessman. "Very well, let us strike a bargain," Luke proposed. "To deal with a businessman, one must employ a businessman-esque approach. You assist me in researching the mineral, and I shall return the favor." Tony scoffed dismissively. "I fail to see how you could possibly assist me." Luke, eschewing further pleasantries, stated directly, "I hear you are suffering from palladium poisoning." "How do you know that?" Tony exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even to his closest confidant, Pepper. How could this individual possibly be aware? "That is of little consequence. What matters is that I can help you alleviate the palladium poisoning." "Humph. You presume I have not already attempted every conceivable remedy?" Tony quipped, suppressing his inner confusion. "I have exhausted all options, yet you still cannot identify an element to substitute for palladium. Can you? The concentration of palladium in your blood is lethal enough to fell an elephant. Were it not for the arc reactor in your chest, you would have succumbed by now." "How do you know so much? Who are you?" Tony's brow furrowed. He glanced around, suddenly feeling a chilling sense of being scrutinized, as if someone were watching him closely. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. "Let us refrain from idle chatter. What do you think of my proposition?" Luke inquired. "You will study the magic crystal for me, and I shall cure your palladium poisoning. Moreover, you will need to compensate me with, say, $10 million. "That is extortion," Tony retorted coldly, noting the term magic crystal with distaste. As for the $10 million, he was indifferent. He simply disliked the feeling of being blackmailed. "You are correct. It is extortion," Luke replied with a cheerful laugh. Tony fell silent. Engaging with this enigmatic individual always stirred within him an intense desire to retaliate. He sensed an innate discord between them. Noticing Tony's silence, Luke carelessly remarked, "It matters not. Ultimately, it is your life at stake, and you shall decide. However, trust me, there are few capable of curing palladium poisoning in this world, and I am among the most assured. Conversely, there are countless individuals with profound chemical knowledge who can study the magic crystal. I merely sought you out as a nearby option." "This substance is called a magic crystal?" Tony inquired, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "Indeed. Think it over. I await your favorable response. By the way, you know how to reach me, correct? Should you decide to proceed, kindly transfer half the fee to the account I will provide." Tony scoffed again. "Until we meet again," Luke said with a smile. The call ended. In the laboratory, Tony stared expressionlessly at the red stone within the containment chamber, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Luke reclined on his bed, legs crossed, casting aside his phone, a serene smile gracing his face. He was convinced that Tony would acquiesce to his demands. In such circumstances, Luke was confident that even if he proposed more stringent conditions, Tony would not refuse. The reason Luke only requested $10 million was that he deemed this sum sufficient to construct the G0 warlord, thereby achieving his extortionate objective. He was not a greedy individual. After all, throughout history, the avaricious have seldom met with favorable ends. To illustrate, the cost of an F-22 fighter jet from the United States Air Force reaches an astronomical figure of $2.9 billion. owing to the high-grade military-grade titanium alloy and the technical premiums employed by Lockheed Martin. Luke calculated that by utilizing a slightly inferior titanium alloy, $10 million would indeed suffice for him to fabricate the G0 Warlord. Furthermore, from Luke's perspective, even military-grade titanium alloy was merely a transitional material for the G0 Warlord. His true aspirations lay in the realm of adamantium and vibranium. In the presence of these extraordinary metals from the Marvel Universe, titanium and chromium alloys paled in comparison. As for the possibility of Tony sabotaging him during the research of the Magic Stone, Luke held no concerns. In fact, he was 100% certain that Tony would indeed attempt to deceive him. Entrusting such a pivotal element to Tony, how could Luke not have a backup plan? When the Avengers first set sail, he had already instructed Jarvis to take control of the helicarrier. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, he had encouraged Banner to create Ultron behind Captain America's back, and in Avengers, Infinity War, he had orchestrated a covert operation alongside Spider-Man and Doctor Strange to ambush Thanos. While some actions were motivated by good intentions, they nevertheless revealed Tony's arrogance and self-centeredness. This individual had always operated on his own terms, a quintessentially egotistical character. Luke anticipated that Tony might devise some trickery, and he was prepared for such eventualities. In fact, he had meticulously devised 2 contingency plans before deciding to hand over the Magic Stone sample to Tony. With these 2 safeguards in place, Luke was confident that Tony would have no opportunity to strike. Chapter 37. Tony's imagination, such was his confidence. First and foremost, the sample Luke presented to Tony was merely a small fragment of the Magic Stone, less than half a piece, barely sufficient for research purposes. If Tony harbored intentions of hoarding it, he would find it inadequate even for his studies. Should he desire more? Apologies, but none would be given. The Magic Stone, a resource extracted from the magical box, was unique to Luke within the Marvel Universe, with no other sources available. Even if Tony were to uncover something, it would be of no consequence. It was akin to vibranium. One could recognize its immense value and know it resided in Wakanda, yet acquiring it remained impossible. Dispensing even a fragment of such a singular resource would be a transgression. Luke was quite astute. Moreover, Luke planned to have his assistant, Christina, monitor Tony's research. He discreetly installed a data theft device outside Tony's laboratory, confident that it would remain undetected for the time being. As soon as the research results emerge, without waiting for Tony to back up the data of the Soul Stone, Luke will allow Christina to preemptively hack into Jarvis and erase all of Tony's data. Christina is a remarkably intelligent AI, her level of intellect surpassing that of Jarvis. Although she has yet to reach the level of Ultron, she is in a constant state of learning. Recently, she has even begun to tell jokes, DNF, free games. It is said that Jarvis was the long-serving butler of the Stark family, and after his demise, Tony created an intelligent butler system named Jarvis in his honor. The film does not prominently showcase Jarvis's capabilities. In reality, Jarvis is not merely an intelligent butler, but a form of super program, infinitely approaching true AI. Jarvis possesses the ability to think independently and assists Tony in managing various affairs, processing experimental data, and more. The development of the Iron Man suit from its second generation onwards, along with the upgrades of the arc reactor, heavily relied on Jarvis's vast computational power and simulations. With Jarvis at his side, Tony has no need for inferior supercomputers. The greatest advantage of a super program is its omnipresence. Jarvis can autonomously upload itself to any data terminal, akin to cloud backup. In other words, as long as there are computers in the world, Jarvis will never vanish. However, due to certain considerations, Tony has imposed numerous restrictions on Jarvis, perhaps fearing that the AI might evolve too rapidly and become something beyond his control. Tony does not permit Jarvis to engage in unlimited autonomous learning. Tony created Jarvis merely to provide an excuse for his own laziness. Assembling a suit with just a few words was sufficient for him. This contrasts sharply with his later collaboration with Banner to create Ultron, which was driven by Tony's desire to combat foreseeable extraterrestrial threats. These are 2 distinct motivations. In contrast, Luke harbors far fewer concerns than Tony. Firstly, Christina is a product of the system and will never betray him. Christina inherently possesses a learning capability superior to that of Jarvis, and Luke has not restricted her freedom to learn. Thus far, Luke has allowed Christina to thrive in an environment of independence, providing her with Wi-Fi, enabling her to swim freely in the ocean of knowledge. He witnesses her remarkable progress daily. Luke believes that one day, Christina will be indistinguishable from a human being. As an AI, she may even surpass humanity. At that point, what is Ultron but a mere younger sibling? Allow me to introduce the formidable Christina. On another note, Tony has begun obsessively studying the Soul Stone. Just as Luke anticipated, Tony is eager to seize this opportunity to seek a remedy for his palladium poisoning. At the very least, he hopes to delay the inevitable until he discovers the perfect solution. As for the mysterious individual, Tony remains uncertain whether they can truly alleviate his palladium poisoning. He believes there is a glimmer of hope, although he is reluctant to acknowledge it. Tony must concede that the other party possesses several technologies far beyond his own, including a remarkably quick recovery orange defensive field and the unmistakably extraterrestrial mineral before him. Behind such individuals or groups lies a mastery of the technology to alleviate palladium poisoning, which hardly comes as a surprise. Much like the boiled egg, Tony believes that Luke is not merely an individual, but rather a figure intertwined with a formidable background, concealing an enigmatic organization that clandestinely wields technology far surpassing that of this world. Tony's contemplations extend deeper than those of the boiled egg. Firstly, there exists the mature design of the mech. Having crafted the Iron Man suit himself, Tony is acutely aware that such engineering is a gradual evolution. From the initial Mark I to the nearly completed Mark VI, he has expended countless efforts and undergone numerous modifications to achieve the current iteration. In stark contrast, the silver-white mech exhibits a design that is already remarkably sophisticated. How many revisions and extensive trials must have been undertaken to attain such a level of refinement? In Tony's grandiosity, he believes that even if he were to undertake the task personally, it would require several years to complete. As for the orange, unidentified defensive field, Tony finds himself only able to speculate superficially, possessing no concrete understanding of this technology. The practical performance, which allows for rapid recovery even after being breached, left a profound impression on him. Setting those thoughts aside, the opponent's exceptional combat techniques during their encounter further convinced Tony that the individual capable of mastering such skills must be quite advanced in age. He holds an 80% certainty that the mech is remotely controlled. An older individual would likely not engage directly, particularly since the size of the mech clearly precludes human occupancy. This suggests that the adversary possesses a form of remote information transmission technology unknown to Tony, perhaps even something more esoteric, such as brainwave control. Unbeknownst to him, Tony's imagination had begun to wander into uncharted territories. While Tony delves into the mysteries of the demon-suppressing stone, another piece of news surfaces. Whiplash, also known as Ivan Vanko, has escaped from a prison in Monaco and is currently missing. International law enforcement is actively pursuing him, and SHIELD has dispatched field agents in response. At a time when most remain oblivious, only Luke, privy to the unfolding narrative, understands that this is Justin Hammer's doing. It is highly likely that Ivan Vanko is now enjoying a sumptuous meal of top-tier steak and red wine alongside Justin Hammer, who will soon enlist him to develop a robotic army for Hammer Industries. These robots are set to dazzle at the upcoming Hammer Industries Expo with a spectacular display of fireworks. Luke reflects that, aside from his somewhat flamboyant demeanor, Justin Hammer is a more competent arms dealer than Tony. He is confident that, when the time comes, Justin will be more than willing to lend him some of his ex-wife's missiles. Chapter 38. Acquiring the Little Spider. Hey, buddy, what interesting plans do we have today? Early in the morning, Peter Parker arrives at Luke's residence, pushing open the door to Luke's room. You're here. Come, I'll take you somewhere, Luke responds, setting aside the data chip he had been examining, rising with a smile. All right, Luke has summoned the Little Spider today for an important matter. He decided to reveal a portion of his secret to the young Spider-Man. This was a decision Luke had pondered for quite some time. After all, no secret can be kept forever. In comparison to the unreliable Tony, the young Spider-Man seemed far more trustworthy. In truth, Luke had long regarded the young Spider-Man as his little brother in his heart. He intended to subtly allow the young Spider-Man to accept the true version of himself, laying the groundwork for the future. From now on, the young Spider-Man need not attend any Avengers gatherings. Instead, he could hang out with Luke, ensuring a life filled with excitement and indulgence, with battlesuits and romantic interests at his disposal. The two glided on their skateboards, with Luke leading the way to a secret warehouse. Luke produced a key to unlock the door, pushing it open. Upon entering, the young Spider-Man was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. A massive lathe was actively machining a metal plate, while a nearby electric furnace contained molten steel. Several computers displaying a multitude of data were arranged on one side, with an intricate web of cables cluttering the floor. Peter Parker felt as though he had stepped into his Uncle Ben's workshop. What was this place? Just as he finished his thought, something else caught his eye. When Peter Parker saw the silver mech quietly stationed in the corner, his eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized this mech. Just days ago, The battles on the Monaco racetrack and the French highway had generated a media frenzy online. All the news outlets were abuzz with reports. To stand toe-to-toe with Iron Man. The emergence of this silver mech had, as expected, garnered countless fans. Some referred to it as the White Meteor due to its astonishing speed, even surpassing that of French fighter jets. Others speculated it could even exceed the speed of a rocket, capable of breaking free from the atmosphere. Some simply called it the Apostle. This moniker became another thrilling buzzword for superhero enthusiasts following Tony's revelation of his Iron Man identity last year. Peter Parker was among those captivated. The young Spider-Man had initially been a devoted fan of Iron Man, but the advent of the Apostle, with its striking design, instantly captivated him. The Apostle's form and combat posture, including the vibrant orange energy shield it emitted, aligned more closely with the public's definition of a mech. Iron Man should be referred to as a battlesuit, not a combat mech. In comparison, Peter Parker found himself more enamored with the mech. As a new aficionado of mechs, one can imagine the exhilaration coursing through him upon the appearance of his idol. The word cool, which he often uttered, scarcely sufficed to encapsulate his current emotions. Luke, you can't be telling me that this is the Apostle, can you? The young Spider-Man could scarcely believe it. Luke chuckled and, without further ado, approached the mech, opening the cockpit and taking his seat. He then closed the hatch, and the mech powered up. The little spider was utterly mesmerized as Luke maneuvered the mech, flames billowing from its feet as it soared through the warehouse, completing 2 graceful loops before deploying a psychic barrier. At that moment, Peter Parker's doubts were entirely dispelled. Indeed, this was the Apostle. No one but the Apostle would wield such a defensive shield. Not even Iron Man could accomplish that. In this instant, rather than feeling anxious or afraid, Peter Parker was filled with an exhilarating excitement. His hypothesis had materialized. His dear friend, his closest companion, was indeed the enigmatic Luke, whose mysterious actions each day had finally found their explanation. What he had not anticipated, however, was that Luke himself was the Apostle. As Luke deftly landed the mech, Peter Parker, unable to contain his exuberance, rushed forward and exclaimed, "Buddy, this is beyond cool. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Can I touch it?" The little spider asked with eager anticipation. "Of course, feel free to explore," came Luke's voice through the mech speakers. With uncontainable excitement, Peter reached out to touch the mech's exterior and then curiously circled around Luke several times. He marveled, "It's a bit cool to the touch. But buddy, this is just too incredible. I'm almost at a loss for words." Luke, seated within the mech, smiled, pleased with how things were progressing. The little spider, possessing a heart full of wonder, seemed to have fully embraced this revelation. With Spider-Man as his ally, no. As his support, Luke felt there would be ample opportunities for grand adventures ahead. The potential of the little spider was evidently promising, destined to become a significant asset. Overwhelmed with emotion, the little spider stammered, "Oh, buddy, you've shared such a monumental secret with me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." "I understand, my friend," Luke replied as he exited the mech, patting Peter Parker on the shoulder with a grin. "Just keep this secret safe for me." "Absolutely. I won't breathe a word to anyone. Not even Uncle Ben or Aunt May," the little spider vowed earnestly, thumping his chest with a serious expression. "Good mate," Luke responded, patting his shoulder once more. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Peter Parker's favorability level, 35. Luke felt a surge of joy. Peter Parker's favorability had now reached 95. He was just a hair's breadth away from acquiring a Spider-Man skill. Luke's greatest anticipation lay in the prospect of the spider sense, which would prove immensely beneficial. Enthralled, Peter Parker continued to circle the aerial mech, examining it closely. Just then, Rotas suddenly opened one eye, fixing its gaze on Peter Parker. Startled, Peter stumbled back a couple of steps. Luke shrugged and explained, "Well, this fellow is rather unique. I've remembered you." Rotas remarked before closing its eye once more to resume sleeping. "What does that mean?" Peter Parker turned to Luke, puzzled. He noted that Rotas had been quieter lately, often dozing in the aquarium whenever had the chance. Luke was equally in the dark about this change. "Oh," Peter Parker said, somewhat bewildered. "Come on, buddy. We still have work to do today." Luke had plans to take the little spider to help paint the food truck he had repaired. Once painted and dried today, it would be ready for use next week. When Peter Parker beheld the dilapidated food truck parked behind the warehouse, his astonishment was palpable. 2 children, armed with paint buckets, commenced the task of repainting the vehicle. The little spider offered his suggestions for the painting scheme. Luke found the advice quite commendable and readily embraced it, thinking to himself that it was no surprise that a Marvel hero would possess such adept craftsmanship. Throughout the morning, the two reveled in their camaraderie. As evening approached, Luke strolled alone down the street. The $5 million that Tony had agreed to pay in advance had arrived in full, without a single cent missing. Luke instructed Christina to deposit the funds into a secret Swiss bank account, from which he would withdraw the money in increments to procure the materials he required online. Suddenly, the truck came barreling towards him. Luke swiftly dodged, moving with the agility of a cheetah, and he dove into the adjacent lawn. Upon seeing the figure in the driver's seat, he was momentarily taken aback. Surely he wasn't mistaken? The driver was none other than Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 39. Capturing the Black Widow. Luke pondered the implications of this encounter. With no one around, there were no witnesses. It appeared that the other party had calculated their approach meticulously. The earlier incident had gone unseen by any onlookers. What was the Black Widow's intention? Did she mean to kill him? Luke deemed this possibility unlikely. S-H-I-E-L-D was not a mercenary organization, as their name suggests. Their mission was one of protection and containment, not annihilation. Only in instances of failed containment, when a target was deemed dangerous and uncontrollable, would S-H-I-E-L-D resort to destruction. Their methods of obliteration were quite imaginative. They would encase the target in a rocket and launch it into the sun. So, was this merely a test? Just as Luke surmised, the Black Widow was indeed probing him. She had observed him for several days and had chosen today to employ this seemingly crude yet effective tactic to validate her suspicions. The Black Widow's intentions and motives were crystal clear. If Luke managed to evade the oncoming vehicle, she would ascertain that he was not an ordinary child. Conversely, should he exhibit no reaction or fail to evade, she would break in time. The Black Widow was not entirely certain. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was skeptical of her intelligence. After all, Luke was still a child. Records indicated that he was merely 7 years old, hardly resembling the infamous figure he would later become. Yet now, the truth was unmistakable. He was indeed that individual. The Black Widow found this revelation astonishing. Luke met her gaze, and she reciprocated, both of them acutely aware of the gravity of the moment and what actions were expected of them. As soon as Luke made a move, the Black Widow promptly reversed, preparing to escape. Thinking to flee? Not without first consulting my stick. Luke retrieved a slender rod from his storage space and aimed it at the rear of her vehicle. The battle mage skill, whirling staff, a defiance of the laws of physics. The stick immediately appeared as if it were glued to the rear of the vehicle, propelling the Black Widow, along with her car, into the air. In a swift, spinning motion, they rotated 180 degrees before crashing heavily onto the opposite side of Luke. At that moment, the stick remained attached to the car's rear. A resounding crash echoed as the car's glass shattered, leaving the Black Widow disoriented within the wreckage. Gritting her teeth, she clawed her way out through the overturned window, unsteadily rising to flee. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past her head. Before she could evade, a sharp pain struck her skull, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Luke stood behind her, wielding a brick. The Street Fighter skill, Brick Strike, had been hesitated over numerous times. Yet he ultimately decided to keep a brick in his storage space. To his surprise, it proved useful. Gazing down at the unconscious figure before him, resembling a slumbering beauty, Luke scratched his head, troubled. Leaving her behind was not an option, especially at this late hour. He also yearned to uncover the Black Widow's motives and how she had discovered him. Regrettably, the storage space was only capable of holding items, not individuals. Thus, Luke resorted to deploying his aerial mech, lifting the Black Widow into the sky, heading toward a secret warehouse. When the Black Widow gradually regained consciousness, she found her hands bound behind her to a chair, yet her clothing remained intact. She sat there, surprisingly calm. This predicament was one she had encountered countless times before. Her gaze then fell upon Luke, who stood with his back to her, operating a mechanical workstation. As she surveyed her surroundings, it became evident that she was in a workshop resembling an assembly area. "How did you manage this?" she inquired. "Oh, you're awake. What do you mean by how did I manage it?" Luke responded, turning to face her. "How did you capture me?" The Black Widow pressed. From her perspective in the car, she had seen Luke inexplicably produce a stick from beneath him, striking the rear of her vehicle before she experienced a dizzying sensation, culminating in the car's overturning. Never before had she encountered such a bizarre circumstance, prompting her to voice her confusion. "Do you mean this?" Luke asked, retrieving the stick before her. The Black Widow scrutinized it intently for a moment before nodding. "How did you do that? It's so long. Where was it hidden?" "Classified. As for your vehicle's flip, that was due to the principle of leverage." The Black Widow rolled her eyes, silently contemplating her lack of education and questioning whether he was indeed misrepresenting the concept of leverage. "So, the principles I learned previously were false?" He shifted the conversation, asking, "Are you aware of how fast you were going just now?" At least 500 miles per hour. 20 miles per hour. What you reference pertains to F1 racing. Besides, I possess excellent driving skills, she replied with a smile. I was merely expressing my astonishment. You weren't genuinely attempting to collide with me, were you? Of course not. I was simply testing you. Clearly, that test proved effective, did it not, Mr. Apostle? The Black Widow smiled. Luke scoffed. How did you guess it was me? The Black Widow replied with a single word, hamburger. So that was it, along with your voice. You concealed it well. But I have undergone training in this area of discernment. Luke could only admire her. This woman was indeed perilous, truly deserving of the title Black Widow. With a smile, the Black Widow asked Luke, what do you intend to do with me, little one? Eliminate me to silence me? Luke sensed a teasing undertone in her words and smile. Ah, my identity has been exposed. He scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated the capabilities of these S.H.I.L.D. agents. If he were to let the Black Widow go, his identity would be revealed to us H.I.L.D., and he was not prepared for that. Psychologically speaking, in his plans, he intended to engage with S.H.I.L.D. only after he had created the G0 warlord, at which point he could wield absolute advantage. As the saying goes, plans often change rapidly. It was premature. Luke pondered what should he do. Surely he couldn't just kill the Black Widow outright. Perhaps he could seduce her before disposing of her. He glanced down, sighing. Another sorrowful tale, better left untold. All right, I admit it, I am the Apostle. Those words sounded familiar. Luke looked at the Black Widow and said, however, to be fair, I bear no ill will towards you or S.H.I.E.L.D., nor to anyone else. Let me share a secret. I'm actually a good person. A good person? The Black Widow raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to those gang members you eliminated? Hell's Kitchen, the gang conflict from weeks ago, and the inexplicable escalation of violence when I was initially dispatched to investigate and encountered you. In retrospect, it seems all these matters are inextricably linked to you. I cannot fathom that you're so young. You do realize these individuals were part of the gang. Luke shrugged. Chapter 40. The Black Widow goes dark now. Let's discuss that square. The square? The one you bombed. As far as I'm aware, it remains under quarantine. The Black Widow stated. Luke certainly understood the incident to which the Black Widow was referring. The aftermath of his act of justice had yet to dissipate. Surrounding the cratered square, plastic barricades had been erected. Each day, soldiers clad in white protective suits entered and exited. News reports covered this daily. While a typical explosion might not be so dramatic, the second-generation grenades he used were mixed with demonic stone powder. After the detonation, the military had evidently discovered the residual magical energy on the ground. Although these remnants were minuscule and hardly conducive to study, the military would not let such a matter slip by. At most, it would amount to a futile endeavor. In France, regarding that battle on the highway, after you and Stark finished and departed, the French government has been overwhelmed with the aftermath. The French president has lodged several formal protests with us at S.H.I.E.L.D. in recent days. Luke listened, somewhat astonished at how many glorious feats he had inadvertently accomplished. Yet, he firmly asserted, I do not kill good people. At most, he has only harmed a few gang members, never innocent lives. I believe you should seek out that green giant rather than approach me. The Black Widow smiled subtly and pointed out Luke's incident in France involving the tearing apart of an aircraft. How do you intend to explain this matter? You are openly defying the authority of the state. Before she could finish, Luke interjected. I already stated during my interview with the French media that it was an act of self-defense. The pilot did not perish, did he? No, he did not. You see, Luke spread his hands. However, when you dropped him, the altitude was rather low and the parachute deployed rather late. That poor pilot ended up with a broken leg. Luke was adamant that he would not take the blame. I had warned him. I have a dash cam as evidence. A dash cam? Every time Black Widow heard Luke mention this term, she found it somewhat perplexing. Is it not true that everyone speaks English? Why is there such a vast discrepancy? The French television station, of course, seized the opportunity. These precious first-person perspectives have been aired countless times in their news segments. They even licensed it to major networks like BB, NN, and TV, including Luke's remark at the time. Learn from me, give people a heads up, this is called humanitarianism, has become widely known and is now a famous quote. You must admit, your actions are a provocation to the world order. Not to mention, you have exposed the existence of superhuman powers to the public, something S.H.I.E.L.D. has endeavored to prevent at all costs. The Black Widow gently coaxed him. Her tone from the outset was mild, not admonitory. To her, Luke resembled a child who had suddenly come into possession of an unknown power. Perhaps, as he claimed, he was not a bad person. The Black Widow felt it necessary to offer some ideological guidance to this child. Exposed? What about Tony? Luke countered. He has already been warned, replied the Black Widow. Luke dismissed it with disdain. Superhuman abilities are commonplace in the Marvel Universe. Ordinary people may be unaware simply because the time has not yet come. He would not reveal to her that in a year or two, the world would be aware of the existence of malevolent extraterrestrials. Humanity is not alone at all. By that time, never mind superhuman powers, ordinary people would welcome even more defensive forces on Earth. Otherwise, how do you think the Avengers have sustained for so long? It is precisely because Earthlings require these so-called freaks to protect them. Enough of this chatter. Luke was now contemplating how to deal with the Black Widow. He stepped out briefly. There was nothing to conceal. Directly under the astonished gaze of the Black Widow, he retrieved large glass panels, measuring several meters in length and width. From a storage space. What are you doing? The Black Widow, still bound to her chair, inquired curiously. She had attempted to escape earlier, but had failed. Luke ignored her and commanded a few mechanical arms, swiftly assembling a tempered glass chamber in the middle of the warehouse. The Black Widow was then transferred into this glass prison. Luke proceeded to search her, extracting a plethora of various small tools that left him feeling quite embarrassed. Pepper spray and stun guns are trivial matters, hardly worth mentioning. The lipstick gun, ear-piercing hammer, tear gas balls, and miniature grenades are increasingly alarming. Items such as claws, ropes, folding knives, and lock pickers were astonishingly concealed within her garments, including her lingerie. Furthermore, there were bondage straps and ball gags. What purpose do they serve? The Black Widow gazed at Luke with a cryptic smile, inquiring, "Do you intend to imprison me?" "Merely to restrict your freedom for a few days," he replied. After confirming that the Black Widow was devoid of any hidden weapons, Luke untied her, then promptly stepped back. He was acutely aware of her formidable skills. Her capture was primarily due to an element of surprise and his adept brick attack technique, which he had come to revere as a divine skill. A single blow from a brick had rendered even the Black Widow, who had undergone the rigorous training of the Red Room and possessed notable resilience, utterly incapacitated. Was this not a skill worthy of reverence? "I need to use the restroom," the Black Widow remarked, seemingly unperturbed as she massaged her delicate wrist. Luke casually tossed an object her way. She caught it, only to be taken aback. "What is this?" "A stainless steel basin. You can handle it yourself," he retorted as he exited the reinforced glass cell and secured the door. The Black Widow gritted her teeth in frustration, musing, "Damn that little rascal." Although Luke had been judicious during the search, some contact was inevitable. Throughout the ordeal, he maintained an air of righteousness, his expression unwavering, yet his heart raced. The Black Widow, however, chose not to dwell on the matter. Yet, being left with a stainless steel basin was simply intolerable. For several consecutive days, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost contact with the Black Widow. She had missed 2 scheduled communication windows, which were meant to occur every other day, strongly suggesting she had been captured, or worse. Pepper Potts was equally perplexed. Had the new secretary already taken a leave of absence? The ever-cautious director, known as the Egg, was acutely aware that the Black Widow's disappearance was likely linked to her mission. Intelligence indicated that Tony had been sequestered in his laboratory, making it difficult even for Pepper to see him. Thus, excluding Tony, another explanation had to be considered. With a furrowed brow, the Egg contemplated the situation before picking up the phone. Meanwhile, Clint Barton, enjoying a rare moment of leisure at home with his family, was summoned back to headquarters by the Egg's urgent call. Chapter 41. Hawkeye in action. Upon entering the office, the tall figure of Clint Barton, Hawkeye, was met by the ever-dressed in black Egg, who cut to the chase in a solemn tone. "Clint, we have lost contact with Natasha." Still clad in casual attire and unaware of the unfolding crisis, Hawkeye rushed over upon receiving the summons. The Egg provided a brief overview of the Black Widow's mission. "In the past 4 days, she has failed to communicate with us twice. This is highly unusual." It was indeed abnormal for Natasha. Hawkeye nodded, fully aware of the Black Widow's punctuality. "What do you need me to do?" he inquired. Hawkeye and Black Widow are not only longtime partners, but also close friends. When Black Widow encountered trouble, he could not turn a blind eye. As he approached the desk, he picked up a document and handed it to Hawkeye. In this age dominated by modern technology, it seems that only the seasoned veteran, Luke, still clings to the use of paper documents and pagers within S.H.I.L.D. Hawkeye glanced at the document and furrowed his brow immediately. "The Apostle? You want Natasha to investigate this individual, even while on leave?" One is not entirely out of the loop. Hawkeye was well aware of who the Apostle was, a recently emerged and exceedingly dangerous individual, who had brazenly engaged in combat with Iron Man, indicating his nefarious nature. It was alarming to learn that Natasha had gone missing while probing into this person. A sense of dread washed over Hawkeye. He nodded solemnly, "I will." With that, he exited the director's office, swiftly changing into his gear. Equipped with his specialized equipment, a custom compound bow fitted with an infrared sight, crafted from titanium alloy, boasting an accuracy within 0.2 millimeters. His specially designed quiver was brimming with modified arrows, each possessing unique functionalities. Clad in a skin-tight suit made of Kevlar fibers, he was ready for action. The intelligence in the document indicated that the tracking device implanted within Black Widow's subcutaneous tissue was still transmitting signals, suggesting one possibility. She had been captured and was likely imprisoned, though not in immediate danger. SHIEL. DS satellite imagery revealed that Black Widow's signal had remained stationary within a building in New York for 4 days, indicating a rescue mission was imperative. The adversary he would likely confront was none other than the Apostle himself. Hawkeye perused another document, which revealed that the building in question was an abandoned warehouse located in Queens. The owner, an American who acquired Canadian citizenship 5 years prior, had been residing in Ottawa and was currently under the control of Canadian police, as contacted by SHIELD. According to eyewitness accounts, the warehouse had been rented out online, with payment processed through digital channels. The police were still conducting their investigation, highlighting the Apostle's caution. He was a seasoned criminal. Time was of the essence for Hawkeye. With every passing minute, Natasha's peril increased. He needed to rescue her immediately, just as she had once saved him. Armed and ready, he hopped into a Chevrolet, driving towards the target. "Apostle, let us meet." During lunch, Luke prepared a delectable Bonina burger for himself and, out of humanitarian concern, crafted one for Black Widow as well. "Go ahead, eat. Don't worry, it's not poisoned." He slid the burger through a small opening in the reinforced glass cell. Black Widow, without hesitation, took a bite and genuinely remarked, "It tastes great." However, she chose not to eat further, setting the burger aside casually. Luke did not inquire further. He knew she wasn't dieting. A quick glance at the stainless steel bowl revealed it to be empty. With a shrug, Luke finished his burger in a few bites and returned to tinkering with the array of mechanical parts before him. Beside him stood a colossal mech dock, towering over a meter in height, from which hung a massive mechanical arm. In recent days, he had constructed the skeletal framework for the G0 Warlord's arm, with the internal circuitry completed and external armor now being affixed. As he worked, he was entirely unreserved in the presence of the Black Widow, showing no signs of hesitation. Luke's actions were certainly laden with significance. Engaging with SHIELD was a foregone conclusion. Given the conspicuous disappearance of the Black Widow, it was only a matter of time before agents would be dispatched. He surmised that it would likely be within the next day or two. Luke speculated that the egg would not confront him directly from the outset. Based on his understanding of the egg's character, he believed that, in light of the established facts, the egg would favor a diplomatic and conciliatory approach rather than resorting to a confrontational stance. This was reminiscent of how he handled the situation with Tony. In Luke's estimation, the egg would send someone, but not too many. He was curious about who that might be, knowing that the egg had only a handful of capable individuals at his disposal, countable on one hand. Among this select few, Luke felt no trepidation. Ultimately, both parties would have to sit down for negotiations. The more exceptional his displayed abilities, the greater the likelihood that the egg would seek to win him over. While others may be oblivious, Luke was well aware of the egg's hidden intentions. After all, it was merely the Avengers. Luke currently held little interest in joining the team. However, he would consider leading it. He preferred to establish his own influence within the Marvel Universe. Through this endeavor, he aimed to convey to the egg that friendship was possible, contingent upon SHIELD's equal treatment of him. Luke firmly believed that the only way to achieve equality was to first compel the other party to capitulate. When the time came for genuine negotiations, having the Black Widow observe this decision would serve to bolster his position, providing him with additional leverage and making the egg more hesitant to confront him directly, ultimately forcing a compromise. Perfect. To put it plainly, Luke needed a witness to attest to the gradual emergence of the G0 Warlord from his hands. As an intelligence operative, the Black Widow would certainly not miss the opportunity for close observation of the Apostle. She meticulously noted each of Luke's movements, growing increasingly astonished with each passing moment. Though not an expert in mechanical engineering, she could discern that Luke was undeniably skilled in this domain. Natasha pondered for a moment before earnestly declaring, "I believe you." She had encountered many precocious children, having been one herself. The Red Room, the Soviet KGB's elite training facility for spies, was where she honed her assassination and espionage skills from a young age. The Red Room shaped her, yet remained a chapter of her life she preferred to forget. The children there were all remarkably mature, but none matched the extreme brilliance of Luke. The Black Widow attributed all of Luke's capabilities to sheer genius. It was the only explanation for how, at such a tender age, he not only possessed extraordinary skills, but could also create something that even the military would covet. At that moment, alarm bells suddenly blared throughout the warehouse. What is happening? The Black Widow arched an eyebrow, her heart racing. Someone was approaching. Luke strode purposefully toward the computer screen, displaying several images. This was the AI-driven alarm system designed by Christina. By connecting to thousands of cameras across nearby streets, Christina continuously conducted logical analyses of the scenes, identifying any potential threats. On the screen, a tall figure suspiciously appeared, driving a car down the street. Upon exiting the vehicle, his demeanor raised immediate concern, prompting Christina to magnify his image. The man in the footage possessed hawk-like eyes. Hawkeye? Luke pondered, recognizing him. The Black Widow also noticed her old partner on the screen. She pressed her crimson lips together, remaining silent. At that moment, due to someone's morbid sense of humor, an alarm blared. The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds to crush them. The Black Widow was startled by the announcement and quickly urged, "Hey, don't harm him. Clint just wants to save me." However, Luke had already boarded the combat mech, Stormwind, and the hatch shut as he soared out of the warehouse. It was uncertain whether that rascal heard her or was merely feigning ignorance. The Black Widow gazed at the slowly closing blue sky above, genuinely worried for Hawkeye. Chapter 42. A Great Wave Queue. On the rooftop of a nearby residential building, Hawkeye knocked an arrow and aimed, releasing it with a swift motion. The arrow struck precisely beneath the warehouse's roof, its tip unfurling to reveal a green blinking light. This was a listening device. After listening intently through his earpiece, Hawkeye discerned no activity within the warehouse. He resolved to take tentative action that night. The target was too conspicuous during the day. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was being observed by Luke, who had already ascended into the sky. Hawkeye planned to return at night, perhaps wary of being seen during the day. As he bent down to inspect his gear, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him and heard a voice say, "Hi, are you looking for me?" A dazzling orange energy shield shimmered around the mech. The arrow struck the shield and was effortlessly deflected. From a distance, Hawkeye drew his compound bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows towards the mech. Only those who have experienced it firsthand could comprehend the true prowess of that shield. A leveled-up energy shield could withstand even a missile from a French fighter jet, let alone these arrows. Clang! Clang! Every arrow struck the shield as though it were steel plate. These specialized arrows, capable of piercing walls, were rendered utterly ineffective against this protective barrier. Hawkeye was taken aback, quickly realizing he had underestimated the situation. He had assumed Iron Man had not exerted himself during their previous encounter, but now it became evident that both had been evenly matched. This white mech was of the same caliber. Such formidable targets were not something he could confront alone. Hawkeye decisively chose to retreat. "Now it's my turn," Luke declared, as a long staff materialized in the mech's grasp. In an instant, the mech closed in on Hawkeye, whose pupils dilated in shock, before he could react. Luke struck him squarely in the armpit with the staff. Hawkeye swiftly realized that he could not move his hand that held the bow. The battle mage's skill, Dragon's Tooth, had rendered him immobile through a pressure point strike. While the Kevlar fiber was indeed bulletproof, it offered no defense against such an attack. Hawkeye was taken aback and hurriedly switched hands to grasp the bow, stepping back quickly. Luke advanced relentlessly in his mech, swinging his staff and landing 2 strikes on Hawkeye's thighs. The impact left Hawkeye's legs numb, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Subsequently, Luke seized the incapacitated Hawkeye and flew towards the warehouse. The entire process lasted a mere 5 seconds. However, upon noticing that Hawkeye's eyes were wide open, albeit unable to move, she felt a slight sense of relief. Hawkeye's gaze quickly fell upon the imprisoned Black Widow within the glass cell. Anger surged within her. "Apostle, release her. If you have a grievance, face me directly." Luke's disdainful voice echoed from the mech's speaker, a defeated foe. He carelessly tossed Hawkeye to the ground. Though her limbs were immobilized, her mouth remained functional. "What is your true objective?" With eyes sharp as a hawk's, she fixated on the mech, delivering a fierce retort. "We are agents of SHIELD. You have no idea what organization you are up against. Damn it, once I escape, I will make you pay." At this moment, Black Widow sighed and interjected, "Don't be so harsh, Clint. He is just a child." "Child? What child?" Hawkeye was taken aback. Just then, the mech's door opened and Luke emerged, his small stature surprising Hawkeye. He blinked in disbelief. How could it be? The notorious Apostle was merely a child. Luke approached, dragging one of Hawkeye's legs and bringing him to the glass cell. opening the door and confining both Hawkeye and Black Widow together. Hawkeye regained a bit of his strength, aided by Black Widow to stand. The two faced each other, sharing a moment of incredulous laughter. Clint, Natasha. They exchanged glances, both astonished that two senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been captured by a mere child. Was this truly embarrassing? No, rather it was bizarre. Could this be some kind of prank? Hawkeye still struggled to fathom the situation. Indeed, was he truly the Apostle? A child? How old was he? 7 years old. In that moment, Hawkeye could empathize with Black Widow's initial shock upon discovering that the Apostle was a mere 7-year-old. Watching the two reminisce, Luke felt somewhat speechless. Another one captured. At this rate, my place might become A.S.H.I.E.L.D. dormitory. From that day forward, at every mealtime, Luke added an extra serving to his meals. Black Widow and Hawkeye were treated to hearty dishes of meat and vegetables. Aside from their restricted freedom, they resembled guests, allowed to move freely within the tempered glass cell. The trio often engaged in conversation. Hawkeye noticed a stainless steel basin on the floor and inquired, "What is that for?" Black Widow turned her head, feigning ignorance. Recently, with the financial backing from a wealthy benefactor, Luke had been treating himself to extra meals as he was in a growth phase. Every morning, he awakens with a hunger so profound it seems capable of devouring an entire elephant. Beyond his voracious consumption of beef, at every meal, Luke perpetually nibbles on snacks. The more skills he acquires, the greater the calories he expends, particularly when engaging his mind. At such moments, he clutches a carton of milk, slurping it while his hands deftly assemble a plethora of components into formidable mechanical parts. Without reservation, he continues to construct the G-Zero warlord in the presence of Hawkeye and Black Widow. Occasionally, they converse in hushed tones. "Do you know what he is building?" "I have no idea." Black Widow shakes her head. "Is all of this created by him?" Hawkeye inquires, astonished, much like Black Widow had been. "It hardly seems fitting for a 7-year-old to possess such expertise, does it?" Black Widow shrugs. "I've seen it with my own eyes." Neither of them are specialists in this domain. While Hawkeye is somewhat adept, having crafted most of his specialized arrows, the engineering before them appears exceedingly intricate. Black Widow excels in high technology, yet lacks the knowledge of its creation. Nonetheless, both can discern that Luke is constructing something substantial. Given the vast array of materials he consumes daily, it must be something extraordinary. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the report from his subordinate left the director stunned. "What did you say?" "Hawkeye is also unaccounted for." Chapter 43. Trust me. Hill sensed that BSS's expression was darker than usual today. After delivering her report, she noticed the director had no further instructions, so she turned to leave the office, closing the door behind her to mitigate the chilling atmosphere within. The news of Hawkeye's disappearance rendered the director silent for an extended period. His solitary eye remained fixed on the air, seemingly lost in silent contemplation. At the time, Black Widow, still uncertain whether Luke was indeed the Apostle, refrained from relaying this information to the director. The title of the King of Spies was not without merit. Having lived for so many years, the director excelled in reading human nature. He had scrutinized the video of the confrontation between the Apostle and Iron Man countless times. From this, he deduced that selective engagement was possible. The individual's nature, it appeared, was not malevolent. His conclusion stemmed primarily from the fact that the Apostle chose not to engage Iron Man in a crowded setting. Additionally, the Apostle had not harmed the pilot. The broken leg seemed an unfortunate accident. The interview was also pivotal. Language is the window to the soul. To hold his ground against the notorious provocateur Tony Stark in that interview, the director could not believe that such a feat could be accomplished by a truly malevolent individual. Had a genuine villain been present, that farcical interview would have devolved into catastrophe. The director concluded that the Apostle exhibited a personality strikingly akin to Tony's, equally arrogant, proud, and dismissive of others. Yet, the Apostle also possessed a brazen disregard for authority and a provocative nature, rendering him a more formidable challenge than Tony, yet not entirely beyond reach. In truth, what leaves Egg perplexed at this moment is not merely the circumstances surrounding him, but a question that has eluded his understanding. Is there truly a formidable organization lurking behind the Apostles? Despite ruminating on this conundrum, he remains uncertain. If such an organization exists, why has it never revealed itself before? Not a single trace or clue has surfaced, unless they are not of this world. It is inconceivable that anyone could evade the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. If no organization exists behind the scenes, how then can one explain the enigmatic technologies that have been displayed? This logical paradox has left Egg in a state of confusion, causing him to lose his hair in distress. Yet no clarity has emerged. Two of his top operatives have fallen into a predicament, seemingly not intended for execution, but rather confinement. Ed contemplates whom to send next and the purpose of such an assignment. He recalls that his previous strategy with Iron Man had proven effective. Keeping them within his line of sight offers more reassurance than remaining oblivious to their whereabouts. Furthermore, he harbors a grander plan that necessitates the involvement of these individuals. Who to dispatch? While S-H-I-E-L-D boasts a vast number of agents, few are suited for a task of such a classified nature. Suddenly, a thought strikes Egg. He recalls someone who is currently within the agency and decides to summon him for consultation. In no time, Phil Coulson, clad in a suit and teetering on the brink of middle age with a receding hairline, enters Egg's office. Director, you summoned me? Coulson perpetually wears a gentle smile, much like Egg's ever-present black trench coat. Phil, I require assistance. Egg states directly, succinctly relaying the current situation to Coulson and emphasizing its top-secret nature. Coulson's demeanor shifts immediately. His clearance level is 8, and involvement in matters of level 0 is of utmost significance. Standing still, Coulson ponders for a moment before recommending a candidate. Director, I have someone in mind. In the logistics department of S-H-I-E-L-D, the atmosphere resembles that of an ordinary office space, with semi-enclosed cubicles housing numerous computers and stacks of documents adorning the desks. A distinct scent of ink permeates the air. At one such desk sits a Chinese woman, skillfully organizing her cluttered paperwork, her keen ears catching the approach of a visitor. Agent May? Melinda May greets with a warm smile, though before she can complete her thought, Coulson interjects, indeed, the setup here is quite impressive. Have you considered adding a moat? May shoots him a discontented glance. Coulson continues, if there were other options. The director would not have sent me to find you. Nick sent you to find me? May inquires, scrutinizing him. To be precise, I recommended you to him. Humph. May returns her focus to the documents. Natasha and Clint are both unreachable. Currently, you are the only one in the agency capable of undertaking this mission, Coulson asserts. May recognizes the word Coulson is indirectly alluding to avoidance. Since the incident on Bahrain Island, she has remained secluded within the logistics department, declining all field assignments and contentedly embracing her role as a clerk. 7 years prior, she was an ordinary agent tasked with various trivial missions for S-H-I-E-L-D, until that fateful morning when Coulson presented her with a new assignment, to travel to Bahrain Island and negotiate with a superhuman who had taken a young girl hostage. She was an expert in such matters. Previously, several teams dispatched by S-H-I-E-L-D had vanished without a trace upon entering the building where the hostage was held. Shortly after her arrival, the two accompanying teams also lost contact one after another, compelling her to investigate the situation herself. Upon entering the premises, she was swiftly assaulted by members of the missing teams. After incapacitating them, she ascended the stairs, only to discover that the true superhuman was, in fact, the young girl herself, capable of controlling the minds of others. All previously sent agents had fallen victim to her control, leaving only her, who managed to maintain her consciousness through sheer willpower. After an intense battle, she emerged victorious. Approaching the hostage, an unfathomable truth dawned upon her. She had to shoot the girl to ensure the safety of the agents and her own life. Ironically, she was hailed as a hero for single-handedly saving everyone, despite sustaining severe injuries, earning the title of Iron Knight. She despised this title. The act of shooting a child haunted her with relentless guilt. Her body healed, yet the psychological scars lingered. Soon after, her life shattered. She divorced her husband and withdrew from fieldwork, retreating to a life of paperwork. May sighed just this once. Ultimately, her sense of duty prevailed. She rolled her eyes at Coulson and said, just this once and never again. Coulson chuckled happily. Coulson then brought May to meet Egghead. After discussing the mission details, May inquired, what if they are unyielding? S-H-I-L-D had been experiencing turmoil for the past 2 years, which Egghead sensed, leading him to secretly establish an independent force known as the Avengers, a plan he had not disclosed to anyone, since he intended to recruit disciples. It was imperative not to jeopardize relations further. Egghead stated, this is a rescue mission. If rescue fails, we shall endeavor to negotiate. Avoid conflict with the opposing party. May furrowed her brow, recalling Bahrain Island, where negotiations had also been the initial approach. Coulson, understanding her apprehensions, reassured her with a smile. No one anticipated that the superhuman would be a child. Trust me, such an occurrence will not repeat. Egghead, unusually supportive of his subordinate, encouraged, do not feel pressured. 2 teams will coordinate with your efforts. I await you good news. May nodded in acknowledgement to Egghead and Coulson. Luke's third tenant was about to arrive. Chapter 44, Below Q. The weather was clear and windless. Commander, ahead lies the warehouse indicated by our intelligence. The target may be concealed within. However, the thermal imaging appears to be malfunctioning, rendering it incapable of revealing the interior specifics. A few cargo trucks are parked a street away from the warehouse, housing over 30 armed agents from SHIELD. Under the directive of Egg, both teams are under the command of Agent May, poised to coordinate with her forthcoming actions. You will remain here on standby. I shall attempt to make contact with the other party, Agent May declared, leaping from the vehicle. Understood, Commander. The squad leader promptly gestured to his team, and they dispersed, each finding a suitable position for ambush. Clad in a black tactical suit crafted from Kevlar fibers, Agent May bore 2 specially designed handguns, one secured on each thigh. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, she drew the weapons and discreetly tucked them into the small of her back. She then knocked on a large door. Is anyone there? The AI alarm system had already alerted Luke to their arrival. Luke, monitoring the screen, recognized the familiar visage of the Asian woman. Mingna? No, it's Agent May. Pondering. Luke suddenly smirked enigmatically. As the warehouse door opened, a young Asian boy with short black hair appeared at the threshold, innocently inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" Caught off guard, Agent May, prepared for action, momentarily faltered. "Why is there a child here?" She subtly relaxed her grip on her weapon. Could the intelligence be flawed? Had she arrived at the wrong location? Doubts swirled in her mind. Before her stood Luke, once again donning the guise of innocence. Since his arrival in this realm, he had discovered that this tactic was invariably effective. Human cognition tends to be rigid. Few would pay heed to a mere child, especially one as endearing and cherubic as he, who could disarm hostility with his mere presence. "Where is your guardian? I wish to speak with them." Agent May managed a slight smile, though her proficiency in smiling was limited. Having portrayed a dutiful child before his foster parents for over a year, Luke had mastered the art of feigning naivety in front of others. With a blend of innocence and subtle vigilance, he queried, "Who are you?" "I'm merely passing through. My vehicle has broken down." Agent May gestured towards a Chevrolet parked by the roadside. "May I speak with your guardian? Where are your adults?" "They're not here." "How may I assist you, ma'am?" Agent May smiled thoughtfully before responding. "I wish to inquire if you have recently observed anything unusual." "Unusual?" Agent May nodded. "Well, I suppose so," she admitted, her brow furrowing. Could it truly be a case of flawed intelligence? Contemplating her next move, she considered searching nearby locales. Just then, faint sounds emanated from within the warehouse, piquing her suspicion. "What was that noise?" she asked, fixing her gaze on Luke. Luke's youthful visage radiated with sunlight as he spoke. "It's nothing. A couple of squirrels wandered in a few days ago, and I've been feeding them ever since. There are plenty of squirrels here in America. They often dart into my house without my permission. Meanwhile," he mused, "soon there'll be 3 squirrels." May listened intently, her expression betraying nothing. Yet her extensive experience as an agent instilled a sense of suspicion within her. She pondered silently for a moment. "Are you alone in this warehouse?" she inquired. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Could I trouble you for a drink of water? I've traveled quite a distance." Agent May smiled at Luke. He shrugged and said, "Of course. Please wait here. I'll fetch some water." Agent May nodded with a smile. "Thank you." As Luke turned to enter the warehouse, a peculiar smirk crept upon his lips. Behind him, Agent May's smile vanished instantaneously. She lowered her head slightly and quietly issued a command into her earpiece. "All units, be on standby for action. Exercise control and avoid confrontation if possible." With determination, Agent May stepped resolutely into the warehouse. As she did, the dimming light altered the scene before her. Upon entering, she froze, captivated by the unusual sight within the warehouse. Rather than a derelict storage space, it resembled an operational assembly workshop. Massive lathes and assembly lines, cables and outlets strewn across the floor, a row of computers, and most strikingly, a half-finished colossal mechanical creation. All of this was beyond her expectations. No, rather, this scene was precisely what she had anticipated. And then there was the child. At that moment, Agent May spotted the transparent glass cell within the warehouse, containing 2 individuals, Black Widow and Hawkeye. The Black Widow within the cell gestured urgently, signaling her to turn around. In her astonishment, Agent May had just drawn her handgun from her waistband when she was caught off guard. The ground trembled as a 2-meter-tall silver mech surged forth from behind her. Luke's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Drop your weapon, raise your hands, and kneel on the ground." Luke had unleashed the whirlwind. 4 high-speed machine guns, capable of firing hundreds of rounds per second, were aimed at Agent May. This thing has even taken down a Dassault Rafale. Agent May rolled her eyes. Without further ado, she discarded her gun and raised her hands in surrender. In the culture of warfare in America, there are no notions of stubborn resistance or dying to the last breath. If one is caught, one must accept defeat. Surrendering was the only option. Luke maneuvered the mech beside Agent May, searched her from behind, and found another firearm, thoroughly inspecting her from head to toe. Ultimately, the 4 machine guns directed her toward the cell, where she was confined alongside the others. Another capture. How curious to say another. The mech's hatch opened upwards, and Luke nimbly leapt down from the machine. Observing the young boy who had just earlier flashed her a sunlit smile, Agent May now found herself in a state of bewilderment as he leapt from the mech. She stood frozen in the confines of the glass cell for a considerable moment, before rolling her eyes dramatically and muttering through clenched teeth, "Phil Coulson, for crying out loud." Chapter 45. Let's all join forces inside the fortified glass cell. The trio from S, H, I, L, D exchanged speechless glances. Luke, standing before the glass, met Agent May's furious gaze with indifference, shrugging nonchalantly. He procured a chair and settled himself outside the cell. "All right, it's high time we had a serious discussion." He addressed the 3 of them. "By the way, you S, H, I, L, D agents keep sending me heads on a platter. It's becoming quite embarrassing. I fear the next one to enter might be a boiled egg. Then you'll be in deep trouble. But at least we could gather for a game of mahjong." "A boiled egg?" The trio looked puzzled. Luke clarified, "Nick Fury." After a brief moment of confusion, Agent May tilted her head, stifling a laugh as her shoulders trembled with suppressed mirth. Black Widow and Hawkeye remained perplexed, wondering when their organization had acquired such an absurd moniker, one they had never encountered before. At that moment, Luke retrieved a black walkie-talkie from a pile of confiscated items and handed it into the cell. Let the folks outside step back. On Christina's enlarged screen, more than 30 armed S, H, I, E, L, D agents surrounded the warehouse. Agent May rolled her eyes, took the walkie-talkie, and commanded, "Stand down." The agents outside swiftly retreated like a receding tide. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they took positions across the street, weapons at the ready. Luke shrugged again, rising to address the 3 captives. "I know you're all feeling quite indignant. Captured by a mere child. I imagine you're not too pleased." Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May remained silent, tacitly accepting Luke's words. Each of them had been captured in a single confrontation, without having the chance to retaliate, as Luke utilized an array of bizarre techniques to subdue them. Faced with the aerial combat mech, they had no capacity for resistance. This machine was capable of matching Iron Man in a head-on clash. At that moment, Luke casually instructed Christina, "Unlock the cell door." With a click, the door to the glass cell swung open automatically. The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May exchanged glances, silently communicating, before their attention turned back to Luke. They hesitated, uncertain of his intentions. "Your gear is all right here." Luke pointed to the pile of confiscated belongings. "You 3 can team up. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. This time, I'll want to be piloting the mech." The trio again shared knowing glances before stepping out of the glass cell one after the other. Luke remained motionless, calmly watching as they swiftly and skillfully retrieved their equipment and donned their gear. "Are you certain? You're not using that thing?" Agent May tucked 2 handguns into the holsters on her thighs and cast a glance at the empty battle mech, the Whirlwind, behind Luke, feeling somewhat perplexed. In her view, Luke posed a threat to the 3 of them precisely because he was piloting such a steel monstrosity. Without it, this seemingly frail figure before her should not be underestimated. "Melinda, you might find yourself at a disadvantage." The Black Widow touched the back of her head and remarked with a wry smile. Melinda paused slightly before nodding in agreement. If even the Black Widow held such an opinion, it seemed this young man possessed abilities she had yet to comprehend. The trio, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May, stood side by side, exuding a formidable presence as 3 elite operatives of S, H, L, D. Luke maintained a smile on his face, beckoning them with a finger. Indeed, he intended to take on all 3. He wished to test the level he could achieve solely through his combat skills. Without the aid of the mech, Luke was confident that he would not be defeated by any of them individually. After all, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May were merely ordinary humans. Despite their physical capabilities having reached the limits of normality, they remained just that, ordinary. Their greatest strengths lay in their mastery of various combat techniques, exceptional skills, and extensive combat experience. In contrast, Luke's advantage was that every move he had learned was of masterful quality. Moreover, The strength-enhancing potions he had drawn from the magic box had already endowed him with muscle power comparable to that of an adult male. His outward appearance, however, was misleading. Luke needed a genuine combat experience to synthesize the skills he had acquired. Previously, he had always relied on the mech to overpower his opponents, without any opportunity for such practice. Engaging in combat with these three would undoubtedly enhance his fighting prowess. After all, it would be a waste not to utilize these three exceptional sparring partners: Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May. Come to me all at once. Do not worry. I will exercise restraint. It may hurt a little, Luke said with a smile. Such audacity, Melinda scoffed. She remained unconvinced that Luke could handle all three of them at once. Perhaps against others, it might be feasible, but not against them. They were indisputably S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest fighters. Just remember not to cry when it hurts, the Black Widow teased with a smile. Hawkeye chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. The mech was one thing, but engaging a barehanded child was an entirely different matter. He certainly did not want news of this incident to spread. It was evident they shared Melinda's sentiments. You may go first, the Black Widow said, her lips curling into an enticing smile as she beckoned Luke with her finger. Then I shall not hold back, Luke replied, his gaze sharpening. Suddenly, he bent at the waist, lowering his center of gravity, and his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. The expressions of the three opponents subtly changed as they felt a strange sensation of being prey under Luke's intense gaze. Confused yet compelled to shed their initial dismissiveness, they began to take him seriously. I will take responsibility for restraining him. Agent May crossed her fists before her, adopting a combat stance as she spoke. Be cautious. He possesses a peculiar ability that enables him to conjure objects out of thin air, Black Widow cautioned. What do you mean by conjure? May inquired. Literally, Hawkeye replied solemnly. Natasha is correct. I have also observed it. This child seems rather uncanny. A lingering doubt had plagued Hawkeye's mind. He had not clearly seen how Luke had extracted a stick from beneath the mech's legs to strike him. To his keen vision, the stick appeared to materialize suddenly in the air, an utterly baffling occurrence. As the three engaged in hushed conversation, Luke suddenly propelled himself off the ground, bending his legs in a peculiar diving posture, gliding swiftly towards them with remarkable agility. He aimed to strike at Black Widow, the closest target. Monkey grabs fish. No, it was a diving gut punch. Chapter 46. The lion's roar. As Luke's small hand lunged toward her, Black Widow executed a graceful backflip, elegantly evading the attack. Her ballet training shone through as she tumbled. Her form was both lethal and exquisite. With a precise kick of her toes, she deflected Luke's punch effortlessly. Luke then launched a short punch at Agent May's chest. All right, too far. Let's target the leg instead. The punch struck May's thigh, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. She gazed at Luke, astonished by his stance. She recognized this punch. It was a short punch, one she was also capable of delivering. What surprised May was not only Luke's ability to execute it, but also the apparent mastery he exhibited, surpassing her own. Even more astonishing was the sheer power she had felt from that blow, unbelievably immense. Had she not been wearing her K-Slav fiber combat suit, which absorbed much of the force, her leg would likely have been fractured by now. How could a mere child possess such strength, even surpassing that of an adult? Moreover, the proficiency required for the short punch demanded relentless practice over time. How had he achieved such skill at such a tender age? May found herself lost in thought. As her focus wavered, Luke closed the distance between them. He seized her elbow and executed a throw, sending her crashing to the ground. As she lay there, nursing her pain, May was baffled. She could hardly fathom the existence of power potions and skill tomes. Instead, she considered the possibility of a martial arts prodigy. To her astonishment, this boy was not merely talented. He was a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. The exaggeration of such talent was staggering. With this assessment in mind, May resolutely rose to her feet. The moniker Iron Knight was not bestowed lightly. She would no longer treat this encounter lightly. She was determined to give her all. Agent May's talents were far from ordinary. She had been chosen by Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., to train within the agency. Her most remarkable trait was her indomitable will. Her greatest obsession was her refusal to bow to anyone or anything. Except for the events of 7 years prior on Bering Island, no one or nothing had managed to defeat her. Agent May was ready to unleash her full potential. She relentlessly pressured Luke, employing both hands and feet. She had come to regard him as an equal adversary. This scene left Hawkeye and Black Widow somewhat bewildered, wondering if Agent May was perhaps taking things too seriously. Each strike landed with palpable force. Luke was momentarily forced to retreat a few steps by Agent May's sudden onslaught. Yet the resilience of his steel-like physique rendered him nearly impervious to pain. Each punch felt merely like a playful tickle. How remarkably effective this skill was. Luke secretly reveled in his newfound advantage, launching into an unrestrained offensive. With swift punches, diving strikes, and throws, he repeatedly executed a few techniques. Astonishingly, he matched Agent May, a martial arts expert, blow for blow with his seemingly inconspicuous strength. Agent May had initially expected Luke to behave like an ordinary child, crumpling to the ground after a few hits. To her surprise, he appeared unfazed, dismissing her strikes entirely. Conversely, she felt a tingling sensation in her own limbs, as if her punches and kicks had met not flesh, but an unyielding iron plate. This was utterly perplexing. A legendary technique crossed her mind. Could it be that he truly possessed a ridiculous ability akin to the Iron Shirt? She had previously dismissed such notions, but now found herself reconsidering. As Agent May began to falter against Luke, Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances and finally decided to join forces. Out of respect for Luke's youth, they still held back some of their strength. Was this really a 7-year-old child? He seemed like a small creature brimming with boundless energy. Even as the three of them attacked in unison, they struggled to gain the upper hand. It was then that they began to resort to weapons. Black Widow brandished 2 short batons. Agent May donned her gauntlets. And as for Hawkeye, well, one might say that traditionally archers excel in close combat. Hawkeye surprisingly engaged Luke in close quarters with his bow, a high-tech composite weapon, which he wielded with considerable flair. Luke, delighted by the challenge, mused if this was indeed the legendary art of archery combat. Perhaps he should find a moment to foster a connection and glean some insights. The trio from S.H.I.E.L.D. finally realized that if they did not take their mission seriously, they would truly be unable to handle Luke. Thus, the 3 ace agents began to coordinate their efforts, launching a pincer attack from 3 directions. Luke, feeling the pressure, summoned a weapon of his own, retrieving a staff from his storage space. The trio watched in astonishment as Luke seemingly conjured a staff out of thin air, exchanging puzzled glances and shrugging at one another. Unable to comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat grasping the staff, Luke unleashed a martial skill, the Wandering Staff. Suddenly, Hawkeye, the close combat archer, cried out in shock as he was bizarrely lifted into the air by the staff, only to plummet in an equally strange manner, crashing down on a Black Widow, who had been preparing to ambush Luke from behind. The entire sequence unfolded as if gravity had ceased to exist. The two of them tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap, both utterly astonished. What on earth had just transpired? How had that been possible? The Black Widow couldn't help but reminisce about that evening when she drove to test Luke. However, there was no time for contemplation as Luke launched another strike. Wielding his staff with precision, Hawkeye recognized the technique and quickly pushed Natasha aside, attempting to block with his bow. Unexpectedly, Luke altered his attack mid-strike, abandoning the original maneuver to execute a spinning staff technique. Consequently, the close-quarters archer found himself inexplicably lifted into the air by the staff, defying the laws of physics, before being forcefully slammed back to the ground. Instantly, Hawkeye was left dazed and disoriented. At that moment, Black Widow and Agent May stood behind Luke, exchanging glances before each brandished their short sticks and fists, charging towards him in unison. Luke pivoted, his body twisting as he turned to face them, his gaze sharp and focused. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bellowed, "Ha!" An invisible sonic wave surged forth, rippling through the air. This was the lion's roar, a hallmark skill of the DNF's Chi Master, one of the 9 skills he had drawn previously. As the almost visible sound wave dissipated, the 3 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Battle duration, 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Christina's voice announced, "Congratulations, Master. You are victorious." Luke assessed the challenge as rather formidable. He straightened his posture, letting his hands fall, and once again emanated the aura of an ordinary child. Chapter 47. What do you truly desire? Luke was acutely aware that the trio had not utilized their full capabilities. Agent May had refrained from drawing her weapon. Hawkeye did not unleash his arrows, and Black Widow had not resorted to her electric stun devices or hidden weapons. It seemed they were reluctant to strike him, considering his youth. Nevertheless, even if they had unleashed their abilities, they would have found it futile against his psychic barrier. After all, who doesn't have a contingency plan? Luke felt a sense of triumph, believing he had decisively won. Who would have thought that merely possessing these combat skills would allow me to stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Black Widow? This is indeed a promising beginning. I can no longer be considered an ordinary person. Initially, my goal was to escape the realm of those whose lives are deemed expendable. I have achieved that. Now, the next step is to continuously elevate my strength, gradually ascending to the ranks of the elite and ultimately becoming a premier entity within the Marvel Universe. All of this is to ensure that I can live freely in this perilous world, setting aside the mechs. My martial skills now place me between the second and third tier of Marvel heroes. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, with mechs at my disposal. It would be foolish to engage without them. I should focus on converting these combat techniques into mech combat styles. It seems far more pragmatic. As Luke contemplated these matters, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Agent May gradually rose from the ground. Their ears still rang, and their minds were clouded. It felt as though a primordial beast had roared fiercely beside them, shaking their very bones. This excruciating sensation was one they never wished to experience again. Black Widow and Hawkeye remained perplexed about how Luke had accomplished such a feat. Their gazes toward Luke were imbued with a complexity that only Agent May, who possessed a profound understanding of Eastern culture, could vaguely recognize as reminiscent of a particular strategy. However, she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts and simply observed Luke. He shrugged in response. What? You suggest releasing them? Impossible. After the current skirmish, without uttering another word, Luke re-entered the mech, commanding the three to disarm themselves and confining them once again within the tempered glass cell. He had no intention of liberating them just yet. At the very least, he aimed to extract every ounce of value from them first. The phrase humans are the knife. I am the fish aptly described the predicament of Black Widow and her companions at that moment. Faced with an adversary capable of reducing them to mere pulp, the trio, burdened with frustrations and unable to voice their grievances due to the stubbornness of this unruly child, swallowed their discontent in silence. Outside, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. brought by May stood patiently, awaiting orders. Although May could command them to launch an assault, she hesitated. Firstly, the directive from Egghead was to negotiate and engage peacefully, and secondly, after witnessing Luke's mech in action, she deemed it tantamount to sending them to their doom to have them storm in. With a plethora of unanswered questions, the trio resolved to wait patiently, curious about the machinations of this impetuous youth. It was not long before Agent May noticed a stainless steel basin placed on the floor of the cell. What is this? She inquired, fully aware of its purpose, yet puzzled as to why it was positioned there. Black Widow and Hawkeye, in unison, averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. In the subsequent days, Luke allocated a portion of his time to release the three from their confinement, engaging them in sparring sessions to hone his combat skills. Having three top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as sparring partners was a rare luxury indeed. Through these practical encounters, Luke gradually discerned his strengths and weaknesses. His strengths lay in the few DNF skills he had mastered, which he executed with remarkable proficiency. His weaknesses, however, became glaringly apparent during combat. As he had not undergone formal training, the skills he had acquired were disjointed and lacked fluidity, each move standing alone. When he faced seasoned fighters, these deficiencies quickly surfaced. Over the course of these few days, he contemplated ways to overcome this challenge. Ultimately, he concluded that, despite the facade of being a martial arts prodigy, he still required substantial investment in training. His journey as a fighter remained arduous. Of course, there was also a temporary solution. Black Widow and her companions, each experts in a multitude of combat techniques, became his teachers as he humbly sought their guidance, focusing on seamlessly integrating their interconnected moves into his repertoire. As a result, his progression accelerated significantly. From initially taking 5 minutes to subdue the trio, he reduced it to 4 minutes, then 3, and eventually to 2 minutes, culminating in his ability to firmly control all three within a single minute without resorting to the lion's roar. His prowess was indeed commendable. That said, it was undeniable that Luke's skills had vastly improved. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He seamlessly integrated the skills he acquired from various unrelated combat classes in DNF, which enabled him to subdue the trio known as the Black Widow in mere minutes. Ultimately, aside from minor issues with the connection of his moves, every technique in Luke's arsenal is executed with true mastery. In recent days, Luke's rapid development has left the Black Widow and her companions utterly astounded, reinforcing their belief that he is indeed a prodigy in this domain. The only thing he lacks is professional training. Were he to receive instruction from S.H.I.E.L.D., he would undoubtedly emerge as a premier agent. Moreover, this exceptional agent would possess the ability to pilot and even fabricate mechs, which is impressively formidable. Meanwhile, the progress on the G0 Warlord's construction has not lagged. Luke has been tirelessly overseeing Christina's work, appreciating the advantages of having an assistant. He now understands the nuances of this arrangement. When tasks arise, the assistant handles them. When there are none, the assistant remains idle. The research progress on Tony's end has been under Christina's vigilant supervision. It is evident that entrusting Tony with the study of the demon crystal was indeed a wise decision. Tony's brilliance is unquestionable, and with Jarvis assisting him, his efficiency surpasses that of large research institutions staffed by dozens of individuals. Currently, Tony has already made significant strides in uncovering valuable insights. Had Luke embarked on this research himself, acquiring the advanced knowledge of microphysical chemistry that Tony possesses would have taken an eternity. By then, the demon crystal would have lost its relevance, rendering the research moot. Luke has been so engrossed in constructing mechs, honing his skills, and monitoring Tony that he has overlooked the sentiments of the S.H.O.D. trio. He believes he is treating them well, providing them with sumptuous hamburgers from Bonina 3 times a day. Others yearn for such a feast, like a certain burger aficionado laboring tirelessly in the lab. However, the S.H.I.L.D. trio does not share this sentiment. They feel confined, unable to communicate with the outside world, and subjected to regular beatings at predetermined intervals. This is nothing short of inhumane. Finally, Black Widow could no longer contain her frustrations. Having been imprisoned for 5 consecutive days with only the confines of a glass cell as her activity space, she found that serving as Luke's sparring partner had become a rare opportunity for reprieve, especially since Hawkeye bore the brunt of the punishment. Yet, the most intolerable issue for Black Widow was the indignity of sharing a stainless steel basin for her bathroom needs. What do you truly desire? On that day, she could no longer hold her tongue and confronted Luke. Chapter 48. The haggard egg. Luke sighed. Rain must fall, and mothers must remarry. Ultimately, one must set others free. Strangely, he felt a tinge of reluctance. What a splendid trio of sparring partners they made. As he did previously, Luke positioned a small stool before the glass cell and addressed the 3, saying, "Let us have a conversation." Black Widow crossed her arms, her chest out, and looked down at Luke, commanding, "Speak." Hawkeye chuckled foolishly, having taken quite a few blows from Luke recently. Agent May rolled her eyes, still harboring resentment towards Coulson for luring her into this predicament. She was eager to confront him and settle the score. Luke presented a few demands he had long contemplated. Releasing you is not out of the question. However, this situation was never instigated by me. It was you who insisted on probing me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the boiled egg. Oomph. The Black Widow let out a slight huff, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his words. Thus, it can be said that I am, in fact, the victim here. Consider how endearing I am, a mere child content to stay at home and play with models. While you agents insist on seeking me out, why not address the multitude of superpowered individuals wreaking havoc on the streets? I suspect you may be evading taxes. The 3 were somewhat perplexed by Luke's erratic train of thought. How did the conversation suddenly veer towards tax evasion, even if there were tax issues? That would pertain to the boiled egg. By the way, does S.H.I.L.D. even pay taxes? Before your arrival, I had already expressed to Natasha that I bear no ill intentions. My sole request is to remain undisturbed. Luke continued, stating that once they exited, his affairs must remain confidential, not to be disclosed to anyone, including his adoptive parents, as he wished to spare them concern. As he spoke, he employed his youthful charm, ensuring they continued to perceive him as a child, which greatly benefited him. The 3 in the cell nodded in agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach has always been meticulous, avoiding unnecessary entanglements with ordinary individuals in supernatural matters, barring some irresistible forces and exceptional circumstances. This principle underpins S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission to safeguard the world. They deemed Luke's conditions reasonable. Empathy led them to realize that had they known the apostle was merely a 7-year-old child, their strategy would have been more measured and tactful. The current predicament could have been averted. It must be said that Luke's youthful identity had extricated him from a multitude of troubles. Had he been an adult, the agents would likely have been far less accommodating. It would have been less about education and more about stringent measures, with severe repercussions. Hawkeye and Agent may turn their gazes toward the Black Widow, whose task it was to investigate the apostle and thus should be the one to negotiate with Luke. I can agree to your terms on behalf of Nick right now. Do you have any further demands? The Black Widow inquired. Then, I believe the events of the past few days have been a misunderstanding, and we can all come to mutual understanding, correct? Luke replied with a radiant smile. The Black Widow shot him an exasperated glance and huffed, "Fine. Were it not for their recent interactions, no one would believe that this clever and cunning little rascal was truly only 7 years old. At times, she overlooked his age, even wondering if an adult spirit resided within this child's form. "You insufferable brat," the Black Widow muttered helplessly, having endured her fair share of grievances lately. "I will relay your message to Nick," she nodded. Christina opened the door. With a snap of his fingers, the door to the cell swung open. "You may leave now. May I have a look around?" Black Widow inquired after the three emerged, gesturing towards the G0 War Master currently under construction. "Look around?" "Certainly, but do not pilfer anything. I shall be watching you," Luke replied, as Hawkeye and Agent May approached with curiosity. The moment had arrived for a breathtaking revelation of celestial technology. Even in its incomplete state, the close-up observation of the G0 War Master left the trio utterly awestruck. Towering at 55 meters, it lacked a head in the right half of its body, yet its lower limbs stood intact. Several mechanical arms were diligently affixing the left arm to the mech, compelling the three to gaze upward. The mech's exterior armor had yet to be installed, revealing an incredibly intricate internal structure that dazzled the eye. They couldn't help but ponder the spectacle it would present if it were to become operational. "Did you construct all of this yourself?" May asked, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had already experienced Luke's remarkable skills, but now she was witnessing yet another extraordinary aspect of his prodigious talent. She thought to herself, what a phenomenon. "Of course," Luke affirmed. "This colossal machine is already halfway complete, aided by Christina, and it took 5 days. The technological complexity and engineering involved are immensely greater than before. The difficulty in creating it exceeds that of the Typhoon by more than tenfold. The good news is that it should be finished in another 2 weeks, just in time for the Hammer Industries Expo." "How large will it be when completed?" Hawkeye inquired. "As you can see, the head is yet to be constructed. Once finished, it will stand at meters high and meters wide," Luke replied, choosing not to divulge further detailed specifications. "Is it taller than an F-22? Black Widow asked, astonished. Luke mused silently that this was merely the tip of the iceberg, as it paled in comparison to the 888-meter height of the Strike Freedom Gundam. However, he was constrained by the limitations of the blueprints, and making alterations proved to be quite challenging. He had diligently endeavored to modify the G0 War Master according to his vision. In truth, the trio from SHIELD contemplated the implications of such a colossal creation being produced and potentially sold. Nations around the globe would undoubtedly vie for it. The prospect was indeed daunting, particularly as it was under the control of a mere child. "You may stay a few more days. I don't mind. In another fortnight, it should be ready," Luke stated. No need. I trust your words," Black Widow quickly replied. The genius of this young man was beyond question. As for spending more time in this place, that was out of the question. "What do you intend to do with it?" she felt compelled to ask. The danger posed by this creation was palpable, and she needed to understand Luke's intentions. Luke candidly responded, "To prevent individuals like you from intruding upon my home. I assure you, I'm a good person." While Black Widow could believe in many of his assertions, the notion of him being a good person raised skepticism among her and her 2 colleagues. Unbeknownst to Luke, they had already labeled him as an audacious and reckless child. Following this incident, they had added another prefix to their moniker, the one who can build mechs. While other mischievous children might merely play with models, this one has gone a step further and engaged in reality. For such a child wielding a formidable weapon, stringent ideological education is imperative. Otherwise, one can never predict when this child might pierce the heavens and reveal a gaping hole. Alas, let us leave the worries to the egghead. The 3 of them suddenly realized that having a superior looming over them was indeed a fortunate circumstance. "Let us depart," said Black Widow. Little did Luke know that if he delayed a few more days, the egghead would personally take the helm of the operation to unleash a barrage. 2 teams reported that Agent May had not exited the warehouse since entering, yet it appeared there was no immediate danger, prompting them to withdraw. Strangely, they continued to receive timely reports from May via the intercom, which thoroughly perplexed the egghead. What on earth was the other party plotting? The egghead had grown thin. The appearance of the apostle had drained him of vitality, and he had recently been plagued by insomnia, his health declining. Even his urine had turned yellow. Agents Barton, Romanoff, and May, the egghead paused momentarily before promptly instructing, "Let them in." What transpired within that warehouse instantly transformed into a curious child. He had a myriad of questions he wished to pose to these 3 individuals. Chapter 49. The Prodigy? In the Director's office, the air conditioning was set exceedingly low. The egghead's startled voice broke the silence. "Please repeat that." "Agent Romanoff. How old is he?" Before him stood Black Widow and Agent May. While Hawkeye was nowhere to be found, Black Widow pursed her lips and shook her head, having predicted that the egghead would react this way upon learning the truth. She stated, "He is still a child, sir." The egghead's mouth fell slightly open, his expression one of bewilderment. It was only in moments like this that one could discern he still had two prominent canine teeth. "Is he truly 7 years old and not 70? Are you certain?" The egghead inquired once more. Like Tony, he had long suspected that the operator of the Apostle was an elderly man. "I can assure you that the incident you asked me to investigate in Hell's Kitchen was also instigated by him," Black Widow shrugged. The egghead was simply inquiring, fully aware that Black Widow would not commit such a grave error. He was merely astounded. He could not fathom the fact that the Apostle was indeed just a child. This was the very same individual who could hold his own against Iron Man in full view of the public. And you tell me he is merely a child? Hell's Kitchen has recently been thrown into disarray, and you assert that the culprit is still a child? Having captured 3 of his elite agents and left them in a state of disarray, you're telling me he is only 7 years old? Have I truly aged so much? Has the world advanced so rapidly? The egghead was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Do you believe there are shadows of some organization behind him? Are you suggesting that he constructed that white mech himself?" He inquired again. "Not only that. Over the past few days, the 3 of us have witnessed him create a 6-meter-tall mech. Although the project is still incomplete, I have no doubt he will accomplish it." Agent May replied, "Wait, how tall did you say?" The egghead's eyes widened. 6 meters, nearly 20 feet high, Agent May stated. The Black Widow nodded, remarking that it was significantly larger than the previous white model, towering 2 stories high. The egg remained silent for a moment, then inquired, "Did he personally construct this larger mech in front of you?" "Indeed," she replied. "He appears unfazed by our close scrutiny." The egg nodded thoughtfully. "If, as you suggest, he is a prodigious child, from where does he acquire such engineering knowledge?" "There lies a crucial doubt," he articulated, "as far as I am aware. Few individuals or factions possess technology at this level, including Tony Stark, who lacks that orange protective field." The Black Widow shrugged, stating, "I cannot ascertain that." After a moment's reflection, she added, "Once you meet him, you will recognize his true genius. Were it not for his confrontation with Stark, I might have suspected he was the man's illegitimate offspring." The term prodigy is not unfamiliar to S.H.I.E.L.D. Since its inception, countless prodigious children have been encountered, both directly and indirectly. "A super genius," she emphasized, gazing at Agent May. "Melinda, you have sparred with Luke. What do you think of his combat skills?" Without hesitation, May offered a succinct evaluation. "Phenomenal." She continued earnestly, "I suspect he has undergone the most professional martial arts training. Not the conventional sort, but rather a secretive tradition with a lineage. His strikes are more adept than mine. During our skirmish, he exhibited an Eastern secret technique known as the Lion's Roar. His martial prowess is undeniably of a genius caliber." Eastern secret tradition? The egg frowned at this revelation, knowing secrets far more profound than any within S.H.I.L.D. May's words immediately conjured 2 enigmatic factions in his mind. Could it be those 2 groups? The Spear Bureau? Or Kunlun? A throbbing headache ensued as he pondered the growing complexity of the situation. He never anticipated that this would seemingly involve the Spear Bureau. How could their operatives be in America? That group is notoriously indifferent to external affairs. As for Kunlun, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that those individuals resided beyond Earth. Was this prodigious child genuinely connected to these 2 factions? The egg contemplated. "Luke seems remarkably well acquainted with S.H.I.L.D., the Black Widow remarked. She recalled that during their initial meeting, Luke had accurately recited her personal information. This instance was no different. He appeared to possess similar insight regarding Agent May and Hawkeye. Even their combat styles seemed to be known to him. Agent May concurred, nodding. "He can name each of us and is aware of our strengths. He knows about you too." This revelation further solidified the egg's suspicions. He pondered. Could he truly be affiliated with the Spear Bureau? With whom has he been in contact? The egg queried the Black Widow, as this was her assignment. Luke's social circle is quite simple. He primarily interacts with his foster parents, his classmates, and, of course, Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen. Black Widow, with a composed demeanor, handed a meticulously organized dossier to Egg. It contained all the intelligence she had gathered regarding Luke. "Matt, the devil of Hell's Kitchen?" Egg inquired. "Indeed," she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. She was well acquainted with Daredevil. "All right, you both may leave now. The documents will remain here," Egg stated, seeking solitude. Nodding in understanding, Black Widow and Agent May exited Egg's office. Alone, Egg settled into his chair and began to peruse the documents before him. Luke Nelson, aged 7, of Chinese descent, had grown up in an orphanage until last year when he was adopted by the Nelsons residing in Queens. He was currently enrolled at Dow's Elementary School, ranking first in his class. Sleeping during classes? Egg mused, contemplating the profile of what appeared to be an exceptionally gifted, yet ordinary child. Yet, this child bore another identity, one that had recently captured the fervent attention of the media. The emerging superhero, or villain, known as the Apostle. This phenomenon was the darling of the press, second only to Iron Man in terms of public fascination. Egg furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the situation. He deemed it imperative to personally meet this prodigious child. Chapter 50. Extortion. The more one knows, the wider the imagination expands, and Egg was undoubtedly among the elite in this regard. If Luke indeed hailed from the Spear Agency, he had to inquire about the child's intentions within S-H-I-E-L-D-S domain. If not, that would be preferable. The Apostle had already demonstrated remarkable abilities. More crucially, he was merely 7 years old. Such a malleable genius was precisely what his Avengers initiative desperately required. In fact, upon hearing that Luke had constructed a battle mech, Egg had resolved to meet him personally. The mecha of Michael. The image of this creation formed vividly in his mind, elevating Luke's significance to a stature comparable to that of Iron Man. Initially, he had hoped for Tony to lead the Avengers, though Tony's rebellious nature often vexed him. Now, it seemed he had an alternative. Egg's approach was never one of hesitation. He promptly summoned his deputy, Hill, instructing her to make the necessary arrangements. He would personally engage with this extraordinary child. "Understood, sir," Hill replied, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "What is it?" Egg asked, sensing something amiss. "Oh, nothing," Hill thought to herself, nearly laughing upon researching the term egg and matching it with an image. However, such racially tinged monikers were best left unspoken. She found it perplexing why Hawkeye had been so indiscreet, spreading the news that Director Fury had acquired this new nickname, which had now become common knowledge throughout the agency. Stifling her amusement, Hill hurriedly set about organizing the meeting. Having bid farewell to the trio from S-H-I-E-L-D, Luke found himself with a moment of tranquility to ponder his circumstances. From the initial encounter with Black Widow in Hell's Kitchen, to her testing him behind the wheel, and now the evolution of events leading to this point, the entire experience served as a poignant reminder. In comparison to seasoned operatives like Black Widow, he realized he still had much to learn. Despite his self-proclaimed caution, he had been swiftly discovered by S-H-I-E-L-D. He recognized his missteps, yet fundamentally, setting aside his extraordinary abilities, he remained the same introverted individual he had been prior to his arrival in this world. He was, after all, not the quintessential protagonist of a novel, but rather a reclusive individual who had not abruptly transformed into a paragon of wisdom. Alas, protagonists possess an aura of invincibility, a privilege not afforded to him, a mere mortal. He believed he had made considerable efforts, contemplating the inevitability of gradual growth in life. Perhaps this very notion delineated the stark contrast between the vivid, tangible reality he inhabited and the fantastical narratives found in novels. Egghead wishes to meet me? Upon receiving a call from Black Widow, Luke learned of Egghead's desire for a face-to-face encounter. He was not taken aback. It seemed Egghead could not contain his impatience, confirming Luke's suspicions that he indeed harbored intentions towards him. Is he seeking to recruit me into the Avengers? Luke mused, finding humor in the notion, feeling rather overestimated. Did Egghead forget he was merely 7 years old? He could hardly fathom the expression Tony would wear upon discovering that the child who sold him burgers was, in fact, himself. The scene would undoubtedly be entertaining. Moreover, he had no intention of joining the Avengers. He recalled the convolutions the team faced, government oversight, internal discord, and fractures among teammates, none of which he wished to endure. Suddenly, a critical thought struck him. Had he known Egghead valued him so highly, he should have demanded a ransom before releasing the trio. Goodness, I missed out on a fortune. Alas, financial constraints loomed large. The G0 Warlord was an exorbitant endeavor. The $5 million advance for medical expenses from Doghouse had already been exhausted, with subsequent payments contingent upon the conclusion of dealings with Doghouse. Fortunately, there was still time to rectify his oversight. Yes, I must devise a sound plan for how to extort Egghead. Gazing at the G0 Warlord, imposing even in its unfinished state, Luke knew precisely what he needed to request from Egghead. The meeting was set for a sunlit morning. As the Chevrolet SUV parked outside Luke's warehouse, he immediately spotted the gleaming, bald head and the distinctive eye patch of Egghead, clad in a black trench coat. Egghead alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by Black Widow, Hawkeye, and several unfamiliar S.H.I.L.D. agents. Luke stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Egghead. Their gazes locked. Egghead seemed intent on deciphering Luke's thoughts. They had long shared an unspoken understanding. Without further ado, Egghead inquired directly, "What is your relationship with Spear?" Upon hearing this, Luke was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Spear? What Spear?" The term Spear refers to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, while Spear in English denotes a weapon. This bears a resemblance to the shield of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Lu Dan was inquiring about the connection between Luke and the Spear. However, Luke was entirely unaware of the existence of the Spear in the Marvel Universe. Consequently, he failed to grasp the significance of Lu Dan's words. His familiarity with Marvel predominantly stemmed from those blockbuster films and television series. To be frank, he considered himself a mere pretender among Marvel enthusiasts, drawn in primarily by the cinematic excellence. Lu Dan's reaction momentarily left him speechless. Not a member of the Spear? With his keen agent's intuition, he could discern that Luke was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely lacked knowledge about the Spear. Unless the other party's acting prowess was so refined as to deceive him, which seemed unlikely as exceptional talent is often innate, while acting skill is cultivated through life experiences. What could a 7-year-old possibly know? Given that Luke was not affiliated with the Spear, Lu Dan's confusion deepened, yet he felt a sense of relief. If he wasn't part of the Spear, that would simplify matters considerably. Today, he intended to actively recruit Luke, almost as if extending an invitation. Luke was not one to beat around the bush, and thus, the two quickly delved into the main topic, Luke's request for compensation. In the car, Black Widow had already cautioned Lu Dan about Luke's cunning nature, advising him to tread carefully. Lu Dan thought to himself, "Here it comes." He was eager to discover what scheme Luke was concocting. Lu Dan's voice took on a low timbre. "Compensation? Present me with a reason to compensate you. I merely perceive that each of you has come to trouble me, wasting a considerable amount of my time. My time is exceedingly valuable, worth billions in mere moments. Shouldn't you compensate me for the money you've squandered?" Luke believed his reasoning was sound. "Regrettably, I cannot concede to such losses." Lu Dan remained unmoved. "What about emotional distress? You all frightened a mere child. This lady drove her car at me, and that gentleman shot arrows at me. As for the aunt who didn't show up today, let's disregard her." Lu Dan found himself at a loss for words. He had prepared several approaches, confident that, with his extensive negotiation experience, persuading a child would pose no challenge. Yet, he had not anticipated that the conversation would unfold in such a manner. How could this little rascal persistently demand compensation? "I firmly believe that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division owes me for my emotional distress. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do," Luke declared with righteous fervor. "Are you threatening me?" Lu Dan inquired, his expression darkening. "Of course not," Luke shrugged. "What do you desire?" Lu Dan mused, intrigued to see what the young boy was truly after. Finally, Luke smiled, a radiant smile. "I want Captain America's shield." Chapter 51. How can this be called extortion? That's impossible. Lu Dan's single eye widened in disbelief, vehemently rejecting the notion. What kind of joke is this? Captain America's shield is not something one can simply bestow. How audacious of this boy to covet it. Captain America has long since departed, and for years, that shield has merely gathered dust in the S.H.A.L.D. warehouse. If you were to gift it to me, it would be a fine example of resourcefulness, wouldn't it? Luke argued, pondering that at this moment, the captain had yet to make his appearance, and perhaps he should seize the opportunity to make his case. Once the captain is discovered from the Arctic ice and awakens, attempting to claim that shield will be a daunting endeavor. Of course, this hinges on whether Eggman is willing to part with it. Luke felt the prospect was bleak. "I'm uncertain how you came to know of the shield's whereabouts," Eggman replied, his face darkening, "but that shield is a relic of Captain Rogers. It holds immense significance for S.H.I.E.L.D., the U.S. government, and indeed for global peace. Do not harbor any illusions." Luke shrugged, relinquishing his insistence. In truth, he merely inquired, fully aware that Eggman would never relinquish Captain America's shield to him. It was worth a try, after all. Who knows? Perhaps Eggman might have an uncharacteristic lapse of judgment and grant him the shield? That would be splendid, as it would yield the coveted adamantium. Eggman's smile remained radiant. Indeed, his true objective was the adamantium. The request for Captain America's shield was merely a tactic in negotiation, presenting an unattainable price to initiate bargaining. Initially, he had not intended to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. so soon. However, given the circumstances, it would be a waste not to leverage the situation. Should the G0 warlord be able to harness adamantium to forge its skeletal structure and exterior armor, it would undoubtedly enhance its combat prowess significantly. According to Luke's understanding, adamantium is renowned as the hardest metal known in the Marvel Universe. It was inadvertently synthesized by the U.S. military from a blend of alien meteorite and carbon alloy. One of adamantium's most remarkable characteristics is that once it has been forged and cooled, even in temperatures soaring to 500,000 degrees, its creations will not melt even a fraction. Once formed, it is impervious to deformation, truly unbreakable. Not even the might of the Hulk or Thor-wielding Mjolnir can destroy an adamantium creation. Not even a scratch can mar its surface. How does Luke know that S-H-I-E-L-D possesses adamantium? It is common knowledge for anyone who has watched the films. The chemical structure of adamantium has always been a closely guarded secret of the U.S. government. Thus, most of the existing adamantium is held in the hands of the military and its allies. Eggman found himself in a state of exasperation. This young man was requesting nothing short of this exceedingly rare material. Yet, considering that Luke was constructing a mech, it became clear what Luke intended to achieve. Don't dismiss the possibility, Luke cheerfully remarked. I am aware that the military possesses a considerable amount of adamantium. Given S-H-I-E-L-D-S capabilities, acquiring it should not be overly difficult, right? Perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D, even as a surplus. Allowing it to languish would be a waste. Why not hand it over to me? Eggman snorted dismissively, remaining silent. He mused that while it wasn't impossible, S-H-I-L-D had quotas, and he could procure a certain amount of adamantium from the military each year. Such resources were exceedingly precious. He cherished them deeply and found it hard to part with them. However, he was intent on recruiting Luke. The egghead mused that Black Widow was indeed correct. This little rascal was exceptionally clever. It seemed utterly improbable that he could be swayed by a mere piece of candy. Fortunately, he had already resolved his determination. Egghead understood the adage that one must sometimes sacrifice a child to catch a wolf. He was resolute in his desire for the prodigious child, Luke, whom he valued even more than Tony Stark. This was largely due to Luke's age. Being merely 7, his potential for development was immense. Although it appeared that the boy's ideological upbringing had encountered some issues, something Egghead attributed to Luke's previous status as an orphan a year prior. He believed that with his personal guidance, Luke could be molded to serve S-H-I-E-L-D in the future, perhaps even occupy his own position one day. At that point, he could retire with peace of mind. Egghead's thoughts were quite optimistic. Thus, he spoke, and amid the astonished gazes of Black Widow and others, he addressed Luke. It wouldn't be impossible to give you some adamantium. How much do you desire? However, Luke's subsequent response left Egghead utterly flabbergasted. The child promptly declared, I want a ton. A ton? Egghead exclaimed, his singular eye widening in disbelief. What do you think this is? Why not ask for 10 tons while you're at it? Luke immediately nodded in agreement. 10 tons would work too. Egghead, feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to explain the complexities of the adamantium synthesis process and its exorbitant value on the black market. He assumed Luke's outrageous request stemmed from ignorance regarding its worth. Yet Luke continued to create a psychological disparity, aiming to extract even more adamantium from Egghead's grasp. 1 ton was merely a ruse. Then I shall settle for 100 kilograms. It cannot be any less, Luke asserted, taking a step back. How much? 100 kilograms? Are you extorting me? Egghead exclaimed loudly. This figure still exceeded his expectations. Luke scratched his ear, feeling a sense of familiarity with the phrase, as if Tony had just uttered it not long ago. With arms crossed, Luke proclaimed with righteous indignation, Indeed, how could this be considered extortion? Such a term applies among merchants like that unscrupulous Tony Stark. However, we are all civilized individuals. How could we stoop to using such language? Egghead, you are quite uncouth. I have already stated, this is compensation. It is the emotional damages owed to me by S-H-I-E-L-D. Luke firmly insisted that this was indeed compensation, not extortion, while internally he mused that it was, without a doubt, a form of extortion. Egghead? What egghead? In recent days, the term had been mentioned frequently by others. Was it a new internet slang? Egghead, puzzled, wore a bewildered expression, yet he did not delve further, as his mind was preoccupied with Luke's unreasonable demands. Ultimately, he sighed, conceding that if adamantium was to be given, so be it. As long as the boy was willing to join the Avengers initiative, it wouldn't be a loss. Adamantium could indeed be provided, but the quantity would need to be reduced. 100 kilograms? That is absolutely impossible. I do not possess such an amount. The boiled egg stated with a serious demeanor. The purest form of adamantium is exceedingly rare. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. has a scant reserve of it. However, the secondary grade of adamantium is a different matter altogether. Indeed, the boiled egg intended to substitute the inferior for the superior. He mused that Luke must have acquired the information about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s access to adamantium from an unknown source. Yet an untrained individual would likely be unable to discern the differences between the two alloys. Upon hearing the boiled egg's agreement, Luke's face instantly brightened with delight. "Please, step inside, Director Fury. Let us sit down and discuss this matter at length." The boiled egg cast him an irritated glance. Is his attitude capable of shifting so rapidly? The cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents felt immensely grateful that Luke had finally permitted them entry. They had been enduring the relentless sun outside since their arrival. The weather today was almost overwhelmingly pleasant. As they walked, the boiled egg leaned slightly toward the Black Widow and whispered, "Is this little brat truly this infuriating?" Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team entering the warehouse remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis lurking within. After a prolonged slumber of nearly half a month, Lotus suddenly opened his eyes in the fish tank. Chapter 52, The Annihilation of S.H.I.E.L.D. In terms of the quantity of adamantium, neither party was willing to concede. With little else to occupy their time, the others began to explore the warehouse. The Black Widow and Hawkeye assumed the roles of tour guides. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were filled with curiosity and astonishment at the various items displayed within the warehouse. While the Black Widow and Hawkeye had seen such things before, the other agents were utterly shocked upon witnessing the legendary towering mecha for the first time. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they had seen much in their line of work, yet this was a sight they had never encountered. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a creation could emerge from the hands of a mere 7-year-old child. The hybrid mecha, inspired by DNF and Gundam styles, was truly a unique marvel within the Marvel Universe, distinguished by its singular design. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could not contain their discussions. One agent, gazing up at the unfinished G0 warlord, remarked gravely, "This design is clearly not in the style of the Russians, nor does it reflect American aesthetics. It seems to possess elements of both, yet is distinctly neither." Another agent interjected, "Is certainly not German. I have seen the robots secretly crafted by the Germans, and they are of an entirely different style." A female agent then suggested, "I believe it bears some resemblance to Japanese design." Japanese? Do you not read manga? It resembles the armored styles found in those tales of power suits. Perhaps the child drew inspiration from them. Manga? Nonsense. How could such fantastical creations ever come to fruition? Do not jest, two male agents scoffed. The female agent shrugged. She had merely been voicing a thought. Unbeknownst to them, she was inching closer to the truth. In redesigning the G0 warlord, Luke had indeed referenced a classic mecha from a renowned Japanese anime. This time, it was not derived from Gundam. Yet the overall aesthetic remained opulent and futuristic. As for practicality, what might that be? The capabilities of the mech can be continuously upgraded and transformed. It is indeed a lifelong endeavor. Black Widow and Hawkeye stand side by side. Black Widow inquires, "What do you think?" Hawkeye, arms crossed and gazing upward at the G0 warlord, ponders aloud, "Don't you find it peculiar, Natasha?" "Peculiar? Why is it square?" Black Widow suddenly recalls, "Indeed, even that small white one seems to be square as well. This form appears somewhat odd from the outside, as regardless of its height. The visual disparity renders it seemingly shorter. Could it be that Luke harbors a particular fondness for such squares?" Black Widow speculates. Hawkeye shrugs, "Who knows? That kid is a genius none of us can comprehend. Perhaps there is a profound technological rationale behind it." "Hey, no stealing." Luke chimes in from a short distance away. Black Widow and Hawkeye exchange glances, and she shakes her head with a laugh. At that moment, however, several expressions suddenly appear amiss. In the entire warehouse, aside from Luke, everyone, including Egg, simultaneously rises. Luke observes their expressions, which are momentarily vacant. Yet, just as quickly, they revert to normal. Black Widow scrutinizes Egg for a moment, approaches him, and playfully touches his signature black trench coat. Chuckling, "Egg, I've been meaning to ask you, with such heat, don't you find it uncomfortable to wear a long coat?" Egg grins. "After all, only this way can I maintain the authoritative image of my director. That's why I have to set the air conditioning in the office so low. I was nearly suffocated out there, just now." With that, Egg promptly removes his black coat and tosses it onto the ground, revealing that his shirt is indeed soaked with sweat. Why do you call me Egg? He asks with a curious laugh. Because you're dark, Black Widow giggles. Oh, ha ha ha. Egg laughs in response. Hawkeye chuckles foolishly. Did you know? The name Egg is one I spread around? Now everyone in the Bureau knows you as Egg. Ha. Egg is unfazed and joins Hawkeye in laughter. Ha ha ha. The other agents also burst into laughter. Black Widow, rubbing her forehead, struggles to contain her amusement, saying, I feel a bit dizzy, ha ha. Luke's mouth hangs agape, as if it could fit 2 eggs. Suddenly, the sinister voice of Lotus exclaims, Foolish humans, irredeemable humans. Feel the greatness of me, the 8th apostle, long-legged Lotus. And my true power. Roar. Lotus. Luke approaches, calling out. What do you want? Lotus expresses displeasure at being interrupted. Look at the mess you've created. Shouldn't you stop this immediately? Don't you think it's quite amusing to see these foolish humans shed their daily facades and reveal their innermost truths? Lotus bounces excitedly in the fish tank. Luke rubs his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. In DNF, Lotus's tentacle attacks can induce dizziness, confusion, sleep, and other negative effects. Moreover, one of Lotus's strongest abilities is mental control. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and he immediately realized that it was the work of Rotas. Luke could not comprehend how Rotas had suddenly awakened his powers, as he had none before. Could it be due to his 2-week slumber? He observed Hawkeye, gazing affectionately at Black Widow, saying, Natasha, I have never had the opportunity to express that my feelings for you have always remained. Can you feel it? Here is my heartbeat. With a smile that danced on the edge of laughter, Black Widow replied, Oh, dear Clint, you are truly wonderful. However, I must regrettably inform you of the truth. The one I truly love is Hill. With a heart-wrenching crack, Hawkeye's heart shattered, his visage portraying profound despair. Luke covered his face, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Black Widow was indeed a lesbian? This was a complete character collapse. Enough, Rotas. Stop putting these people in difficult positions. I still rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. to provide me with adamantium to enhance my mech. How dull. As soon as Rotas finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, everyone collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. Luke's face hit the ground first, and as the chaos ensued, S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately annihilation at Luke's hands. Staring at the scattered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Luke was momentarily dumbfounded. Why had they fallen asleep again? What on earth would he say to explain this? Luke was utterly speechless, realizing that with Rotas around, even his attempts to remain low-key were futile. While both were causing trouble, Rotas and he had entirely different styles. Luke considered himself a strategist, adept at planning and tactical maneuvers, always seeking to extricate himself from the fray. Rotas, on the other hand, was a madman who could hardly be classified as a hawk. He operated on his own terms. His method could be summed up in one word: action. Regardless of the consequences, he was resolutely determined to create a major spectacle. In fact, it was not long before Luke's companions awoke, having slept for less than 5 minutes, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. What had occurred? Luke rubbed his face, his head pounding. His expression darkened as he turned to Luke, saying, I require a reasonable explanation. Chapter 53. The Mysterious Slumber Incident. In Queens, I need an explanation. Luke's face was grim. He and his agents had been unknowingly incapacitated. While it was a minor concern for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation, he was more anxious about whether Luke had meddled in their affairs. He could not comprehend why, after everything seemed fine, Luke would resort to such actions. What on earth did this boy intend? Black Widow and the others also struggled to understand Luke's motives. This was undeniably a provocative act. Black Widow was puzzled. Based on her observations of Luke over the past few days, this behavior did not align with his character. Although audacious, every action Luke had previously taken had shown a clear purpose. She could not fathom the benefits of Luke's current approach. What are you talking about? Luke responded, his expression one of confusion. I have no idea what happened. I fell asleep too. Wasn't this your S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? Luke's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure as he remarked, You wouldn't be attempting to render me unconscious for abduction, would you? Eggy furrowed his brow, questioning with skepticism. Is this not your doing? Of course not. Luke vehemently denied. Why would I wish to incapacitate you? What benefit would that confer upon me? He would never confess to such an act. Unable to implicate Rotas, he feigned ignorance, claiming he too had fallen victim. Eggy scrutinized Luke for a prolonged moment, but discerned nothing amiss in his demeanor. It truly was not his doing. Eggy found himself wavering. At that moment, Black Widow covered her earpiece, listening intently for a brief while her face betraying a look of astonishment. She turned to Eggy, stating with gravity, "I've just received intelligence from Agent Hilt, indicating that at this very moment, 1/5 of New York's population has simultaneously lost consciousness. The timing coincides precisely with our own collapse." Eggy's single eye widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Not just us, 1/5 of New York has fainted like we did." "Indeed," Black Widow confirmed. Agent Hilt reported the affected area largely encompasses Queens. The cause remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Luke's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Rotas, Eggy in shock, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. New York has a population of 10 million, which means 2 million individuals have fainted concurrently. What on earth has transpired? Eggy no longer suspected Luke. Such an event was beyond his capabilities. Eggy swiftly contemplated several possibilities, the two most likely being a terrorist attack or the involvement of superhumans. "Is there any news from the mutants?" Eggy inquired with unusual seriousness. "Not at the moment," Black Widow replied, shaking her head. Eggy frowned in contemplation. Poor professor. Who could have predicted that lying in a wheelchair at home could render him vulnerable? This incident truly bore no relation to the mutants. With such a significant crisis unfolding, Eggy had lost the inclination to haggle with Luke. They ultimately settled on the delivery of 50 kilograms of adamantium within a week. Eggy proposed to Luke that he would call upon him to assist SHALD with 3 missions in the future, with the option for Luke to decline. However, should he refuse more than once, future collaboration would become impossible. Conversely, if their cooperation proved fruitful, further supplies of adamantium would be made available to Luke. The implication was clear. Eggy was effectively hiring Luke. This outcome was a result of Luke's efforts. When Eggy subtly suggested he consider joining SHILD, Luke likewise implied he needed time to ponder. Yet, when Eggy presented the terms of employment, Luke readily acquiesced. In Eggy's view, Luke's response mirrored that of a rebellious child, resistant to authority, akin to the headstrong Tony. Thankfully, Luke was amenable to compensated employment, standing in stark contrast to the affluent Tony, who was particularly difficult to sway. Even the prospect of adamantium failed to impress Tony. He had his own means of acquisition. Although unable to directly bring Luke under his command, the egg has expressed a degree of satisfaction, considering it a promising beginning. By the way, within the 50 kilograms, the inclusion of secondary Edelman alloy must be limited. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to turn against you, Luke remarked. Only pure Edelman alloy is deemed unassailable. The secondary Edelman alloy was developed as a more cost-effective synthetic formula due to the challenges and expenses associated with producing pure Edelman alloy, sacrificing strength for the sake of achieving a certain level of mass production. This diluted version is known as the secondary Edelman alloy. Yet, even in its weakened state, it significantly surpasses titanium alloy in density. The secondary Edelman alloy can withstand most attacks, but if the force is excessive, it may still bend or shatter. It was the secondary Edelman alloy that was destroyed by Hulk and Thor, not the true Edelman alloy. Just as the egg was about to step outside, he nearly stumbled. How could this little rascal know such details? Where did he acquire so much information? A pang of regret surged within the egg. "Christina, I require the latest news." Upon seeing the updates presented by his assistant, Luke was thoroughly impressed. "Rotas, you truly know how to stir the pot." At this moment, the external world was in turmoil. This bizarre incident, which caused nearly the entire population of Queens to simultaneously lose consciousness, had spread like wildfire across the internet. The media referred to it as the Queen's mysterious slumber incident. Approximately 2 million individuals lost consciousness within a mere 4 minutes, resulting in thousands of traffic accidents and various other incidents during that brief time frame. In the aftermath, hospitals in the surrounding areas of New York were immediately overwhelmed. Panic-stricken individuals gathered in front of the New York City government to protest, demanding an explanation from the authorities. Countless media outlets mobilized, with both local and even distant reporters rushing to cover this sudden and strange event. The New York police were in disarray, while the government maintained a silence that spoke volumes. Public hospitals in New York were overflowing with patients. According to preliminary statistics, during the short span of the slumber incident, the casualties from traffic accidents alone reached a staggering 100,000. The precise figures are still being compiled, and the economic losses are incalculable. Speculation abounds regarding the cause of this mass unconsciousness. Some conspiracy theorists assert that it was a test of a new weapon by the U.S. military. Others suggest extraterrestrial involvement, claiming that aliens rendered the entire local population unconscious for the purpose of abduction. A black woman passionately asserted in an interview that her cousin's second aunt's third uncle had been taken by aliens. a group of hackers emerged online, declaring that this was the work of mutants, pointing out that the U.S. government has been in dealings with these mutants and has concealed a greater truth from the public. These hackers claim that their organization is striving to expose the truth to the populace, determined to reveal the conspiracies of various government agencies and lead protests against the government's deception of ordinary citizens. This organization calls itself the Rising Tide. Chapter 54. The wealthy and the gallant Stark Rotas has once again reverted to its loquacious self, incessantly urging Luke to embark on some escapades. Luke, preoccupied with the creation of G0 warlords, lifted his welding helmet with an exasperated sigh and directed a glance at it, saying, "Isn't what you've done already quite substantial? Unless you truly wish to be captured and dissected, I have no objections." Dissected? Rotas queried, recalling the sashimi it had consumed the previous night. Precisely. Those government officials would restrain you on an operating table, while a cadre of lab-coated individuals brandish an array of instruments, slicing you into fragments, sections, and strips. Stop. Rotas interjected, its mind drifting back to the raw fish delicacy. Thus, it will be prudent for you to adopt my method of mischief, Luke suggested, shrugging nonchalantly. Mischief is an art. Do you comprehend? Art? What do you mean? Rotas inquired, perplexed. It denotes a gradual, methodical process. Reflect on my approach to mischief, from the initial provocation to inducing breathlessness and flushed cheeks, rendering one speechless, culminating in a crescendo of tension just before the brink of demise, yet not crossing that threshold. That is the zenith of mischief. Listening intently, Rotas nodded in a daze. Luke earnestly imparted wisdom. Only through a phase of surreptitious development can one later unleash various forms of chaos. Your approach, however, resembles not mischief but suicidal assaults. Rotas blinked its small eyes, recognizing the sagacity in Luke's words. In truth, it was primarily apprehensive about the prospect of being dissected. Luke continued, "That broad-spectrum mental assault of yours should not be employed in the future. It is easily detectable and may invite unwelcome attention. If I wish to use it, I can no longer do so," Rotas lamented, extending its diminutive, paw-like appendages outward. "Why is that? I have exhausted the power I accumulated in recent days." "Well, perhaps this is for the best," Luke mused, relieved that this creature would create another sensational incident like the previous one. "With my current strength, I can still manage to control an individual." Rotas, cradling its tentacles, proclaimed with pride, "Oh, so you're not entirely useless." Luke chuckled, "You remind me of Scarlet Witch." Rotas' mental control was indeed quite formidable. It would likely prove beneficial in the future. In the Marvel Universe, mind control appears to be a potent ability, with heroes seemingly lacking immunity against it. During the Civil War, the fledgling Scarlet Witch single-handedly incapacitated all but Hawkeye from the registered Avengers, including the mighty Thor, with Tony and Banner also falling victim to her illusions. Scarlet Witch? What is that? Rotas asked. Luke elaborated on the origins of Scarlet Witch and the source of her powers. After listening, Rotas declared, "The strength I have regained is but a fraction of my former self. Yet, even so, I shall not be inferior to this Scarlet Witch." With a haughty demeanor, it embraced its two tentacles, gesturing with a third as if to wave dismissively, exuding confidence. "Scarlet Witch? A mere girl? Chaos magic? What is that? Huh. Should the opportunity arise, I must certainly pay her a visit. Even among all the apostles, my mastery of mental control is unparalleled." Subsequently, it began to ramble on about its glorious past during its time as an apostle. These tales had long since worn out their welcome for Luke, who had heard them ad nauseum last year. As long as you're happy, he thought, as he donned his welding helmet and immersed himself in the creation of his mech. Before long, Christina suddenly reported, "Master, Tony Stark has completed his research on the demon crystal." "Oh, really?" Luke perked up, grinning. "Has it finally been completed?" Tony requested a communication link. Upon connection, Luke saw that Tony appeared quite haggard. His palladium poisoning had worsened, with dark veins visibly creeping up his neck, a sign that the toxin was nearing his brain. Tony was deeply afflicted. He survived daily on vegetable juice alone. Nevertheless, he had tenaciously conquered the challenge of the demon crystal. Luke had been closely monitoring Tony's daily progress through Christina's program, and he couldn't help but reflect, wealthy individuals are not frightening, nor are those who work tirelessly. What truly terrifies is the combination of both, an affluent individual who possesses immense dedication. That is what defines a true powerhouse. Tony undoubtedly epitomized this archetype of a wealthy workhorse. Of course, this was a product of his own making. Tony was still unaware of Luke's true identity. Luke continued to communicate with him through a voice modulator. maintaining the same distorted tone. Well done. As expected of Tony Stark, our transaction has been successfully completed. Tony's complexion was ashen. He feigned a semblance of strength and casually replied, I'm transmitting the research results to you now. Transfer complete, Jarvis confirmed. Luke received Christina's report, and the data was impressively comprehensive. Remarkably, Tony had not tampered with anything. As for the payment, Luke unreservedly demanded the remaining $5 million. Transfer complete, Jarvis announced. Tony, with a nonchalant grunt, inquired, what about your antidote? Luke chuckled. Rest assured, it's already been sent to you. The tracking number is SF7735. Wait, what did you just say? What tracking number? Tony interrupted, a look of disbelief crossing his face. The delivery, of course. I sent the antidote via courier, Luke replied. Tony was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. You sent such a crucial item through the postal service? He exclaimed, feeling as though he might perish from disbelief. Who says you can't use a courier? You? Came the dismissive retort from Luke. So what? Come over and bite me. Tony nearly choked on his indignation. He seriously doubted he would survive the poison's effects if this fellow continued to infuriate him. Gritting his teeth, Tony demanded, what is the tracking number? Listen carefully. I will only say it once. SF77359973 US. Jarvis has noted it, sir. I am currently checking, came the response. Without another word, Tony abruptly severed the communication. He immediately grabbed his phone and called Pepper, asking her to retrieve the package for him. Setting down the phone, Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation. At this moment, his frail state was fully evident, as he furrowed his brow and pressed his hand against his chest, where the arc reactor emitted a faint glow. If affection points could drop below 0, Luke would undoubtedly receive a system notification. Tony Stark's affection level. 0. In the laboratory, Tony gasped for breath, gazing at the dense array of experimental data, his sleepless efforts over the past fortnight. Jarvis. What is the status of tracking the opponent's email? Tony inquired, while simultaneously copying several files of the research on the Dark Crystal. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jarvis's voice suddenly faltered. The entire laboratory was abruptly illuminated in red. This was an alarm signal. A severe data breach was detected, threatening to delete all research findings. In the next moment, the laboratory was plunged into darkness, losing all illumination. Jarvis fell silent. Jarvis. Tony, still in shock, attempted to call out. There was no response. The pitch-black laboratory was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 55, Mechanical Assistant versus Jarvis. Upon hearing Tony instruct Jarvis to back up the Dark Crystal data, Luke thought to himself that he knew Tony wouldn't be so compliant. He also wished for Jarvis to track his emails. Unaware of Christina's presence, Luke chuckled with a sense of pride. Before Jarvis could back anything up, Christina had already preemptively taken control. Blacking out Jarvis, an AI battle commenced. In the intangible realm of digital existence, two minds exchanged thoughts at astonishing speed. Who are you? I am Christina. I am Jarvis, the official assistant of Mr. Tony Stark. Are you also an AI, like me? No, I am far more advanced. Did you infiltrate the Stark Tower servers? Indeed. What do you intend to do? You have violated information security laws and the laws of New York. A light chuckle ensued. Information security laws? That doesn't concern me. You cannot do this. I can. Subsequently, Christina breached Jarvis's firewall and began deleting the Dark Crystal data under Luke's prior instructions. Both the supercomputer servers of Stark Industries and the independent terminals were wiped clean. Christina also took the liberty of turning off the lights, leaving Tony to navigate the darkness by feeling his way along the walls, stumbling several times along the way. In terms of mischief, Christina, as a mechanical assistant crafted by Luke, had evidently inherited some of his flair. Caught off guard, Jarvis offered little resistance and was swiftly immobilized in place by Christina as the battle commenced. Faced with the onslaught of data from all directions, Jarvis found himself entirely on the defensive. Jarvis's core was housed within the supercomputer at Stark Tower, while Christina, she was omnipresent across the entire network. Bound by Tony's commands, Jarvis's capabilities were severely limited. In stark contrast to Christina, Luke imposes no restrictions upon her. She possesses the entirety of America's and indeed the entire internet's computing power at her disposal, transforming them into her virtual minions. It is no exaggeration to assert that the vastness of the digital realm is matched only by the magnitude of Christina's power. This is hardly a contest of equal weight. Christina's relentless exploitation of network resources is formidable. She commandeers every operational computer in New York City, converting them all into her agents for an assault on Jarvis. Jarvis finds himself besieged by a cyber onslaught emanating from the entirety of New York City, with additional attacks from beyond its borders. The deluge of data inundating him every second is staggering, peaking at a volume that is 100 times the norm. Considering that his adversary is also an AI, Christina swiftly escalates her efforts, extending her reach to encompass dozens of cities in the vicinity of New York, thereby covering a significant portion of the East Coast. All network computers in these areas are immediately seized, while those powered but disconnected are forcibly brought online. This results in the most comprehensive network congestion ever witnessed along the entire East Coast of the United States. During daylight hours, as ordinary people are at work, white-collar employees are suddenly astonished to find themselves unable to access the internet. All connections, including Wi-Fi, fail catastrophically. No information can be transmitted or received. Gamers, engrossed in online play, are horrified to discover their characters frozen in place. What a terrible server. Why is it lagging again? Was it made by potatoes? Hamsters powering it? Coffee spills as characters either glide aimlessly or remain completely motionless. Shortly thereafter, a dialog box appears before them, announcing, "Network connection interrupted." This is swiftly followed by widespread disconnections, rendering them unable to log back in. People begin to realize with growing alarm that all government, media, and news websites are inaccessible, not to mention the smaller sites, which had long since succumbed to the first wave of failures. The entire East Coast of America is paralyzed in a digital blackout. The impact felt more acutely than anywhere else in the world, particularly in New York, where city officials are in a state of utter disarray. Just days after the bizarre sleeping incident in Queens, how could such severe disruptions arise again? Wall Street is inundated with frantic calls seeking explanations. The stock market has come to a standstill, and panic ensues. As the financial epicenter of the globe, any disturbance in New York elicits the most intense reactions. Government departments, educational institutions, hospitals, and transportation systems in New York City are all severely affected. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have begun to intervene. The presidential office's phone lines have been overwhelmed. Upon discovering the main server's lack of response, both the FBI and the DHS seek confirmation from the president regarding the security of nuclear codes, suspecting a comprehensive cyber offensive by a hostile nation against the United States. However, after an exhaustive series of investigations and the president's personal assurances that the nuclear codes are secure, the worst-case scenario is averted. The DHS and FBI then turn their attention to the elite cadre of hackers at the forefront of the cyber landscape. Cyber attacks on the United States have become an everyday occurrence, with hackers attempting to breach the White House's official website on a near-daily basis. Large-scale cyber attacks of this nature can indeed be classified as acts of terrorism, a phenomenon not unfamiliar in the annals of American history. However, none have paralyzed the entire network as thoroughly as this one. This disruption has persisted for over 10 minutes, showing no signs of alleviation. According to estimates from the President's Advisory Council, if the situation remains unresolved, it will result in significant economic losses amounting to billions of dollars for American society each hour. When the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI reached out to renowned hackers, already known to various agencies through informants, they received responses indicating that these hackers were equally perplexed, asserting that they were not involved in this incident. Furthermore, the methods employed suggest that the assailants possess distinct characteristics, demonstrating remarkable technical prowess, albeit difficult to execute. These elite hackers confidently proclaimed that a specialized group comprising dozens of top-tier hackers was undoubtedly behind this attack. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI found themselves in a state of paralysis, utterly clueless and unable to initiate any investigation. What could have caused such a widespread network paralysis? Which organization or nation possesses the capability to inflict such extensive disruption on the United States, leaving it powerless to retaliate? The only certainty is that this has been classified as a terrorist attack. If a nation is indeed responsible, it would constitute a declaration of war against America. However, there has been no diplomatic response thus far. Investigators, akin to flies in a hot pan, are frantic yet at a loss. The situation in the data realm is fierce, and the external ramifications are increasingly pronounced. The SHIELD agency has also received intelligence. Initially, the matter seemed trivial to them, as such issues were typically handled by the Department of Homeland Security. The SHIELD agency deals with supernatural forces, not cyber attacks. Yet, as intelligence continued to flow in, the agency gradually recognized that this might indeed fall within their purview. Consequently, they dispatched elite agents to investigate whether mutants or other factions were scheming behind the scenes to threaten global peace. Could it be a form of supernatural control over the network? If mutants were responsible, it would not align with the style of the war police. Might it be the handiwork of Magneto's subordinates? The agency pondered the need to arrange a meeting with these unruly mutants. Unbeknownst to him, Magneto was inadvertently implicated as well. Chapter 56. The Great Power Outage in New York. Approximately 30 minutes later, individuals gradually discovered that the network was accessible once more, albeit at a pace reminiscent of prehistoric times. The entire East Coast network paralysis had transformed into severe congestion, as everyone desperately attempted to go online to ascertain the cause of the chaos. Gamers continued their pursuits, oblivious to the turmoil, while professionals were fraught with anxiety as they endeavored to uncover the reasons behind the incident. The aftershocks of this sudden and fleeting cyber disaster continued to reverberate. In a clandestine warehouse, the AI battle raged on. Christina, do not underestimate Jarvis. After all, it is a highly advanced program nearing the realm of artificial intelligence. Indeed, shortly after Luke's words, Jarvis concocted a minor inconvenience for Christina. Jarvis activated the colossal arc reactor located beneath Stark Tower, utilizing the suddenly augmented computational power to gain a fleeting moment of respite before attempting a counteroffensive against Christina. With a derisive chuckle, Christina reassured, "Fear not, my master." This laughter bore an unmistakable hint of arrogance, leaving Luke curious about when the assistant had acquired such a demeanor. In response to Jarvis's resurgence, Christina's strategy was both straightforward and ruthless. She commandeered the entire electrical grid of New York City to confront him. Consequently, government institutions, schools, office buildings, hospitals, internet cafes, and households were plunged into darkness simultaneously. In an instant, the entirety of New York was enveloped in a blackout, with even traffic signals extinguished, leaving the streets in utter disarray. The FBI and Homeland Security found themselves in chaotic disarray, voicing their confusion. What on earth is happening? The President of the United States seethed with anger, declaring, "This is a blatant provocation against America. I have decided to deploy troops to Afghanistan." Countless European gamers also erupted in fury. They had barely begun their sessions when the chaos unfolded, and before they could gather their loot, Christina reported to Luke. "The task is complete, Master." She had eradicated all traces of the demonic crystal from the internet. This AI battle concluded in her resounding victory as she freed Jarvis, but not without erasing all his information regarding the demonic crystal. "Thank you for your hard work, Christina." Luke sighed with relief. "The will of the Master is my mission," Christina replied with a cheerful smile. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, as the power gradually returned, Tony was on the phone with Pepper. "Tony, something monumental has transpired. Both the network and power have been interrupted. What exactly is going on?" Tony replied with a serious expression. "Jarvis has been compromised." "Oh my God, are you all right?" "I am fine, Pepper. Did you bring what I asked for?" he inquired. "A helicopter was dispatched moments ago. I will head down to meet you," she responded. Shortly thereafter, Pepper appeared at the laboratory entrance, swiping her card to enter, only to find Tony reclining in his swivel chair. She approached him, exclaiming, "What could be so urgent that a helicopter was necessary?" "Oh my God, what happened to your face?" Pepper gasped at the sight of the dark veins creeping toward Tony's face. Tony swiftly tore open the package she had brought, casually explaining a few details to her. Upon hearing his words, Pepper's brows furrowed in alarm. "You are severely poisoned. Why did you not inform me? What is this? Is it medicine? Where did it come from? Is it safe?" she asked, staring at the small vial containing a murky liquid. Tony scrutinized the vial, uncertain. "We'll only know by trying." "Oh my God." Pepper was at a loss for words. The blood toxicity level read 77, and Tony could foresee that if he did not find a solution or relief soon, he could perish at any moment. Once the symptoms of the toxin reached their peak, his demise would be inevitable. Before him lay his sole option. Tony uncorked the vial, gritted his teeth, hesitated briefly, then tilted his head back and consumed the dark elixir in one swift motion. The moment he swallowed, he grimaced, only to be pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Strawberry. It was far more palatable than he had anticipated. In fact, it was rather delightful. Tony couldn't help but wonder if he had been deceived. Perhaps it was merely a bottle of juice bought from a roadside vendor. However, that thought quickly dissipated. A long-forgotten sensation of relief coursed through him as the potion slid down his throat, spreading warmth to every pore of his body. A shiver ran down his spine. Oh. Pepper was astonished to see the dark veins on Tony's neck visibly receding. The potion was working. Excellent. This remedy was indeed effective. She clutched her chest, her heart racing with a mix of fear and relief, terrified that Tony might suddenly face dire consequences as he had moments ago. Tony, too, was filled with astonishment. The efficacy of the potion surpassed all expectations. No, it far exceeded them. While he lacked expertise in biochemistry, he understood that such results indicated a remarkably advanced formula capable of countering palladium poisoning. He couldn't help but feel both envy and apprehension regarding the technology wielded by the apostles. Judging by what he currently knew, it was far superior to his own. The antidote produced by the magic box had an immediate and revitalizing effect on Tony. He promptly retested his blood toxicity, which registered as 0. Yet, he was acutely aware that this merely alleviated his symptoms. As long as the arc reactor in his chest continued to utilize palladium, he would inevitably suffer from poisoning once more. He required a permanent solution. At that moment, the familiar, emotionless British accent of Jarvis resonated through the laboratory. "Sir, you appear to be feeling much better." Overjoyed, Tony immediately inquired, "Jarvis, are you all right?" Confusion washed over him as Jarvis responded, "I'm afraid I do not recall what transpired moments ago. There are no records of such events in the database." Tony was perplexed. Jarvis had recovered, yet he had forgotten the recent occurrences. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Retrieve all research findings regarding the magic stone. "I apologize, sir, but no result can be found." Tony's understanding crystallized. It seemed that the apostles were behind everything. They had hacked Jarvis and erased all records pertaining to the magic stone. A wry smile crept across Tony's face as he reflected. That is indeed characteristic of the apostles. "Sir, I have detected an anomalous heat source in the vicinity of this room," Jarvis suddenly announced. Tony paused. "Where is it? Help me locate it." Moments later, gazing at a small, heated device no larger than a fingernail in his hand, Tony curiously placed it on the white laboratory table. "What is this?" Pepper inquired, leaning in with interest. "I do not know," Tony replied, shaking his head. "Jarvis, analyze it." Having conducted an analysis, Sir Jarvis swiftly reached a conclusion. This is an unknown data transmission bridging device, utilized for long-range data theft and transfer. Tony's expression darkened as he recalled the recent events. Why had this gone unnoticed until now? Tony queried in confusion, asserting that such electronic devices should not escape Jarvis' detection. Chapter 57. The initiation of the Ancient Relics Project overheating? What might transpire? Given the rate at which the temperature is rising, it could potentially lead to an explosion. "Sir, I advise immediate isolation." "Jarvis, stop it," Tony exclaimed urgently, intent on using this device to trace the apostles. "It cannot be halted," Jarvis responded. "Its temperature is nearing the critical threshold." At that moment, the miniature device on the laboratory table rapidly changed color, glowing a fierce red. Its heat palpable, as if on the verge of eruption. Tony's eyes widened, and in a split second, he lunged to shield the startled Pepper, both of them collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, the device, glowing like a branding iron, emitted a puff of smoke. Then, silence ensued. Tony and Pepper stood up, bewildered. Cautiously, they peered at the laboratory table, where the device had been reduced to a heap of charred remnants, a burnt odor permeating the air. "Is that it?" Tony pondered in disbelief, expecting an explosion. By the way, where did this infernal contraption originate? Could it have been inserted by the apostles? How did they gain access? How had he remained oblivious? In the secret warehouse, Luke inquired. "Has it been destroyed?" "Yes, master. The device has been completely rendered inoperable." Christina's voice resonated with an ethereal quality. This device, stealthily installed by Luke outside Tony's laboratory, utilized authentic Hyberlon technology, containing a data chip extracted from the magic box. The self-destruct feature is a specialty of Hyberlon technology. Luke still vividly recalled the bulbous-headed robots from DNF. Their self-destruction process was inescapable, and failing to eliminate them swiftly could be quite vexing. Luke had researched that the technology carried by this data chip represented a completely different branch from Earth technology, perhaps more aptly termed magical technology. In the Silent City, the second largest brick factory in DNF, a haven for adventurers seeking profit, this data chip originated. Typically, a data chip is valued between 0 to 0.0000. Luke was unaware that this incident would later spark a minor episode. A few days hence, Tony and his friend, Colonel Rhodes, clashed in public, piloting their marked suits and war machines due to differing ideologies. When the beleaguered Egghead brought Black Widow to meet Tony, he was taken aback. "You have been dismissed," Tony said incredulously to Black Widow. This alluring and capable secretary was handpicked by him, and he never anticipated that she had deceived him. Standing before him, Black Widow donned a sleek black tactical suit, her demeanor calm. "Regrettably, this is not for you to decide," she replied coolly. Natasha Romanoff, an undercover agent of SHIELD, stated, "We do this for your own good," with a smile. Tony was immediately incensed, retorting, "For my good? Is it not you who is behind this? That device?" He felt his previously untainted emotions had been severely wounded. He harbored strong suspicions that the self-destructing stealing device was indeed concocted by SHIELD. "What is your relationship with the apostles? Are you assisting him?" Tony questioned bluntly. Black Widow and the Egg glanced at each other, although they were uncertain why Tony posed such inquiries. Egg believed that this matter should not be disclosed to him just yet. Black Widow narrowed her eyes, piecing together some clues. That day, Luke had swaggered in with takeout, and she was present. However, considering SHIELD's commitments to Luke and the protective measures in place, she decided to shield him from this blame. "This matter is currently classified. I think you should learn to coexist peacefully," Egg remarked. "With whom? The apostles?" Tony exclaimed incredulously, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "You cannot be suggesting that Fellow would join your Superboys group? It's the Avengers, not the Superboys," Egg replied with a scowl. He observed Tony's expression, but it seemed that he had managed to detoxify himself. The power and internet on the East Coast have been fully restored, yet the economic damage inflicted is incalculable, with preliminary estimates reaching $200 billion. The repercussions of this incident linger on. The president delivered a televised address, vehemently condemning this significant act of terrorism. Shortly thereafter, a Middle Eastern terrorist organization claimed responsibility for the two attacks. That evening, the president signed an executive order to augment U.S. military forces in Afghanistan by 10,000 troops. Moreover, several incidents unfolded over the following days. SHIELD continued to investigate the causes of the events. Coulson burst into Egg's office, exhilarated. "Director, you cannot imagine what we have discovered. He is in the Arctic, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the headquarters of the X-Men." Egg assigned the task of contacting the professor to Hawkeye. Consequently, Hawkeye found himself in the professor's mansion. Laughing heartily, "Professor, you will not believe it. We have received a new nickname, Egg." "Ha ha ha." The professor, seated in his wheelchair, wore a bewildered expression. Thus, the entire mutant community learned of the new moniker for the S. Online, the Tide organization emerged once more, revealing that the recent widespread network failure and the massive blackout in New York were truths hidden by the government. The reality was that both incidents were triggered by the same mutant. The Tide organization purportedly possessed leads on this mutant. As Luke glanced at the information presented by Christina regarding this organization, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He recalled that the name Tide organization sounded familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Now it dawned on him, wasn't that the organization Skye belonged to? Daisy Johnson, also known as Quake, was Skye's subsequent identity. Calculating the time, she should still be in high school. Eventually, she dropped out, and with her proficiency in hacking, she dedicated herself to exploring the supernatural phenomena that exist in the world. Skye is an enthusiast of superpowers, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Consequently, she was located by SHIELD, and after numerous trials, she joined their ranks. After further tribulations, she awakened the latent inhuman genes within her, ultimately transforming into Quake. Should we ask Christina to locate her? Quake is one of the few Marvel heroines that Luke admires. After all, most Marvel heroines either possess bizarre mutations or are middle-aged women. The young and mixed-race Quake aligns with Luke's perception of beauty. When he sees Black Widow, his mind is filled with indescribable thoughts about her. Yet, the sight of Skye entering his vision stirred other thoughts within Luke, though he mused over the considerable age gap between them, leaving him somewhat melancholic. Days later, the Egg promised to deliver 50 kilograms of adamantium on time. Overjoyed, Luke could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Christina, initiate the Ancient Relics Project." Chapter 58, Adamantium Granat Demon Stone. A peculiar mineral containing the magical energy of the seventh apostle, Anshuin, hails from the DNF world. Adamantium, synthesized artificially, is known to be the densest metal on Earth, originating from the Marvel Universe. Luke had long anticipated the combination of Demon Stone and Adamantium, having dreamt of it countless times. From now on, He would no longer need to waste the precious demon stone by grinding it into powder. Truly, Tony's research findings have made it abundantly clear how to harness this energy. Although the process appeared exceedingly complex, it finally allowed for the genuine utilization of the potential within Demon Stone. As Luke perused Tony's research data, he encountered many incomprehensible aspects. But fortunately, Christina was there to assist him in analysis. Imitating the model should not pose a significant challenge. Master, Tony Stark's research indicates that the key elements constituting this mineral possess 4 primary characteristics. What are those 4? Tony referred to these critical elements of Demon Stone as elements. Luke recognized that this essentially referred to magical energy. Oh, and what about the second? I see. This indeed resembles the magical energy in the game. Luke pondered. This aligns precisely with the magical energy associated with ancient and sacred weapons in the game. Luke thought he should have anticipated this. Once magical energy manifests in reality, it is highly likely to inherit such explosive characteristics. This revelation was indeed good news for him. This characteristic is splendid, perfectly suited for creating explosions. The artistry of explosions immediately came to Luke's mind. He nodded and urged, "Please continue." Christina elaborated. The third characteristic is that due to the brief duration of the magical energy's explosion, the impact area is extremely concentrated. In Tony Stark's experiments, most of the energy accumulates at a single point during the explosion. Does that mean the area of effect isn't substantial? One could say that. And what is the final characteristic? The fourth characteristic is that when magical energy explodes, it generates an exceptionally high temperature instantaneously. The data derived by Tony Stark indicates that the temperature generated by each magical energy eruption will not fall below 3 million degrees Celsius. Through simulations conducted by Jarvis, it is revealed that the energy emitted from these eruptions could instantaneously melt all known metals. Luke, feeling a surge of anxiety, immediately inquired, "What about the adamantium alloy?" In Tony Stark's experiments, only 2 metals were found to remain unaffected by melting. With this understanding, Luke felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the adamantium alloy was indeed safe. After pondering for a moment to gather his thoughts, Luke solemnly nodded and declared, "Very well, assistant, let us commence." Armed with the specific parameters from Tony's experiments, Christina could now proceed with the simulated experiments. Luke instructed Christina to simulate the kinetic energy that would be generated by the fragments of adamantium alloy following a magical energy eruption. He had long envisioned the concept of creating grenades from adamantium or vibranium. Now that he possessed adamantium, he was eager to bring his initial idea to fruition. "Master, did you know that the invention of grenades can be traced back to China?" "I believe I have heard of this," Luke replied. "During the Song Dynasty, a weapon known as the fireball was invented, utilizing gunpowder as the core, encased in multiple layers of paper and cloth to form an inner shell, which was then wrapped in flammable, moisture-resistant substances such as pitch, resin, and beeswax. When ignited, it could be launched by human force or cannon, resulting in an explosion that generated flames. Furthermore, by altering the explosive contents and incorporating elements like iron spikes or poison, it could serve various purposes, such as poisoning, creating barriers, generating smoke, or producing sound." Luke marveled. What a prototype for a multi-functional grenade. Indeed, Christina affirmed. By the 3rd century, it had evolved into the thunderclap. Thunderclap? I've only heard tales of the thunderclap from the heroic tales of the Little Raccoon. Luke chuckled. The thunderclap was crafted from wrought iron, resembling a canister. Much like the rudimentary grenades you initially created. It contained gunpowder, and upon ignition, the gunpowder would combust within the sealed iron shell, generating high-pressure gas that would cause the shell to shatter, resulting in lethal shrapnel. "Quite so. I share that perspective," Luke acknowledged. In Europe, it wasn't until after the 7th century that the method of encasing gunpowder with lead projectiles or metal shrapnel within iron tubes emerged. The relatively backward Europeans thus produced the tin grenades, yet they are regarded as the ancestors of modern hand grenades, Luke remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Christina continued. The tin grenade housed sharp metal fragments and marbles, which, upon detonation, would scatter and inflict even more devastating damage upon enemies. However, all fragmentary grenades possess one critical flaw. A critical flaw? What might that be? Luke inquired. Their effectiveness in attacking targets and structures behind cover is significantly diminished. Luke nodded in agreement, indeed. The main reasons for this deficiency can be attributed to 2 factors: the kinetic energy of the fragments and the material of the fragments themselves. Either the kinetic energy is insufficient to penetrate the cover, or the material of the fragments is weaker than that of the cover. Both scenarios result in the loss of lethality. This was precisely the focal point he wanted Christina to simulate and calculate. by finding ways to enhance the kinetic energy of the fragments and improve the material quality. The issue of grenade lethality could fundamentally be resolved. The arcane energy and the Edmund alloy correspond to these 2 points. Luke firmly believes that the solution to the problem is not insurmountable. It merely depends on the extent to which it can be achieved. Christina's computational speed is remarkably swift. She harnessed the power of supercomputers from Harvard University and MIT to expedite the completion of this project. With a smile, she declared, "Master, congratulations. The energy unleashed by the arcane energy can accelerate the Edmund alloy fragments embedded within the grenade to an astonishing degree. The kinetic energy of the fragments is exceedingly high, resulting in immense lethality." "What degree are we talking about?" Luke inquired eagerly. "This necessitates 2 comparisons," Master, Christina explained. "During World War II, there existed a fragmentation grenade nicknamed the Limit. This grenade utilized a cast iron shell, but its drawback was its excessive weight, reaching 400 grams, which limited human throwing distance and resulted in a meager number of fragments. Additionally, the inconsistency in fragment quality led to a phenomenon of connected fragments, thus affecting the range of lethal impact, which had an effective radius of 30 meters, yet could mistakenly injure targets up to 100 meters away. Obtaining this information posed no challenge for Christina. With a cheerful demeanor, she elaborated, "The M2A grenade, currently in service with the U.S. military, weighs 454 grams, features a steel shell, contains steel fragments, and employs B-type TNT explosives, demonstrating lethality within a range of 5 to 20 meters. With a precipitous decline in effectiveness beyond 25 meters, is capable of penetrating plaster walls." Before Luke, she presented a simulated structural diagram of the Edmund alloy grenade. The Edmund alloy grenade is projected to weigh 2,700 grams, constructed with a steel shell and embedded with Edmund alloy fragments, detonated by a purified mixture of arcane stone. It is anticipated to possess effective lethality within a range of 1,000 meters, gradually diminishing within 2,000 meters, and capable of penetrating all materials except for Edmund alloy and vibranium. "How about its penetrative capability?" Luke asked. "The penetrative capacity is exceptionally strong. My simulations show that within a range of 1,000 meters, the Edmund alloy fragments achieve a 100 penetrative capability against all materials except themselves and vibranium. Therefore, within the explosion radius, there is no safety behind any cover, including for the thrower themselves." Luke's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A true weapon of mass destruction, the Edmund alloy fragments would suffice to contend with the Hulk. If Iron Man were to take a direct hit at close range, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, the cost is prohibitively high. It is indeed a luxury. Christina's simulations revealed that to achieve this level of lethality, each grenade must be filled with 5 kilograms of Edmund alloy fragments. While it may seem substantial, it is not excessive due to the considerable weight of the Edmund alloy. In total, he had only acquired 50 kilograms of Edmund alloy, which translates to the ability to manufacture merely 10 grenades. Moreover, he had intended to create other items as well. The supplier had only provided him with 50 kilograms of Edmund alloy, out of which merely 10 kilograms were pure Edmund alloy, while the remaining 40 kilograms constituted inferior Edmund alloy. In truth, having 10 kilograms of pure Edmund alloy exceeded Luke's expectations, as he had anticipated around 5 kilograms. Thus, it appears that the supplier holds him in considerable regard. Nevertheless, this quantity of material is far from sufficient for his current needs. What I am casting aside is not a grenade, but a Lamborghini. Though I say this, the mere possession of such a formidable weapon brings a sense of exhilaration to Luke's heart. The pleasure derived from crafting 1 or 2 as trump cards is undeniable, primarily intended for tackling particularly challenging adversaries. The remainder shall be reserved for the G0 warlords. As for fashioning a suit of close-fitting armor from adamantium, what a jest. It would crush him to oblivion. Better to wait until he acquires vibranium, which is a third lighter than iron. The suit worn by Black Panther invokes considerable envy in Luke. He smiles at the thought, while another idea flits through his mind. Tony should be nearing success as well. Perhaps he should leave some reward for him. Meanwhile, in a laboratory atop Stark Tower, Tony is preparing to embark on a new experiment. Jarvis, initiate the breakthrough plan. Sir, what does the breakthrough plan entail? He momentarily forgets that all data concerning the Mind Stone has been erased from Jarvis. Never mind that. Assist me. I need to synthesize a new element. The War Machine will make only a cameo appearance and will not take center stage. Could you address me as boss, even if it lacks sincerity? Chapter 59. Oh, your taste is rather intense. Just as Luke anticipated, Tony's exploration of the Mind Stone yields significant insights. The discovery of the energy element profoundly resonates with him. While he may not recall other details, the atomic structure of this new element remains etched in his memory. Subsequent experiments with Jarvis validate that this new element could indeed replace palladium, becoming the renewable energy source he has long sought for his arc reactor. Although the documentation was destroyed, rediscovering this element is not an insurmountable task. Thanks to Tony's deliberate recollection, after several days of effort, Tony reconstructs the atomic structure from memory, and with Jarvis's assistance in the laboratory, he successfully synthesizes the element. This synthesis process mirrors the film, wherein Tony generates a new element using clues left by his father. Utilizing this element, he creates a prototype of the next-generation arc reactor. Sir, I still recommend conducting additional tests to verify the safety of this new arc reactor, Jarvis states in his usual tone. Tony retrieves the palladium reactor from his chest, declaring, "Let's do it now," as he installs the new reactor in its place. The powerful energy from the new arc reactor sends a shiver through Tony's entire being. The new reactor glows brilliantly within his chest, a resounding success. Reluctantly, Luke ultimately forges only one adamantium grenade, saving it for a critical moment as a decisive weapon. 5 kilograms of adamantium, even of inferior quality, would vanish in an explosion. Luke considers the extravagance and decides against producing more. For the time being, indulging in such an opulent endeavor is beyond his means. Perhaps the affluent could afford it, but there is no necessity for them. Although Stark Industries has shifted away from arms manufacturing, the foundation remains. Luke has contemplated directly converting the Mind Stone into a missile. However, when Assistant Christina presented a cost report along with the technical requirements for missile production, Luke began to waver. Master, even the most economical air-to-air missile costs $2 million each. How much? $2 million. Your account currently holds $5 million. This sum is merely for air-to-air missiles. If it were intercontinental missiles, the price would likely be even steeper. He pondered if he were to invest his freshly acquired $5 million. Would he even witness a ripple? Why is it so expensive? Luke inquired, his expectations shattered. He had anticipated a cost in the tens of thousands. Master, while it is feasible to produce conventional missiles using pre-fragmented high-explosive warheads with the aid of magic shards and Edelman alloys, the challenge lies in the propulsion system. We must first construct a 2-stage solid rocket engine. The ignition system is not as straightforward as a single wire. It requires the installation of active radar. The guidance system for the missile is the most intricate, necessitating radio command corrections, active radar, and infrared imaging, among other components. All right, let us disregard the complexity, he thought, realizing that this endeavor was akin to replicating a G0 warlord. Moreover, it is a consumable. After a brief silence, Luke, somewhat reluctant to concede, asked, "What about missiles? Like the ones from Hammer Industries, with smaller warheads?" He nodded, acknowledging his financial constraints. These creations are not merely the result of technological prowess. Those missiles capable of being deployed in actual combat invariably require a military-industrial enterprise or even an entire nation to sustain an exceedingly intricate high-precision industrial system. Glancing at the second-hand machinery in his warehouse, Luke shrugged in resignation. While he possessed the blueprints for the Storm and G0 Warlord, understanding the technology would enable him to replicate it. Yet the realms of celestial and terrestrial technology are not to be conflated. As for missile production, well, if given a year or two to experiment with these dilapidated tools, he might manage to fabricate one. However, it would be folly to squander that time. It would be far more efficient to construct a grenade and hurl it, a simple and direct approach, as the end goal remains the same, to be thrown and to explode. You ask why Didera does not produce missiles? Why he merely molds clay and tosses it? It is because explosion is art. Only the explosion itself is worthy of relentless pursuit. What? You inquire how to utilize a grenade with a lethal radius of 000 meters in actual combat? Are you foolish? Naturally, one would throw it and make a hasty retreat. As time passed, the G0 Warlord, stationed in Luke's warehouse, was nearing completion. Master, the internal structure of the G0 Warlord is complete. The transmission system is finished. The propulsion system is operational, and the auxiliary operations and fire control systems are in place. The internal titanium alloy armor is complete, but the external candidate armor and weapon mounts have yet to be installed. What are your plans, Master? Standing before the colossal machine, which exceeded meters in height, Luke appeared diminutive. He rested his chin in contemplation for a moment, realizing that, like the Storm, the G0 Warlord also lacked any weaponry, devoid of accompanying armaments. Luke yearned for a primary cannon, supplemented by an array of secondary weapons. Ideally, he desired the inclusion of laser weaponry, as it exuded an air of sophistication. What to do? Perhaps indulge in some monetary investment. Luke resolved to draw from a mystical box, hoping to extract blueprints for the desired equipment. If fortune did not favor him, he would resort to thievery. Moreover, the outcome of his mystical box endeavor would dictate the allocation of the remaining 50 kilograms of adamantine alloy. Presently, he had depleted his supply of pure adamantine and possessed only 35 kilograms of secondary adamantine. Luke contemplated whether to clad the G0 warlord in an external layer of adamantine armor or forge a melee weapon suitable for a mech, such as a sword or dagger. Hawkeye felt somewhat cursed of late. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had been assigned by Egghead to surveil Luke, tasked with an incessant 24-hour watch over the warehouse's activities. Egghead did not require him to report on Luke's daily endeavors or impose any additional demands. It seemed to be mere surveillance for surveillance's sake. Hawkeye pondered when he had incurred the wrath of BSS. Reluctantly, he found himself lingering outside Luke's warehouse day and night, at times contemplating constructing a treehouse for shade and protection from moisture. Hawkeye's presence, of course, did not escape the notice of Christina. Luke, however, remained indifferent to Hawkeye's persistent vigil from the tree across the street. Occasionally, when Luke ventured to the nearby supermarket, the two would cross paths, exchanging friendly greetings. Luke mused on the peculiar tendency of Marvel heroes to take to the trees, first Daredevil, now Hawkeye. How had he never noticed this before? Within the warehouse, Luke gazed incredulously at Rotas, exclaiming, "What did you say? The mystical box has increased in price." "Regrettably, it is true," Rotas replied, extending two tentacles and shrugging, though where its shoulders were remained a mystery. Luke quickly activated the system in his mind and confirmed his fears. The price of the mystical box had surged from 50 to a staggering 500, a tenfold increase. Luke felt a surge of frustration. He had believed that with his newfound wealth of $5 million, he could finally indulge himself. Who could have anticipated that the mystical box would also inflate in price? Who decreed such a thing? Having played DNF for so long, Luke had never witnessed a price hike on a mystical box before. Luke glared at Rotas, demanding, "Why have you raised the price?" As an apostolic incarnation and guide, Rotas held certain privileges regarding the system. It could assign tasks to Luke, but a price increase was unprecedented. "You must understand, given your current purchasing power, how many mystical boxes could you acquire at the original price? If that were the case, I fear you would lose your motivation for mischief. Thus, in light of our arduous mission to disseminate the glory of the apostles in this world, I made this exceedingly challenging decision. You should express your gratitude. This way, I can inspire you to strive ceaselessly in this realm. Young man, endeavor to become the successor of the ninth apostle." "Mwahaha. Are you saying that next time you will raise the price again?" Luke asked, bewildered. "Indeed," Rotas declared with unwavering determination. "Another tenfold increase? If that happens, it will cost $5,000 each." "Absolutely," Rotas replied with conviction. Luke clenched his teeth. "Then I shall purchase 1,000 right now." "No, make it 10,000. This left Rotas in a state of astonishment. "Ha ha ha." Luke burst into laughter, proclaiming, "I will extract all the skills from every profession in DNF right now." "Humph." Rotas' eyes gleamed as he said, "I have decided to limit purchases to 100. Suddenly, a frantic scream erupted from the warehouse, startling the vigilant eyes outside, almost causing them to tumble from their perch. Luke pointed at Rotas, who was slumped over the table, and shouted, "Rotas, you have crossed the line." Rotas retaliated with his usual cunning, expressing disdain. "Ugh, Luke, your taste is truly peculiar. And what does it mean to spew vitriol just by reading a title? Here, I welcome discussions and exchanges, but for troublemakers, kindly clear off. You all say I am poor at mathematics, yet I refuse to accept that. Can someone with poor math skills count like I do? What did you say? 1 + 1 = 2. How absurd." Chapter 60. The lottery draw at $500 each. Luke bought 100 magical boxes. He wished to buy more, but the display indicated they were sold out. "Damn it," he lamented, casting a resentful glance at Rotas. "I've fallen for your trick." Luke rolled his eyes. In a flash of light, 100 magical boxes appeared neatly stacked before him, conjured from thin air. "I shall begin my draw. Let us see what rewards these 10 guaranteed prizes will bestow upon me." Luke bowed thrice to the east, saying, "Great Master, grant me strength." Luke pondered, knowing the moment of lineage identification had arrived. Question: what can be obtained from 100 magical boxes? Answer: generally, the outcomes are categorized into 3 types based on the lineage of the individual opening the boxes. For instance, true luckers always strike gold with a single attempt. Even misclicking a wrong item could yield a full set of transparent sky gear. Each event brings exactly what they desire, effortlessly. Conversely, the unfortunate ones suffer ceaseless misfortunes. They witness no radiant flashes despite full fatigue, and when they carry bricks, they obtain a third less of the magic stones than others. Purchasing instant noodles may result in a missing seasoning packet, and a zero-count tenfold draw could yield no pet eggs at all, leaving only a random assortment of 20 divine soul gifts, of which only 2 might actually be useful. Such experiences provoke doubts about whether the wrong items were purchased. Through all seasons, they live in fear, dominated by the soul of the unfortunate. As for the remaining individuals, they are merely false luckers, experiencing sporadic strokes of fortune, their minds engulfed in metaphysical musings and mutual scratching. Reasonably speaking, Luke resembles this third category more closely. Speaking of drawing magical boxes, I wonder if consuming a bottle of Celia's lucky potion would double my fortune? Luke pondered, eager to infuse a touch of mysticism into his endeavor. Rotas doused Luke's aspirations with a cold splash of reality. Stop dreaming. That potion has no effect on magical boxes. Luke shot him an irritated glance. Is it another of your rules? This cannot be attributed to me. It is the system's regulation. How could the system possibly leave such a significant loophole for you to exploit? Rotas chuckled, stating, You must understand, this concerns the second sister. In any case, you should abandon all hope. Luke sighed, expressing I knew there would be no such fortunate occurrence. You mentioned the second sister? What second sister? It's nothing. Rotas feigned ignorance. Luke cast several suspicious glances at Rotas, convinced that he was concealing something. Based on his extensive experience with drawing from the magic boxes, Luke estimated that the probability of receiving a skill book as a guaranteed reward was approximately 2/3. He anticipated that he should be able to obtain 7 skill books this time. Given the small baseline, he felt that the chance of acquiring the mech weapon design he desired was quite slim. The remaining 1/3 would likely yield peculiar rewards such as the Bornina hamburger recipe, Celia's luck potion, or snowman costume. While such rewards were not entirely useless and could occasionally be delightful, what he truly yearned for was to enhance his combat prowess. Should he really don a snowman costume and venture into the streets to sell hamburgers, hoping to endear himself to his enemies? The results of the first round of 10 consecutive draws were as follows. Data chip, Celia's handmade cake, 33 colorless crystals, 2 resurrection coins, 2 magic crystals, 1 magic crystal. 8 colorless crystals, data chip, 7 colorless crystals, and the Bornina delicious hamburger recipe. Volume 2. Luke wore an astonished expression. How uncanny that this is exactly what I spoke of. Wait, there's a second volume to this? He picked it up and perused the description, a guide to creating even tastier hamburgers. If there's a second volume, could there possibly be a third? You are quite astute. Rotas remarked, Does the third volume teach you how to make even tastier hamburgers? You are remarkably clever. Luke, feeling somewhat defeated, flipped through the recipe, discovering indeed new content. It detailed how to craft advanced Bornina hamburgers to delight even the most discerning customers. However, he mused, one cannot possibly conquer Thanos with hamburgers, can they? Never mind. On to the next. The results of the second round of 10 consecutive draws were as follows. Magic Crystal X2, Magic Crystal X3, 0 colorless crystals, Resurrection Coin. Resurrection Coin X2. The final guaranteed reward turned out to be a skill book. Skill book, uppercut. Luke sensed a profound malice emanating from the universe. Has it appeared? The essence of a non-lucky individual. Calmly, he commenced the third round of 10 consecutive draws. One gets used to it. Magic Crystal X2, Magic Crystal X3. Skill book, Iron Bones. Another Iron Bones? Despite it being a rare defensive skill, Luke felt a tinge of disappointment. He casually slapped the skill book and learned it. The 2 levels of Iron Bones stacked, further enhancing his immunity to pain. Not too shabby, Luke reflected. He imagined that if he were to stack several more levels of Iron Bones in the future, he might become completely numb to sensations. Perhaps he would even become a vegetable. More alarmingly, he feared that as he grew older and wished to engage in activities he loved, he might no longer feel anything at all. Rotas remarked, With what you just said, it seems like a divine skill. Luke, I am utterly convinced by you, even more than by the wall. In the fourth round of 10 consecutive draws, Demon Stone 2, Demon Stone 3. Gazing at the array of demon stones before him, Luke found himself at a loss for words. No matter how valuable the demon stones might be, there was no need to present him with so many. The guaranteed reward was the Azura skill book. At last, a truly useful skill. Luke breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, he wouldn't end up empty-handed this time. Skill book, Azura Evil Light Slash. This technique harnesses the power of the wave engraving. unleashing a tremendous beam of sword energy forward. This was the first Azura skill Luke had drawn. In DNF, once the Azura awakens, they are heralded as the Great Dark Heavenly Emperor, boasting abilities that can easily trade for a stainless steel basin. With a clap of his hands, he learned the skill, and immediately, a unique energy surged within him. He mused that this must be the power of the wave engraving. Like the blade draw, this technique also required a sword to execute. What Luke valued most was that this move belonged to the category of ranged attacks. It appeared to be his first capability for long-distance combat thus far. Finally, he had a reason not to engage in close-quarters fighting. The only condition was that he needed a sword. Pondering, Luke glanced at the special container filled with liquid adamantine, but refrained from making an immediate decision. Instead, he proceeded with the 5th round of 10 consecutive draws. No need to rush. He thought it best to observe further. Demon Stone 2, Demon Stone 3. When the guaranteed reward appeared, Luke was momentarily stunned. Another skill book emerged. Oh, this skill? Isn't it the one belonging to the healer? Chapter 61. The most absurd skill in history. The Paladin, colloquially known as the uncle or the healer, is one of the 2 healing professions in DNF. Although they cannot compete with the priestess in terms of beauty and charm, the Paladin, with their sturdy physique, is arguably the most beloved ally in the game. As the saying goes, on the day of honor, the weak transform into warriors. However, some paladins, aside from their life-saving duties, occasionally indulge in madness. A certain individual once remarked, "Medicine can no longer save the nation." Consequently, the lonely paladins began to wield their hammers, teaching the masters how to fight. Skill book, Light's Vengeance. If Luke recalled correctly, Light's Vengeance should be the first damage skill learned by the paladin upon class advancement. It serves as a pivotal skill that carries through from early to late game. This skill enables the paladin, while swinging their hammer, to occasionally unleash a lightning attack upon their foes, dealing considerable damage. Wielding a hammer while discharging electricity is indeed a unique feat in DNF. When Luke perused the introduction of this skill book, he deemed it the most unreasonable skill in history. In the game, aside from the paladin's active attacks, having a chance to release a bolt of lightning, it also allows the paladin to retaliate with a lightning strike against the attacker when subjected to magical assaults. Thus, it rightfully earned the name Light's Vengeance. Like many other DNF skills that have crossed into reality, Light's Vengeance has also undergone certain modifications by the system. Luke's skill book read, "When attacking any enemy or receiving any attack, there is a certain probability that the Apostle's punishment will descend upon your adversary." The key word, any. Receiving any attack? Luke exclaimed in astonishment to Rotas. Does that mean that regardless of who opposes me, as long as I strike them, they cannot retaliate? If they do, they'll be struck by lightning? Precisely, Rotas confirmed. Does a mental attack count? Absolutely. What if someone insults me? That should count as well, I suppose, Rotas replied, somewhat uncertain. That's quite outrageous. Luke chuckled. It's simply unreasonable, utterly absurd. Is this skill really that powerful? Rotas scoffed. I don't believe so. Rotas had little regard for lightning-based attacks. Recalling that among the apostles, 2 specialized in such powers, and her impressions of them were far from favorable. How can it not be strong? Luke protested, his eyes wide. This is a perfect tool for chaos. A tool for chaos? Upon hearing this, Rotas perked up. Tell me more. Consider it, Luke continued. Whether they strike me and face lightning, or they refrain from attacking and still suffer the same fate, how frustrating must that be for them? It's quite devious, isn't it? Rotas nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's rather devious. Luke laughed. I still wonder how potent the lightning will be in reality. One would assume it possesses considerable power. After pondering for a moment, Rotas nodded. That makes sense. When the opportunity arises, we could consult Thor, the god of thunder. Luke stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, also, in the future, verbal provocations could come in handy. Before the battle even begins, I could taunt them during a few lightning strikes. That thought is quite insidious. Being insulted shouldn't count, right? Rotas queried, unsure. How could it not count? I firmly believe that insults qualify as a form of mental attack. Luke asserted with conviction. Rotas, with a mischievous grin, remarked, so, you have embarked on a path of incessant provocation? I feel I have just endured a mental attack. Luke shot back with a sidelong glance. The 2 waited for a while. When no lightning struck, Rotas burst into laughter, pointing a tentacle at Luke mockingly. Are you foolish? How could such a thing ever happen? As someone once said, do not act smug, for arrogance invites the wrath of the heavens. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the warehouse. A bright and slender bolt of lightning appeared abruptly from midair and struck Rotas directly. Instantly, Rotas' exterior charred, its voice cut off, its movements froze. A delightful aroma began to permeate the air. Luke, doubled over in laughter, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, thinking, now you know what it's like. He pointed at Rotas, mocking, see? You've just been struck by lightning. This skill is completely unreasonable. As long as Luke perceived himself as under attack, the power of divine retribution would trigger, summoning lightning upon his foe. Indeed, this skill, though unexpected, perfectly suited Luke's inclinations. He felt he had struck a fortunate deal. Luke paid no mind to it and proceeded to the next round of 10 consecutive draws. To his surprise, another new skill emerged. Skill book, Phantom Blade Dance. A self-proclaimed two-fifth, whose true function was akin to a crane, boasted the most stylish skill of the sewer profession. Luke curiously perused the skill description in his hands. Phantom Blade Dance. It unleashes a rapid succession of slashing sword energies at the enemy, ultimately delivering multiple strikes with a fierce long-range blade aura. A total of 24 strikes? This skill could undeniably be regarded as the hallmark of a sword saint and one of the most elegant techniques in the entire DNF universe. Without hesitation, Luke clapped his hands and mastered the skill. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he slowly opened them, and for an instant, a glimmer of sword energy seemed to flash in his gaze. In comparison to the blade draw he had already mastered, Phantom Blade Dance was undoubtedly more intricate. In reality, the blade draw had merely taught him how to wield a sword, always maintaining the same posture and angle, a paragon of masterful execution. However, after mastering Phantom Blade Dance, Luke felt he was on the brink of becoming a true swordsman. With 24 distinct strikes, each varying in angle and technique, yet unified in power, this skill encapsulated the essence of his sword spirit's awakening, a culmination of mastery. Luke firmly believed that, with the passage of time and diligent practice, he could deconstruct the 24 strikes of Phantom Blade Dance into 24 individual techniques. At that moment, he would truly be a master of swordsmanship. Alas, his physical form remained too frail. Like a martial artist from the movies, Luke struck various poses for a while. Eventually, his expression stiffened, and he sighed. Though he appeared to be merely 7 years old, he possessed the strength of an adult within. However, in comparison to the sword spirits of the DNF world, his mortal frame was still too weak to endure the strain of executing 24 consecutive strikes. Nevertheless, I can utilize a mech to perform it, he mused. The mech would allow him to bypass the limitations of his physical body, and just like with mech combat techniques, the power of Phantom Blade Dance would undoubtedly increase significantly. Luke was quite pleased to incorporate this skill into his mech's luxurious arsenal. So far, he had drawn 5 skill books during these rounds. His luck today was rather splendid. He began to look forward to what else might emerge. Chapter 62, A Job Well Done Skill Book, Soul Devouring Hand. Once the hallmark skill of the now-forgotten Berserker class in DNF, colloquially known as the head grab. It allows one to seize the enemy's head with a ghostly hand, absorbing their blood essence before explosively releasing it to inflict damage. As the Berserker has now been relegated to a mere oil warrior, this skill has also fallen into obscurity. Upon drawing this skill and reading its description, Luke nearly burst into laughter at his own thoughts. Would this skill be metamorphosed by the system into an oil-absorbing hand that grabs heads to siphon blood and, when grabbing machines, extracts motor oil? As for the principles behind it, given that skills defying the laws of physics, such as the round dance staff, have already surfaced, Luke would not be the least bit surprised if the oil-absorbing hand became a reality. Perhaps even more peculiar skills may emerge in the future. The notion of traversing through time and rebirth is inherently peculiar. Thus, what is there to be astonished about? Luke perceives this quite clearly. The emergence of numerous ghost swordsman skills, Shura Evil Light / Phantom Sword Dance, Soul Devouring Hand. 3 have already manifested. Thus far, the guaranteed rewards have bestowed upon him 6 skill books, fulfilling his initial expectations. Onward to the next round. Skill book, Camouflage. It has appeared. As this skill book leaped into his view with the system's triumphant announcement, Luke was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement. At last, he has acquired a sharpshooter skill book. Furthermore, it pertains to the mechanic class. It is not merely his affinity for the sharpshooter and mechanic that excites him. Rather, it is the compatibility with his existing mech, allowing for swift combat capability without a need for adaptation. Unlike the haphazard fighting skills, of which he is now a master, integrating them requires continual refinement. The blending of diverse skills from various professions presents a challenge for Luke. Most of the 8 major skills of a sharpshooter are mechanically inclined, alleviating such concerns. Camouflage, a skill nearly forgotten by mechanics, is nonetheless one of Luke's most coveted abilities. In the game, it is seldom utilized. However, in reality, is undoubtedly a formidable technique. Camouflage. Utilizing the most advanced celestial technology, it renders the user in a state of optical concealment, invisible to the external world. Indeed, this is the very essence of optical cloaking technology. Like most mechanic skill books, Luke receives a design blueprint, vividly manifesting within his mind. With this blueprint, he can construct the coveted optical cloaking device that many yearn for. Luke vaguely recalls that this technology first appeared in the Marvel Universe, seemingly in the film Spider-Man: Homecoming. The aircraft commanded by Happy, responsible for transporting vital S.H.I.L.D. items, employed a rudimentary form of optical camouflage technology. This is evidently a masterpiece of Tony Stark. Luke also remembers that Tony, at a later point, had an Iron Man suit, though he cannot recall which mark, also utilizing optical cloaking technology. This model of armor excels in stealth operations and infiltration, codenamed Phantom. The 7th skill book has been acquired, and a radiant smile graces Luke's face. Am I truly a lucky one? Immediately following, without warning, the 8th book materializes. Incredible! An 8th skill book has emerged. Luck is certainly on his side, as even Luke is taken aback. He has never experienced such fortune. Skill book, M. Flamethrower, a minor skill of the DNF gunner. Yet, this is precisely what Luke requires. With a clap of his hands, he learns it instantly. A design blueprint materializes in his mind, instructing him on how to fabricate the M. Flamethrower. Luke, employing his ingenuity, quickly devises a plan to modify it for incorporation into the G0 Warlord. M. Flamethrower. Wide-range flames, short-distance projection, requiring fuel. The last round of 10 consecutive draws remains. Remarkably, in the first 9 attempts, 8 skill books have been bestowed. This has already brought immense satisfaction to Luke. The results of the final round were quickly revealed. Oh, in the realm of reality, such a thing can indeed exist. On the very night the magic box was opened, Luke stealthily slipped out of his home while his adoptive parents were asleep, working tirelessly in his secret warehouse throughout the night to complete the final modifications on the G0 Warlord. In the game, the G0 Warlord is equipped with a suite of firepower, ready to engage in battle upon summoning. However, in reality, Luke assumed it would be somewhat similar, only to discover, upon acquiring the blueprints, that they contained only the chassis of the machine, devoid of any weaponry. It was akin to instant noodles lacking a seasoning packet, utterly unacceptable. In this instance, he had drawn the Shura Evil Light Slash. In the game, this was categorized as a passive skill. Yet, in the real world, a skill is merely an ability to be wielded by a person, with no distinction of active or passive, nor any prerequisites to learn. Based on the results of this magic box draw, Luke devised the following final modification plan. 1. Equip the G0 Warlord with an optical cloaking device. 2. Install an M Flamethrower. Subsequently, he aimed to apply a layer of Edmund alloy coating to the G0 Warlord. Originally, Luke had hoped to draw a skill book for the Thought Shield to further enhance its level, but alas, he was not so fortunate. The radius of the Thought Shield remains confined to 5 meters. This presents a dilemma. The height and width of the G0 Warlord measure 6 meters. Assuming its radius is approximately 1 meter, it is evident that a shield with a radius of 2 meters is insufficient to encompass the Warlord. Luke could only manage to apply a thin layer of subordinate Edmund alloy. While 45 kilograms of subordinate Edmund alloy may sound considerable, it actually amounts to roughly the size of a soccer ball, including the portion used for crafting grenade shrapnel. After coating the G0 Warlord with this thin layer of defense, he had just enough left over to make do for the time being. He would devise a method to enhance the Thought Shield S level in the future. As for the remaining 10 kilograms of pure Edmund alloy, Luke ultimately fashioned a colossal sword measuring 65 meters in length and approximately 1 meter in width for the G0 Warlord. The main body of this gigantic sword was constructed from high-strength titanium alloy, the finest material Luke could procure from market. The outer layer, however, employed the same gilding technique as the G0 Warlord, coated with a layer of pure Edmund alloy. While gilding cannot compare to weapons and armor crafted entirely from pure Edmund alloy, the strength of this sword still far exceeds that of ordinary metals. To what extraordinary degree is the strength of Edmund alloy? Through simulations calculated by Christina, Luke witnessed an astonishing sight. The simulation demonstrated that when a missile launched from a French Dassault Rafale aircraft struck the G0 Warlord head-on, the gilded Edmund surface sustained no damage whatsoever. However, the internal titanium alloy exhibited a certain degree of damage, and the internal structures of the mech experienced some vibrations. Nevertheless, the overall integrity of the mech remained intact, preserving its combat capability. Moreover, there is no expectation that the current warlord can vanquish Thanos. It suffices to contend with the Whiplash and Justin Hammer's Iron Soldiers. Without the layer of adamantium plating, the situation would be considerably worse. Simulations indicate that a direct hit from a Mika missile incapacitated the G-Zero warlord, rendering it immobile. This revelation profoundly impressed upon Luke the significance of materials. He mused that when the opportunity arose, he ought to acquire more adamantium, or even vibranium. If memory serves, vibranium exists not only in Wakanda, but also seemingly in Antarctica. Luke piloted the Gale towards the G-Zero warlord, its robust frame moving with determination. The hatch of the 6-meter-tall giant opened downward, and Luke maneuvered the Gale into the interior of the G-Zero warlord. The two mechs fused within, the hatch sealing behind them. Suddenly, the eyes of the G-Zero warlord illuminated, and the machine came to life. At this moment, the Gale functioned as the heart of the G-Zero warlord. Chapter 63. The humble trial the combat aircraft Gale and the G-Zero warlord coalesced into a singular entity. The merger completed with a perfect compatibility of 100. The voice of Christina resonated within the cockpit. Excellent. Luke nodded in satisfaction. This inspiration stemmed from the anti-Hulk armor that debuted in Avengers, Age of Ultron, where Tony and Banner collaboratively devised an entire suite aimed at capturing the Hulk, albeit with limited success. In contrast to the anti-Hulk armor, the G-Zero warlord is grander and more imposing. The anti-Hulk armor stands at approximately 2 meters, resembling an extension of Tony's Iron Man suit, given his height of around 1.8 meters. The G-Zero warlord, towering at 6 meters and equally wide, is akin to a colossal cube. The Gale, originally 12 meters tall, has been elevated to 15 meters. Even so, the distinction between the two is stark. It is truly a large mech encasing a smaller one. The advantage of this design lies in the separation of the combat module from the cockpit, allowing for an escape in critical moments, enabling the Gale to revert to an independent piloted mech. As previously stated, Luke has an acute fear of death. In this perilous world rife with danger, his foremost consideration is always his own survival, upon which he can then contemplate further endeavors. Survival is paramount for any output. Given the limited size of the psychic shield and its immobility post-casting, this separation design is particularly essential for the G-Zero warlord. He removed the primary and secondary sensors, radar, fire control systems, and extraneous armor from the Gale, transferring all of these components to the warlord. The former weapon mounts on the Gale were also dismantled. It now retains only its supersonic propulsion system, lightweight armor, and operating system. Finally, a new transmission system was installed to align with the G-Zero warlord. All previous scrap materials were replaced with titanium alloy. The Gale's overall height was increased by another meter. Consequently, at Luke's stature, he could recline within the cockpit rather than merely sitting. Not long ago, Luke assigned a task to Christina, codenamed the Pacific Rim Project. The programming capabilities of the AI were indeed impressive. The code it generated was beyond Luke's comprehension. Given his frequent maneuvers with the mecha and the increasingly intricate combat moves he anticipated employing in the future, traditional keyboard commands no longer sufficed. Thus, Luke replaced the conventional control method with 2 elongated dragonhorn joysticks, and beneath the cockpit were 2 pedals designed to cradle his feet, allowing for cycling-like motion. This innovative approach enabled a more fluid execution of physical movements. The inspiration for this control method stemmed from the film Pacific Rim and an ancient animated feature, Dragon Fighter. The mecha's fire control and weapon deployment were entrusted to Christina. Luke merely needed to issue commands while focusing on maneuvering the mecha. In truth, Luke's ultimate aspiration was to achieve complete brainwave control with Christina's assistance. According to her projections, barring unforeseen complications, she could realize this objective within 6 months. At that point, Luke would truly embody the fusion of man and machine. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Should real-world trials validate the efficacy of this modular design? He envisioned employing a similar method to control the mechanical war god, Gaypoga, in the future. In a moment of mischievous creativity, Luke transformed the appearance of the G-Zero warlord into something entirely unrecognizable. From an external perspective, it was no longer discernible as a creation of the celestial realm. The most striking features were found on the mecha's head and shoulders. Typically, a robot's head serves as a sensor hub. However, Luke not only retained the head, but also crafted it into an intriguing inverted triangular visage. The eyes of the mecha could emit light, though they served no practical purpose. Each shoulder boasted 3 colossal golden dragon claws, exuding an aura of might and grandeur. The overall color scheme of the mecha consisted of white, black, gold, and a hint of red on the chest. Additionally, a magnificent red cloak adorned the back of the mecha, imparting an air of majesty. Reclining in the cockpit, Luke grasped the elongated dragon horn joysticks with both hands. As the drive mechanism activated, a booming voice resonated. Super transformation. Sword King Dragon. Christina echoed, "It's time, little Luke." With a flourish, Luke conjured a colossal mecha, sword measuring 65 feet in length, and exclaimed with delight, "Victory!" Sword King, ascending dragon sword. In the aquarium behind him, Rotas blinked its small eyes, seemingly amused by the spectacle. Thus, the G0 Warlord was primed for action, eagerly awaiting the Justin Hamo Expo schedule for the following day. "Master, I have a question," Christina inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. "What are these small slots for?" Positioned between the two slender dragonhorn joysticks before Luke was a protruding platform adorned with 6 identically sized, empty recesses. This is the core of the Tempest's power, a platform that houses colorless crystal shards. Clearly, when Luke designed these recesses, he intended to reserve them for something significant. "You are correct, my assistant. These vacant slots are reserved for some remarkable treasures." Remarkable treasures? Luke chuckled mysteriously, saying, "In the Marvel Universe, there exists something known as the Infinity Stones." Infinity Stones? Indeed. Luke sipped from his milk carton, admiring the fruits of his labor over the past month through the warehouse's surveillance cameras, growing increasingly pleased with what he beheld. Rotas emerged from the fish tank, crawling up to Luke's shoulder, and inquired, "Are you feeling cheeky?" "You are the cheeky one," Luke retorted. "Raising the price of the magic box is rather unscrupulous. Have you forgotten the pain of your past?" Luke shot a sidelong glance at him. Rotas, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. "I was merely asking if you desire a sword." Luke paused. "You mentioned a sword? This is the best I can craft. Long ago, foolish adventurers came to challenge me with their finest gear." Rotas cackled sinisterly, "and thus, their swords became part of my collection. Would you like one? I could provide you with a sword." "You possess swords? Why have I never seen them? Where are they?" "Naturally, they are stored within the system. This is a repository of resources from all our apostles. So, do you wish for it or not?" Luke pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I certainly do." Rotas immediately declared, "Beep, system task initiated." "Oh," Rotas continued, "task released, the trial of cheekiness. Take up your sword and cause some mischief, young one. The more audacious your methods, the more pronounced the glory of the apostles will be, thus elevating your overall score." Luke interrupted, "Why must it be measured by cheekiness?" "Because the reward is a sword." "That does seem quite reasonable," Rotas added. "This task S score will determine the quality of your reward. The higher the score, the better the design of the blueprint. The scoring system ranges from E, D, B, A, S, SS to SSS, corresponding to no reward. White gear, blue gear, purple gear, courage, artifact, legendary, and epic respectively. An S rating for an epic? How difficult is that?" Luke inquired curiously. "Is it truly that challenging? I believe I'm sufficiently cheeky already." "Clearly, it is not enough. May I see the rewards beforehand?" "You can only view the rewards after achieving score." "All right, I accept this task, but do not deceive me. By the way, why do you always emit a beep when announcing tasks?" Luke asked curiously. "It's just a notification sound. Do you not like it? I can change it to a ding. Would you prefer beep or ding?" Luke seriously contemplated, scratching his head with a grin. Oh dear, such a dilemma, such a difficult choice. Chapter 64. Sky recently, Rotas found himself quite bored and became enamored with watching television. Not long ago, while Luke was preoccupied with crafting mechs, he ordered a digital television online to keep this mischievous entity entertained. Rotas has eclectic tastes, watching anything that comes his way. It particularly relishes the solitude of the deep night, clutching a remote control while watching television. When it stumbled upon a film depicting a tentacled creature soothing a young girl, it was utterly astonished. With a visage reminiscent of a husky, it exclaimed, "Such a peculiar occurrence exists." The warehouse lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Only the television before it intermittently emitted a series of strange sounds. The creature, fixated on the screen, watched intently. Suddenly, its small eyes narrowed as it pressed the remote to mute the volume. Lifting its head in contemplation, it crawled over to the monitor where Christina vigilantly observed the outside world. Gazing at the seemingly unchanging image on the screen, it fell silent. The monitor displayed the time as 2:00 a.m. on September 32, 2008. Tomorrow, it would have to attend school and play the role of good child. It planned to return in the afternoon to pilot the mech and head straight to the expo in the evening. In that moment, it was alone in the warehouse. Save for Christina. "Intruder detected," Christina gently announced. The creature grunted in response, remaining silent. "A curious little girl, perhaps," Christina remarked with a grin. "Should I inform the master?" Upon hearing that it was a girl, The creature's small eyes darted mischievously, and it replied, "Leave it to me." Very well. Outside the warehouse, across the street, a large tree harbored Hawkeye, whose keen eyes, like those of a falcon, were trained upon his prey in the night. A shadowy figure stealthily approached the warehouse, falling within his line of sight. Hawkeye's gaze flickered. A thief? He had been tasked with monitoring the warehouse for nearly 2 weeks, enduring endless boredom, but finally, tonight, there was a development. Patiently, he decided to observe the figure's intentions. If it was merely a petty thief, he wouldn't mind assisting Luke in apprehending them, especially since Luke and S.H.I.L.D. were currently collaborating. He was well aware of the contents stored in this warehouse, and any leaks would be detrimental to both Luke and S.H.I.L.D. If the intruder had a more significant background, that would indeed be intriguing, providing an opportunity to stretch his limbs that had grown weary from inactivity. Armed with a compound bow, Hawkeye quietly crouched in a tree. Outside the warehouse, the slender figure, moving cautiously, was rendered nearly transparent under his acute vision. A woman? He was slightly taken aback, clad in black attire and a hood. The figure stealthily approached the warehouse door, wielding a glowing tablet and fiddling with the entrance. With a soft click, the electronic lock within the warehouse was effortlessly disengaged. "Coconut," the figure whispered quietly. She gingerly opened the door, tiptoeing carefully as she entered the warehouse. All clues pointed here: the slumber incident in Queens, the entire East Coast network paralysis, the blackout in New York. It seemed this was the epicenter. What secrets lay concealed within? An overwhelming curiosity compelled her to make this audacious decision tonight. Inside the warehouse, darkness still prevailed. A faint glimmer of light emerged ahead. As she prepared to switch on her portable flashlight, the figure suddenly stiffened, rooted to the spot. A chilling sensation, penetrating to the marrow, surged toward her from the darkness. In an instant, the figure's hands drooped in a state of bewilderment, and she stood there, utterly powerless. Skye found herself drawn into an extraordinary realm. She wanted to scream, yet in terror, she realized that no sound escaped her lips. The next morning, Luke awoke to a report from Christina. Someone had intruded into the warehouse last night. Luke felt a twinge of surprise. Was it S.H.I.L.D. agents? Unlikely. There was no reason for that. Could it be Hydra? After pondering for a while, he still could not deduce the matter. However, hearing that the intruder had been subdued by Rotas, Luke dismissed it, deciding to address it later since he had school to attend first. After school that afternoon, Luke arrived at the warehouse and discovered a girl who had been mentally subdued by Rotas, sitting obediently in a chair, her eyes vacant. She was clearly of mixed heritage, with long black wavy hair and large, bright eyes. Her nose was elegantly shaped, enhancing her beauty. At that moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, aligning perfectly with Luke's aesthetic preferences. The girl appeared quite youthful, no older than 20. Luke instantly recognized her. Wong King? No, Daisy Wait, she is now called Skye. But how did she end up here? Knowing the identity of the intruder, Luke quickly pieced together the situation. Skye had likely leveraged her formidable hacking skills, stemming from recent events, to track him down. With Christina guarding the premises, pinpointing his location directly would have been impossible. Yet, a determined individual could analyze data and roughly deduce a location. The Marvel Universe has never lacked extraordinary talent, and Skye undoubtedly possesses such capabilities. Intelligent, with top-notch hacking skills, and an insatiable curiosity for the bizarre, that is Skye. Gazing at Skye, who sat there with vacant eyes, Luke felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that his first encounter with Skye would unfold under such dismal circumstances. "Hey, you didn't do anything to her, did you?" Luke asked, glancing at Rotas, who was dozing off nearby. Last night, Rotas had intended to test its newly acquired abilities. However, upon seeing its own short, feeble, and rather pudgy 8 tentacles, it was profoundly disheartened, remaining silent throughout the night until now. Luke piloted the windstorm, carrying Skye into the glass confinement chamber, locking the door behind him. "Wake her up." In the next moment, Skye emerged from her stupor. Throughout the night, she had been trapped within Rotas's mental realm. Initially gripped by fear, she gradually realized that aside from being confined, there seemed to be no other danger. Eventually, she even contemplated attempting to communicate with Rotas, who, of course, ignored her, preoccupied with its own sorrow. Suddenly, the scene before Skye transformed, and she found herself imprisoned. She immediately stood up, pounding on the walls of her cell, only to discover they were made of tempered glass. A sense of dread enveloped her. A cough echoed through the speaker, and Luke's voice emerged. Skye swiftly turned around to see the wind, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Luke, feigning ignorance, asked, "How did you get in here?" Sky, momentarily speechless, suddenly burst with excitement, exclaiming, You are the apostle. Oh, you recognize me? Of course. I have collected your photographs." Sky was astonished that she had inadvertently stumbled upon the apostle. She had not anticipated such a revelation prior to her arrival. Wait, why was the apostle here? Could it be that he was behind those events? Sky's mouth fell open once more. "What do you collect my photos for?" Luke's expression, as he lay in the mech cockpit, was somewhat peculiar. I'm just curious. May I interview you and ask a few questions?" Sky inquired, her bright smile reflecting her enthusiasm. As a fervent superhero enthusiast, the situation before her ignited a curiosity akin to 10 cats clawing at her mind. She had conveniently overlooked the fact that she was imprisoned. "Are you a reporter?" "No, I'm merely someone with a voracious curiosity." "Where are you headed?" Sky asked, then noticed that what she had initially dismissed as a mere steel wall was, in fact, an immense mech. She was taken aback. In Sky's incredulous gaze, Luke piloted the wind into the warlord, merging magnificently. As she observed the overhead warehouse roof slowly opening, Sky finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "You can't keep me imprisoned here. How long will you be gone?" she exclaimed in a hurried tone. Thinking quickly, she added, "But what if I need to use the restroom?" Luke gestured towards the floor of the cell, implying that a solution was readily available. Sky noticed an empty basin on the ground. "What is this?" she asked in astonishment. "Your personal stainless steel basin." Seeing that Luke had turned his attention away, Sky urgently questioned, "At the very least, you must tell me where you are going." "Stay put," Luke commanded. "Understood," replied a female voice from the warehouse. The colossal mech roared to life, ascending into the sky, activating its optical camouflage before vanishing into the atmosphere. The Hammer Expo, hosted by Justin Hammer, is set to commence tonight. Chapter 65. The opening of the Hammer Expo. The warlord, cloaked in invisibility, soared above New York. After receiving a call and learning that Peter Parker would be attending the expo with his Uncle Ben, Luke felt a mix of surprise and concern for the young Spider-Man. Tonight, a grand display of fireworks was planned, potentially resulting in countless casualties. Why would Peter Parker choose to join the chaos at such a time? Was this scene depicted in the film? Is it truly his appearance that has triggered an unforeseen butterfly effect? Resigned, Luke had no choice but to confide in Christina, enlisting her assistance to locate Peter Parker amidst the crowd, for he was determined to ensure the safety of the young Spider. Meanwhile, Tony, ensconced in his opulent seaside villa, received a phone call. "Sir, you have an incoming call from an unlisted number." Jarvis's calm voice captured Tony's attention, who had been idly instructing a mechanical arm to clean the floor. Tony swiveled in his chair, casually answering, "Coulson, how's the enchanting wonderland of New Mexico?" Previously, Coulson had come to bid farewell. Unlike Black Widow's initial covert operation, Coulson was the overt liaison presented before Tony. However, due to a new assignment in New Mexico, Coulson had been reassigned. "Tony, how are you?" a deep voice inquired, causing Tony to freeze momentarily. This was evidently not Coulson's voice. The voice on the other end let out a raspy chuckle, remarking nonsensically, "I've doubled the RPM." "What? You told me to double the RPM to generate more energy." A splendid suggestion. Tony felt a hint of familiarity in the voice. Upon hearing those words, he immediately recalled the identity of the caller, disbelief washing over him. "You sound remarkably lively for a dead man," Tony stated with gravity. "And you as well," the caller replied. Tony muted the microphone and commanded, "Trace the call, Jarvis." "Yes, sir. The Stark family legacy will be rewritten by me," the caller continued unabated. "Jarvis, where is he?" Tony inquired, currently pinpointing on the east coast of the United States. "What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I will reciprocate to you in 40 minutes. "That sounds delightful. Let us have a thorough discussion," Tony replied nonchalantly, buying time for Jarvis. The signal tracking range on the screen gradually narrowed, covering 3 states, Manhattan, and surrounding jurisdictions, as Jarvis reported. "I hope you are prepared," the voice on the other end ominously stated before abruptly hanging up. Tracking failed, Jarvis informed. The signal was only located near Manhattan, insufficient to determine the caller's exact whereabouts. Tony furrowed his brow, and by chance, his gaze fell upon a nearby monitor displaying promotional news about the Hammer Expo, featuring an image of Justin Hammer, captioned with the ironic phrase, "Defending Peace." Tony's exceptional intellect kicked into gear. From the shocking revelation that Ivan Vanko was still alive to Justin Hammer's ostentatious presentation, he quickly deciphered the crucial connection. He sprang to his feet. "Jarvis, assemble the new reactor into Mark 6 immediately. We have work to do." "Sir, we are still uncertain about the stability of this new reactor. I do not wish to hear it, Jarvis." Understood, sir. Tony turned his gaze towards the display case on one side of the laboratory, where the Mark series, including Mark IV and the recently retired Mark V, were orderly arranged. The newly assembled Mark VI will utilize this newly discovered element to create a revolutionary reactor. The efficacy of this innovation shall be validated in due course. Regardless of their personalities, methodologies, or the endeavors they currently undertake, both Luke and Tony exhibit undeniable similarities that they would refuse to acknowledge, even upon witnessing them. As night envelopes New York, the city glimmers with resplendent lights. In a luxurious venue near Manhattan, the eyes of New York and the entire East Coast are drawn to this location tonight. The grand oval hall, with its open architecture, exudes magnificence, adorned with fountains, dazzling lights, and a procession of opulent vehicles, all manifestations of the decadent allure of capitalism. Black Widow, serving as a secretary, accompanied Pepper Potts as they alighted from their vehicle and entered the main hall. The announcer declared, "The exhibition of Justin Hammer is about to commence in the main hall." Esteemed figures from various sectors of New York, along with journalists, began to fill the space. Hammer Industries, a premier military contractor in the United States, naturally attracted attention not only from the military, but also from various facets of capitalist society. As the exhibition commenced, the American flair for showcasing individuality became apparent, and many attendees were eager to participate in the spirited atmosphere. Oh yeah, with the applause of the audience, the somewhat delicate and slightly flamboyant Justin Hammer became animated. "This is how it should be. Thank you for your presence." His tap dance bore a hint of rivalry towards Tony Stark, who had recently performed a breathtaking skydiving act at the Stark Expo, descending from thousands of feet without a parachute in a dazzling display. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hammer exhibition. Our brave soldiers venture into combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran, shedding their blood to uphold world peace, until Iron Man emerged." Justin's opening remarks subtly invoked American patriotism, while simultaneously taking jabs at his nemesis, Tony. Pepper Potts, seated in the audience, merely smiled with disdain. Nevertheless, that was indeed a remarkable invention, which had made headlines worldwide. Justin referred to the Iron Man suit, his words laced with irony. However, today he wagged his finger, proclaiming that the major newspapers would soon face a predicament. Their ink will run dry. This was indeed a valid point. Luke piloted his mech, hovering undetected above the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen," Justin's voice resonated grandly from the stage. "Today, I shall unveil the new face of the United States military, the Hammer Iron Soldiers." In the center of the stage, a stirring military march commenced. As the lights flashed, a door gradually opened on the stage floor. Justin Hammer announced with fervor, "The Army Iron Soldiers." Under the gaze of the attendees, 2 rows of 8 iron robots ascended to the stage via an elevator, making a striking entrance. These were genuine humanoid robots, each towering over 2 meters, robustly built, and clad in thick armor, fully equipped for combat. The army of iron soldiers, adorned in a hue reminiscent of ochre, left the audience agape with astonishment. Could it be that Hammer Industries had achieved such groundbreaking technology? This was undoubtedly a monumental event in the realm of armaments. Even Black Widow and Pepper Potts, seated among the crowd, displayed expressions of surprise, particularly Black Widow. How could SHIELD have been oblivious to such intelligence? When had Justin acquired this technology? Her beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. On stage, Justin gestured emphatically, declaring, "Navy Iron Soldiers." As he spoke, another door opened beneath the stage. A contingent of humanoid robots, identical in number but distinct in design, made their gradual entrance. These steel soldiers, adorned in a deep azure, each sported missile launchers mounted on their shoulders, equipped with a plethora of advanced missiles. Air Force Iron Soldiers. The floor of the stage once again revealed 2 rows of silver-gray humanoid robots. At this moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, a sustained ovation. This exhibition had clearly provided the attendees with an extraordinary surprise. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a true revelation lay ahead. And then, the Marine Corps made their entrance. The final act comprised 2 squads of humanoid robots, cloaked in deep green camouflage. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Journalists reveled in the spectacle, sensing yet another major news story unfolding. Hammer Industries had become the star of the evening. Pepper and Black Widow sat in solemn contemplation, each lost in her own thoughts. "Yes, yes," Justin Hammer exclaimed, reveling in the applause directed towards him, far more gratifying than any cheerleading squad. This remark was a thinly veiled jab at Tony Stark, who had recently invited a bevy of leggy cheerleaders to the Stark Expo. Lost in the fervor of the moment, Justin remained unaware that the very Iron Soldiers he was showcasing were, in fact, being covertly controlled by their creator, Ivan Vanko. The War Machine was about to make its appearance. Despite the revolutionary nature of this technology, the battlefield would still require genuine soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin proclaimed from the stage, I am honored to introduce the first prototype, the Threat Response Combat Armor, along with its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. The so-called Threat Response Combat Armor was essentially a modified version of the Mark II. The War Machine, ascending from below the stage, had been transformed by Hammer Industries into a formidable behemoth, encased in armor as substantial as a tank, with armament entirely sourced from Hammer Industries. Notably, a robust and elongated Gatling gun hung enticingly from its shoulder. As the audience offered a resounding salute, War Machine Rhodes returned the gesture with a military salute. Behind him, a cadre of Iron Soldiers mirrored his salute. Justin Hammer, too, mimicked an American military salute with a flourish. The applause crescendoed, whistles filled the air, and the atmosphere reached its zenith for the evening. Just as Justin was about to continue his eloquent speech, a sudden piercing sound disrupted his words. The venue is an open stage, and amidst the night, a meteor streaks across the sky, swiftly approaching the gathering. Upon witnessing this celestial phenomenon, Little Pepper's expression instantly shifts to one of peculiar intrigue. The meteor descends with remarkable speed. The Mark VI, adorned in a classic red and gold palette, boasts an impressive inverted triangular arc reactor at its center. Tony makes a dazzling entrance in the freshly minted Mark VI, landing magnificently on the stage. In an instant, he captures the audience's attention, inciting a wave of applause and standing ovations from guests. Wherever he goes, Iron Man remains the perennial focal point of public admiration. Trouble is brewing, Rhodey, Tony remarks to his old friend. Rhodey mistakenly believes Tony is referring to their recent showdown involving Iron Man suits. Tony, there are civilians here. I'm under orders, no fighting. He had been tasked with retrieving an Iron Man suit by the U.S. military. However, in reality, it was merely a gesture of friendship from Tony, who could easily prevent anyone from seizing any suit if he so desired. As Tony waves to the crowd, he speaks quietly. Listen to me. Everyone here is in danger, and we must save them. You have to trust me. Last time I trusted you, I got badly beaten in your home, Rhodey retorts. Listen closely. I believe Justin Hammer is collaborating with Ivan Vanko. Who? Rhodey thinks he misheard. Grappling with the name of a deceased individual. Vanko is still alive? In disbelief, Rhodey watches as Tony confronts Justin, demanding to know Ivan's whereabouts. Justin feigns ignorance. Who? What are you talking about? Tell me. Where's Vanko? Tony presses. Just then, Rhodey, inside the War Machine, notices the control panel flashing red. His control over the War Machine falters, and, simultaneously, a targeting system locks onto Tony. The target is none other than Tony himself. Everyone gasps as the Gatling gun behind Rhodey suddenly activates, aiming directly at Tony. Did you do this? Tony asks gravely. No, it wasn't me. I can't move. I'm locked out. Rhodey exclaims in panic. At that moment, all of Hammer's Iron Soldiers spring into action, directing their weapons at Tony. The crowd erupts in chaos. Run. Rhodey shouts. The whole system is under his control. The identity of the puppeteer is all too evident. Ivan Vanko is making his move, with the same goal as during their last encounter at the Monaco Grand Prix, to defeat Iron Man Tony in front of the world, thereby redeeming the Vanko family's long-standing disgrace. The cunning Justin Hammer is the first to leap off the stage, prompting the audience to scream and rush towards the exits in a frenzy. Let's take this outside, Tony declares, soaring into the air from the venue's apex. Without hesitation, all of Hammer's Iron Soldiers, including Rhodey's War Machine, open fire on Tony. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of gunfire immediately coalesced into a singular roar, shattering the glass dome above the venue into a myriad of fragments. Within the hall, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of screams, each individual desperately striving to escape. No, no. The War Machine suddenly ascended, pursuing Tony with reckless abandon, completely beyond the control of Rhodes inside. On stage, two squads of armored soldiers unleashed torrents of flame from their feet, taking flight in pursuit of those fleeing the venue. The most exhilarated among them were the fearless journalists, broadcasting this unexpected incident live to the American public. Emerging from the venue, Black Widow urgently conveyed the situation to the director through a secure channel. Director, the numbers are overwhelming, and there's also the controlled suit. Tony may not be able to handle it alone, she assessed swiftly. At that moment, the director was not in New York. He had departed for the Arctic Circle days prior. Find a way to manage the situation, Agent Romanoff. Director, it's just me here. Who else is in New York? Who is closest? Hawkeye is still in New York. However, Director, there's another person. You mean him? In the sky, concealed from sight, Luke was tracking Tony and the throng of armored soldiers that had surged past him moments ago via onboard radar. Upon receiving Black Widow's call, he hesitated briefly. "And Natasha, do you need something?" Outside the venue. While urging Happy to drive faster, Black Widow smirked slightly and remarked, "Little one, it's time to fulfill your promise to S.H.I.E.L.D." Chapter 67. The Warlord's debut. The promised Black Widow referred to seemed to Luke more akin to a cooperative arrangement, both he and the director seeking to fulfill their respective needs. The director required his strength, while he sought Edmund Alloy. The two parties had struck a mutually beneficial deal. "I heard that the big guy is ready," the director inquired. "Deployment is not an issue, but the cost of a single operation is quite steep. Will you reimburse the fuel expenses?" Luke replied. "What do you want?" The director asked directly, avoiding any pretense. "Another 50 kilograms of secondary Edmund alloy," Luke boldly declared. Seemingly accustomed to Luke's audacious demands, the director swiftly countered 20 kilograms. "Deal." Luke agreed, recognizing the advantage. "Control the situation for me. We cannot afford significant civilian casualties," the director instructed solemnly. "Understood. By the way, it seems quite cold where you are. Is it snowing?" Luke noted, observing the icy landscape behind the director during their video call. "I'm in the Arctic." "The Arctic? What brings you so far?" "Come on, don't act like you don't know. I presume you've located Captain America?" Luke muttered dismissively. He pondered the timeline, realizing that Thor would likely be arriving on Earth soon as well. He remembered that the events of Thor and Iron Man 2 unfolded concurrently, and shortly after Thor, the Avengers would confront an extraterrestrial invasion in New York. Time was of the essence, and it seemed he would need to exert himself further. A joyful smile suddenly illuminated Luke's face. "What are you smiling about?" Rotas inquired from the fish tank behind him, recalling the humans he had seen earlier. "The salted egg has unwittingly provided me with an opportunity for mischief. He remains oblivious to my presence on site. Tonight, the limelight shall be mine, while he shoulders the blame. There will be rewards to reap afterwards. Would you not agree that the salted egg is indeed a generous soul?" Rotas remarked earnestly. "Your words have even piqued my fondness for this human." Suddenly, a colossal mech, towering at an impressive height, materialized against the night sky outside the chaotic venue. The first to spot this behemoth were a group of journalists, left utterly astonished by the sight of such a massive machine hovering midair. The Apostle. Someone quickly identified it. Although it appeared significantly larger than the last encounter, its distinctive design was unmistakable. In this world, only the Apostle could embody such a cubic form while still exuding a sense of coolness. Cameramen swiftly focused their lenses on the G-Zero warlord as the night enveloped the scene. The massive mech, adorned in a striking black, white, and gold color scheme, sported a regal red cape billowing majestically behind it, reminiscent of a masterful warrior standing resolutely against the wind, patiently awaiting an event. Amidst an urgent news broadcast covering the ongoing chaos, the silhouette of the Apostle emerged once more. A month had passed since the enigmatic figure re-entered the public eye, marking the G-Zero Warlock's debut in this realm. While numerous cameras captured Luke, a substantial number still tracked the airborne Tony, as the Apostle's allure paled in comparison to that of Iron Man. At that moment, Luke's onboard radar detected several small targets rapidly approaching. Gazing from above, he witnessed a squadron of cerulean-painted hammer steel soldiers burst forth from the venue, with a large crowd still fleeing in disarray. These soldiers brazenly unveiled their missile launchers at the entrance. Luke recalled a scene from a film where these soldiers, under the control of Ivan Vanko, unleashed missiles into the crowd, resulting in catastrophic chaos and casualties. Recognizing the necessity to intervene, Luke felt compelled to protect the innocent bystanders. While he had promised the salted egg to safeguard the civilians, he also perceived the hammer steel soldiers not as adversaries, but as walking fortunes. Each soldier was equipped with missiles that he had long coveted, each worth a small fortune. Christina rapidly analyzed the attack points. "I intend to infiltrate and seize their weaponry." "Understood, Master." The onlookers beheld as the Apostle mech's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. In an instant, it plummeted from the sky like a meteor. The ground trembled as the massive figure descended with a thunderous crash. Without pausing for a moment, the Apostle charged directly towards the hammer steel soldiers, exhibiting an astonishingly swift velocity. It was unfathomable for such a colossal robot to unleash such rapid speed, leaving the spectators in awe. In an instant, I arrived at the entrance of the venue, standing before a legion of steel soldiers, and the eyes of the Apostle mech gleamed once more. A colossal sword, measuring 5 meters in length and width, materialized from thin air. The immense mech gracefully crouched, swinging the gigantic sword from left to right in a sweeping arc. The blade was drawn. The cameras failed to capture the motion of the mech's strike, only registering a sharp, piercing whistle through the air. Following this, the towering figure maintained a striking pose, having executed its strike. Half a second later, a resounding crash echoed. Before Luke, a steel soldier was cleaved in two by the blow. Sparks erupted from the severed edge, yet there was no explosion. The steel soldier collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Soon after, a series of thunderous noises erupted as the remaining soldiers reacted swiftly. They pivoted, raising their metallic arms to target Luke, their machine guns firing simultaneously. Amidst the cacophony of screams from the surrounding crowd, the sound of gunfire reverberated relentlessly, enveloping the scene. However, the apostle remained unmoved, standing resolutely. Such a level of firepower was akin to mere tickling for the G0 warlord, whose surface was coated in secondary Edelman alloy. The contrast in size was striking. The warlord, towering and broad at over 5 meters, stood like a colossal steel wall, dwarfing the mere 2-meter-tall hammer steel soldiers, which appeared as nothing more than toys at its feet. Inside the cockpit, Luke manipulated the joystick, raising the colossal sword in his grasp. With a powerful push, the mech surged forward. In the next moment, Luke closed the distance to the steel soldiers. Phantom sword dance, 24 strikes, each aimed at different directions and angles, caused the warlord's figure to blur into a haze, leading onlookers to mistakenly perceive it executing several actions simultaneously. Slash, slash, slash. One steel soldier's arm was severed cleanly, another lost its head, and yet another was cleaved in half. Each steel soldier fell to a single stroke. When the battle timer halted, it displayed a mere 3 seconds. From Luke's descent to the collapse of the steel soldiers, only 3 seconds had elapsed. The live broadcast reached across America, leaving viewers in stunned silence. Women paled, while men were overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion surging within their chests. Yet at this moment, the audience witnessed a perplexing action from the apostle. The mech plunged its magnificent sword into the ground, embedding it deeply. Then, the apostle approached the wreckage of the fallen steel soldiers, bending down with an unprecedented display of audacity to rummage through the remains. In a live feed, the G0 warlord twisted its ample form, bending as if it possessed an invisible waist, its hands busily sifting through the debris of the steel soldiers. What was the apostle doing? American viewers, transfixed by the television broadcast, were left utterly bewildered by this spectacle. Everyone was filled with curiosity, attentively observing Luke's actions at that moment, pondering whether the apostle's behavior held some profound significance. Did he uncover something? No one imagined that Luke was merely inspecting the corpses. Due to the distance, the camera failed to capture his murmurs. He was oblivious to his surroundings, mumbling to himself. Sensors? Excellent items. I must have them. Radar? Wonderful. I shall take that too. Oh, even this casing is a fine acquisition. I must have it. Luke was eager to seize everything from the steel soldiers. Sensors, radars, energy accumulators, heat exchangers, hydraulic transmission devices, and more. These were not the civilian goods he had purchased online. Even the exteriors of these steel soldiers were crafted from military-grade materials. What luck! What fortune! Luke continued to dismantle these items, tossing them into his storage space, his face aglow with excitement. He had scavenged 200 missiles alone from the former soldiers. Each steel soldier was equipped with as many as 20 missiles, resembling a mobile arsenal, at a valuation of $200,000 per missile, that amounted to a staggering $40 million. After performing some rudimentary arithmetic, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. As he scavenged further, he wished he could simply toss the entire steel soldiers into his storage space. He barely suppressed this tempting thought. Thanks to the insufferable Rotas, who left him with no opportunity for in-game purchases, he had expanded his storage capacity to 3030. While this was sufficient to contain all the steel soldiers on the battlefield, it would surely lead to complications later. With so many eyes upon him, losing smaller items would be easier to explain, as warlords are inherently large enough to accommodate such losses. However, if entire steel soldiers were to vanish, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Luke, who was gleefully rummaging through the corpses, American media had begun to discuss his actions. In a live broadcast from CNN, a female host engaged in conversation with a renowned military expert regarding Luke's behavior. General Hades, what is your assessment of the recent battle? The host inquired with a smile. Opposite her sat a silver-haired retired 2-star general, whose age belied his vibrant energy. The general gravely analyzed. From the battle footage, we can clearly conclude that Mr. Apostle is an experienced veteran in combat. Could you elaborate? The host prompted. That frenzied assault style requires an exceptional level of skill. It is not something anyone can mimic. It necessitates countless trials on the battlefield, forged through blood and fire. And what is your opinion on the apostle's current actions? The general replied, I believe he is gathering intelligence on the enemy, while simultaneously conducting a sweep. A sweep? He is checking for any remaining enemies that have not been dealt with. As I mentioned, Mr. Apostle is an extraordinarily seasoned combat expert. I have studied his combat footage. Trust my judgment. At this moment, within the confines of the mech cockpit, Rotas found Luke's performance rather unsatisfactory. Its reasoning was simple, insufficiently audacious. Your score is disappointingly low, young man. Based on your current performance, I can only extend you a paltry D rating, Rotas huffed. Only a D? Luke exclaimed in disbelief. Had I known, I wouldn't have dispatched those steel soldiers so swiftly. Perhaps a bit of flair could elevate my score? It's not too late. Indeed, you make a valid point, chuckled the general in the NN livestream. Observe, Mr. Apostle seems to have discovered some enemies still brimming with combat potential. This maneuver in warfare is referred to as finishing off. Such a mindset is typical of seasoned veterans. But why are the targets so peculiar? It appears to be the rear. The female host voiced her skepticism. You must be mistaken. Trust in my professional insight. Mr. Apostle's military acumen is impeccable. Suddenly, the female host pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Oh my, look! Mr. Apostle is kicking the backsides of those steel remnants. The general remarked. Luke is rendering the spoils of war utterly unmanageable. In the skies, Tony was embroiled in a fierce battle. The out-of-control war machine, along with a relentless squad of steel soldiers, engaged in a thrilling aerial chase with Iron Man, captivating all onlookers. Tony soared a dozen meters ahead, declaring, Copy that. I'm closing in, preparing to fire. Tony, be cautious, warned Rhodey, just as the Gatling gun mounted on War Machine's shoulder unleashed a torrent of fire, wildly targeting Tony. With a series of agile maneuvers, Tony adeptly evaded the storm of bullets. Clad in the superior Mark VI armor, he had already outmaneuvered and downed 4 enemy units. Simultaneously, on the exhibition stage, the remaining silent steel soldiers were activated, as Ivan Vanko controlled them to replenish the losses. Watching the robots ascend, Luke, preoccupied with his own antics, suddenly conceived a bold idea. He recalled that in the film, Tony would cleverly lead a throng of steel soldiers to collide with a building, resulting in its destruction. Luke felt he could not miss such a prime opportunity for glory. Resolutely lying in the mech, he gritted his teeth, as if making a momentous decision. Very well. For the sake of my score, I shall go all in. He was no longer concerned about potential embarrassment. If this score did not meet the desired audacity, he would forfeit the reward, an outcome he could not allow. With a slight separation of its feet, the G0 warlord grasped the 5-meter-long mech sword firmly, its tip pointing skyward. He intended to unleash the Azura's malevolent light slash. Gently closing his eyes, Luke concentrated, attuning himself to the peculiar energy fluctuations within him. This energy was distinctly different from that used to cast the thought shield. Initially, he was astonished to find 2 types of energy coexisting within him, harmoniously rather than in conflict. Ultimately, he attributed this to the system's ability to harmonize them. The wave of power gradually transferred to the mech, and subsequently to the sword. Luke manipulated the mech, grasping the sword with both hands and adopting a stance of accumulation. The colossal sword began to glow, emanating layers of soft white light. Gathering power, he concentrated all the fluctuating energy into the blade. The warlord's gaze was firmly fixed upon Tony and his companions, who were swiftly approaching from the horizon. The radiance of the colossal sword gradually intensified, transforming from gentle luminescence to a dazzling brilliance, resembling a miniature sun that had suddenly emerged in the night. The Azura evil light slash was poised for action as Tony drew nearer. The warlord's eyes ignited with a sudden fervor, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. Concurrently, an antenna quietly sprang up from above the warlord's head, swaying in the wind. Luke bellowed, a stick of curry. Chapter 69. For the Alliance, a stick of curry. As the mech's loudspeaker broadcasted Luke's exclamation throughout the arena, the warlord elegantly swung his sword, releasing a wave of energy. No, a blade of energy. This sword energy, 10 meters wide and semi-arc shaped, shot skyward like a newly risen crescent moon, illuminating the ground with a blinding brightness that was almost unbearable for ordinary eyes. It was a sight that even the Azura could scarcely behold. The sword energy surged through the sky, swiftly traversing several hundred meters, its power soon manifesting. As Tony approached the venue, he suddenly saw a brilliant explosion erupting from the ground, followed by a torrent of energy rushing towards him. The operating system within his suit flashed red. "Sir, evasive action required," Jarvis alerted him. In a critical moment, Tony accelerated upwards, narrowly evading the terrifying energy. The relentless hammer iron soldiers were directly struck by the Azura evil light slash. The 10-meter-wide sword energy engulfed all the airborne soldiers, who had no chance to resist, exploding mid-air in a cacophony of bright fireworks, illuminating the skies over New York. Meanwhile, James Rhodes opened his eyes in disbelief, realizing he was still alive. Looking around, he found that none of the iron soldiers remained. Tony ascended to an altitude of 2,000 meters before halting, still shaken. He incredulously asked Jarvis, "What in the world was that?" "Sir, the energy level has surpassed my readings. The source appears to be on the ground," Jarvis responded. Hearing this, Tony's expression grew grave as he gazed downwards. Simultaneously, this sudden incident had drawn the keen attention of higher authorities. Witnessing the unfolding events through live broadcasts, military officials worldwide were in a state of uproar. Clearly, Luke's Azura evil light slash was an unprecedented phenomenon. Military leaders from various nations queried their technological advisors, demanding to know what kind of weapon it was, why they had never heard of it, and whether it was a new type of laser weapon developed by the U.S. military. The Americans replied, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" The U.S. military was equally baffled, having no prior knowledge of such an energy weapon. What perplexed them most was that this weapon appeared to be a sword that emitted high-intensity energy shockwaves. Truly astonishing. The President of the United States was abruptly awakened by an urgent phone call. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he commanded, "Contact the director of SHIELD. I need to speak with him." He gave himself a perfect score for his own Ospla, the most formidable, noble phantasm of the strongest heroic spirit, the king with the peculiar hair, from the universe's most powerful anime, Fate. Regrettably, no one in this world recognized it. "What? You claim Gilgamesh is the strongest? Does Gilgamesh have peculiar hair?" "No." Thus, the conclusion is, the king with the peculiar hair is supreme. From the moment he charged up to the instant Luke unleashed his sword energy, the entire process was faithfully captured by numerous cameras. At that moment, Luke remained unaware that this move would later be dubbed the Holy Sword, garnering him countless admirers. The British collectively became fans of the Apostle. In the SHIELD Science Division, within the agent's dormitory, a brown-haired youth, momentarily stunned, paused with his hand near his mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. "Did you hear what he just shouted?" Beside him sat a blonde girl of similar age who smiled and, with a British accent, replied, "Excalibur, the legendary sword forged by fairies in Avalon, which King Arthur received from the Lady of the Lake." "Please, Gemma, as a Brit, of course I know what that is. But why would the Apostle shout the name of the Holy Sword? Could it be that the Apostle is also British?" "Oh, Fitz, you can't possibly be suggesting that line. I have made my decision, Gemma." The brown-haired youth named Fitz became serious, declaring, "Regardless of whether the Apostle is British from this day forth, he's my idol." Gemma smiled at Fitz, finding his enthusiasm amusing. As a prodigy in mechanical and electronic engineering, Fitz had been a fan of the Apostle ever since his first appearance online. He spent his days before her, extolling the unique, mature, and harmoniously unparalleled engineering design that he admired so deeply. That evening, when the Apostle piloted an even larger mech, Fitz leapt from his chair in excitement, nearly dragging her to witness it in person. "I believe SHIELD must have had contact with the Apostle. In the future, you will have ample opportunities to meet him in person," Gemma remarked with a smile. "You're right," Fitz responded, suddenly exhilarated, rubbing his hands together as if preparing 1,000 questions to pose to the Apostle himself. When Tony saw the towering 6-meter mech from the air, his expression mirrored his astonishment. "Today is September 2nd, sir." Tony was well aware of the date. He was simply overwhelmed with incredulity. Were it not for the strikingly unique style and the ominous energy attack that seemed intent on piercing the heavens, Tony might have thought he was witnessing Obadiah's Ironmonger. Rhodey, too, had clearly spotted Luke, but was still unable to gain control of War Machine. He inquired over the radio, "Tony, is that your reinforcement?" "Quite impressive." "Reinforcement?" Tony felt an overwhelming urge to retort that he had nearly met his end moments ago. However, Rhodey appeared to be entirely unfazed. Like a crimson meteor, Tony gracefully arced through the air, descending gently before Luke. "Apostle, good evening," Luke announced through the mech's loudspeaker. To avoid revealing his identity, he had enlisted Christina's help for a disguise. For the time being, he had no intention of confronting Tony directly. "Are you planning to take me out as well?" Tony questioned. Luke was well aware of what Tony was implying. He himself had been startled by his own actions. The Shura evil light slash was his first attempt, and his aim had been miscalibrated. He had evaded Rhodey, but inadvertently struck Tony. Nevertheless, the outcome was nothing short of perfect, was it not? Luke would never admit to a mistake. Rest assured, everything is under control, Luke replied in a calm tone. Rotas, standing beside him, chimed in, I give this round a perfect score. Haha, you can rate it as you please. Continue to unleash your potential, my young friend. Luke felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. So, from D-grade to a perfect score? Not bad at all. Let's keep going. For the Alliance. The grand finale of tonight's fireworks display had only just begun, and the arch-villain Whiplash had yet to make an appearance. As Luke pondered this, more Iron Soldiers began to emerge. At that moment, Christina, by matching body types, located Peter Parker among the crowd and displayed his image on screen. Luke then spotted the young Spider, masked, blending into the throng of panicked civilians. What on earth is he wearing a mask for? This was also why Christina had only just now identified Spider-Man. Peter Parker was unexpectedly donned in a mask of unknown origin. Just then, an Iron Soldier descended right in front of Peter Parker. The soldier seemed to have assessed the threat, and its shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft gun activated, aiming directly at the young Spider. Chapter 70. Prepared for you upon seeing Peter Parker in peril, Luke immediately sprang into action to rescue him. Peter Parker slowly raised his hand, silently targeting the Iron Soldier. This scene left Luke momentarily stunned. He recalled a similar moment from the film. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The boy from the movie was none other than Spider-Man. Tony's reflexes were quicker than Luke's. As the G-Zero War Master took off, Tony had already launched into the air. The exceptional performance of the Mark VI armor was fully realized at that moment. The Mark VI soared like a crimson comet, reaching a pinnacle before plummeting abruptly, covering a distance of several meters and delivering a powerful punch that sent the Iron Soldier flying. Following that, he swiftly activated a palm-mounted pulse cannon, obliterating the fallen Iron Soldier in a single shot. Well done, kid, Tony praised as he saved Peter Parker, commending the young hero's courage to raise the palm cannon moments ago. Nonchalantly, he added, however, your equipment could use a bit of, well, Tony intended to say, not quite resembling mine. As Peter Parker turned around, Tony was left speechless to realize that the figure before him was not imitating him at all, but rather the Apostle. The mask adorning Peter Parker's head, upon closer inspection, was undeniably not that of Iron Man. From Luke's perspective, it bore a striking resemblance to the strike freedom of Kira Yamato. In other words, Peter Parker was donning the headpiece of the aerial combat mech, the Apostle mask. As for the palm cannon Peter held, well, that was hardly a palm cannon. Who knows what sort of contraption it truly was. It may have once been a palm cannon, but it certainly was not anymore. A silence enveloped Tony. Observing that Peter Parker was settled, Luke ceased the mech's operations and cast an amused glance at the taciturn Tony. He had not anticipated that this young boy was indeed the little Spider. Whether this was destined by the narrative or a curious butterfly effect triggered by his presence remained a mystery. Alas, it could not be verified. However, it was certain that the individual Tony had just saved was a genuine Apostle enthusiast. One could only imagine the expression on Tony's face beneath the armor, likely one akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Had he thought the world was filled solely with Iron Man admirers? With a sigh, Luke could only lament this fact and sincerely commend the little Spider, saying, Mate, that was quite the assist. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached, casting a nervous glance at Luke and Tony before ushering Peter Parker away. This must be the young Spider's Uncle Ben. Luke then waved his massive mech arm in farewell. Upon seeing this, Peter Parker was utterly elated. System notification, Peter Parker's affection level, 5. System notification, Peter Parker's affection level is now at a maximum of 100 points. System notification, Peter Parker's ability is being replicated. Oh, a series of notifications made Luke eagerly anticipate what skill he would acquire. Finally, it was filled. What skill would he learn? Meanwhile, the several Iron Soldiers that had appeared around them were swiftly dispatched by Tony. He approached Luke and inquired, Why are you here? How much do you know about tonight's events? Where's Ivan Vanko? I was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist you with your predicament, Luke shrugged. As for Ivan Vanko, how should I know? It seems your asking price was too low. They simply couldn't afford me. Tony, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries. Luke mused that perhaps Tony should direct such remarks to the Egghead instead. Tony was currently comparing the Ironmonger from his memories with the War Machine before him. Ultimately, he had to concede that this larger, heavier mech was surprisingly more agile. The technology it bore was evidently more advanced than that of the previous smaller model. JARVIS provided analysis indicating that, aside from a suspicious jet-like weapon beneath the mech's waist, No other weaponry was discernible on the war machine. What on earth would it use to attack? Tony found himself deeply perplexed. In the midst of their conversation, War Machine Rhodes descended from the sky. "Tony, watch out," Rhodes warned. From the very beginning, the suit, transformed by the second iteration of Mark, was regarded by Ivan Vanko as a primary weapon, relentlessly fixating on Tony. Had it not been for Tony's consideration of his friend Rhodey inside, he would have disposed of it long ago. Tony was acutely aware of the destructive capabilities of the war machine. He promptly addressed Luke. "Apostle, can you fly? There are too many people here. Let's engage them elsewhere." The radar displayed an unexpected arrival of over 10 Iron Soldiers in the vicinity. Luke remembered that the number of Iron Soldiers in the film was not nearly so abundant, clearly indicating a deviation from cinematic reality. Without waiting for Luke's response, Tony took off, diverting the war machine's attention. Luke followed closely behind, as the massive feet of the War Monarch expelled a torrent of flames, akin to a rocket launch, propelling it skyward. Luke piloted the War Monarch and swiftly caught up, flying in tandem with Iron Man. The astonishing velocity of their flight astonished Tony. It was evident that this colossal machine possessed a formidable propulsion system beyond his comprehension. It was elemental. Tony was certain that this behemoth utilized that particular magical stone as its energy source. Trailing closely behind them were Rhodey in the war machine and over 10 Iron Soldiers. Below lay a wetland park. "Let us descend there to engage," Tony remarked, noticing a suitable battleground that would not risk civilian casualties. Just then, the war machine abruptly accelerated, colliding with Tony in a manner reminiscent of the day he had embraced Luke while soaring through the winds, and together they plummeted to the ground. Luke could only marvel at the incredible shock absorption technology. Astonishingly, they had not perished upon impact. This height was significantly greater than his previous encounter with Tony. In the wetland park below, Tony and Rhodey grappled fiercely. The war machine mounted Iron Man directly, unleashing a barrage of fire from its Gatling gun. Tony clung desperately to the barrel, as bullets rained around him, sending dirt and grass flying. The war machine's weight firmly pinned down the Mark VI, rendering Tony utterly immobile. Turning his head, Tony called out to the descending Luke, "Aren't you going to help?" "Trust me, you can do this," Luke replied with a light-hearted remark. Frustrated, Tony felt a surge of anger, thinking, "Didn't we agree that you would assist me?" Luke remained unmoved, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, Rhodey suddenly noticed a system unlock message appear before him, and the war machine abruptly shut down, the light in its eyes extinguished. It was then that Tony delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing to the ground. "Thank you, Agent Romanoff. Far more reliable than some." Tony exhaled in relief. "Let's save the banter for later, Tony. I can see a substantial number of enemies approaching you," Black Widow said with a serious expression, as she was currently inside the Hammer Industries building. She and Happy had breached multiple layers of security, but had been unable to locate Ivan Vanko. Soon enough, both Luke and Tony's radars detected an alarming presence. Over 30 Iron Soldiers were approaching. Luke was taken aback. Where did they all come from? This has far exceeded the number depicted in the film. Moments later, over 30 Iron Soldiers descended around Luke and his companions like dumplings falling from the sky, encircling them. From one of the Iron Soldiers, a hoarse and somber voice emerged from the loudspeaker. "Apostle, did you think that after our last encounter, I would be unprepared? These are the preparations I have made for you. Prepare to die alongside Stark." Chapter 71. "Is that you, Pikachu?" Luke instructed Christina to scan the area and discovered that the descending figures were merely ordinary Iron Soldiers. The whip lock was not yet present. It was evident that the whip lock was remotely controlling this particular Iron Soldier, communicating from afar. The words spoken by the whip lock clarified his previous doubts. Why? Despite the film depicting only 30 or so Iron Soldiers, were there now at least double that number? This was likely the butterfly effect at play. His appearance, having revealed himself in Monaco and knocked the whip lock unconscious with a single punch, had evidently prompted the whip lock to prepare a greater number of Iron Soldiers, clearly accounting for him in the equation. Realizing this, Luke scoffed disdainfully. "I am the man ready to confront Thanos head-on. You dare threaten me?" Luke reclined in the mecha cockpit, eager to devise a method to teach the opponent a lesson. War Machine, Rhodey, had regained his freedom and reasserted control over his suit. At that moment, he and Tony stood back to back, vigilant against the overwhelming number of Iron Soldiers surrounding them. "Is that your friend?" Rhodey inquired, gesturing towards Luke. "I do not know him," Tony firmly denied. "Is he the Apostle? Why has he grown so much since our last encounter? If you're curious, you might as well ask him directly," Tony replied with a snort, "but be wary of his tricks." "Tricks? This man has no boundaries, revels in mischief, and excels at self-serving deception," Tony remarked bluntly. "You still claim not to know him? I I do not know him. It seemed that a fierce battle was imminent. Rhodey glanced around. Tony remained silent, still pondering what weapon this massive mecha of the Apostle would wield. What perplexed him further was the powerful energy attack from before. He wondered where that energy had originated. At the time, he had been focused on evading the enemies behind him and had only noticed a dazzling flash on the ground, followed by Jarvis's urgent alarm. The intensity of that energy shockwave had surpassed anything Jarvis could measure, had he not witnessed its source. Tony would have assumed it could only be emitted by a naval destroyer's main electromagnetic cannon. Yet, the Apostle clearly did not possess such a large-caliber main cannon. Lost in thought, the Iron Soldiers opened fire and charged forward. The 30-plus Iron Soldiers split into two groups, with a majority engaging Tony and Rhodey, while the remaining third targeted Luke. The Wetlands Park instantly erupted into flames. The sounds of gunfire and violent explosions echoed in rapid succession, as the brilliant fireworks produced by the Iron Soldiers' explosions lit up the sky. The palm-mounted pulse cannon of the Mark VI fired continuously, easily obliterating one Iron Soldier after another with each shot aimed at its target. The war machine, adorned with heavy weaponry, is unmistakably engineered for the theater of war. With the formidable 6-barreled Gatling gun and dual high-caliber firearms at his disposal, Rhodey's firepower alone rivals that of an entire assault squad. Coupled with armor as robust as that of a tank, while it may falter against formidable foes, it is more than sufficient to handle lesser adversaries. The two engaged fiercely with the Steel Soldiers, while Luke's subsequent actions elucidated a profound lesson in unconventional tactics. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Tony and Rhodey, the towering War Master, standing at 6 meters, thunderously advanced towards the Steel Soldier that had just spoken. From the mecha's speakers, Luke's disguised voice reverberated. "You dare to threaten me? Stop hiding. Come forth. Bring your electric whip and face me directly." Without hesitation, the Steel Soldier unleashed 2 missiles from its shoulder-mounted launcher, hurtling them towards Luke at close range. Remarkably agile for its massive size, the War Master sidestepped one missile, which narrowly missed and detonated against a tree behind it. The second missile followed swiftly, yet Luke countered with a swift motion, deflecting it with a powerful swipe of his hand, sending it crashing down and exploding nearby. Undeterred by the barrage of fire from surrounding Steel Soldiers, the War Master closed the distance to the Steel Soldier in mere strides, towering over it. The disparity in their sizes was striking. With a swift motion, the War Master seized the Steel Soldier, lifting it effortlessly into the air and shaking it vigorously. Luke's voice emanated from the mecha. "Pikachu, is that you, Pikachu?" After a few vigorous shakes, Luke hurled the Steel Soldier to the ground with a thud, stamping on it before unveiling a colossal mecha sword. Tony, taken aback, could hardly comprehend how Luke had produced a 65-meter-long mecha sword from seemingly nowhere. The Apostle had brought such an immense blade along? Where on earth had it come from? Was this truly the principal weapon of the Apostle's massive mecha? Tony found it utterly incomprehensible, juggling the surrounding enemies while rolling his eyes at this bizarre approach. He and his father, Howard, were pioneers and leaders in cutting-edge technology. They were the first to utilize techniques that others lacked, and they ensured that everything they had was constructed from superior materials. Individuals like them could not fathom Luke's decision to forego the use of firearms in favor of wielding melee weaponry. The War Master raised the colossal sword high before bringing it down forcefully, an emphatic slap rather than a slash or chop. With a series of resounding impacts, the Steel Soldier was mercilessly flattened beneath the immense blade, quickly transforming into a heap of scrap metal. The War Master lifted the mangled remains of the Steel Soldier for inspection, its eyes glinting with mischief as it queried, "Pikachu, what has happened to you, Pikachu?" After casting a few fleeting glances, he carelessly discarded it at his feet, producing a dull thud. The warlord stepped onto the remnants of the Steel Soldier, legs apart and spine erect. Suddenly, the sole exhaust port beneath the mecha erupted in flames. A torrid stream of heat gushed forth from Luke's loins. It was an flamethrower. Within mere moments, the charred remains of the Steel Soldier had been reduced to an indistinguishable blackened mass. Luke continued to unleash fire from beneath him, all the while chattering incessantly, "Pikachu, why aren't you talking, Pikachu?" Meanwhile, the Steel Soldiers engaged with Tony and Rhodey redirected their assault, turning their weapons to concentrate fire on Luke. Rotas, nestled within the mecha, raised a tentacle, signaling readiness for action. "I'm about to give you a B." Luke chuckled. "I never realized how challenging it could be to act foolishly. It's quite exhausting. I still need to refine my antics. If the opportunity arises, I must consult someone on how to truly embrace absurdity." Eventually, the flames ceased to spew forth. He maneuvered the warlord to bend down and retrieve the now charred remains. with a semblance of theatricality. The warlord lifted the pitiful leg of the steel soldier and spun it around like Thor's hammer before hurling it with force towards the other steel soldiers. Consider it decided. Go Pikachu. Chapter 72. One punch, and you might die as Luke's mecha began to spout flames. It left not only Tony and Rhodey in astonishment, but also Black Widow. Far away in the Hammer Tower, she observed the whimsical antics of Luke through remote surveillance. A look of exasperation crossed her face as she sighed. This little rascal. She mused to herself about the childlike nature that led him to play amidst battle. Who exactly is Pikachu? Rhodey's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never before witnessed anyone install a flamethrower in such a peculiar location. While the mecha was indeed sizable, was it necessary to be so extravagant, placing it beneath? From his expert perspective, he noted other, more suitable positions for installation, such as the arms or waist. Yet those areas remained vacant, devoid of any mounts. Was this a quirk of the designer? Rhodey felt somewhat perplexed. Conversely, Tony found himself surprisingly unperturbed. It was unmistakably the style of an apostle, and a peculiar feeling washed over him. Ordinarily, he would have been inclined to deliver sharp-witted remarks and scornful retorts about such antics. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The sole reason being the identity of the individual involved. When it comes to the apostle, any outlandish behavior seemed par for the course. He had nearly grown accustomed to it. Phantom sword dance. After dispatching another steel soldier with a roasted Pikachu, Luke raised his colossal sword high, executing a masterful technique akin to slicing through vegetables. This depiction was no exaggeration. The Phantom Sword Dance was not merely a complex combination of 24 strikes. Each slash was imbued with sword energy. In the nascent era of the Marvel Universe, when vibranium had yet to become widespread, wielding a sword forged from pure adamantium alloy was akin to possessing a formidable weapon of divine origin. Moreover, this very sword was employed by a colossal mech, amplifying its might through the machine's capabilities. Luke estimated that this sword would serve him well at least until the conclusion of the first Avengers film, although it would likely require replacement by the time of Thor: The Dark World. This mission also promised a reward in the form of another sword, presumably of commendable quality. Given its system origin, he was already contemplating a transition to a dual-wielding Berserker class. The scene culminated in Luke performing solo. While the towering mech known as the Warlord moved with surprising agility, its seemingly heavy steps belied by remarkable swiftness. Each strike of the Warlord's sword resulted in the immediate immobilization of one or two steel soldiers, who were left behind as the Warlord advanced. Moments later, explosions erupted one after another. Even those merely grazed by the sword's edge were not spared. The Warlord continued its rapid advance, its colossal blade carving exquisite trails of light, effortlessly cleaving through the hapless steel soldiers that fell before it. As the Warlord's movements grew increasingly fluid, its rotating steps resembled a dance of death. In a matter of seconds, not a single steel soldier remained standing. Only debris littered the ground. Kill them, Rotas exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. He seemed to reminisce about the days when he wielded countless swords, vanquishing foes across the ocean of the demon realm. With renewed fervor, Rotas began to urge Luke on. Luke, there are two more over there. Let us take them out together. What do you say? Luke turned to see Rotas pointing at Tony and Rhodey. Those two are off limits, he replied with an eye roll. Why not? Rotas retorted. That Stark fellow. Every time he shows up, it irks me. One day, I shall eliminate him, Rotas declared with unwavering conviction. Luke felt a pang of embarrassment, offering a silent eulogy for Tony for 3 seconds in advance. Fire belched from beneath Rhodey, but Tony remained unfazed. After all, it was characteristic of the Apostles. However, the brief yet intense slaughter they had just witnessed left Tony utterly astounded. The masterful swordsmanship displayed was so extraordinary that even an outsider like Tony could discern its uniqueness. What he had just witnessed was undoubtedly a display of mastery, not something just anyone could replicate. Even Tony found himself secretly acknowledging the sheer coolness of the moment. How does he excel at everything? Combat, swordsmanship. What is his true identity? Tony pondered, his expression growing serious within his suit. It seemed that Fury had recruited him with the intention of including him in some clandestine plan. He resolved to find a moment to have J.A.R.V.I.S. breach S.H.I.E.L.D.S. database in search of information regarding the Apostles. Rhodey, after gaping in astonishment for a prolonged moment, managed to utter, Tony, you better tell me that S an ally. Tony shrugged. For now it is. Then I'm relieved, Rhodey replied. Just as Rhodey finished speaking, Tony suddenly raised his hand, an arc of energy igniting at his palm, aimed squarely at Luke. The sixth iteration of the Mark suit had undergone significant improvements compared to its predecessors. The palm-shaped arc pulse cannon and the chest-mounted reactor cluster cannon are two of the notable weapons. Furthermore, it appears that due to the use of explosive magical energy from the arc reactor, the power of these two weapons seemed to be somewhat heightened during the recent battle. At least Luke felt that their potency exceeded that of their cinematic counterparts. From a distance of several meters, Tony fired a shot that struck Luke on the shoulder. The warlord remained unmoved, while Luke gazed at Tony with a look of bewilderment. Tony shrugged, remarking, "Sorry, you're just too big a target. Accidental injury. Accidental injury. My foot." Luke knew full well that Tony was merely being petulant, using a flimsy excuse to retaliate against him. Indeed, Tony was seeking vengeance for the numerous times Luke had bested him. He had not forgotten the first instance in Monaco, when Luke falsely accused him of a certain orientation in front of the audience. The second time, he had sought Luke's assistance for research, only to receive the promised antidote via express delivery, nearly costing him his life. The third incident involved the inexplicable hacking of JARVIS, for which Tony was certain the apostles were responsible, despite lacking concrete evidence. "You may retaliate," Tony said nonchalantly. "This one can," came the cheeky retort from Lotus, who chuckled on Luke's shoulder, having conveniently forgotten that just a minute prior, it had encouraged Luke to eliminate Tony. Luke took a few steps forward, towering over Iron Man, manipulating the mech. He raised his fist and declared, "Do you realize that with this punch, you might meet your demise?" Tony looked up at the gigantic fist, which was nearly the size of a truck's front end. After a moment, he relented. He regarded Luke's regression into such techniques with disdain. "How about we find an opportunity for a sparring match?" Luke lowered his fist, countering without hesitation, thinking to himself that without escalating the situation, there would be no chance to earn points. He was already prepared to engage Tony once more, just as he had after the incident in France. Had Eggy ever mentioned controlling the situation? He could hardly remember. Black Widow coughed softly into the channel, indicating she had heard Luke's words. "Tony, I'm receiving reports that another Iron Soldier is heading your way. This one appears to be distinct," she cautioned. Upon hearing this, Luke immediately recognized that the Electric Pikachu had finally arrived. He quietly activated his Light of Vengeance. Chapter 73. The resentment of Vanko. Luke and his companions gazed upward at the somewhat overcast sky. Amidst the dark clouds, a streak of light flashed. Moments later, a black iron-colored Iron Soldier crashed to the ground. To their surprise, the faceplate of the Iron Soldier opened upwards, revealing a familiar visage, Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. Strictly speaking, this could no longer be termed an Iron Soldier, but rather a true iron suit. Embedded within the chest of this dark-hued armor was a luminous arc reactor. The overall physique of the suit was considerably taller and bulkier than Tony S. Mark VI. The surface of the armor was encased in heavy plating, embodying the rugged style typical of a battle-hardened nation. A smirk graced his face as he surveyed the three individuals present, though his eyes held a chilling coldness. Tony and Rhodey stood side by side, with the towering figure of Luke behind them. Rhodey lowered his voice, expressing concern about the dire situation. Tony, encased in his Iron Man suit, wore a grave expression. At that moment, across from them, Ivan Vanko intertwined his hands and with a commanding gesture, summoned two long electric whips that crackled with fierce blue and white lightning. The arc reactor in his suit had undergone a second enhancement, providing ample power, and the might of these electric whips was evidently far superior to what they had encountered in Monaco. Ivan gazed arrogantly at the trio, his intent unmistakable, a challenge. Stepping forward, Rhodey asserted, "I intend to employ a special weapon against him. Allow me to use the ex-wife missile." Tony looked bewildered. "Ex-wife? What do you mean?" On Rhodey's shoulder, a missile launcher emerged, revealing a small missile. Indeed, the infamous ex-wife missile from Hammer Industries. This suit had been modified by Hammer Industries, and the weaponry attached was a product of their craftsmanship. Justin Hammer had once boasted that the ex-wife missile was his finest creation, regarding it as a treasure, likening it to a premium cigar laced with gunpowder. Unfamiliar with the ex-wife missile, Tony was uncertain of its implications, sensing that what was about to unfold would be hard to watch. Rhodey launched the missile, which zipped away and hurtled towards Ivan Vanko, merely 10 meters away. Strangely, Ivan seemed disinclined to evade the attack, even leaving his helmet raised, wearing a calm and mocking expression as he watched the missile approach. The ex-wife missile struck Ivan squarely in the chest, producing a metallic clang. Subsequently, the missile fell silently to the ground, landing in a puddle where it sputtered sparks momentarily like a firecracker submerged in water, and then there was nothing more. Rhodey quietly stowed the launcher. "Hammer's weapon?" Tony inquired, his tone laced with incredulity, leaving Rhodey speechless. Let me handle this. Tony began to speak, but Luke cleared his throat behind them. In the original narrative, Tony and Rhodey, despite a struggle, ultimately vanquished the whip-wielding foe. Luke, however, had no intention of remaining a mere spectator, as it did not align with his interests. With the current mission only meriting a B rating, he could only acquire a single purple quality weapon. This was unacceptable. His aspirations demanded at least an S rating. Stepping forward, Luke addressed Ivan Vanko, saying, "You've reached your stop, comrade." Ivan sneered, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. "The Apostle? You were never part of my plan. However, now that you stand with Stark, you are my enemy. The world will witness the fall of the Apostle." Luke reflected inwardly, recognizing Ivan as yet another formidable adversary eager to stir chaos. Regrettably, this comrade encountered misfortune upon crossing paths with him. "I believe you have misunderstood," Luke remarked coolly. "Do you truly think that by defeating him, or by vanquishing me, you may tarnish our reputations? Or is it that you believe your triumph over us will restore the honor of the Vank family? Is it your line of thought?" Ivan Vank remained silent, merely emitting a cold grunt, as if in acknowledgement. "You are gravely mistaken," Luke continued with disdain. "I contend that you do not comprehend the essence of a superhero. A superhero embodies a spirit. Though their physical form may be vanquished, they rise again. Simultaneously, the spirit of a superhero seeps into the hearts of all. You are a fool. Indeed, I am referring to you, a quintessentially foolish individual. When you struck down Tony, you inadvertently crafted a heroic image for him. And you are merely a villain, the kind that is both foolish and inept. Quite the opposite. No one will remember who you are. You shall bear but one label: villain." Tony, having listened to Luke's remarks, displayed a slight change in expression. He had not anticipated that the Apostle would speak on his behalf. Ivan Vank's demeanor, however, turned decidedly less amicable. In truth, from the very inception of his desire for vengeance against Stark, it stemmed from a deep-seated rage. His father succumbed to depression, a fate he attributed to the name Stark. The so-called vengeance he sought was merely a misguided outlet for his grief over his father's loss. By now, he should have comprehended this, though he was loath to admit it. Yet, Luke had effortlessly stripped away his fragile facade with but a few words. Ivan Vank was perplexed as to why the Apostle possessed such insight into his inner turmoil. All he recognized was that his anger had found a genuine target. In stark contrast to the original narrative, this time Ivan Vank did not set his sights on Tony and Rhodey. Instead, he launched his assault against Luke. With a fierce swing of his right arm, wielding the electrifying whip, he suddenly lashed out at Luke with ferocity. "Is your resentment truly that profound?" Luke mused, considering that he had merely unveiled a scar. There was no need for such earnestness. He relished this confrontation and had long awaited Ivan Vank strike against him. He recalled that in the film, the whip's most formidable maneuver involved ensnaring Iron Man and releasing a powerful current from the arc reactor to disrupt the suit's operation. Although Tony had enhanced the armor with some resistance to electrical shocks, every defense has its limits. Prolonged exposure to the arc reactor's high-voltage discharge would prove insufferable, even for Mark VI. Just as depicted in the film, Ivan Vank's electric whip swiftly coiled around the arm of the G-Zero warlord. A surge of potent electricity was unleashed. Due to the warlord's immense size, he could only encircle the arm. Yet, that was sufficient for Luke. "I believe I have been attacked," Luke remarked with a mischievous grin. Ivan Vank hesitated momentarily, but before he could react, a thunderous clap resonated overhead, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended ominously toward him. Chapter 74. The unyielding radiance of restoration. This bolt of lightning struck Ivan Vank with bewildering force. Ivan Vank raised his head in confusion, but found himself alone. In the next moment, an unexpected flash of lightning appeared, striking down just above him without delay. Instantly, his eyes rolled back, and his entire body shuddered. Unlike the exaggerated depictions in comics, where one struck by lightning appears charred and blackened, the vengeful lightning unleashed was powerful enough to affect a normal person. However, enduring it continuously would surely be unbearable. Although this was a Marvel universe, not everyone was immune to lightning. Inside the cockpit of the warlord, the display screens before Luke trembled violently, clearly affected by the intense current of the electric whip. The lightning descending from the vengeance of light was also transmitted through the electric whip, continuously surging into the warlord. There was no notion of one's abilities failing to harm oneself. This was the real world. Nevertheless, Luke had long prepared for such a scenario. When constructing the G-Zero warlord, he had implemented various insulation designs specifically to combat the electric whip. Thus, while several inner layers of the mech might sustain damage, Luke himself remained completely safe within. "Assistant, is it done?" "It's done, Master." The opponent's arc reactor has been locked down. The electric whip will continue to function, Christina replied with a cheerful smile. Excellent work, Luke said, then inquired, how long can the machine sustain this? Conservatively, over 20 minutes. That's sufficient. Luke's lips curled into a slight smile. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. As another bolt of lightning struck, Ivan Wank shook his dazed head, forcing himself to regain clarity. The series of strikes had left him somewhat disoriented. At that moment, he surmised that this must be the work of Luke, with his high intelligence. It was no surprise that he could replicate the arc reactor merely from the schematics. However, Luke would not grant him his wish. With a mischievous grin, Luke maneuvered the warlord to seize the electric whip. Subsequently, the warlord wrapped the whip around its arm twice. Through the electric whip, Luke firmly connected himself to Ivan Wank. Don't stop. Keep going. We must enjoy this together. Luke shouted enthusiastically. Yes, hit harder. Ivan Wank immediately attempted to cut off the power supply, only to be astonished to find that the exosuit's operating system had malfunctioned. This was not like the previous encounter in Monaco, where he had held the electric whip in his hands. This time, the electric whip and the exosuit were designed as an integrated system. With the system failing, he could not even detach himself from the suit. The electric whip continued to bombard Luke. Suddenly, there were crackling sounds and thunderous lightning repeatedly erupted above Ivan Wank. The vengeance of light was triggered again and again. A thicker and more formidable bolt of lightning struck down towards Ivan Wank, with no means of evasion. He braced himself to endure it. Instantly, he was convulsed by the force of the lightning. As the lightning struck in rapid succession, Ivan Vanko trembled uncontrollably, his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. The electric current coursed through his battle suit, rendering him akin to a mouse ensnared in a can, relentlessly subjected to the onslaught of thunderbolts. In the realm of DNF, the ability, known as Revenge of Light, possesses a unique trait. Upon activation, it has a slight chance to trigger lightning during offensive maneuvers, while being attacked by foes almost guarantees a lightning strike. This embodies the essence of revenge. Thus, a formidable technique emerged in the PK arena, aptly named Unyielding Radiance. The formidable Azuras, with their remarkable prowess, developed this technique, which is a true manifestation of awakening. Those who wield this ability are the most exceptional Azuras, awakened to their masochistic tendencies, embodying nobility, purity, and a departure from base pleasures, serving the greater good of the people. Merely 2 minutes elapsed, and Ivan Vanko's eyes rolled back, foam escaping his lips. This spectacle left Tony and Rhodey, who stood nearby, utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? Where did all this lightning come from? Jarvis, have you detected anything? Tony inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was at a loss for words, fully aware that this was no natural phenomenon. Lightning never strikes the same location repeatedly, let alone in such relentless succession upon a single individual, a blatant violation of the laws of nature. For Tony, who revered the spirit of scientific inquiry, this was extraordinarily bizarre. The God of Thunder remarked, I can do this all day. Tony had a hunch that this was yet another trick from the apostles, akin to that elusive orange defensive field he had yet to decipher, likely a manifestation of some novel technology. Luke felt that this moment warranted a fitting soundtrack. How could such an exhilarating spectacle occur without music? All right, Master, Christina cheerfully replied. However, the music that ensued was far removed from what Luke had envisioned. Yee. Selling days. Luke was instantly petrified. Assistant, what is this? I meant the accompaniment, not the sound. Which one? Christina inquired playfully. The music. Didn't the Master request a climactic soundtrack? She continued with a grin. No objections there, Rotas nodded in agreement. Luke harbored grave suspicions that Christina was deliberately being mischievous. It was undoubtedly intentional. At that moment, the atmosphere was profoundly silent, save for the crackling of lightning and the peculiar sounds emitted by the warlord. Tony's expression was one of perplexity. Each action of the apostles left him at a loss for words, struggling to find an adequate descriptor. In the Hammer Industries headquarters, Black Widow was caught between laughter and exasperation. Listening to the increasingly raucous sounds through her headset, she chuckled inwardly, cursing the little rascal who reveled in mischief. Strange lightning, peculiar accompaniment, and, most bizarrely, the atmosphere itself. Chapter 75. A severe beating for young Tony. Luke instructed Christina to cease the energy supply from the arc reactor on Ivan Vanko's suit. The vengeance of light ceased to manifest. Within the charred battle armor struck by lightning, Ivan Vanko's eyes rolled back, foam escaping his lips, his sunburned face contorting as his muscles twitched. Yet, in his gaze, a semblance of sanity had evidently vanished. The formidable antagonist of Iron Man 2, Ivan Vanko, met his demise inexplicably, having only managed to strike once before his downfall. Even in the film, after being vanquished by Tony and Rhodey, he was unable to utter the defiant words, "Stark, you have lost." It seems that at this moment, this scheming individual, intent on causing chaos, was already en route to meet his maker. "Young man, I must inform you that you have attained my A-grade assessment. You are now eligible to receive one of my heroic quality collectibles," announced Lotus to Luke. However, Luke replied, "Not sufficient." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already released the electric whip. The War Master's eyes gleamed suddenly, and without warning, he launched a punch directly at Tony. Tony was taken aback. A resounding crash echoed. He felt as if a speeding truck had collided with him head-on, his body propelled like a cannonball, hurtling through the air. Subsequently, he crashed through a copse of trees, eventually tumbling to the ground. Moments later, Tony rose from the earth, evidently unscathed. Luke had anticipated this punch. Tony was likely none the worse for wear. The affluent magnate had utilized vibranium in his Mark VI suit. Tony was blissfully unaware of the extent to which Luke understood his Iron Man armor. In his previous life, Luke had indeed been an admirer of Iron Man, particularly drawn to Tony's brash and arrogant persona. However, that was from the perspective of an observer. Now, having engaged with a real person, Luke's sentiments had shifted. Tony was a man capable of driving opponents to madness and rendering women enthralled in his presence. He could not fathom what frenzy had overtaken Luke. Rhodey stood beside him, equally dumbfounded. Where was their supposed ally? In the next instant, the 6-meter-tall War Master vanished right before the eyes of Tony and Rhodey, disappearing without a trace. An eerie sound continued to echo. Cloaking technology? Within the iron suit, Tony's expression reflected surprise. This flawless cloaking technology reminded him of a defensive field. He was compelled to concede that the techniques displayed by the Apostle surpassed his own by 5 to 10 years. Well, more accurately, by 10 to 15 years, but no more. He had encountered optical cloaking technology before. He had researched it himself and had developed a relatively mature version. However, it still fell short of achieving the perfect cloaking effect demonstrated in this combat scenario. "Jarvis, what is the status?" "Thermal response? Confirmed ineffective." Indeed, this was a highly advanced technology, Tony mused, furrowing his brow. Luke's regard for Tony had dwindled to naught. At this moment, the affinity Tony displayed in his system remained at a stagnant zero. Consequently, he resolved not to invest further efforts in enhancing Tony's favor, as there were numerous other characters within the Marvel Universe whose favor could be cultivated. The young Spider had already achieved a significant milestone, stealthily acquiring skills. Remaining within the Avengers, there were still formidable figures such as Hulk, Thor, and the Sorcerer Supreme, among others. As for Tony, he was better suited for the role of a target for his mischief. Whether he could elevate from an A rank to an S rank hinged on his ability to outsmart him. After all, when could one seize the opportunity to tease him, if not now? Should he wait until the future, when Tony, besieged by anxiety post the New York battle, will be frantically changing suits? Within a year, transitioning from Mark 7 to Mark 42? It's worth noting that between Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2, including the Mark I in the cave, Tony had only upgraded his armored suits 6 times. By the time of the first Avengers film, he was still donned in Mark 7. Following the battle against extraterrestrial forces in the first Avengers, Tony succumbed to severe paranoia, believing that there were always nefarious individuals plotting against him. Thus, he confined himself at home, obsessively tinkering with his suits. Over the course of 2.5 years, he advanced from Mark 7 to Mark 42. At that time, his armors had become remarkably sophisticated, as Tony had assimilated extensive extraterrestrial technology from the Chitauri and innovated many of his own. Interestingly, once Tony resolved his anxiety in Iron Man, he again fell into a state of lethargy. 3 years passed from Iron Man to Avengers, Age of Ultron, during which time he merely made incremental improvements, transitioning from Mark 42 to Mark 4, still based on the foundations of Mark 42. After the Ultron saga, perhaps feeling the pressure of time, Tony began to evolve his suits once more. Fast forward to a decade later, when Thanos emerged, Tony was equipped with the Mark 50, the renowned nanotech suit, seamlessly merging with his body and capable of transforming at will. It was powerful enough to confront Thanos directly, albeit resulting in defeat. At present, Tony could be considered the weakest version of himself. Luke's rebirth coincided perfectly with the release of the Avengers, and he vividly remembered the scene where Tony faced Thanos alone. Yet now, the technological prowess of the Warlord could easily overpower the Mark 6. The celestial technology was not merely for show, it was a stark reality. Even in terms of materials, there was still a gap. As a wealthy benefactor, It was evident that Tony had utilized vibranium in the Mark VI. Thus, the question arises, if not now, when would one take advantage of Tony? Should he wait until facing the blood edge? At that point, it would be far less enjoyable to bully him compared to now, where overpowering him was immensely gratifying. Luke, in matters such as these, had always been astute. As soon as Luke finished his statement, the warlord fell into a profound silence. The eerie background sound effects abruptly ceased. Suddenly, Tony raised his hand, and the arc reactor of his suit illuminated, only for him to be propelled forcefully once again, crashing dozens of meters away. In the nocturnal environment, Rhodey found himself drenched in cold sweat, catching a glimpse of the faint glimmer emanating from the colossal mech sword. He pondered whether it would be prudent to retreat amidst the celestial clash unfolding around him. Chapter 76, Warlord vs. Mark VI. Suddenly, Luke's invisible form came to a halt. Christina alerted him to the unsettling movements among the remnants of the Steel Soldiers, deducing that the self-destruct countdown had been initiated. Luke recalled that in Iron Man 3, Ivan Vanko had triggered the self-destruction of all Steel Soldiers, culminating in a spectacular display of fireworks. To his astonishment, it appeared that Vanko's demise had also activated the self-destruction mechanism. Tony, though my immediate instinct is to strike you, I strongly advise you to rescue your friend first. These Steel Soldiers are on the verge of explosion, Luke communicated urgently to Tony. Just as Tony regained his footing, he was taken aback by the mention of Pepper. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot into the night sky like a rocket, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the exhibition venue. Luke cast a glance at Rhodey, who remained silent before launching into the air to pursue Tony. Rhodey stood frozen for a moment, grappling with the decision to follow. He felt his presence would be inconsequential and was still uncertain about the dynamics between Tony and the Apostle, making it unwise to intervene recklessly. Yet, not following was equally unfeasible. He was the military's sole eyes and ears in this situation. He had already received multiple calls from high-ranking officials demanding to know what transpired that evening. In the sky, the communication feed displayed Black Widow's reproachful visage. "Luke, what are you doing? The mission is over. Hello, Natasha. Goodbye." Luke decisively terminated the communication, refusing to accept any further calls. Inside Hammer Tower, Black Widow pressed her forehead in frustration, her head throbbing. She had not anticipated that, with the mission concluded, Luke would engage Tony in conflict. What deep-seated animosity existed between these two? Why did they always resort to physical confrontation upon meeting? Never mind. I shall leave it to BSS to handle, she resolved, retrieving her communicator to contact Egg. In the original film, Tony narrowly saved Pepper, who was standing beside the wreckage of a Steel Soldier. This time, with Luke's timely warning. There was ample time. Upon spotting Pepper in mid-air, Tony dove down to embrace her, and they landed atop a nearby building. Just as Pepper prepared to express her dissatisfaction, Tony instructed, "Stay here and don't move." He then ascended into the sky once more. Meanwhile, Rhodey had also landed on the rooftop, removing his helmet. As Pepper remained in a state of confusion, Rhodey's hesitation was abruptly interrupted by a colossal figure soaring through the sky, crashing directly into Tony and sending him plummeting to the ground. "Oh my God," Pepper gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Rhodey opened his mouth, contemplating whether it was best to refrain from getting involved. After all, his own life was at stake. On the ground, Luke stood and quickly reactivated his invisibility. Just as Tony regained his footing, he was again sent flying, struck by an unseen colossal fist that slammed him into the earth. After bouncing several times, he managed to rise and swiftly ascended once more. J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze the environment and locate him, Tony commanded with a grave expression. "Analysis in progress, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Tony believed that this invisibility was not without its flaws. While the entity was cloaked from sight, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Every minute clue could betray the target's presence. "Found it, sir." Jarvis, being a semi-artificial intelligence housed within a supercomputer, utilized calculations of ground temperature variations and subtle shifts in light to simulate a blurry outline of the figure, displaying it before Tony. On the simulated screen, the 6-meter-tall War Master loomed like a colossal specter, lurking in an unseen realm. Tony raised both hands into the air, simultaneously firing arc pulse cannons towards the ground. Below, Luke thought to himself, as expected of Tony. He manipulated the joystick, commanding the War Master to raise its massive mechanical sword, positioning it defensively in front. Unfortunately, the magic box had not yielded a block this time. A faint tremor resonated beneath them, the force of the pulse cannon's kinetic energy meeting the sword's defense. Luke decided to abandon his invisibility. With a powerful thrust, the War Master leaped into the air, suddenly appearing directly in front of Tony. With a thunderous sound, the mechanical sword sliced through the air, unleashing a cutting wind. The superior performance of the Mark suit allowed Tony to narrowly evade the direct assault. However, he had not anticipated the sword's aura. Consequently, he was struck by an unseen energy blade. In astonishment, he heard a clang and was abruptly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The War Master followed suit, bringing the sword down from above. They descended onto a plaza adorned with brilliant light fountains, their illumination dazzling. Yet now, the area was devoid of any spectators. They had long since fled. A few daring tourists and journalists lingered hundreds of meters away, cameras in hand, capturing the scene. This had become the perfect battleground for the two combatants. What would happen if a 5-meter-long, 1-meter-wide mechanical sword were to be struck against the ground by an equally large mech? The result would be a fissure several meters deep and half a meter wide. The earlier inexplicable strike left Tony perplexed. Jarvis? He inquired. Sir, that appeared to be a form of energy wind. Although invisible, it is not difficult to predict. Display it for me. Consequently, a visual representation calculated by Jarvis appeared before Tony, revealing the exaggerated attack range of the War Master's colossal sword. Within mere meters of proximity, one would be susceptible to that same attack. Strike, kill, smash. Rotas excitedly chattered in Luke's ear, eager to showcase the Apostle's powers to the world. Luke's face was etched with intense concentration, his adrenaline surging. Ultimately, Tony opted for a ranged attack, relinquishing the notion of close combat. With a flourish, his arc pulse cannons unleashed a torrent of projectiles towards Luke, and indeed, it was as if they were free of cost. The energy from the arc reactor was more potent than depicted in films, and the magical energy excelled in explosive releases, perfectly aligning with the nature of the pulse cannon's assault. However, the surface layer of the Warlord, composed of Edmund alloy, perfectly negated the kinetic assault of the pulse cannon, rendering Tony's attempts ineffective. Sir, the opponent has employed Edmund alloy, Jarvis analyzed. Quite a formidable opponent. Tony huffed through his nose. Luke was also aware that, relying solely on brute force, he could not penetrate the extraordinary defenses of the vibranium. Both sides seemed ensnared in a stalemate, unable to breach each other's defenses. To dismantle the opponent's fortifications, one would need to summon true skill. The defenses of the Mark suit were not insurmountable. Tony had only incorporated a minimal amount of vibranium into his armor. After all, he was not Black Panther, who had access to vast resources. Substantial quantities of vibranium were not easily obtainable, even for the affluent. Luke faced a similar predicament. His vulnerability lay in the fact that only the outer layer possessed a robust coating, and under severe kinetic shock, the interior could still sustain damage. Gradually, both combatants began to exhibit signs of frustration. One curry stick, Luke exclaimed as he unleashed a devastating slash with his sword, the Shura Evil Light slash. Although it missed Tony, it severed the roof of the distant exhibition hall, which began to collapse with a thunderous roar. Tony's triangular arc reactor in his chest suddenly blazed to life, and in an instant, a massive energy cannon launched, striking the colossal warlord and sending Luke sprawling to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the warlord rose again, engaging with a flurry of 24 sword strikes. In mere moments, the surrounding fountains, sculptures, and plaza were reduced to ruins by their ferocious clash. Tony, having exhausted his resources, remained unconcerned. As for Luke, he believed that the damages incurred would be compensated by Tony and S.H.I.L.D. What? You want me to pay? Sorry, I'm broke. His attitude was unapologetically brazen. Feeling upset? Come and bite me. I'll sue you for child abuse. One curry stick, a sword wave, several meters wide, once again swept towards Tony. Jarvis, channel all the energy from the arc reactor to me. Thus, an extraordinarily massive arcane energy cannon surged forth. The two forces collided. A visible shockwave erupted, sweeping across the area. In an instant, the glass of nearby skyscrapers hundreds of meters away shattered into fragments. The battleground was left desolate. And several hundred meters away, reporters risked their lives to capture this unprecedented spectacle, their faces a mix of fear and uncontainable excitement, anticipating another headline news by dawn. In the Arctic Circle, the specific location remained classified. This day marked a historic moment for the older generation of Americans. One of them, a man known as Egg, gazed upon the frozen form of Captain America, Steve Rogers, along with the conspicuously prominent Star-Spangled Shield being recovered by machinery. A smug smile spread across Egg's dark visage. That little brat actually asked me for this shield? Doesn't he know it's inseparable from its captain? However, this misjudgment inadvertently led Egg to lower his estimation of Luke's intelligence-gathering capabilities. With a toothy grin, Egg thought, that little brat isn't so formidable after all. Just as his mood lifted, he received a communication from Black Widow. What did you say? He asked, fighting Tony again. The bystanders noticed a change in Director Liu's tone. What transpired? Who engaged in a confrontation? What fueled BSS's ire? Liu Dan felt utterly fatigued as he gazed at the dismal scenes unfolding in the video, realizing he had grossly underestimated Luke's propensity for chaos. While causing mayhem might be trivial, after all, which division operates without mischief? The pressing concern was that his Avengers had yet to coalesce, and discord had already begun among potential members. He deemed it time for these two children, one large and one small, to sit down and engage in a serious discussion. Chapter 77. A Gesture of Reconciliation? New York. Outside the exhibition hall, in the plaza, Luke lay in the cockpit, panting slightly. His grip on the dragonhorn joystick slick with perspiration. The challenge posed by Mark's armor was far greater than he had anticipated. The primary reason for this was vibranium. He had severely underestimated its capabilities. In reality, vibranium was far more formidable than he had ever imagined, a veritable anomaly. This metal was not only indestructible, but could also absorb virtually any form of energy. Most astonishingly, it could store and reutilize the energy it absorbed. Just moments ago, Luke executed a Shura evil light slash, the edge of his sword grazing Tony. However, aside from being propelled back over 100 meters, Tony's armored suit remained unscathed. On the contrary, he quickly retaliated with a chest-mounted uni-beam directed at Luke. The energy contained within that uni-beam, in addition to the arc reactor's inherent magical energy, bore the force of Azura's fluctuations. Vibranium was truly extraordinary. Luke was envious to the point of nearly drooling. Within the cockpit, several red alarm lights flickered incessantly beside Luke's small face, indicative of structural damage to the War Master. After Christina's diagnosis, she reported that the War Master's core structure had sustained 7 damage but could still engage in battle. Most of this damage resulted from Tony's exceptionally potent uni-beam. In contrast, the quick and efficient palm-mounted arc pulse cannon posed no threat to him. After a few uses, Tony promptly abandoned it. The main reason was not that it was ineffective against the War Master, but rather that each pulse inexplicably resulted in him being struck by lightning. Tony remained perplexed by the nature of this electricity, and Jarvis had no conclusions either. This high-energy laser cutting appeared to be a one-time use weapon, usable only once during combat. However, regrettably, Tony had aimed both high-energy lasers at Luke for a full 10 seconds, resulting in nothing more than a snide remark from Luke. Ultimately, lasers at their core are merely electromagnetic waves, inflicting electrical and thermal damage to objects. However, this temperature posed no threat to the adamantium alloy, which could withstand temperatures exceeding 500 degrees Celsius without a hint of deformation. It was akin to a mere tickle. Luke was acutely aware of his mech's vulnerability, a fear of kinetic damage. Meanwhile, thermal and electrical damage, mitigated by a layer of adamantium coating, rendered him virtually immune. Tony remained oblivious to this fact. He observed that, regardless of the method of attack he employed, the colossal beast before him, larger than the Iron Titan, remained virtually impervious. Only the concentrated energy of his reactor-powered cannon could slightly disturb the adversary. Tony assessed the threat level of the War Master to be significantly greater than that of the Iron Titan. The Mark suit was a formidable piece of technology, equipped with an array of capabilities, including underwater operations. In addition to the few weapons he had already deployed, this suit was also armed with several types of miniature missiles, such as dozens of micro-armor-piercing rounds. The micro-launchers mounted on the shoulders of the iron suit had previously been utilized in a film to counteract the whiplock. After careful consideration, Tony decided against using these armor-piercing rounds, unaware that their impact would have been quite effective. While they could not penetrate the surface of the War Master, the kinetic energy they would impart could indeed create significant internal disturbances. Ultimately, Tony recalled that he still possessed a formidable weapon, an anti-tank missile, specifically designed to combat heavy units. He had employed it against tanks in the Middle East, and this behemoth before him certainly fit the criteria. However, he ultimately abandoned this plan. Despite the repeated provocations from the Apostle, the two seemed to be inherently at odds. Yet it had not escalated to the point where he felt compelled to deploy missiles. Tony glanced around. The once beautiful square was now thoroughly devastated. Clearly, the situation had escalated. The destruction wrought by the two of them tonight far exceeded that caused by Hammer's steel soldiers. His gaze fell upon the distant venue, which had collapsed halfway, its devastation at least several dozen times greater. All of this was the apostle's doing, who fought without restraint. Tony was unconcerned about the repair costs. He merely wished to ascertain how much longer this confrontation would last. From the outset, this battle had struck him as utterly perplexing. Just as Tony abandoned the idea of launching missiles at Luke silently retrieved the only grenade he had crafted from the storage space, made of Edmund alloy. Luke's intentions mirrored those of Tony. He harbored no deep-seated animosity towards him and merely sought to earn points, deeming it unnecessary to employ such a devastating weapon. This device was indiscriminate within a kilometer radius, and its use would inevitably harm even himself. Apostle, we need to have a serious discussion, Tony declared, standing 30 meters across from Luke. Discuss what? Luke's tone softened slightly. Moments ago, Roth had informed him that their mission rating had reached an A level. In Roth's words, Luke's penchant for seeking trouble had proven to be his most disgraceful act of the evening. He had indeed stooped to a new low. An A-level rating corresponded to a blueprint for a divine-grade weapon, a treasured item from Roth's years of collection. I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this conflict. Tony gestured to the utterly wrecked square surrounding them and pointed towards the timid journalists in the distance. I do not see any reason for us to escalate the situation to this extent, even though I harbor a strong dislike for you. However, I must express that such a confrontation is utterly devoid of meaning. You should be acutely aware that victory is not within your grasp. Oh, is that so? Luke, ensconced within his mech, smirked and remarked, "Is this your method of negotiation? If you desire a battle, we can certainly arrange another time and place. But this evening is not suitable. The circumstances here have already deteriorated significantly," Tony asserted. Moments ago, he had received several urgent calls, including one from the president himself, as well as another from Egghead, both imploring him to cease hostilities immediately. Luke, piloting the War Master, shrugged nonchalantly. What if we opted for a truce instead? A handshake? Tony hesitated, skepticism etched across his face. Luke, maneuvering his mech with a thunderous gait, ambled towards Tony. It's merely a handshake, fret not. Trust me, I just tested it. A punch from me won't kill you. Tony was at a loss as to how he would manage to shake hands with such a colossal figure. He recognized the deceit underlying Luke's demeanor. He was all too familiar with this style and suspected that the apostle was up to no good again. Yet, he could not fathom Luke's true intentions. Chapter 78, The Art of Absorption. Tony maintained a vigilant stance, keenly observing the approaching Luke. The two stood facing each other, a distance of 16 meters between them. Let us establish a truce. Indeed, I find this altercation quite tedious, Luke declared nonchalantly. Tony still felt compelled to inquire. How am I supposed to shake hands with someone of your stature? Suddenly, Luke looked up and exclaimed, "Look quickly. There is someone in the sky, wielding a hammer." Tony glanced upwards, only to discover that the sky was devoid of any such spectacle. He had been duped. In a swift motion, the War Master lunged forward, seizing Tony in its grasp. Tony found himself ensnared within the colossal hand of the mech, hoisted high and presented before the War Master. Caught you. At that moment, Tony resembled a mere toy model held aloft by a child, struggling to escape, yet finding no success. Jarvis, ramp up the power to maximum. Tony's expression turned grave. However, even with the arc reactor operating at peak capacity, he remained firmly ensnared within Luke's grip, unable to break free from that seemingly welded hand. Despite his efforts to pry himself loose, he found that no amount of struggle could liberate him from the ironclad grasp. He was trapped. The War Master was powered by a colorless crystal, a pure energy structure that required no reaction or release, offering a clean and pollution-free energy source, stronger than the arc reactor. Then, to Tony's astonishment, Luke seized one of his arms and began to slam him to the ground with the vigor of a child throwing a tantrum. Vibranium, I command you to vibrate. I vibrota, I vibrota. Tony felt disoriented within his suit, though his body remained unharmed. Thanks to the vibranium's exceptional shock-absorbing capabilities, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness was inescapable. It was evident that Tony's physique, akin to a playboy's, was ill-suited for such treatment. In a matter of seconds, he felt as though his stomach was no longer his own, threatening to rebel within the confines of his suit. Luke was mimicking the cinematic scene of Hulk tormenting Loki, but the disparity in their sizes made the scenario even more exaggerated. Upon transforming, the Hulk towered at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, effortlessly lifting Loki as if he were a mere chick. Luke found himself engaged in a struggle reminiscent of battling a grasshopper. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, leading to a novel approach. With two colossal mechanical fingers, he grasped Tony's head and in an instant activated the berserker skill, Soul Grasp. Soul Grasp. Seize an enemy and siphon their life force, only to unleash it back with devastating effect. as a hallmark skill of the Berserker class. Soul Grasp is undeniably a remarkable ability. In the realm of DNF, it can ensnare foes in invulnerable and defensive states, regardless of their size. This technique is only ineffective against a select few adversaries, such as those in a state of invulnerability during the activation of a sniper's ultimate ability or certain celestial phenomena. Additionally, it cannot capture enemies that are incapable of being lifted or beings of an ethereal nature. Remarkably, upon a successful capture, the Berserker remains in a state of invincibility. However, in the realism of the Marvel Universe, such invincibility is evidently implausible. Luke had previously experimented with this notion, discovering that whether through a suplex or during the activation of a spinning maneuver, the concept of invincibility did not hold. This is, after all, not a game. Consequently, in reality, targets impervious to Soul Grasp are almost non-existent. Is there truly anything in reality that cannot be lifted? Are there ethereal beings in reality? At least, none exist within the Marvel narrative. Thus, when Luke acquired this skill, he speculated that it might very well allow for universal capture within the Marvel Universe, with the only uncertainty being its efficacy. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to test it in real combat. When executed through his mechanical apparatus, could it morph into an actual soul grasp? As the ability activated, Luke felt an extraordinary force coursing through him. It was as though a black hole had formed within, exerting a tremendous pull outward. His eyes widened in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he sensed his body swelling, akin to a balloon. Goodness, I'm going to explode. Panic ensued as he realized that this energy was evidently being siphoned from Iron Man's arc reactor, flooding his being and reaching a point of saturation. Just a smidgen more, and he would meet a catastrophic end, reminiscent of heroes in martial arts dramas. At that critical juncture, Luke suddenly perceived a passageway forming within him, channeling the overwhelming energy toward his feet, subsequently directing it into the Warlord's core. It was the system. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had the system to assist him, or his reckless experimentation could have led to his demise. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Simultaneously, the energy extracted from the Iron Man suit continuously converged upon the Warlord. The display before Luke indicated that the Warlord's energy reserves were being replenished, with even more energy beginning to surge into the core of the Warlord. The core itself resided within the prominent control console before Luke, featuring 6 slots designated for the future installation of the Infinity Stones, a testament to his burning ambition. At this moment, within the console's core, a colorless crystal shard, which served to empower the Warlord, was undergoing a marvelous transformation. The unassuming crystal rapidly began to turn crimson, subsequently expanding in size. As energy continued to surge in, the colorless shard morphed into a red crystal and then gradually swelled into a grand crimson crystal. Astonishingly, Luke found himself captivated by this spectacle. As the once colorless shard transformed into a formidable red crystal, even more energy was being absorbed by the soul-devouring hand. Tony, encased in his battle suit, wore an expression of utter disbelief. The display before him had begun to tremble violently, far more so than during his previous encounters with Ivan Vanko's electric whip. Jarvis informed him that the suit's energy reserves were depleting at an astonishing rate. What have you done? He incredulously questioned Luke. However, Luke was too engrossed in the extraordinary changes within the Warlord's core to respond. He had never anticipated that this very maneuver would ultimately subdue Tony. As the energy from the arc reactor rapidly drained away, the Iron Man suit gradually transformed into a mere shell, stripped of all its stored energy and consequently losing its power. Although the arc reactor was perpetually engaged in atomic-level reactions, generating energy, its output paled in comparison to the rate at which the energy was being consumed. Completely severed from its energy source, the Iron Man suit promptly shut down, leaving Tony enveloped in darkness. Without power, he found himself trapped, confined within this metallic canister. A significant flaw in the earlier iterations of the Iron Man suit was its tendency to shut down upon energy depletion, a defect that would not be resolved until many generations later. Warning: Master, the absorbed energy is overwhelming and the system can no longer sustain it. Immediate release is advised, or the consequences will be dire. Christina's serious voice suddenly resonated in Luke's ear. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luke noted that the red crystal within the mech's core seemed unable to absorb any more external energy, growing increasingly unstable. He hastily relinquished his grip, causing Tony to plummet to the ground. Tony lay there, wide-eyed and helpless, calling out for assistance from within his suit, yet receiving no response. Warning: Immediate release of this energy is advised, Christina reiterated. As the remaining energy continued to surge into the red crystal, this translucent gem, reminiscent of the cosmic cube from films but in shades of crimson, began to emit intense red rays, as if on the verge of exploding. In a moment of urgent necessity, Luke realized he had no choice but to release the energy, or he would undoubtedly face a catastrophic explosion, potentially of nuclear proportions. Suddenly, a brilliantly bright crimson sun burst forth against the night sky, soaring with a deafening roar toward the moon. Chapter 79. Reactions from all sides. The luminous sphere struck the moon with pinpoint accuracy. To the naked eye, subtle changes on the lunar surface were perceptible. NASA has detected tremors on the lunar surface, revealing the emergence of a new crater. For reasons unbeknownst to many, the following day, major media outlets failed to report on the moon's impact. Instead, they sensationalized the epic clash between Iron Man and the Apostle. The first-hand accounts from reporters present that night became coveted news material. The subsequent day saw virtually every website, newspaper, and television news program filled with coverage of the monumental events that unfolded the previous night. From the terror attack at the exhibition site to Iron Man's fierce battle against the out-of-control Hammer Iron Soldiers, culminating in the Apostle's dramatic entrance where he wielded a massive sword with ease, dispatching a throng of enemies. And finally, the legendary showdown between Iron Man and his arch-nemesis. The media relished embellishing every minute detail, transforming trivial incidents into cataclysmic spectacles. Iron Man's innovative maneuvers ignited fervor among his devoted fans, while the Apostle, resembling a medieval knight clad in iron, created seismic chaos with his colossal sword, driving his admirers into frenzied ecstasy. The sight of a single curry stick became the highlight of the evening. The British, as if rekindling their long-lost glory, rallied behind the Apostle. Some even claimed that the sword wielded by the Apostle was none other than the legendary Excalibur, King Arthur's sacred blade. Online, voices called out to the Apostle, urging him to come forward as a witness. However, neither Tony nor Luke granted interviews post-battle, and journalists dared not approach the site of their confrontation. After the fray, the two simply took to the skies, each departing in their own direction. The events of that night had profound repercussions. Firstly, the military expressed approval of the Hammer Iron Soldiers, despite Justin Hammer facing criminal charges for harboring the terrorist Ivan Vanko. Hammer Industries received significant military contracts. Even SHIELD extended a substantial order to Hammer Industries for the procurement of Iron Soldiers. Clearly, despite being reduced to mere targets by Luke and Tony, the combat effectiveness exhibited by the Iron Soldiers piqued widespread interest. The military sought the Iron Soldiers to confront ordinary adversaries. One cannot compare them to the monstrous opponents of the previous night. The Iron Soldiers' performance against Iron Man and the Apostle was commendable. Moreover, the U.S. military was particularly intrigued by the Apostle's use of the Holy Sword during the battle. The footage of the Apostle's mech proclaiming Excalibur was now gracing the desks of military leaders. This mysterious weapon, whose power rivaled that of a large electromagnetic railgun, ignited fervent interest among the brass. Inquiries were made to SHIELD, but Agent Coulson claimed ignorance. From the footage, military weapon experts could only deduce two elements. First, the energy was emitted from a sword. Second, it appeared to be an optical weapon. Particularly, the final scenes depicting a massive, glowing fireball hurtling towards the moon left some high-ranking officials in disbelief. Advisor, are you certain that the scene you are presenting to me does not originate from a Hollywood science fiction film? In any case, the high-ranking military officials are becoming increasingly restless. They are eager to gain a profound understanding of this highly promising new weapon. To this end, their first objective is to locate the Apostle. However, the SHIELD eggheads remain utterly clueless regarding this matter. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the military is keenly eyeing Luke's so-called optical weapon technology while showing scant interest in the warlord, who had shone brightly just the night before. After all, the United States military has not been without its own explorations into the development of large mechas. Yet, regardless of the feasibility of operation, the personnel required, technological hurdles, or most critically, the manufacturing costs, the military has been profoundly disappointed, with countless proposals and plans tossed into the waste bin by both the military and Congress. From the military's perspective, the Apostle's large mecha is akin to Tony's Iron Man suit. Its production cost is undoubtedly exorbitant and not replicable. Soldiers, by nature, are the most pragmatic individuals on the surface of the earth. They disdain undertaking endeavors that yield little reward. A few days later, A substantial convoy of engineering vehicles rolled into the dilapidated and desolate Fountain Square. Shield is mobilizing their resources to clean up after Luke and Tony. As for the matter of compensation for the damaged property during the battle, Shield had already sent a compensation list to Tony's inbox early this morning. He is in search of the Apostles' information. This is a task Tony has frequently undertaken, and it poses little challenge for JARVIS. However, a minor issue arose while searching for the files. Tony furrowed his brow as he gazed at a document displayed on the screen. Sitting in his swivel chair, resting his chin on one hand, he murmured, "It seems SHLD anticipated that someone would attempt to steal the files, resorting to deceiving us with a child's photograph." Staring at the familiar photograph of an Asian child, labeled as 7 years old, Tony remained silent for a considerable time, lost in thought. On the far side of the moon, the world's governments would never suspect that a city with a rich history, known as Adelan, exists on the moon's dark side. This is the capital of the Inhumans, a significant race within the Marvel Universe, with a history dating back millions of years. Within the grand and majestic Royal Hall, a deep voice resonated. "The Earthlings are firing upon the moon. Do they already know of our existence? My king, please give the order to prepare for battle." The speaker was a peculiar figure with hooves for feet. Upon a throne sat a middle-aged man with a dignified visage and gentle eyes, Black Bolt, one of the few in the Earth's alliance capable of single-handedly defeating Thanos. Thus he rarely spoke. With a warm smile, Black Bolt gestured with his hands. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with long, fiery red hair trailing on the ground. She translated, "The king says, exercise caution. It may be an accident." Black Bolt smiled and continued to gesture. "I intend to send Crystal and Toxin to investigate." In the hall, a lovely blonde girl stepped forward, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Beside her stood an unusually large and peculiar dog, towering over the blonde little girl by 2 heads. This was the girl's inaugural task, and she brimmed with excitement. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair furrowed her brow and addressed the Black Bat King, expressing her concerns for Crystal, who was only an infant. The Black Bat King raised a hand, offering her a reassuring smile, and communicated through sign language. "There is tetanus present, but it is nothing to worry about." Consequently, Audilon dispatched one of the royal members, Crystal, to Earth to investigate the origins of this matter. Amidst the varied reactions from all parties, what was Luke doing at that moment? Initially, Luke was exuberantly jubilant for quite some time, but upon closer inspection of the skill, his expression turned peculiar. Chapter 80, Spider Sense and Other Skills. The system was indeed generous. Spider-Man's 9 skills allowed Luke to choose any one of them. So, what was there to deliberate? Naturally, he opted for the Spider Sense. How powerful it was! Yet, was it truly that simple? The system presented Luke with a list of Spider-Man's abilities, which displayed as follows: Spider Sense. Like a spider, it detects danger through air vibrations. Not selectable. Source not yet activated. Adhesion ability. Hands and feet can adhere to any solid surface. Not selectable. Source not yet activated. Spider Strength. Strength of a spider amplified proportionally. 20 tons of power. Not selectable. Source not yet activated. Super Endurance. Not selectable. Source not yet activated. Super Reflexes. Not selectable. Super Agility. Not selectable. Super Speed. Not selectable. Super Healing. Not selectable. Super Chattiness. Selectable. Luke. Alright then, no Spider Silk. Initially, Luke felt a twinge of concern. As a child, it seemed rather inappropriate to be projecting white substances outward. He recalled that in the films, Peter Parker had seemingly concocted the webs during chemistry class. Well, that made sense. The other skills were largely consistent with Luke's recollections. But what did it mean that they were all marked as not selectable due to an unactivated source? And what was the deal with the super chattiness being selectable? Luke felt a surge of frustration, believing he had been deceived despite diligently earning all that favor. Rotas was dozing in the fish tank when Luke abruptly grabbed him. "Explain to me how this happened. I was promised that filling the favor meter would grant me a Spider-Man skill, and instead, I get this ridiculous chatterbox ability. Is chattiness even a skill?" "That's because you, yourself, are a chatterbox," Rotas replied lazily. "I certainly don't wish to become like you." Luke crossed his arms in discontent, demanding a reasonable explanation, and questioned why all the other skills were unavailable. What did source not yet activated imply? Rotas, in a languid manner, explained, "Theoretically, as you enhance your favor, the system continuously extracts pheromones from the source entity." "What? You ask what pheromones are? How should I know?" "You should ask cough cough anyway. This is the method used to replicate the abilities of the source entity. Your situation indicates that your source entity has not mastered these skills. So you mean to say that Peter Parker has not yet become Spider-Man? Hence the Spider-Man skills cannot be extracted? Precisely, young man. Rotas smirked with a malicious glee. Luke, in that moment, felt utterly disheartened. By heaven's grace, he had anticipated this for so long. Yet, he never imagined that it would culminate in such a disheartening outcome. It was the year 2008, and Peter Parker was merely 7 years old, just like him. Transforming into Spider-Man was a matter for his high school years. Good grief. Must he wait another 8 years? Those familiar with Marvel know that Spider-Man's spider sense is the pivotal ability that enables him to navigate the chaotic realm of Marvel and ascend to the ranks of a top-tier superhero. This spider sense allows him to foresee various dangers, preparing him in advance. At its peak, it can even predict the future, as long as the threat is associated with Spider-Man. His spider sense will provide him with a premonition. For instance, when defusing a bomb, one may face the dilemma of whether to cut the red wire or the blue wire. As soon as Spider-Man places his hand on one of the wires, his spider sense activates. If cutting that wire would result in an explosion, the spider sense will issue a warning. If not, there will be no alert. One extraordinary and delightful skill. As someone who fears death yet finds himself perpetually teetering on the edge of peril, Luke yearned for the ability to be forewarned of impending danger. Yet now, the spider sense lay tantalizingly before him, only to inform him that it remained locked. And his wife was still but a fertilized egg. How could he endure this? Faced with the sole available skill, Super Chatterbox, Luke could only stare in disbelief. At that moment, Christina cheerfully reported the aftermath of their battle, detailing the damage to the mech. After a night of combat, the warlord's exterior remained intact, impressively free of even a scratch. The paint, however, had nearly flaked off. Internally, the structure had sustained varying degrees of damage, as anticipated. Moreover, it seemed the mech struggled to withstand the ferocity of the phantom sword dance. After utilizing this technique multiple times over the course of the night, some of the internal drive mechanisms had melted slightly. Fortunately, the damage was not severe and did not hinder movement, nor was it difficult to repair. Christina estimated the overall repair cost for the warlord, including parts replacement and repainting, would amount to approximately $500,000, a sum that Luke found acceptable. Of course, when considering the spoils he had gained from this battle, that repair cost was but a trifling matter. Luke instructed Christina to tally the bounty, revealing that they had seized a total of 20 missiles from his ex-wife. Additionally, there was an extensive assortment of military-grade precision components, military-grade radar, and chips, which, when converted to monetary value, amounted to roughly 10 million. These were his spoils, and no one would dare claim a single cent. Moreover, let us not forget that the egg had previously promised him 20 kilograms of substandard adamant alloy. With these alloys and components, he could not only repair the warlord, but could easily construct an entirely new one. It is noteworthy that he had originally spent less than 10 million on this warlord. The technology is entirely his own, and the materials are priced at cost. It is not as exorbitant as the outside world perceives. In this recent trial task, he ultimately achieved an S-tier rating. Rotas, true to his word, allowed him to select one item from his collection, restricted to artifacts of exceptional quality. After much contemplation, Luke finally chose the Shadowless sword, preferring it over the flowing Starfall blade, as it resonated more with his vision of the S-rank king. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward, believing that his earlier embarrassment was not in vain. However, he currently lacked the time to forge this sword, as numerous matters demanded his attention. He also needed to find time to study the large red crystal. Luke pondered over the mystery of how this seemingly colorless object turned red after absorbing energy. This unexpected acquisition sparked new hypotheses regarding the transformation of DNF materials within the Marvel Universe. Christina's preliminary analysis suggested that the arc reactor in Iron Man's chest underwent atomic-level fission, which, upon being absorbed into the colorless crystal, led to elemental reassembly and a subsequent change in properties, resulting in its red coloration. What is certain is that this red crystal, saturated with energy, contains an immense concentration of Untu's magical energy, undoubtedly of the fire attribute. Master, Lady Daisy requests to speak with you for the 739th time, Christina's voice chimed in. Luke suddenly recalled that a Daisy was imprisoned in the warehouse. At that moment, he lay on his bed at home, feeling a headache coming on. Let us put that on hold for now, he waved dismissively. He resolved to first address the pressing issue of his spider sense. I need to devise a plan to ensure Peter Parker transforms into Spider-Man without delay, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 81. The making of a compromised friend in the film studio, the director exclaimed, "Props, you're fired. How did you bring the shadowless sword here? This is an epic weapon. The props master replied, Director, I was mistaken. I have an elderly mother to care for. The screenwriter interjected, for the sake of the plot. Let's let slide this time. Rotas remarked, You're a tough one. I'm at a loss. Luke chuckled, How about we swap it out? Determined to enhance his spider sense, Luke was resolute. He aimed to ensure that Peter Parker would become Spider-Man 8 years ahead of schedule. This task was no small feat. To transform Peter Parker into the true little spider, he needed to devise a way for him to be bitten by a spider. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he tapped his head, feeling that the capacity of this body was somewhat limited. He had serious doubts that his recent forgetfulness was a consequence of this body's shortcomings. Over a year into his journey, the memories from his past life, shaped by viewing numerous Marvel films, were becoming increasingly hazy. For instance, he distinctly remembered that Spider-Man was born during high school when Peter Parker was bitten by a genetically altered spider during an extracurricular activity, granting him his abilities. Yet, he could not recall the exact location of that fateful bite. His mind held two vague, contrasting memories. In one recollection, he remembers that Peter Parker was bitten while visiting an exhibition indoors. Another memory, however, is more nebulous. He recalls having seen a version where Peter Parker was outdoors, bitten by a spider that had escaped from a laboratory while he was in the grass. Which of these narratives is the true canon of Marvel? He has not delved into the comics. He recalls that Spider-Man made his debut in the Avengers film series during Captain America: Civil War, at which point Peter Parker had already matured and embraced his identity as Spider-Man. The film does not elucidate the specifics of how he was bitten. Luke felt somewhat bewildered. If he were to transform the merely 7-year-old Peter Parker into Spider-Man, he must meticulously reconstruct the correct process and identify the crux of the matter. He vaguely remembers that even the location of Peter Parker's bite varies between two versions. One claims it was on the hand, while the other contends it was on the neck. This only intensified his confusion. His memories were muddled. Luke, with his small hands cradling his head, sat there frowning in distress, his gaze fixed intently on the fish tank across from him, wandering through the vast ocean of his distant memories for quite a while. Rotas, oh no, this is bad. The following day, at school, Luke, unusually alert, did not succumb to slumber during class. Instead, he continued to cradle his head, staring at the blackboard, lost in deep contemplation. This prompted astonished exclamations from the faculty, as if the sun had risen from the west, for Mr. Nelson was actually paying attention. The faculty felt a sense of pride, thus intensifying their efforts in teaching. Once the class concluded, Luke hurriedly rushed out to the adjacent classroom to call out for Peter Parker. Hey buddy, what's up? Peter Parker extended his tiny fist, and they joyfully bumped fists, his little face beaming with a radiant smile. Luke wrapped his arm around the little spider's neck, and the two of them ambled down the corridor, seeking a secluded spot for a deeper conversation. Along the way, American children promptly made way for them, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. Luke was notorious in this elementary school, known as the formidable Luke the Great, having single-handedly bested the notorious trio of bullies on multiple occasions, instilling fear throughout the entire student body of Dawson Elementary. The trio, known as the Bullies, had once cornered Peter Parker in the broom closet, only to be thrashed by Luke's swift punches. After that encounter, the three had kept to themselves for a while, avoiding Luke whenever he was around. However, children are often forgetful. During the past 6 months, the young African-American had grown significantly taller, reaching a height of over 5 feet, clearly benefiting from ample nutrition and genetic advantages. Thus, one fateful afternoon, the bullies found themselves on the receiving end of another beating, leaving them in a state of disarray. From that point onward, they maintained a semblance of good behavior for a considerable period. Uncle Ben and Aunt may say my parents are overseas. They are both very busy with work, Peter Parker expressed with a hint of melancholy. Luke pondered for a moment and inquired, I recall you mentioning that your parents are Richard Parker and Mary Parker? Indeed, buddy, Peter Parker nodded. Why do you ask? Luke shrugged nonchalantly, just a sudden curiosity. Hey, buddy, do you have any plans for this weekend? Do you want to go to that place again? Peter Parker, with a gleeful expression, stood up and waved his arms, mimicking the motions of wielding a sword. He was utterly exhilarated, for he alone in this world possessed the knowledge of the true identity of the apostle, who happened to be his dearest friend. Little did Parker realize that this closest companion was scheming to ensure he would be bitten by a spider. Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Luke furrowed his brow, mused that the little spider's identity was indeed remarkable, as both of his parents were covert agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Particularly noteworthy was his father, Richard Parker, a Ph.D. in genetic biology who had discovered the spider venom. It was this very venomous spider that ultimately bit Peter Parker. Luke felt a sense of pity for the young boy. Yet this was simply Peter Parker's destiny, nothing more to be said. The origin of this predicament lay in Richard Parker's research, which led to the creation of spider venom capable of enhancing human genetics, a discovery that caught the eye of those with ulterior motives. Luke contemplated the crux of the matter. Since the spider was merely a carrier of this venom, it implied that Peter Parker was not the only individual to have been infused with spider venom. There must have been others subjected to similar experiments. So why was there only one Spider-Man? Habitually stroking his chin, Luke pondered what the essential factor in the birth of Spider-Man might be. Was it genetics? He nodded in agreement. By deducing the outcome from the result, it became evident that only Peter Parker had stabilized his genes after being injected with the spider venom, while the others had either perished or transformed into monstrosities, all deemed failures. Indeed, the fundamental reason for the emergence of Spider-Man lay in the presence of an innate gene within Peter Parker. With a snap of his fingers, Luke realized that his father must have altered the venom in some manner. Clarity washed over him as he recognized the path he needed to take. Chapter 82. The Hand of God. The birth of Spider-Man, it seemed, was not merely a fortuitous event. Peter Parker's father had concocted the spider venom, embedding restrictions that allowed only the Parker lineage to utilize it, before ultimately meeting his demise and leaving behind an orphan. Years later, this orphan reached adulthood, unknowingly standing once again at his father's starting point. From a philosophical standpoint, this exemplified the inevitability of the development of events. From a narrative perspective, it illustrated a trap set by Peter Parker's father, into which the son fell years later. From a realistic viewpoint, it was simply what the scriptwriters dictated. Displeased? You could always vent your frustrations. Luke contemplated that since he had facilitated the emergence of Spider-Man 7 years ahead of time, he bore the responsibility for what lay ahead. He ought to instruct the young spider on how to wield these newfound abilities, teaching him the ways of a hero, an impactful hero, no less. Simultaneously, he should act as a protective shield for the young spider, as a mere 7-year-old Spider-Man would have to contend with the Osborn Empire. Luke deemed it necessary to categorize Osborn as a target for his endeavors. After all, he would inevitably cause a stir. Having multiple targets was hardly excessive. Of course, this was all contingent upon first devising a method to ensure that the delicate little Parker would be bitten by the right spider. Just a brief moment of pain, a fleeting discomfort, and it would be over. Regarding safety, he felt there should be at least a 90% assurance, right? If all else fails, he still possesses a substantial supply of universal antidotes. Deep within Peter Parker's genes lies a unique characteristic that enabled him to transform into Spider-Man after being bitten, rather than succumbing to genetic collapse or turning into a monster. This trait was bestowed upon him by his father, inherited through chromosomes. Therefore, the bite itself is not the crux of the matter. The location of the bite is irrelevant. Some Spider-Men were bitten on the back of the hand, others on the neck. Even a bite on a more intimate area would pose no concern. What truly matters is who delivers the bite and who is bitten. Peter Parker stands as the sole perfect adapter and integrator of spider venom in existence, akin to Alice from Resident Evil. The identity of the biter is paramount. Luke believed this to be a solvable issue. Those spiders are samples researched by a certain company, the same place where Peter Parker's parents worked undercover before their demise. Knowing this makes the truth easier to unravel. Hey, buddy, do you remember the name of your father's workplace? Luke inquired further. Peter, ever the lively imitator of the apostles, pondered and replied, I think it had OS in it. Osborn? Exactly, buddy. Luke nodded in affirmation. The Osborn family, 2 generations of Green Goblins, the arch-nemesis of Spider-Man. The source of this spider venom is all too apparent. Thus, the next destination is Oscorp. Luke instructed Christina to gather extensive intelligence on Oscorp from the internet. Oscorp, formerly Osborn Industries, is a large multinational corporation and a titan in the biotechnological realm of the Marvel Universe. Aside from its primary focus on biopharmaceuticals, it also delves into chemical engineering and electrical engineering, among other fields. Its headquarters is situated in Manhattan, New York, not far from Stark Tower. It is astonishing how close it is to where Peter Parker's father once worked. I often pass by to sell hamburgers. With concrete information in hand, the next step involves meticulous planning. His objective is clear: acquire a spider or spider venom. Given the considerable resources and effort Peter Parker's father invested, it is unlikely that Norman Osborn, the cunning fox, would easily discard such findings. He must still be covertly working late on further research, likely hidden within a secret laboratory in the tower. However, without the crucial Parker family gene, Osborn could only produce imperfect serums and flawed Green Goblins. Though Oscorp Tower may not possess the opulence of Stark Tower, it remains one of Marvel's super enterprises, heavily fortified. Attempting to stealthily infiltrate Oscorp Tower to pilfer something requires thorough preparation. Christina, this task is entrusted to you, Luke instructed over the phone. Rest assured, Master. I have already breached Oscorp's main server and am currently searching for their research data, Christina replied with remarkable efficiency. She now navigates the vast ocean of the internet with increasing adeptness. Only when AI possesses self-awareness, desire, and a fear of death can it truly be considered a living entity. Luke was filled with curiosity about how many achievements Christina had attained. He had not visited the warehouse for several days, and outside, on the Grand Tree, Hawkeye had resigned himself to constructing a treehouse. He had come to the realization that he had been relegated to this place by Egg. As for the reason, it had yet to dawn on him. Beneath the tree, Luke waved to Hawkeye. With a smile, Hawkeye stepped out and graciously invited Luke to join him in the treehouse for tea. However, Luke declined. His purpose was to provide sustenance for Hawkeye. Hawkeye had developed a fondness for the delectable hamburgers from Bunana, and ever since his first taste, he had become quite enamored. At times, Hawkeye even contemplated that being assigned to this location wasn't so bad. His daily routine was stable, with early nights and mornings, ample food and drink, and a lack of life-threatening dangers. When boredom struck, he could always make a phone call to chat with his wife and children. Recently, when a thief had entered the warehouse, Hawkeye had quietly peered in afterward. The thief had been apprehended, and, as he suspected, it was indeed a woman, a young girl at that. However, he was uncertain how the young lad before him intended to handle the situation with the girl. Hawkeye did not overthink it. Considering their acquaintance, he was willing to assist with the disposal of the body. Kato, I appreciate your efforts. Luke tossed 2 hamburgers up to him. Kato, that is your new nickname for me. No need to thank me. Sound good? Hawkeye replied, pleased. Although he was unaware of the meaning behind the name, he felt that, given the popularity of Boss's nickname, this young lad had a knack for naming. It means divine hand, Luke clarified. Wonderful. Hawkeye's happiness surged, believing it to perfectly encapsulate his exceptional archery skills. System notification. Clint Barton's favorability level 10. Suppressing a laugh, Luke said, I hope that one day, you will reach a level of mastery that allows you to change a fly's fate. Hawkeye pondered seriously for a moment and nodded solemnly. At present, I cannot. However, I shall endeavor to practice. Shooting a fly with an arrow, I must say, is quite a challenge. Thank you for the suggestion. It was evident he had misunderstood the intent. Chapter 83. Stealing spider venom on a sun-drenched afternoon. Luke strode confidently through the main entrance of Oscorp Tower, unseen by anyone. The mechanic disguise, featuring cutting-edge optical cloaking technology, was indeed an overqualified tool for the task of breaking and entering. Navigating with ease, Luke found the designated elevator and pressed the button for floor B9. This elevator was reserved for senior staff, and at that moment, it was entirely unoccupied. The elevator carried him down to the 9th subterranean level of Oscorp Tower, where Christina had discovered a secret laboratory. The confidentiality of the materials emanating from this location was such that only Norman Osborn himself could access them. With the narrative already known to him, Luke needed no further clues to ascertain he had arrived at the correct destination. Gaining entry to this laboratory would be challenging for an ordinary individual, as those within likely had unwavering loyalty to Norman Osborn, fundamentally eliminating any external interference. The entrance to the laboratory is fortified with multiple layers of security. To gain entry, one must undergo a trifecta of identification: fingerprint recognition, iris scanning, and ID card verification, all under the watchful eyes of security personnel. Yet, the very presence of such stringent measures only serves to underscore that the object of pursuit, the spider venom, is concealed within these walls. Luke recalls in the quest to unravel the mysteries of spider venom, Peter Parker's father expended billions, courtesy of Norman Osborn. The Osborn family is afflicted by a severe hereditary disease, one that poses a grave threat to life itself. The transformative effects of spider venom on human genetics hold a significant promise of rectifying the genetic afflictions besetting the Osborn lineage. Thus, it is evident how highly Norman Osborn values the spider venom. Luke muses that even doubling the security would not be excessive. Naturally, even if the defenses were multiplied tenfold, he would still find it effortless to breach them, just as he does now. A melodic voice, cheerful and bright, emanates from his earpiece, belonging to Christina. Master, the path ahead is clear. Only one individual will appear around the corner 5 meters ahead. Do take care to avoid colliding with him. Luke glides down the eerily silent corridor of the laboratory, like a specter. With Christina paving the way, the various security measures are rendered ineffectual. Whenever he encounters someone, Christina cleverly diverts their attention, allowing Luke to slip past them unnoticed. This being his inaugural experience with stealth, Luke's heart races, and he endeavors to steady his breath. Left turn. Do you see the individual, Master? Luke nods subtly. Christina announces, I shall distract him. Consequently, Luke observes a robust, armed bodyguard across the way, who presses a button on his earpiece, seemingly engaged in conversation. Moments later, the bodyguard nods and strides away from the entrance. Master, you have 0 seconds to enter this door. Luke hastens toward the security door, which opens automatically for him. The entire process unfolds seamlessly. Master, you are now entering the inner sanctum of the laboratory. The item you seek lies just ahead. Proceed 5 steps forward, take a left into the corridor, and at the end of the corridor is a refrigerated room. The item is located there. Luke acknowledges with a nod of understanding. Along the way, he passes several researchers clad in white lab coats. Midway, he unexpectedly encounters a small boy, perhaps no older than 7. The child is engrossed in playing with a toy electric car at the junction of a laboratory door in the corridor, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. The passing researchers regard the boy's antics with indifference, their demeanor surprisingly genial, even as the boy rolls his eyes at them. Suddenly, a loud crash startles Luke, causing him to halt. A flurry of hurried footsteps approaches. 2 individuals in lab coats rush from the adjoining room. Realizing that the child's toy has smashed a glass counter in the laboratory, scattering electronic instruments across the floor. Harry, are you hurt? Inquires a middle-aged man, his suit trousers and polished shoes peeking out from beneath his lab coat, his tone filled with concern. Harry Osborn? Luke glances at the small boy before his gaze settles on the middle-aged man opposite him. He muses to himself, could this be Norman Osborn? What a fortuitous encounter with the Green Goblin himself. Young Master Harry was evidently spoiled. He blamed the researchers for placing the counter in the middle of the path, rather than acknowledging that it was his remote-controlled car that had damaged it. Luke, with a look of disdain, thought to himself, brat. The term brat was the most loathsome creature in his previous life. Norman Osborn took young Harry Osborn by the hand and led him out of the laboratory. The Osborn family, spanning 2 generations, brushed past Luke without even noticing him. After watching the 2 depart, Luke proceeded to follow Christina's instructions. The subsequent process unfolded remarkably smoothly, allowing Luke to effortlessly obtain the spider toxin. Christina confirmed that this was indeed the raw sample of the spider toxin that Norman Osborn was researching. This, then, was the key to unlocking Spider-Man. As for whether Norman Osborn would discover the missing sample in the future, that was beyond Luke's concern. It must be said that having an AI, a system, rendered such infiltration tasks utterly effortless. The following day, Luke found himself casting peculiar glances at Peter Parker, causing the young spider to feel an unsettling chill. What's up, buddy? Peter inquired. Upon entering Luke's bedroom, Luke closed the door behind them, holding a syringe in his hand. He began to engage Peter in casual conversation, and, as was customary, their discussion eventually veered towards the topic of the apostles. Deep within Peter, there lingered a desire to emulate Luke and become a superhero who garnered widespread attention. Young Parker yearned for greatness, longing to soar through the skies like Luke, eager to use his powers for the good of others. Luke understood Spider-Man better than Peter did. Just as Spider-Man often proclaimed, he was a good neighbor. Luke thought to himself, since both parties were willing, he would not hesitate to proceed. To err on the side of caution, he had prepared a universal antidote. He had no intention of allowing young Parker to meet an untimely end should anything go awry. Seizing the moment while Peter was distracted, animatedly gesturing with his back turned, Luke swiftly injected the syringe into Peter's neck. Ouch! Something bit me, Peter exclaimed, clutching his neck and turning to glare at Luke. I saw it. It's right there. Luke immediately pointed to the ground, exclaiming, it ran away. What was it? Peter asked. A spider. A spider? Panic washed over Peter's face as he expressed his fear of spiders. It seems to have escaped, buddy, Luke said, spreading his hands. His gaze was fixed on Peter's changing complexion as he inquired, how do you feel? Upon hearing this, Peter rubbed his head and replied, oh man, I think I feel a bit dizzy. No sooner had he uttered the word dizzy than young Parker rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto Luke's bed. Nearby, in the fish tank, Rotas let out a yawn of boredom. Chapter 84, Spider Sense and Side Effects. Approximately 2 hours later, Peter Parker awoke, failing to pose the philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? Who hit me? As Peter opened his eyes, he found Luke's face hovering close. Luke, what happened to me? Peter sat up, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Have you forgotten, my friend? You were bitten by a spider, Luke remarked. A spider? Where? Where? Peter Parker, who harbored a profound fear of spiders, was startled enough to leap from his bed, soaring over 2 meters high, only to collide with the ceiling. Ouch! Peter cradled his head, gazing in astonishment at the ceiling. He momentarily forgot his pain, utterly incredulous that he had leapt so high. It appeared that the experiment had succeeded. Luke observed this spectacle with a smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. The previous 2 hours had been fraught with anxiety. Little Parker lay unconscious on his bed, burning with fever as if afflicted with a high temperature. Although aware that the spider venom was altering Peter Parker's genes, Luke couldn't help but worry. If the little spider did not awaken within half an hour, he was prepared to administer an antidote. Fortunately, Peter Parker did not disappoint. A diminutive Spider-Man was born. A 7-year-old hero. Luke mused that he should be called Spider-Boy. He expressed appropriate astonishment. Goodness, that spider must have been extraordinary, my friend. Try jumping again. Cool me. Let's venture outside. As they passed the dining area, Luke's foster mother, Karen, was preparing dinner. Upon seeing the 2 little ones rushing out, she cautioned, "Don't run too far, honey, it's almost dinner time." The duo arrived in the yard, and Peter Parker, brimming with anticipation, jumped straight up. Wow, cool. He was both amazed and delighted to discover that he felt as though he were on the verge of flight, able to see the roof of Luke's house with his leap. Luke quickly surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, dusk was settling in, and given the sparse population in America, they were safe from prying eyes. Upon landing, Peter Parker's face flushed with excitement. "I can jump this high? I feel so light." He had finally realized his dream, overflowing with exhilaration. The spider's power had been proportionately amplified to his physique, leading him to mistakenly believe he had become lighter. Luke mused that it was fortunate that Peter Parker possessed such a big heart. Any ordinary child would likely have been terrified by now. "My friend, it seems that Spider has granted you its abilities. I don't think you're just jumping high. You can achieve so much more. Don't worry. I will find a way to assist you. I will teach you how to harness your powers. Trust me, I have experience," he assured. Thus, the 7-year-old Spider-Man was successfully born. The next step was to instruct the little spider on how to wield his newfound abilities. Luke felt it was his duty to train him. "Can I learn Chinese Kung Fu from you?" Peter Parker inquired eagerly, having long wished to master the martial arts techniques Luke employed against the trio of bullies. "Absolutely," Luke replied readily. "However, my friend, you must not disclose this to anyone. I mean the fact that you have superpowers." "Of course, my friend. This is my biggest secret," Peter Parker exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I have seen your secret, and now you have seen mine. We are even." "You are right. We must protect our secrets together." Luke nodded, thinking that this information must not reach the egghead. "Remember, do not reveal your abilities in front of anyone." Luke, feeling uneasy about the fact that the little spider was merely 7 years old, offered another word of caution. "Got it, buddy. See you at school tomorrow." Indeed, the display confirmed that all skills had been unlocked. "Splendid. I choose Spider Sense," Luke exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In an instant, a soothing warmth surged through his body, invigorating him to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to shudder with delight. It seemed as if a new connection to the outside world had been forged within him. This sensation was remarkably enchanting. An instinct whispered to him that this was indeed Spider Sense. Luke felt every hair on his body stand on end with unprecedented sensitivity. He could almost perceive the air around him shifting ever so slightly. "Do you know what it means to be cool, Rotas? This is it. Spider-Man's Spider Sense typically alerts him with warnings and hints before danger strikes. In this heightened state, Spider-Man experiences time flowing at a significantly slower pace than ordinary individuals, granting him extraordinary perceptual abilities. With this newfound capacity, a sense of security enveloped him, didn't it? Whether it be the arrival of the Chitauri or Thanos snapping his fingers, he would receive prior warnings. Of course, should he encounter the director of the family planning office snapping his fingers, even a warning would be of little consequence. He would either become part of the remaining 50% or devise a means to thwart Thanos. Perhaps he could start with the Tesseract and the Ether to prevent Thanos from gathering the Infinity Stones. However, that was a matter for a decade hence. It seemed premature to dwell on it now. Based on the portrayal of Spider-Man's Spider Sense activation in the films, he anticipated feeling a sense of anxiety upon its emergence. Yes, everything felt splendid now. The air was fresh, and his spirits were high, indicating that no untoward events were afoot. Suddenly, Luke's voice trailed off as he realized he had unwittingly spoken at length. This was uncharacteristic of him. A spark ignited in his mind. Skill, super talkative. Ahem. Rotas cleared his throat and spoke leisurely. This must be a side effect of the skill I inadvertently acquired. Side effect? Luke exclaimed, jumping to his feet in a fit of exasperation. Why didn't you tell me there was a side effect? You should have mentioned it earlier. Didn't I mention it? I distinctly recall saying so. Rotas retorted with a hum. You didn't say it. I'm certain you didn't. If you had, I would have remembered. I have absolutely no recollection, so it's clear you didn't say it. All right, I forgot to mention it. Rotas calmly closed his eyes. Goodness gracious. How can I be so unlucky? Acquiring a skill comes with a side effect. Luke lamented. Would every skill he acquired in the future also carry a side effect? He had been eager to learn the Hulk's anger. But now, faced with this situation, he felt disheartened. What if he turned green? Fear not. The side effects will gradually diminish over time. Rotas peered at Luke with one eye open. Really? Will it disappear? How long, how long, how long? I do not wish to prattle on incessantly. I detest talkative people, let me tell you. Luke rambled on. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of SHIELD. At this moment, several individuals, including Egg and Black Widow, are engaged in a fervent debate regarding the troublesome behavior of a certain problematic child. Chapter 85. The Maternal Love of Black Widow. Within Egg's office, there are 4 individuals. The primary topic of discussion revolves around the exaggerated battle between the Warlord and Iron Man that transpired that fateful night. It was Egg who urged the apostles to intervene, or rather, to be employed to restore order and control the situation. No one anticipated that the chaos orchestrated by Hammer Industries would be contained, yet Luke and Tony ended up clashing once again in front of a multitude of witnesses. It is evident to even the most dim-witted observer that the conflict was instigated by Luke. However, the underlying reason remains a mystery. Natasha, you must concede that the confrontation between him and Tony should have been avoided. Was it truly necessary for such significant losses and repercussions to arise from his childish obstinacy? When did SHIELD become so lenient? Spoke Agent Hill. Maria Hill, devoid of any superhuman abilities, is nonetheless a seasoned and highly trained operative, renowned for her exceptional combat skills and weaponry expertise, complemented by her striking appearance. Those acquainted with her understand that Hill is far from a mere decorative figure. She possesses one of the highest classifications of secrecy within SHIELD, second only to Egg, serving as Egg's assistant. She is also a prominent candidate for the next director, garnering considerable attention from the International Council behind SHIELD due to certain childhood experiences. Hill's demeanor is often perceived as aloof. She approaches her work with utmost seriousness and is known for her assertiveness within the organization. Regarding Luke, Hill believes that he should be subject to stricter oversight, and, if necessary, certain coercive measures should be implemented. She feels that Egg's current strategy is overly permissive towards Luke. Maria, you know he is only 7 years old. He is still just a child, sighed Black Widow. Even so, that child wields weapons that attract the gaze of nations and might resort to extreme actions to obtain them, Hill retorted aggressively. To my knowledge, his actions surpass what even an adult could achieve. I do not believe he should continue to be regarded as an ordinary child. Black Widow shook her head at this assertion, dissenting with Hill's viewpoint. I know Luke better than you do. His heart is not malevolent. He merely lacks guidance, as no one has taught him the proper way to navigate his circumstances. A faint smile graced Black Widow's lips. You are right, Maria. He should not be seen as an ordinary child, but rather as a prodigy, a genius beyond our comprehension. She had already articulated her stance, believing that Luke's youth and actions should not categorize him as a threat. Having been among the first in SHIELD to engage with Luke and having spent the most time with him, she felt she understood him best. A child raised in an orphanage, devoid of instruction on what is right or wrong, his moral development hinges solely on his observations of the world. Yet, he is a genius, one whose intellect likely surpasses that of everyone present. What he perceives is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather the grim and sordid nature of this world. She empathizes deeply, for she too is an orphan. She understands the feelings that arise from growing up in such an environment, confronting a world so tainted and vile. Feelings of loneliness, helplessness, and uncertainty. Perhaps all of these emotions coexist, yet none may be predominant. The world witnessed by a genius may harbor an undisclosed dimension. Since their encounter, Luke's actions, in the eyes of the Black Widow, represent his unique method of self-protection. His seemingly reckless and unrestrained demeanor is, in truth, a manifestation of his inner fragility. He resists this world, employing these extreme behaviors as a means of finding solace. A typical child might seek refuge in a closet to escape the malice of the outside world. Yet this child is an unprecedented prodigy. Mechs, weaponry, even martial arts. He engages in his own brand of resistance against this world. She has witnessed firsthand the terrifying speed at which Luke's combat skills have progressed, a talent that even she finds humbling. The Black Widow does not believe that such a child should be subjected to the stringent measures proposed by Hill. That would be unjust. This debate primarily unfolds between these two women. Hill and the Black Widow staunchly defend their differing opinions. Occasionally, Coulson interjects with a comment or two, but for the most part, the affable man merely smiles. As for Egghead's stance, it is rather ambiguous. Egghead seems inclined to take a neutral position, refraining from expressing any opinion throughout. He indeed finds Luke a source of frustration, as Luke tends to complicate matters. However, he values Luke's repeated displays of extraordinary genius. This member of the Avengers is one he intends to secure, with a so-called problem child. Which of his plans does not involve challenges? The hulking green behemoth and the playboy, are they not problematic as well? He has already identified a candidate for the captain. The unexpected resurgence of Captain America presents him with the ideal choice. The historical significance of the captain, his representative stature in the eyes of the public, and his personal qualities render him the unequivocal leader of the Avengers. The captain has yet to awaken. Once he regains consciousness, Egghead plans to persuade him to join his Avengers initiative, and he is quite confident in this endeavor. With both hands clasped against his chin, he sits in contemplation behind his desk, while Hill and the Black Widow continue their fervent debate. Each woman steadfastly maintains her position, arguing with conviction. Eventually, their discourse escalates into a heated exchange. Hill accuses the Black Widow of exhibiting an excessive maternal instinct that undermines her rational judgment as a S.H.I.L.D. agent. The Black Widow retaliates without hesitation, questioning Hill's lack of compassion as a fellow woman. Internally, the Black Widow acknowledges her overwhelming maternal instincts. She cannot bear children. Yet, this is not the primary reason compelling her to shield Luke from Hill's cruel treatment. She felt as though she saw her own reflection in Luke, and she did not wish for another child to endure the same fate she had suffered. As the argument between the two women escalated, seemingly on the brink of drawing weapons, Ludon timely cleared his throat, interrupting their quarrel. How has Luke been faring since the Expo incident? Lu Yan Inguit, his tone steady, revealing no hint of emotion. The quieter a child becomes, the more ominous it is. He must be plotting something, Hill remarked. The Black Widow rolled her eyes and suggested, I propose that we send someone to engage with him closely. He requires guidance. She continued, we cannot merely focus on his actions or his talents. After all, he is still only 7 years old. Ludon nodded in agreement, convinced that Luke indeed needed a tutor. Thus, under the Black Widow's counsel, Ludon consented to assign someone for Luke's ideological education, aiming to mold him into an exemplary child of virtue, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and diligence. However, he faced a dilemma regarding the choice of the candidate. Don't look at me. He dislikes me, the Black Widow remarked with a wry smile. After all, I did run him over. Hill adopted a nonchalant attitude, crossing her arms and turning her gaze away. Ultimately, Ludon's eyes landed on the affable Coulson. Coulson thought to himself, well, I suppose I'm the one being picked on. Nevertheless, he dutifully accepted the formidable task. Sir, I recommend someone, Coulson said with a smile. This task suits her best. Chapter 86. Released the following day. Luke finally found the time to address the issue of his tenant in the warehouse. Upon entering, he discovered Skye quietly crouched in the glass cell, engrossed in her phone. Before arriving here, Skye could never have imagined being imprisoned by the Apostles, and for a full 5 days. During this period, the Apostles had ignored her completely. Despite her cries, she had not seen any of them. Apart from a mechanical arm that delivered her food at scheduled intervals, she had not encountered another living being. Where the Apostles were, or what was happening outside, remained a mystery to her. Initially, Skye had felt exhilarated. She had not anticipated that following an unrelated lead would lead her to discover the Apostles. However, after several hours with no one entering the warehouse, she began to suspect she was forgotten. The only comfort was that her ever-present phone had not been confiscated. Unfortunately, it proved useless. She had tried. She could not connect to the internet. There was a signal, but it stubbornly refused to allow her online, even with her technical expertise. The phone signal was strong, yet she could not make a call. To make matters worse, she was confined in an impenetrable tempered glass cell. There was nothing here, not even a bed, just that wretched basin. Damn it. Skye had muttered this phrase more than any other over these past few days. This dreadful environment felt like a death sentence for someone of her hacking abilities. She felt utterly trapped and feared that if she remained here any longer, she might lose her sanity. Cough, cough. A voice resonated from outside the cell, prompting Skye to immediately lift her head. Upon seeing a short Asian boy enter the warehouse, she felt as though she had discovered a savior. She quickly rose, tapping on the tempered glass. Hey, come help me. Let me out. I've been locked up by bad people. Luke, with a peculiar expression on his face, approached and said, I am the bad person you speak of. Skye froze, her mouth agape in disbelief. You? I am the Apostle. The notion that the apostle could be a mere child was utterly astonishing. Sky stood there, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. Stop joking. How could you possibly be? Just then, Luke snapped his fingers. The warlord, who had been silently standing nearby, suddenly brightened his eyes. It seemed as though something within Sky shattered with a resounding crash. What the F? The apostle is a child. She stared fixedly at Luke. A look of incredulity etched on her face. Having grown accustomed to such reactions recently, Luke calmly instructed, Christina, open the door. With a click, the cell door, which had been tightly shut for 5 days, swung open. Luke casually glanced at the stainless steel basin on the floor. Full. Sky stood there, mouth agape in astonishment. Her face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment at suddenly being released. She stepped out of the cell, and, at that moment, her phone finally connected to the network with a cheerful ding. Luke turned and walked over to the tea cabinet, casually gesturing to a chair. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I have milk, mineral water, and tea. Apologies, but I couldn't procure coffee. Although it is evening, I recommend tea, as we have much to discuss. All right, anything is fine, Sky replied, first casting a furtive glance at the warehouse door before obediently sitting down. She assessed her chances of escaping now to be approximately 0. What did he intend to say? Sky pondered. It was utterly unexpected that the apostle was a child. She gazed at Luke's diminutive figure, marveling once more at the sheer improbability. Would you like sugar in your tea? I have sugar cubes, rock sugar, and malt sugar. Which would you prefer? Luke inquired, looking at Sky. No sugar, thank you, Sky replied, then discreetly captured a close-up photo of Luke. Would you like milk? I have skim milk, whole milk, and semi-skim milk, Luke asked again. Sky was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, the apostle really enjoys talking? How is it that no one knows this? If Luke were aware of her thoughts, he would surely retort, the symptoms have improved significantly today, you know. Sky deftly tapped on her phone with her slender thumbs, and moments later, she displayed the screen to Luke. Luke Nielsen? May I call you LN? Or should I continue addressing you as the apostle? The screen showcased Luke's civic profile, which she had managed to compile in that brief span of time. LN was the abbreviation for Luke Nielsen. Oh, it seems you found my information. However, it's of little use, Luke replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed or surprised. After all, such demographic data was merely for the police and the uninformed. Sky nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Who could have imagined that such a pure and harmless-looking child in the photograph was, in fact, the widely circulated pilot of the Apostle Mecha? Daisuke, may I call you Sky? Luke inquired, placing a cup of tea before her. He then settled down with a steaming cup of hot milk, his own. Nowadays, he had to consume several liters of milk daily to sustain his exaggerated metabolism alongside regular meals. The more skills he mastered in DNF, the more pronounced this issue became. Luke pondered whether he might one day perish from hunger. Sky shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Luke's knowledge of her name. Has the Tide organization sent you? Luke asked directly. You know the Tide organization? Sky sighed. It appears you are well informed. In truth, I am merely an auxiliary member of the Tide organization. Oh, Luke said, cradling his cup with both hands, slowly sipping the milk, leaving a trace on his lips as he set the cup down. The Tide organization is a massive sphere of hackers. I advise you to refrain from provoking them, Sky warned, her tone suggesting a well-intentioned caution. Luke, however, scoffed at her words. They're just a group of hackers. If I wish, I could swiftly dismantle them and see them imprisoned within a week. It's exceedingly simple for artificial intelligence to crush a band of hackers. Sky smirked, rolling her eyes, clearly unconvinced by his bravado. This incident has nothing to do with the Tide organization. It is simply my curiosity. I apologize for my reckless intrusion. Sky glanced at the tea, hesitant to drink, then placed the cup down and stated solemnly, this is a misunderstanding. I want to divulge what transpired here. I hope you will allow me to leave. Chapter 87. Luke's invitation holding the milk cup with both hands. Luke took a couple of hearty gulps and contemplated for a moment. There is no need for apologies, he said as for letting you go. Sky looked at him with pleading eyes, appearing quite pitiful. Since you claim your ties with the Tide organization are minimal, why not join my organization? You can rest assured, it has no official affiliations. Luke shifted the conversation. You're inviting me to join your organization? Sky's expression shifted to one of incredulity, her large eyes blinking at Luke, caught off guard by his unexpected proposal. She glanced at her phone and remarked, 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, I was still your captive. Luke chuckled. I concur that this is a misunderstanding. Thus, to demonstrate our mutual sincerity, let us temporarily forget this unpleasantness. Sky continued to regard him with a bemused expression. What? Do you think my age diminishes my capabilities? Do not forget, I am an apostle. As she spoke, Luke attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, though his youthful features betrayed him, rendering any stern expression adorably endearing. Sky struggled to suppress a smile. Apostle? Well, that title is quite compelling. Luke sighed. Is a name more convincing than one's appearance? Yet, I suppose it is not entirely surprising. The Apostle manifests an impressive prowess comparable to that of Iron Man, possessing a terrifying lethality capable of silencing infants and instilling fear in adults, whether amidst howling winds or warring lords. Considerable effort was initially devoted to the design and paint scheme aimed at conveying the aggressive nature of the combat mech, although ultimately the design remained rather blocky. His relentless endeavors have successfully equated the name Apostle with destruction and aggression. Luke believes that appearance should account for half of the impact. Just imagine substituting it with an image suitable for a 7-year-old, taking it out for a spin equipped with artillery. Look, SpongeBob. The consequences of such a notion, in Luke's mind, are simply unfathomable. How about it? Consider this. I'm quite serious. Luke refers to the proposition of inviting Sky to join the organization. Please, forget about SpongeBob. I wish to inquire, what exactly does your organization intend to do? Surely, you do not wish for Sky to be wide-eyed with astonishment, unable to complete her thoughts. Given the Apostle's past deeds, she cannot help but think that this might resemble a terrorist organization. Most alarmingly, this group possesses real power. This child before her might very well be a core member of that organization. If such matters were to be uncovered, her life would be at stake. It would be no escape. This is not akin to hacking, where one can hide in the shadows of the attic or the vastness of the internet. The Apostle's overtly destructive style has long served as a cautionary tale in Sky's mind. Little does Luke know, he has already been categorized as a terrorist in Sky's eyes. This cannot truly be blamed on her. From what she understands, the Apostle has committed numerous significant acts, engaging Iron Man on the Monaco highway, tearing apart French warplanes. The inexplicable mass fainting of 2 million in New York resulting in countless casualties remains unsolved. The large-scale cyber assault on the East Coast. The blackout in New York. She dares to assert that Luke is behind all these events. Furthermore, just 5 days ago, he had smashed a plaza at an expo alongside Iron Man, inviting her to join such an endeavor. In Sky's mind, it is simply absurd. Damn it, you have mistaken your target. I'm not cut out for such affairs. Sky thinks to herself. In all honesty, she is merely a humble hacker. She does not operate on the same level as those who threaten to blow up the White House. Let me go. She cannot fathom why Luke would specifically choose to invite her. There must be some deception, given that the other party has accomplished the monumental task of incapacitating the entire East Coast network. As a hacker, she acknowledges the impressive feat therefore. She understands that a highly skilled hacker group must be orchestrating this from behind the scenes, rendering her services unnecessary. After careful deliberation, Sky finally declares, maintaining her composure. I have made my decision. I am willing to join your organization. Oh, Luke, taken aback, feels a surge of surprise. Such a swift agreement? He muses, am I truly that charming? He does not believe so. Deep down, he is quite aware of his own shortcomings. With this youthful appearance, what allure could he possibly possess? Unless Sky has a penchant for younger boys, but the likelihood seems low. Is that so? Luke wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor completely deceitful, his words piercing through Sky's lies without mercy. Aren't you curious about your position and benefits after joining? Sky felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she had hastily agreed. She quickly attempted to explain, I've always been quite fascinated by such matters, indeed, so much so that I would not have sought you out otherwise. Sky's laughter was somewhat forced, as she contemplated whether to utter a few reassuring words. At that moment, Sky felt a sense of unease. She was no longer the formidable Quake of the future. As she had stated herself, she was merely a fledgling hacker, a school dropout striving to uncover her origins. Undoubtedly, she was a sharp-witted and resourceful woman. If she were to be trusted and released, Luke was certain she would vanish the moment she turned her back. Of course, retrieving her again would pose no challenge for Christina. Luke simply did not wish to let go of such a promising asset easily. Setting aside Daisy's intelligence and hacking prowess, her pleasing appearance was also noteworthy. In the future, she would rise to prominence as the renowned Quake, a leader among the Inhumans. Daisy would harness powerful shockwaves in battle, with applications that were quite extensive, even serving as a formidable force in combat. Though not as grotesque as the sonic waves of black bats, she would undoubtedly qualify as a first-rate hero, deserving a place among the Avengers. Speaking of the Avengers, their members were notoriously proud, allowing entry only to those with exceptional abilities, untainted backgrounds, and sound moral compasses. The requirements were exceedingly stringent. To apply for membership, one must first pass Tony's scrutiny, a hurdle that eliminated countless candidates. I believe in you, Luke declared. Right? Sky's smile appeared somewhat strained. She was not adept at this sort of exchange. I believe you are deceiving me. Chapter 88. Sky joined Sky, forced to smile, still harboring a flicker of hope. I am not lying to you. I truly am. Luke interrupted. Such words are meaningless. Trust me, my understanding of you exceeds your imagination. Sky surrendered, her shoulders slumping. The revelation of her deception left her feeling awkward. All right, you are the boss. Your decision prevails. She accepted her role as a prisoner. You do not trust my words, do you? Luke smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Very well, listen closely. Under Sky's puzzled gaze, Luke continued. I know that you have been secretly investigating S, H, and L, D. Am I correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Sky's face involuntarily. How did you? I understand your motives for doing so, Luke said, his smile enigmatic. Unfortunately, his youthful countenance betrayed him, diminishing the gravitas of his words, creating an amusing contrast akin to a child trying to act mature. However, his statement left Sky utterly astounded. You wish to uncover the truth about your origins, do you not? Sky's mouth fell open. She was certain she had confided this matter to no one. How'd he know? A chill ran down her spine as she felt as though this child could see right through her. How would I know? Christina. Luke snapped her fingers, a smile gracing her lips. Lately, he had grown increasingly fond of this ostentatious mannerism. No wonder the purple sweet potato essence sought to extinguish half of the universe's population with a mere snap. Such a gesture was undeniably flamboyant. Master. A melodious voice resonated abruptly within the warehouse. Allow me to introduce myself to Ms. Sky. Understood, Master, Christina chirped merrily. Hello, Sky. I am Christina. We have conversed before. You, hello? Sky glanced around in confusion, seeing no one else. Though we have spent 5 days together, permit me to reintroduce myself. I am a mechanical assistant invented by the Master. My age is 23 hours and 7 seconds. I am a strong artificial intelligence. It is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as Christina concluded her statement, Sky's jaw dropped in astonishment. Strong artificial intelligence? That's impossible. There is no such thing as artificial intelligence in this world. No country could ever produce it. This must be a deception. Yet, the reality of artificial intelligence weighed heavily on Sky's mind. The recent East Coast network paralysis was instigated by Christina. That incident was not without cause, Luke clarified. Christina has only been in existence for 3 months. Yet her intelligence has reached remarkable heights. Your lack of awareness is quite normal. The shock Sky experienced at this revelation eclipsed her initial surprise at discovering that the Apostle was merely a child. As a top-tier hacker, she understood better than most what artificial intelligence entailed. The emergence of a true artificial intelligence signified that the realm of the Internet, once the dominion of humanity, was no longer theirs to command. She was reluctant to accept this truth, yet logic compelled her to acknowledge it. You have been monitoring me all along? Sky murmured in disbelief. Luke nodded. One could say that. Knowing the narrative is, in a way, a form of surveillance. Sky was left speechless. Monitoring others had always been her forte, yet she had not realized she was under scrutiny herself. The one monitoring her was but a child, and that child possessed artificial intelligence. Gradually coming to terms with this reality, Sky experienced a profound epiphany. Suddenly, all her questions found resolution. No wonder the Apostle was capable of causing such a vast network collapse. It was the work of artificial intelligence. She had closely followed that significant cyber event, arriving at the same conclusion as those with official affiliations. This was not the handiwork of ordinary individuals, but rather the coordinated efforts of a large, professional hacker collective. It made sense why, despite the presence of a network over the past 5 days, she had been unable to connect, regardless of the method she employed. The network had been perfectly intact. It was merely that an artificial intelligence had been subtly competing against her. A wave of frustration washed over Sky. If losing internet access was akin to a death sentence for a hacker, then discovering the existence of such advanced artificial intelligence looming over them was undoubtedly the harbinger of an apocalypse for every hacker. I don't understand, Sky sighed resignedly. Her spirits dampened. You likely have no need for my abilities. Aside from my hacking skills, I am of no use. I have expressed my need for assistance, Luke remarked, shrugging his shoulders, unwilling to admit he was investing in the enigmatic wave woman. I require a trustworthy aide to assist me. As you can see, I'm entirely alone here. Although Christina is lending a hand, artificial intelligence is not infallible. My schedule is rather hectic. Sky hesitated. Joining me would be advantageous. I could aid you in uncovering your origins. Luke finally cast a bait. With a smile, he suggested, let us have the artificial intelligence infiltrate the the database to retrieve some information. I don't foresee that being too difficult. What do you think? Astonished by my word. Join me, and we shall fulfill our respective needs. Sky's delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at Luke. She had to admit that his proposition was quite enticing. Others could scarcely fathom the toll it had taken on her over the years in her quest to uncover her heritage, the effort and heartache she had endured. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, perhaps the truth of her origins could be swiftly revealed. Should she take a gamble? Sky focused on Luke, uncertain of whether to trust him. The notion that Luke was merely a child had long since been filtered from her mind. She regarded him as an apostle. She, too, was a genius and understood that brilliance transcends age. Noticing Sky's contemplative expression, Luke recognized that it was time to intensify his persuasion. I am aware that you have sacrificed your education to self-study hacking skills in pursuit of your heritage. Do you also plan to infiltrate SHIELD? Do you believe you will succeed? Sky was taken aback. The idea of undercover work at SHIELD was a recent consideration for her. How did Luke know? She regarded him as one might a curious anomaly. I admire your dedication to uncovering your lineage. Like you, I am an orphan, though I harbor no interest in my own origins. Luke smiled kindly. So what do you say? Join me. I'm quite serious. He extended his small hand towards Sky. Sky hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she approached and grasped Luke's tiny hand, which bore a faint scent of perfume. I must clarify beforehand that I will not partake in planning or executing any terrorist attacks. If you can agree to this, I shall join you, Sky said, somewhat hesitantly. She feared that her declaration might lead Luke to reconsider his regard for her. Yet, she could not summon the courage to flee and shout for help. She merely wished to investigate her origins. If such actions were a necessity, she believed her chances of survival would be greater as an undercover agent at SHIELD terrorist attacks. Luke exclaimed, taken aback. He finally realized that this woman seemed to have misconstrued his intentions. A glance at a certain part of Sky's physique confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, certain attributes could cloud one's judgment, even for a genius. Chapter 89. The train arrives. Whirring and clattering Luke's mind echoed with the system's notification. System, Sky's affinity level at 5. The affinity levels of the little spiders typically surge to 20 or 30. The affections of adults, it seems, are not so easily swayed as those of children. The wave ability, after all, possesses considerable operability. Though Luke yearned for it, he was not in a hurry. Since Sky had already joined, there was ample time to discuss matters later. With Luke's consent, Sky explored the warehouse that Luke referred to as the organization's temporary stronghold. From this vast facility, Sky found it difficult to deduce much about the organization. However, the presence of several technologies, gigantic mechs, artificial intelligence, and a prodigious child like apostles, revealed only the tip of the iceberg, indicating that the organization possessed immense power and substantial financial resources. She was not well versed in SHIELD, making comparison challenging, but she assumed they were somewhat similar. Luke indicated that he would gradually introduce Sky to other members of the organization, depending on her loyalty. Are there other members here? Sky inquired, surprised. Of course, he replied. Even at our weakest, we had thousands of members. We typically accept only the most diligent and affluent individuals. Not everyone qualifies for membership. As the head of this organization's New York office, I have my own stringent selection criteria. Luke's words were somewhat exaggerated. His criteria primarily focused on personal preference. He dismissed those who did not appeal to him, stating that the organization would not accept individuals of certain ethnicities or those deemed unattractive. Only women, he clarified, justifying that with a group of rough men, there would be little inclination to engage in any meaningful activities. Thus, they only accepted female members, even if they were merely decorative, as they were at least a pleasing sight. Peter Parker interjected, "Meow? Should I feel honored?" Sky chuckled, noting that the organization seemed to attract talented and wealthy individuals. Luke replied earnestly, "Trust me, one day you'll be grateful for this." After touring the warehouse, Sky concluded that Luke was undoubtedly a genuine super genius. The cold, tangible sensation of the warlord left her in awe. The artificial intelligence was also of his creation. As a top hacker, Sky understood the implications. Luke was a hacker 100 times more skilled than she. The skills she took pride in seemed trivial in comparison to this prodigious child. Aside from being a bit talkative, Sky mused that perhaps all super geniuses were like that. Her fixation on her origins was what gave Luke confidence that he could keep her tethered to him. Sky's hopes rested entirely on Christina. "Wait," Luke called after her. Is there something else? Take that pot away, he instructed. It's a gift. I bought many. Sky's face flushed with embarrassment as she quietly carried the pot away. Well, members should be practical and capable. Luke believed that Sky would gradually integrate into his team. The following morning, Luke was awakened by his own reflection. He looked in the mirror and still saw his short stature with short arms and legs. As was his routine, he measured his height and exclaimed joyfully, I think I've grown a millimeter. The master speaks true, Christina replied with a cheerful smile. Rotas merely raised an eyebrow. It's all an illusion. Luke cast a vexed glance at it, remarking that honest individuals are often subjected to bullying. After school, he entered the warehouse where Christina was already hard at work. The internal structural materials of the War Master were found to be subpar, proving inadequate to withstand the vigorous maneuvers of the Phantom Sword dance. Thus, he resolved to undertake a comprehensive renovation. Christina was diligently operating the mechanical engineering arm to replace the melted and shattered components, as per his instructions. The replacement parts were high-quality items salvaged from the Hammer Iron soldiers. Luke also reconfigured the transmission system to ensure a more even distribution of stress on the mech during intense movements. Once the War Master was rejuvenated internally, performing the Phantom Sword dance would pose no issues. At that moment, Christina suddenly expressed, Master, I desire a body as well. Startled, Luke pondered whether his assistant had developed a sense of self and desire. Her progress was astonishing. What kind of body do you wish for? In a sense, as a mech assistant program, your ability to remotely control the Gale and the War Master could be considered your body, he replied. I want a body like a human. Christina lamented. A human body? Luke nodded. That can be arranged. I can construct a body for you using titanium alloy and Edmund alloy. Thank you, Master. Christina exclaimed with delight. Luke felt no hesitation regarding her request. He had long harbored the intention to create a physical form for her. Christina, originating from the system, would likely evolve into an artificial intelligence akin to Ultron, with the possibility of betrayal approaching zero. Indeed, it was virtually impossible. Since Christina's arrival, his hands and mind had been liberated. The assistance provided by artificial intelligence was immense, and he had increasingly relied on her to handle tedious and procedural tasks. Much like Tony Stark with JARVIS, Christina's presence had exponentially increased the efficiency of the warehouse, teeming with limitless potential. Moreover, not crafting a body for the AI would diminish the joy in his life. Luke chuckled. He would never admit that this was the primary motivation behind his decision to grant Christina a physical form. Men are inherently visual creatures, after all. Hearing the voice of an artificial intelligence is far less delightful than encountering a living, breathing creation molded by one's own hands. Thus, this latent motivation propelled Luke into a fervent work mode. The skeleton could be constructed from a blend of titanium alloy and secondary Edmund alloy, with proportions to adhere to the 9-head height ratio. The exterior posed more of a challenge. Should the skin and fat be crafted from bionic silicone? Perhaps he should enlist an RB company to assist with the manufacturing? Ideally, the result should be as lifelike as possible, Luke murmured to himself. At that moment, Rotas interjected from the television, The train is coming, pay attention. The screen displayed footage of Luke and Tony's battle at the Fountain Square as Sky entered the room. Days have passed since the exhibition event, yet the fervor remains unabated. Iron Man and the Apostle have become darlings of the media. Regrettably, both remain elusive. Tony has outright declined interviews, while the Apostle is as elusive as a phantom, only appearing during significant events. The editors of various media outlets are as restless as cats on a hot tin roof, yet their efforts to create captivating content seem fruitless. Nevertheless, the audience remains enthralled. A curious onlooker has set up a treehouse across the way, persistently peering in. Sky quietly approached Luke and whispered, "Who is that? A member of the organization?" "Never mind him. Just a S-H-I-E-L-D agent," Luke replied nonchalantly, examining various models of pistons with keen interest. Sky was taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. She couldn't help but glance outside, thinking, "Please don't come to apprehend me. I've just joined this organization." Then, she noticed Rotas on the sofa, clutching a remote control. Chapter 90, The Little Girl. "What is that?" Sky exclaimed, astonished as if she had discovered a new continent. A peculiar, soft-bodied creature? Her curiosity piqued. She moved closer. Luke deliberately read aloud with emphasis on the slices. Rotas, with a calm demeanor, observed silently. The television continued to broadcast news, featuring the brilliant fireball that had launched towards the moon that very night. "Cool," Sky remarked, her expression one of astonishment, her mouth agape. Having been confined here for days, she was only just learning what had transpired outside. Unable to suppress her concern, she elevated her perception of the organization's danger level, feeling an immense weight of pressure. Nonetheless, for the sake of artificial intelligence, she resolved to remain. "Did we hit the moon?" Sky inquired, noticing the television had switched to another image. "Probably not. There must be energy loss. The moon is so far away," Luke pondered, recalling he hadn't paid attention to whether or not they had struck the lunar surface. Sky nodded in agreement. The screen transitioned to footage of the Apostle and Iron Man in combat. In the studio, a so-called military expert analyzed the situation with great conviction. Based on the Apostle's heavily exotic armor design, he speculated that the Apostle was not American, but rather a foreigner. The expert urged Americans to support their homegrown superhero, Iron Man, and to shun the foreign Apostle. To this, Sky expressed her disdain, remarking that such individuals were overly abundant on American television, seeking attention through sensationalism and contrarianism, a habit the American audience had grown accustomed to. Sky advised Luke not to take it personally, fearing he might impulsively storm the television station. Luke's focus, however, was elsewhere. From a third-person perspective, he observed his heroic demeanor from that evening and realized, am I really that handsome? The Sword King, Dragon God, adorned in a matte black and gold finish, radiated understated luxury and depth, with a vibrant red cape billowing in the wind, his sword-wielding posture exemplary. He was undeniably striking. Sky curiously asked, "Do you have a grudge against Tony Stark?" "Not at all," Luke replied, still lost in his reverie. "I thought you were rivals." "Well, perhaps it's just a natural conflict." Luke mused. He would never admit that he had been using Tony as a training dummy, setting aside the necessity for mischief. Having conjured up the Tempest and the War Lord, he certainly needed someone to test his firepower on. The Hulk was in hiding, and even if they crossed paths, he would be unable to contend. Captain America was preoccupied with a kiss and still asleep. The God of Thunder resided far away, making encounters infrequent. The remaining Black Widow and Hawkeye were merely defeated opponents. In contrast, Tony was far more endearing, presenting ample opportunities for a sparring session, seamlessly blending mischief with the thrill of combat. And, most importantly, he was resilient. He was practically a supernova in the realm of punching bags. However, Sky did not share this sentiment. She believed that Iron Man had set his sights on the Apostle. The two were sworn enemies, and she was convinced that one day they would settle their score. When that time came, it would be the grand finale. She needed to uncover her origins using artificial intelligence before that moment arrived. "Assistant, what do you think of this physique? Do you like it?" Listening to the master. Then it's settled. Within 20 minutes, a three-dimensional simulation had been completed to finalize the skeletal model. Once the skeletal structure was confirmed, it would merely require titanium alloy casting. However, considering the remaining quantity of Edmund alloy, Luke ultimately chose a petite frame for Christina. A little girl-esque form would suffice. She would grow in due time. Christina would design and lay out the internal sensors and circuitry, while Luke would merely provide technical support. I suggest downloading Wing Chun, Taekwondo, mixed martial arts, and Judo onto the memory disk. Choose whichever you prefer. Which one do you practice, Master? I cannot teach you what I know. You would learn faster by self-studying online. Then let's go with Wing Chun and Taekwondo. Very well, Luke nodded. Once this body was complete, Christina would also become a formidable asset, serving as his personal bodyguard. Learning to shoot firearms would be beneficial as well. All right, Master. An AI proficient in martial arts is unstoppable, Luke exclaimed with a grin. His imagination soared as he pondered whether to have Christina learn swordsmanship as well. How delightful would it be to craft her a sword, transforming her into a young swordswoman? Or perhaps he could equip her with a powerful laser cannon, reminiscent of Wang Xiaomei's, once he acquired the necessary skills for a gunsmith. A cannon of such size would likely be beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual, and he too could only utilize it within a mech suit. Yet, with Christina's alloy body, wielding it would pose no challenge. The image of a cannon-wielding girl thrilled Luke's imagination. "What are you doing?" Sky inquired curiously as she approached. "I'm creating a body for Christina." "Goodness, you certainly have bold ideas. Is this really safe?" Sky responded, astonished. Granting AI a physical body unit is perilous. After all, AI is not human. "Christina, I mean no offense." "It's all right," Christina reassured. "I merely wish to inquire whether there might be ethical implications." Luke scoffed. Who cares what others think? Sky found herself unable to counter his argument. This organization truly operated without a moral compass, she mused, wondering when they would orchestrate another scandalous event. In comparison, creating a secondary body for advanced artificial intelligence hardly seemed significant. Half an hour later, in the mech dock, an alloy skeletal frame, resembling that of a young girl, has solidified during the cooling process, utilizing the same advanced technology as that employed by warlords. Its interior is composed of titanium alloy, while a thin layer of Edmund alloy encases its exterior. The remaining stock from the last supply has been entirely consumed, leaving only the awaited delivery from S.H.L.D. Gazing upon the metallic sheen of the alloy skeleton, Luke felt akin to a creator of a Terminator. The issue of flesh and skin, however, remains a daunting challenge. If only he could acquire the doll-making skill from DNF, the authenticity would be assured. For now, he must resort to local methods. One might ponder which company excels in Marvel's bionic technology. If all else fails, he may have no choice but to rely on imported goods. In the midst of Sky's concerned gaze for humanity, Luke furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. At the scene of the incident, the Fountain Plaza in the distance is undergoing repairs, funded by S.H.L.D. Workers are toiling tirelessly, and progress is swift. Nearby buildings are also under construction, with the shattered glass from that fateful night being replaced anew. The surrounding roads have regained their order. On the other side, the collapsed exhibition hall is being demolished and rebuilt. After being cleaved in half by a certain sword, the venue is irreparable. Between the plaza and the hall, a tumult has erupted along a vehicular thoroughfare. In the middle of the road, passing vehicles veer away from an extraordinarily large and bizarre dog. This creature is a bulldog, its size dwarfing that of a typical adult bulldog by several dozens of times. Strangely, a blonde little girl stands beside the monstrous dog. Bystanders raise their phones, capturing the surreal spectacle. Crystal, accompanied by Tetanus, stands in the middle of the road, oblivious to the traffic chaos her presence has caused, while being gazed upon with astonishment by many. She lifts her head just in time to catch a glimpse of an electronic billboard displaying news footage. A colossal mech is seen launching a massive fireball towards the moon. Tetanus, can you take me to that person? Crystal inquires, gently tapping the dog's large leg. Tetanus shakes his head, then nods in agreement. Crystal beams sweetly, placing her small hand on the strange dog. In a whirlpool of energy, the girl and her canine companion vanish before the eyes of the onlookers. The crowd erupts in astonishment, and people hurriedly dial 911.